In the villa, a woman sleeping on a luxurious bed frowned, seemingly troubled by a nightmare. Sheng Wanyan sat up in fright, sweating and rubbing her temples in disbelief. She had a dream about a place resembling the 1970s, with gray streets everywhere. There were thin, hungry people with pale faces, and the atmosphere felt oppressive. She had been having this same dream for a whole week, and each night it became clearer. In this scientific age, others might not believe such strange things, but she did. It seemed her grandfather's words before he passed away were about to come true. Sheng Wanyan glanced at her phone by the bed. It was already 7 in the morning. She got out of bed, her feet touching the carpet as she went to wash up. After finishing the breakfast prepared by the housekeeper, she headed to her study. Sheng Wanyan looked at a family photo on her desk, picked it up, and gazed at the faces filled with longing. Yan Yan, don't be afraid. Remember, our family will meet again in another world. My dear granddaughter, promise Grandma you'll be strong. Sweet daughter, make sure to live well. Mom's Yan Yan, may you have smooth sailing all your life. Don't cry, brother isn't afraid of death, just a bit regretful. Sheng Wanyan recalled all the advice from her family members before they passed away, her fair hand gently stroking the photo. Grandpa, perhaps we will really meet again. She turned the photo face down on the table, pinched her brow, and called her secretary. Ms. Sheng, sell all my properties, shares, and real estate. The secretary was taken aback. Sheng Group was a major conglomerate. Could there be a problem leading to bankruptcy? That seemed impossible. Who could defeat Sheng Group? The old Sheng couple had built their fortune from scratch, with Grandpa Sheng being quite skilled in metaphysics. With this talent and Grandma Sheng's wisdom, they established the Sheng family's legacy. Later, the family business was passed to Sheng Yuhua, Sheng Wanyan's father, a natural businessman who transformed the Sheng family from wealthy to a conglomerate. Sheng Yuhua and his wife were childhood sweethearts and had a son and a daughter. The girl was Sheng Wanyan and the boy was Sheng Wanja. Both children were smart, performed well in school, and were well-behaved. Everyone said the Sheng family had a bright future, praising them highly. Because of this, the Sheng family developed too quickly, making others envious. Even the elder brother of the Sheng patriarch felt jealous. It was one thing to have a higher status, but their children were also doing better than his own. The Sheng patriarch and matriarch passed away peacefully, but before leaving, he always thought about Sheng Wanyan. She was their only daughter, cherished since childhood. From the moment she was born, the patriarch had planned for her to learn metaphysics. Before he left, he gave her the jade pendant he had worn all his life. Don't cry, my dear. Grandpa is going to prepare a home for you, he said. You must take good care of the pendant. No one else should have it. As long as you keep the pendant safe, we will reunite soon. Sheng Wanyan knelt by his bed, holding his aged hand tightly, tears streaming down her face. Grandpa, I promise I won't let anyone else have it. With his last strength, the patriarch raised his hand and gently tapped her head, just like when she was a child. He closed his eyes, feeling no regrets or worries. After the patriarch passed away, the matriarch followed him shortly after. Once the patriarch was gone, Sheng Yuhua noticed that his uncle showed no regard for family ties. Just days after his father's memorial, his uncle secretly gathered shareholders to try to remove him from his position. Sheng Yuhua had the ability to develop the Sheng Group's economy and could easily make those people leave. This made his uncle's family resent him deeply. Sheng Yuhua expelled them from the Sheng family, and his uncle, being elderly, couldn't do anything about it. He soon passed away from anger. A few years later, while Sheng Yuhua and his wife were on their honeymoon, Sheng Wanza went to pick up his parents. The family of 3 was involved in a car accident, and that day, Sheng Wanyan lost her last 3 family members. The burden of the Sheng Group fell on her shoulders at just 23 years old. Her uncle's family often belittled her, claiming that as a girl, she was unfit to be the president of the Sheng Group, constantly trying to undermine her. However, Sheng Wanyan was not someone who could be easily pushed around. No matter the challenges she faced, she always rose to meet them. Over time, Her strength became evident to everyone. The Sheng group could not function without her. Her uncle's family was like mud that couldn't be molded, each one skilled only in indulgence. For 7 years, she faced fierce competition alone, sending her enemies to prison one by one. At 30 years old, even with a fortune of billions, she feels lonely. There is no one left to support her. Sheng Wanyan looked around her study and put away all the family photos. She went downstairs and gave each of the housekeepers 100,000 yuan to leave the Sheng family. Once they were gone, the large Sheng family home was left empty, with only Sheng Wanyan inside. She silently thought the words go in, and in the next moment, she found herself standing on a patch of grass. This was the jade pendant given to her by her grandfather, the biggest secret of the Sheng family. The pendant could only be passed down to the girls of the Sheng family. Even if her grandfather had it, he could never unlock the space. From the moment Sheng Wanyan was born, her grandfather knew the pendant needed a master. She opened the space 2 years ago when she accidentally cut her finger while breaking a wine glass. The pendant touched her injured finger and then merged into her body. At that moment, she understood why her grandfather had given her the pendant. Everyone was curious about the secrets of the Sheng family, and it turned out to be this pendant, with her as its owner. Standing on the soft ground, she looked at the vast space that had once been barren. Over the past 2 years, she had planted and stocked it, transforming it into a paradise. Everything here could be controlled with her thoughts, which was very convenient. She had planted all kinds of fruit trees, vegetables, medicinal herbs, and raised chickens, ducks, fish, rabbits, cows, and sheep for food. She also planted peach trees, cherry trees, plum trees, and bought seeds for all kinds of flowers and herbs. For the past 2 years, she had spent a lot of money buying every type of seed available on the market. Sheng Wanyan also dug a fish pond here, filled with various edible fish. After 2 years of breeding, the pond was now full, and it had even been expanded. Sheng Wanyan walked to a house made of bamboo, which she had created using her thoughts. Since there were no mountains in the space, she grew bamboo to create a bamboo forest. In front of the house, there was a small stream, and at the water's outlet, the words "spiritual spring" were carved. As a girl, she had been a fan of novels, so she understood what this meant. Over the past 2 years, she had also drunk from it, and sometimes when she was injured, her wounds healed twice as fast as usual. Her body, often tired from working late, felt much lighter now. It is clear that this has great benefits for the body. She didn't know where it came from. The space was just a wasteland with a small stream at that time. But since it was her own space, she was certainly happy about it. Behind the bamboo house was a warehouse she built, filled with fruits, vegetables, processed meat, and herbs she had collected over the past 2 years. The space had a preservation function, so the items brought in wouldn't spoil, and it could automatically decompose waste. Time in the space passed much slower than outside. 1 month outside was equivalent to 1 year in the space. In these 2 years, she had gathered plenty in the space, so even if she went bankrupt, she wouldn't starve. It was like a paradise farm. If it weren't for the Sheng family, she might have chosen to live a laid-back life. But she couldn't let the Sheng group fall apart. It was the hard work of everyone in the Sheng family. Sheng Wanyan silently thought the word out, and immediately went to the underground vault of the Sheng family, collecting all the treasures into the space. Then she returned to her dressing room and gathered all her jewelry, clothes, skincare products, tables, sofas, and more. She took everything visible in the villa, leaving only the items in the living room and dining room on the first floor. Just as Sheng Wanyan finished collecting the upstairs items, her secretary arrived with a folder at the old house. "President Sheng, your shares, properties, and all investments have been sold. A total of 200 billion has been raised, and the money has been transferred to your account." Sheng Wanyan nodded, looking at the large old house. She made a decision. Let's sell the old house too. And everything belonging to that family should be sold off as well. The secretary understood. She was referring to the Sheng family's elder uncle, even though many from that family had been sent to prison by her. However, their younger generations, including the women, still held a lot of Sheng family properties, so it seemed President Sheng wanted to leave them with no way out. Understood. Here is 20 million as a reward for your loyalty over the years. Once the house is sold, you can leave. The secretary nodded. Without President Sheng, the Sheng Group wouldn't last long. Staying had no meaning for him. With his education and work experience, he wouldn't have trouble finding another job. Once Shang Wanyan and the others left, she placed everything from the first floor of the old house into the space, including items from the storage room, tool room, and all the cars in the garage, just to be prepared. Shang Wanyan called her regular skincare brand and ordered a total of 1 million sets of skincare and cosmetics to be delivered to her old house. As a top VIP customer, they quickly arranged everything for her. That evening, she received the skincare products and had also created a purchasing plan throughout the day. She couldn't make large purchases in the city center, as it would attract too much attention. Instead, she focused on farms and farmers in the suburbs for bulk buying, which was the best option. Sheng Wanyan stored the skincare products in her space and sold the old house, expecting to receive the money in a couple of days. She checked the old house thoroughly to ensure she hadn't left anything behind and then drove straight out of the city to the suburbs. Whenever she felt tired, she rested in her space before continuing her journey. By 6 a.m., she arrived in the suburbs, rested, and then rented a large warehouse. Next, she headed to the village to buy everything from wheat to seeds and livestock, taking whatever they could offer. She contracted several villages to deliver the goods to her rented warehouse in the county, spending a total of 5 million. Sheng Wanyan then approached the manager of a large supermarket in the suburbs to purchase all their supplies. "Why are you buying so much?" the manager asked, puzzled, as it was rare for someone to contract all the stock directly. "I am from the procurement department of Sheng Group, and I'm getting prizes for all the employees," she explained. Upon hearing this, the manager was no longer surprised and promptly arranged for everything to be delivered to the warehouse. This is still not enough. There are over 10,000 employees at Sheng Group, Sheng Wanyan said, and the manager was thrilled, realizing it was a big deal. "We have more goods arriving tonight. I can get those for you too." "That would be great. It solves my problem," Sheng Wanyan replied, looking pleased. After the manager left, she stored everything from the warehouse into her space. That night, the manager delivered the new stock to the warehouse. "That totals 50 million, the manager said. Sheng Wanyan paid without hesitation, and once he left, she stored all the items in her space. She then quickly left for the airport and bought the next ticket to the Tibetan region. With so much money in hand, she planned to buy cattle and sheep to store in her space, not wanting to wait for anyone to take it from her. In the Tibetan region, Sheng Wanyan bought thousands of cattle and sheep, regardless of their size. Her next goal was the clothing factories in nearby small cities, reminiscent of the era from her dreams. The clothes were all made from dark-colored fabrics, and the shoes were cloth shoes. Sheng Wanyan ordered thousands of sets of dark-colored clothing from the surrounding factories. She also bought hundreds of thousands of rolls of various colored fabrics, not letting any quality go to waste. Next, she purchased seeds, filling several warehouses with all kinds of them. As long as she had food, she wouldn't fear starvation. After completing these purchases, she headed to the seaside to buy a large amount of seafood, stocking it by the ton. A few days later, she received the remaining money from her secretary. The Sheng family was looking for her, as they had no place to stay. Meanwhile, Sheng Wanyan had already boarded a plane to go abroad to purchase supplies for her farm. In 1 month, Sheng Wanyan traveled to over a dozen countries, not only bringing back livestock and seeds but also various inexpensive fabrics, daily necessities, medicines, hygiene products, seasonings, kitchenware, bicycles, electric bikes, books, and more. She didn't overlook anything, from excavators to toothpicks. If it was available, she bought it. After visiting so many countries, she still had 5 billion left. She decided to buy gold bars instead of spending all her money. She spent 3 billion and donated another 2 billion to help children in mountainous areas go to school. Sitting on the sofa in a luxurious hotel, Sheng Wanyan felt as if the dream she had last night was so real. She feared she wouldn't be in this world for much longer. She entered her space and organized everything with her mind, placing it in the warehouse. After having a meal, she exited the space, checked out of the hotel the next day, and drove to explore the beauty of the city. Suddenly, a truck came barreling toward her. No matter how quickly she tried to dodge, she couldn't escape her fate. Sheng Wanyan lay in bed, feeling groggy, but she could still hear voices outside. What should we do? The street has already notified us. Yan Yan must go to the countryside. The anxious voice of a woman reached Sheng Wanyan's ears. She forced her eyes open, but her body felt weak, and she struggled to move. Yan Yan is turning 20 this year. If she goes to the countryside, her life will be ruined. Are we really going to let her just find any man to marry in the countryside? Mother Sheng's tone was a bit agitated, and the middle-aged man sitting on the stool in the living room frowned deeply. His expression was filled with helplessness and sadness. After so many years, how many young people sent to the countryside have been able to return to the city? Now that their daughter is 20, she is at the right age for marriage. If she goes to the countryside, she will likely never come back to the city. Father Sheng wiped his face, his mind racing with thoughts. The only solution is to find her a job, otherwise, she'll have to marry. Mother Sheng was even angrier. Was it that they didn't want to find Yen a job? It wasn't that jobs in the city were available to buy. Who would be foolish enough to give up the city job to sell it to someone else? If they sold it, it would be to their own family. Sheng Wanyan, feeling confused, opened her eyes to see the dim room and realized she had traveled to another time. Lying in bed, her head ached, and suddenly, many memories that weren't hers flashed before her. This was the 1970s, and the year was 1973, a time when everything required ration tickets. It was now April 1973, not long after the New Year. The original owner of this identity shared her name and lived in a family of 6. Grandfather Sheng, Sheng Jingxin, 65, and grandmother Sheng, Wang Yulan, 63, along with father Sheng, Sheng Yuhua, 45, and mother Sheng, Hua Fu, 43, had an older brother, Sheng Wanza, and the original owner, Sheng Wanyan. They lived in Rongqing, where father Sheng worked as a technician in a steel factory and mother Sheng was an administrative clerk in a textile factory. Brother Sheng Wanza, 25, had joined the army and was now among those called to contribute to the countryside. Naturally, Sheng Wanyan received news from the street committee that she was to go to the countryside. The family lived in a small apartment with 3 rooms and a living room covering about 50 square meters. Grandfather and grandmother Sheng shared one room, father and mother Sheng another, and the last room was divided into 2 small spaces with red bricks for the children, ensuring that when Wanza returned, there would be no issue with space. The original owner finished high school and stayed home for a few years, not because she didn't want to work or attend college, but because college had been canceled long ago, and jobs in the 1970s were secure. They were nearly impossible to obtain, so she helped care for her elderly grandparents and cooked to lighten her parents' burden. However, with the street committee's notice, if she didn't go to the countryside, she would be seen as uncooperative, which could jeopardize her parents' jobs. Now the family is worried about this issue. Life in the countryside is really tough, with many small troubles. She is already 20 years old this year, which is considered old for a girl in this era. If she goes to the countryside, she might spend her whole life there. The Sheng family does not favor boys over girls. They treat both children equally. The original owner, Sheng Wanyan, knew she was going to the countryside and became anxious, leading to a high fever that night. When she woke up, she had become Sheng Wanyan from 2026. Sheng Wanyan held her head in pain, realizing her family looked just like her family from the future, even sharing the same name. She was sure this was her family, and what her grandfather had said had come true. They were reunited, but she still had no idea where the original owner had gone. She needed to find answers slowly. Although she hadn't experienced the 1970s, she had heard her grandfather talk about it. Once people went to the countryside, it was hard to return to the city unless they passed the college entrance exam that was restored in 1977. But there were still 4 years until that exam, and she couldn't stay in the countryside for that long. While it was said to be for development, the reality was different. There was no need to seek out hardships. The countryside had its own schemes, perhaps just as many as in the city. She would be alone and helpless, unable to find a place to cry. She had to find a job to stay in the city, and with half a month left, she had enough time to figure this out. "Don't argue and wake the child. Wanyan is still sleeping," said Grandma Sheng. "We have half a month. Let's try to find a solution." Grandma Sheng brought out dishes, looking sternly at the couple, annoyed that they were arguing so loudly while the child was sick. "I'll go check if Wanyan is awake." Mom Sheng went to get a cup of brown sugar water and entered the room, seeing Sheng Wanyan pale and leaning against the headboard. "You finally woke up, you naughty girl. Are you still dizzy? Drink this brown sugar water." Sheng Wanyan looked at her mother, her eyes starting to water. She looked just like her mother, but this version was much thinner. Dressed in gray clothes and a dark cotton jacket with black cloth shoes, her face was a bit sallow, lacking the elegance of the future. "What are you staring at? Hurry up and drink." Mom Sheng glared at her and held the brown sugar water to her lips. "Is your fever making you lose your mind? Why does it seem like she has lost her mother?" Sheng Wanyan quickly started to drink, but her eyes never left her, afraid that if she blinked, she would disappear.
"Mom."
Sheng Wanyan tentatively called out to her. Hearing her weak voice made Sheng's mother feel a bit heartbroken, but her face still showed annoyance.
"Mom."
Seeing her red eyes, Sheng's mother couldn't hold back and hugged her tightly. The silly girl always knew how to act cute. "I'm not dead. Why are you calling me like that?" Sheng Wanyan held her tightly, and her mother's words pierced her heart. In the future, Sheng's mother had left her, and the joy of having her back made her feel a bit lost, yet happy inside. "Your grandma made you some rice porridge. I'll bring it in for you to drink a little." Sheng's mother grumpily brought in a bowl of porridge, filled to the brim with white rice. In this era, white rice was only available during festivals, and each person only got a few bites. Sheng Wanyan drank some, but her body was too weak, and soon she fell asleep again. When she woke up again, it was already dinner time. Sheng Wanyan looked around the room. The room was small, about 7 square meters, with just a small bed, a table, and a wardrobe. But everything was kept very clean. Inside the wardrobe were a few dull clothes, 3 cotton skirts, 1 pair of leather shoes, and 3 pairs of cloth shoes. In the box, there was also 30 yuan in cash, a few pastry tickets, and a box of cream. The pastry tickets were usually given to the original owner during festivals, allowing her to buy some treats for the 2 elderly people at home. In this era, having cotton skirts and leather shoes was something to be envied. The whole Sheng family had jobs, so supporting the original owner, Sheng Wanyan, was not a problem at all. Fortunately, the original Sheng Wanyan was a sensible and filial child who hadn't been spoiled. Sheng Wanyan thought about her own space. In this era, food was essential. Feeling the presence of her space, she let out a big sigh of relief. "Yana, it's time to eat." A voice from outside called, and the next moment, Sheng's grandmother walked in. When Sheng Wanyan saw her grandmother, she felt a moment of daze. She looked just like her grandmother. The only difference was that in this era, Sheng's grandmother looked much younger, around 60, with less gray hair than in the future. However, her face showed signs of hardship, clearly lacking proper nutrition. In this time of food shortage, being able to eat enough is already a blessing. So who cares about nutrition? "Yan, do you want to come out for dinner?" Grandma Sheng came over and touched her forehead, confirming she didn't have a fever, which made her feel relieved. Although Sheng Wanyan knew what Grandpa Sheng and Father Sheng looked like from the original owner's memories, she really wanted to see them in person to confirm if they were as she imagined. "Grandma, I'm not dizzy anymore. I can go out to eat." After hearing this, Grandma Sheng looked at her face and saw it was much healthier than at noon. "Okay, get ready and come out. It's good to move around a bit when you're sick. Don't just stay in your room." After saying this, Grandma Sheng went out. When Sheng Wanyan stepped outside, the family was already sitting at the dining table, waiting for her to eat. Seeing Grandpa Sheng and Father Sheng made her heart race with excitement. She could now be 100% sure that these were her family from another world. What Grandpa said was true. They really were reunited. It was just in another parallel world, but that was enough for her. No matter where they were, as long as her family was healthy, that was all that mattered. Sheng Wanyan sat down in the spot the original owner usually occupied, looking at the simple decorations in the living room. There was just a round dining table, a long wooden bench, a few low stools, and a wooden tea table with a portrait of a great leader hanging on the wall. The kitchen was also small, about 5 square meters, and it would feel cramped with 2 people inside. Sheng Wanyan felt a bit nervous. They didn't know that the original owner had a fever and had turned into her. She was afraid that if she spoke too much, they might notice something was off. "You're sick. Eat this steamed egg to get some nutrition," Grandma Sheng said, handing her the only steamed egg on the table, while the other dishes were cornmeal buns and pickled vegetables. There was also a piece of preserved meat left from the new year and a bowl of stir-fried greens. The table had a bit of a meaty smell, which was quite good for people of this era. Sheng Wanyan looked at the rice in her bowl and then at the cornmeal buns in their hands. Seeing this scene made her feel uneasy. In her past life, her family lived in luxury. How could it be that now they were so satisfied just to eat cornmeal buns? In 1973, there was a severe food shortage. A few years ago, it was even worse, with people in the village eating tree bark. Life was better now than a few years ago. At least if you worked, you wouldn't starve. Sheng Wanyan used a spoon to divide the steamed egg into 5 portions and placed them in their bowls. "What are you doing, child? This will help you get your nutrition," said Mother Sheng, lifting a bowl of steamed egg. Sheng Wanyan quickly took her bowl away. Seeing this, Mother Sheng felt warm inside, but she worried about her daughter's health since she hadn't fully recovered. "If you aren't eating, then I won't eat either," Sheng Wanyan said, and she started to share her rice. Mother Sheng quickly stopped her, saying, all right, I give in. "I really don't know who you got this stubbornness from." Father Sheng glanced at Mother Sheng after hearing her words. It was obvious who she resembled. Mother Sheng shot him a stern look. Grandfather Sheng watched with satisfaction. His granddaughter was great in many ways, but she lacked her own opinions, making her easy to influence. Today, however, she had made her own decision. "Yana, do you want to go to the countryside?" After the family finished their meal, they had to discuss the matter of going to the countryside. Avoiding it wouldn't help. "I wanted you to stay at school as a teacher after graduating high school, but I never expected your grades." Now, thinking back, Mother Sheng felt regretful. When Sheng Wanyan had just graduated, the school needed a teacher. They planned to select someone from the soon-to-be graduates based on their grades. She thought about having her daughter interview, but that girl ended up with shockingly poor grades. She had been at the top of her class before, and the chance to stay at school was high, but in the last semester, she fell to the bottom. Sheng Wanyan found this memory in the original owner's thoughts and truly wanted to scold her. She had never seen someone so foolish. The Sheng family didn't have many relatives. Grandfather Sheng had an older brother, whom she called Uncle. Uncle Sheng and his wife had 2 sons and a daughter. They lived in a village in Rongqing. The Sheng family had originally been farmers, and both families had lived in poverty. Grandmother Sheng and Aunt Sheng often clashed when they were younger, with a preference for sons being the norm. Aunt Sheng had 2 sons, which made her mother-in-law favor her more, often teasing Grandmother Sheng both openly and subtly. Everyone hoped for more male members in the family, especially in a labor-intensive era. Grandmother Sheng only had 1 son, which made her mother-in-law unhappy, and she was always made to work. Moreover, Father Sheng was her second grandson, and being in the middle made him even less valued by the old lady. Later, when Father Sheng got into university, he became the only college student in the village, giving Grandmother Sheng a sense of pride. Now, the old lady wanted to support the second branch over the first. Fortunately, Grandpa Sheng loves his daughter-in-law and decisively separated the families. He only has 1 son and won't let anyone from the other household become a burden, affecting his son's future. After Grandma Sheng passed away, the gap between the 2 families grew wider. Sheng's father, as the only son, represented everyone from his side. The eldest son of the other family is the same age as Sheng's father, so she has to call him uncle. He works as a scorekeeper in the village and has 3 children with his wife. 2 boys and a girl, all in their 20s and already married. The second son is just an ordinary farmer in the village, supporting his family with his earnings. She has to call him second uncle, and they have 4 children, 2 boys and 2 girls. Except for the youngest daughter, who is the same age as Sheng Wanyan and is still looking for a partner, the others are already settled down. The children in Grandpa Sheng's family are numerous, with 7 grandchildren, 4 boys and 3 girls. Including the great-grandchildren, the family has even more members. The reason Sheng Wanyan's grades dropped significantly was because of Sheng Xiuying, the youngest daughter of second Uncle Sheng. Sheng Xiuying is the same age as Sheng Wanyan, but their lives are completely different. Sheng Wanyan, a girl, never had to work hard and had the privilege of studying, while Sheng Xiuying had to toil in a family that valued boys over girls, struggling to get enough to eat. From a young age, she envied and resented Sheng Wanyan. They were the same age, yet why did Sheng Wanyan have a carefree life? She believed that Sheng Xiuying should work just as hard as she did. After learning that Sheng Wanyan could stay in the city after graduation, she tried to brainwash her, insisting that hard work was the most honorable pursuit and that educated people were not valued anymore. Gradually, Sheng Wanyan was influenced, leading to her declining grades and losing the chance to work at the school. Before she arrived, the original Sheng Wanyan had not faced many challenges and had not realized Sheng Xiuying's intentions. Knowing that Sheng Xiuying lived a difficult life, she often shared her food with her, believing she was a good friend. Over the years, she had given away countless items. Sheng Wanyan really wanted to give the original her a wake-up call. After all, she was a high school graduate, so why was she so foolish? She needed to find a way to get those things back, but right now the main issue was work. There's only half a month left. If it doesn't work out, let's arrange a blind date for her. Grandpa Sheng's words left everyone stunned, and Sheng Wanyan coughed several times in surprise. A blind date right away? What are you talking about, old man? Grandma Sheng was the first to disagree. How could they just find someone for her to marry? Then should we send her to the countryside? Going to the countryside was absolutely out of the question. It was a place that could be very harsh. There were countless trivial matters, and people would fight fiercely over even a small piece of meat. They themselves came from the countryside, where village interests always came first. At least with matchmaking, she can find someone with a stable job. If there's no suitable person in Rongqing, let Wanzi choose someone from the army. Grandpa Sheng had a point. If there was no other way, they had to do it this way. Sheng Wanyan glanced at them, wanting to say something, but was silenced by a look from her mother. Wanyan clearly saw in her mother's eyes, "Behave yourself." Those words. As the subject of this discussion, Wanyan had no say at all. Tomorrow, you should send a letter to Xiaoza, asking him to help find a good match quickly. With one sentence, Grandpa Sheng settled everything, leaving her no room for discussion. That night, lying in bed and staring at the ceiling of the dormitory, she noticed the sounds of footsteps outside had stopped. After waiting a while to confirm that her father and the others were asleep, she quickly entered her space. This body was too weak. Even slight exertion left her breathless, so Wanyan hurried to drink some spring water. After drinking, she immediately felt much better. She sniffed the scent coming from her body and quickly covered her mouth, rushing to the bamboo room to take a shower. After her shower, she looked in the mirror at someone who looked just like her. With a typical oval face, smooth facial features, bright and deep-set eyes, a straight nose, and full red lips. She was a classic beauty with a Hong Kong style, her hair styled in 2 braids, and she was about 5 feet 6 inches. However, this body was a bit frail, and her hair looked a little yellow, clearly a sign of poor nutrition. In this era, who really cared about nutrition? Just being able to eat enough was good enough. The original owner had a much better starting point than most girls in this time. Her father earned 40 yuan a month, and her mother earned 25 yuan. With a total salary of 65 yuan, it was more than enough to support the family, especially since Sheng Wanzi had joined the army 7 years ago. Now at 25, He held the position of company commander, earning 55 yuan a month, plus bonuses, bringing his total to about 70 yuan. The Sheng family had only this one son, who had not married or had children, so he sent money home every month for his mother to manage. He kept just 5 yuan for his own living expenses, which was enough for him. Nowadays, 5 yuan is the income for a whole family in the village for a month. Sheng Wanyan took a bottle of milk and made some lean meat porridge before leaving her space. She had no reason to take meat or vegetables outside now. She would wait until she got her salary from work to have a reason. The next day, Sheng Wanyan went out, and Grandpa Sheng and Grandma Sheng did not stop her. It was good for her to get some fresh air. Sheng Wanyan's home was on the 3rd floor, a perfect height. As soon as she went downstairs, she saw other people in the building. Some greeted her casually. "Is the Sheng girl going out? I heard you had a fever because of the rural work. Take my advice, going to the countryside isn't bad. It can ease your parents' burden." Sheng Wanyan simply nodded, having anticipated these comments. After all, everyone in the building envied the Sheng family's life, as both parents were workers. Their son was in the military, earning a decent income. With just 6 family members, their living quality was much better than hers. Who wouldn't feel jealous? Since Sheng Wanja was a company commander, people only dared to complain privately and wouldn't confront them directly. They might need the Sheng family's help in the future. However, there were also families in the building that had a bad relationship with the Sheng family, like the Li family. "Hey, Sheng girl, you're not trying to avoid going to the countryside, are you?" Sheng Wanyan understood the situation when she heard the harsh voice of a middle-aged woman. "Labor is the most honorable thing. You're not thinking of escaping, are you?" The speaker was Li's mother, who had a grudge against the Sheng family, dating back to when they were assigned to this building. The Li family had many children, but only Mr. Li worked, and they were given a 30-square-meter apartment. With 5 or 6 people squeezed into such a small space, and with thoughts of their grandson getting married in the future, it would be even more crowded. So, Li's mother had once complained to Sheng's mother about their financial struggles, asking for the Sheng family's 50-square-meter apartment. Of course, Sheng's mother refused. Who would want to give up a bigger house? Moreover, Mr. Sheng had a higher position than Mr. Li, so it was reasonable for them to have a larger apartment. There was no reason for her to give in just because their family was poorer. After Sheng's mother refused, the Li family began to openly and secretly mock the Sheng family. Sheng Wanyan glanced at her. She was not someone to be bullied easily. She didn't care how the original owner had endured it. She wouldn't put up with this. "Aunt Li, your granddaughter is only 8 years old, and she is already doing laundry and cooking at home. Are you trying to be like the old landlady from before?" When Li's mother heard this, she wanted to cover the girl's mouth. That kind of accusation could get her in trouble. Why was this girl so bold today? Usually, she kept her head down and didn't dare to speak, or her eyes would be red from worry. "What nonsense are you talking about? I'm not." Sheng Wanyan found it amusing to see her so nervous. In this era, a little gossip could ruin someone's life. If she didn't teach her a lesson, the girl might think she could get away with anything. "Everyone knows that your 8-year-old granddaughter is doing laundry and cooking at home." Exactly, it's obvious to everyone. When Li's mother heard that others were supporting Sheng Wanyan, she realized she wouldn't gain anything today. "Do you dare to say your own family isn't like this?" The others looked a bit guilty at her words. In this time, which girl didn't have to work? As long as a girl had food to eat, that was enough. Sheng Wanyan didn't want to get involved in their arguments and let them fight it out. After all, these women were quite strong. It was hard to tell who would win. It was Sheng Wanyan's first time seeing the streets of this era, all gray and dull. The walls had slogans like "Down with Capitalism," "Contribute to the Country." The atmosphere felt heavy, and people on the street wore clothes with patches. The women's faces looked pale and worn. Life was tough for women in this time. There were also some very thin, elderly people lying in the alleys. In this era of food shortages, this was the norm. Sheng Wanyan tried not to dwell on it. She couldn't afford to be too compassionate. Growing up in a deceitful environment, many people wanted to take advantage of her. She continued walking, noticing more red brick houses in the city. The supply and marketing cooperative and state-run restaurants were the best buildings here. Shum Wanyan inquired about the direction of the factories and headed that way. She explored all the factories in Rongcheng but didn't see any job postings. Finding a quiet spot, she went into her space to have lunch, then spent the afternoon checking nearby schools. After a whole day of searching, she still hadn't found a job, not even a hint of one. Shum Wanyan realized that blindly searching wasn't the solution. She needed to connect with the group of women working in the factories. Shum Wanyan plans to go to the factory gate tomorrow with some supplies to sell and gather information. She visited the supply and marketing cooperative to ask about the prices of goods in this era. Before leaving, she took out some soon-to-expire snack tickets, as they would expire if not used. She could buy some treats to bring home for Grandpa Sheng and Grandma Sheng to enjoy. "What do you want?" The seller, who was knitting a sweater, looked up and asked. "How much are the snacks?" 70 cents per pound, or one snack ticket or grain ticket. Hearing the price, Shum Wanyan thought it was quite cheap, as the food was made with real ingredients. 70 cents wouldn't buy a single candy in the future. She took out her money and ticket to buy a pound of osmanthus cake. The seller wrapped it in paper, as everything was very eco-friendly now. As soon as Shum Wanyan left the cooperative, she saw Xing Xiaoying walking toward her in a new sweater on a cold winter day. She had planned to confront her in a few days, but unexpectedly ran into her today. It was a good opportunity to get her things back. "Yenna, are you here to buy snacks?" Xing Xiaoying asked, noticing the cake in her hands and reaching out for a piece. "I didn't get any snacks for the new year. Give me a piece." Usually, Shum Wanyan would feel soft-hearted and share half with her when she heard such words. But today, she had come to the city specifically to retrieve some food, as she hadn't had anything good to eat for several days. Looking at the sweater and new hair tie that were originally lent to her, Shum Wanyan replied, "Yenner, why are you just standing there? Give it to me now." Today, Shum Wanyan was acting differently. She usually offered to share with her. "Can't you just buy it yourself if you want to eat? What did you say?" Xing Xiaoying couldn't believe her ears and was shocked that Shum Wanyan would say such a thing. She thought back and couldn't recall doing anything to upset her. Could it be that she was unhappy about taking her new socks last time? "Yenner, what's wrong? We're good friends. We share good things together." Hearing this, Shum Wanyan wanted to laugh. They only shared the original owner's things, not each other's. After eating, she still needed to pack some to take home. Who gave her the right to act like this? "You're here at the right time. The hair tie and sweater you took from me before need to be returned, along with the socks and all the food you've taken over time. That'll be $10. Xing Xiaoying became completely nervous. What was going on with Shum Wanyan today? Why did she suddenly ask for these things back? "Yenner, did you hear something from someone?" Xing Xiaoying stepped forward to hold her hand, but Shum Wanyan pulled away and yanked the hair tie off her head. "You used me like that before, and now I've woken up. Using my things is one thing. I could have stayed at school to be a teacher, but you kept whispering in my ear every day. Now I have to go to the countryside, and I haven't even come to you for this debt." Xing Xiaoying felt a bit anxious hearing her words. After all, Shum Wanyan used to listen to her. Something must have gone wrong. Someone must have said something to her. "Yenner, I have things to do at home." Shum Wanyan grabbed her arm. "Take off your sweater and give it to me. If you don't, I'll have my grandma ask your grandma for it." Shum Wanyan didn't want to talk much. People were coming and going at the entrance of the supply and marketing cooperative, and everyone was pointing at Xing Xiaoying. "This girl thinks everyone is a fool. Yeah, where is this kid from? I need to find out more. I don't want my son to meet her." Exactly. She clearly has bad intentions. Shum Wanyan looked at her, and Xing Xiaoying, pressured by the crowd's comments, had to take off the sweater and give it to her. After taking it off, Xing Xiaoying shivered from the cold. She only had a patched undershirt and a cotton coat that had become stiff and no longer warm. Xing Xiaoying handed it to her and turned to leave, but Shum Wanyan immediately stopped her. "There's still 10 yuan. Shum Wanyan wouldn't let her go. Did she expect to ride a bull cart for half a day to find her in the village? I don't have money." Shum Wanyan laughed at her words. How could she not have money? "Impossible, you took 5 yuan from me before." Add this 5 yuan, you owe me 15. Otherwise, I'll tell everyone where your family is. Sheng Wanyan directly threatened her. Sheng Xiaoying was currently looking for a partner and couldn't afford to ruin her reputation. She still hoped to find a good match and escape her family's troubles. Sheng Xiaoying's face turned dark as she pulled 15 yuan from her cotton coat pocket and handed it to her. Here. This was all the money Sheng Xiaoying had saved over 20 years, including the 5 yuan she borrowed from the original owner. Now it was all taken by Sheng Wanyan. Sheng Wanyan counted it in front of her, ensuring they would keep their distance in the future. Don't come to me regretting it later. Sheng Xiaoying said this and then left. Sheng Wanyan would definitely come to ask for reconciliation later. Previously, after they had a fight, it didn't take long for Sheng Wanyan to buy something to make up with her. She wondered who else would want to be friends with Sheng Wanyan besides herself. After returning home with the money and items, Sheng Wanyan's grandparents saw the sweater in her hands and exchanged glances. Their granddaughter used to always play with Sheng Xiaoying, who was quite manipulative. She often tricked their granddaughter, who was kind-hearted and would feel sorry for her, giving her gifts each time. The family had mentioned it a few times, but Sheng Wanyan never listened. Eventually, they decided to let her learn from her mistakes, thinking that experiencing loss would lead to reflection. However, her sudden realization was truly unexpected for them. Sheng Wanyan used the soap from home to wash the sweater thoroughly and hung it out on the balcony to dry. After washing the sweater, she brought some pastries to the two elders, letting them enjoy the treats in the living room. Keep it for yourself. We're too old to chew on these. Sheng Grandma said, while sewing on a sewing machine that was a wedding gift for Sheng Mother. When Sheng Mother married Sheng Father, it was not just about marrying the one she loved, it was also about escaping the hardships of her family. The bride price given by Sheng Father was taken by Sheng Mother's family, leading her to confront them directly. Somehow, she managed to get the sewing machine back. Sheng Wanyan didn't believe the elders' claims about not being able to eat well. They always saved the best for her. Now that they were retired, they kept busy at home, cleaning and preparing meals for Sheng Father and Sheng Mother when they came back from work. Grandma, I bought this just for you. You two enjoy it. I'll go cook, Sheng Wanyan said, placing the pastries down and heading towards the kitchen. She had taken a cooking class in her previous life and came from a wealthy family, so she considered any survival skill essential. However, cooking now required using fire, something she had never experienced before. Thankfully, she had the memories of the original owner and succeeded after a few tries. Sheng Wanyan opened the rice container, which looked like it held about a pound of rice, along with some cornmeal. There was also a piece of cured meat and sausage hanging on the wall, and in the corner, she found some vegetables and a few potatoes. When she opened the kitchen cabinet, she noticed that in most households, such cabinets would be locked. However, the Sheng family had only a few members and didn't have a competitive attitude towards food. Therefore, they never locked it, finding a pound of flour and 10 eggs inside. There is half a pound of brown sugar and white sugar left, and the rest is a small bowl of homemade lard. There is also soy sauce and coarse salt. Under the cabinet, there are pickled radishes and napa cabbage made by Grandma Sheng. Eating these in the winter is just perfect, and they can be stored well. Grandma Sheng's pickling skills are top-notch, and the family loves her food. In short, there isn't much, but for other families, having meat is quite a treat. Sheng Wanyan thought for a moment and decided to make corn noodles for everyone, as they would be warm to eat in the winter. She quickly got to work, taking out cornmeal and gradually adding water, kneading it into a dough. While the dough rested, she cut a small piece of cured meat. She used the cured meat to make a flavorful broth and glanced at Grandma and Grandpa Sheng in the living room. The two elders were enjoying pastries, looking very satisfied. While they weren't paying attention in the kitchen, Sheng Wanyan secretly added a few drops of spring water to the broth. After adding it, she checked the living room again to ensure Grandma and Grandpa Sheng hadn't noticed, and then she sighed with relief. Next, she added some salt and oil, let the water boil for a while, took out the cured meat, and sliced it. She also briefly blanched some vegetables and divided them into 5 bowls. Once the dough was ready, She started pulling the noodles into thin strips so that the corn noodles wouldn't be too hard to eat. After preparing the noodles, she boiled them, and just as her parents returned home, dinner was ready. Sheng Wanyan served 2 small dishes of pickled vegetables, and the family felt a bit full. "Daughter, your skills have improved," her father said. "You couldn't pull the noodles this thin before." As soon as her father spoke, Grandpa Sheng gave him a light slap on the head. "If you can't speak properly, just be quiet." Even with food, he still complained. What does he want? To eat meat every meal and have luxurious dinners? He really is hard to please. Sheng Wanyan's father didn't dare to say anything. He had the lowest status in the family. If it wasn't for his wife giving him a sharp look, it was his parents giving him a light slap now and then. His son, who often worked away from home, at least received warm greetings when he came back. But he, the one who worked hard to support the family, often faced criticism. Seeing her father's frustrated expression made Sheng Wanyan feel both heartbroken and amused. It was heart-wrenching to see her father, who was used to fine dining in the past, so happy over a bowl of noodles. After the family finished their simple dinner, they went to rest, as there weren't many entertainment options in those days. Everyone goes to bed around 7 or 8 in the evening. Mr. and Mrs. Sheng spent the whole day at work looking for job news, but there were no leads. Before bed, Mrs. Sheng sighed, feeling that her children were her biggest worry in life. Mr. Sheng patted her shoulder and said, "There's still half a month left. Use this time to find a good family for them." Mrs. Sheng nodded, realizing that their daughter was of marriageable age. If things really don't work out, they might have to resort to this option. The next morning, Sheng Wanyan had breakfast with her grandparents and then set out with a bamboo basket. From the original owner's memories, she knew where the black market was. When she went to sell grain at the factory, she would have to follow the black market prices. After all, it was unlikely to make money otherwise. Sheng Wanyan found a secluded spot, entered her space to change her appearance, and was glad she had learned makeup skills. She made herself look like a tired, middle-aged woman with a pale face and changed into the simplest clothes. Her appearance was not memorable, and she filled her basket with 3 pounds of regular rice, 3 cleaned wild rabbits, 2 wild chickens, and 1 pound of brown sugar. Since it was her first time doing this, she decided to be cautious and start with small profits, gradually building up. She wanted to assess the situation first and avoid drawing attention to herself. Sheng Wanyan left her space and headed toward the black market, following the original owner's memories. At the entrance of the alley to the black market, an old man was watching for anyone entering and stopped her. Sheng Wanyan opened her basket and offered him 2 pieces of candy, which were very precious at that time. The old man glanced at the contents of her basket and waved her in. Once inside the black market, it was just an alley where sellers could easily move around. Since private trading was not allowed, anyone caught would be labeled as speculators, which could lead to serious consequences for their families. However, food was scarce, and every household was struggling not just for grain, but for all supplies. Sheng Wanyan didn't start selling right away. Instead, she listened to others' prices. Even though she had plenty of food, she didn't want to be taken advantage of. Since she was now in this era, she needed to adapt to how people dealt with things. People in this time could be ruthless over a little food. If she attracted unwanted attention, she could end up in trouble. She wasn't a saint. In fact, she was quite selfish. As long as she didn't harm others, there was nothing wrong with protecting herself. Sheng Wanyan inquired about 2 speculators and learned that the prices were quite similar. The black market prices were double those of the supply and marketing cooperative, even with tickets. Sheng Wanyan moved to the center and squatted down at the entrance of an alley, placing her basket on the ground. This spot was ideal for both escape and foot traffic. As soon as she squatted, a man in leather shoes stood in front of her. "Ma'am, what do you have?" he asked. The young man, around 30, seemed to be well off since he wore leather shoes. Having money, but not being able to buy meat was frustrating. "I have 3 pounds of rice, a few wild animals, and a pound of brown sugar," Sheng Wanyan replied, mimicking the voice of a middle-aged woman. She had learned many skills in her previous life and could imitate a woman's voice quite well. Upon hearing about the rice and brown sugar, the man immediately squatted down to take a look. When he saw the white rice, he couldn't help but feel excited. His wife was pregnant and needed nutritious food, and the brown sugar could help her regain strength. "How much?" he asked. "Rice is 30 cents a pound, brown sugar is $1 a pound, and each wild animal is $3, weighing 2 pounds. I need tickets, any kind will do," Sheng Wanyan stated her prices. She was short on tickets and needed to buy things for her elders at home. Her prices were fair, and she wasn't trying to raise them intentionally. The man nodded in agreement. "I'll take the brown sugar and rice, along with a wild rabbit and a wild chicken." The young man bought most of her items, and Sheng Wanyan handed them over. After receiving the money, 2 more people came and bought her remaining 2 wild rabbits and wild chickens. Sheng Wanyan decided not to sell any further. She was just testing the waters today to understand the market. Since it was her first time, she preferred not to attract too much attention, and she felt quite nervous. Sheng Wanyan found a secluded spot to enter her space and counted the money she had earned in the past hour. She made $15 from the animals, $1 from the brown sugar, and 90 cents from the rice, along with 3 national grain tickets, 2 sugar tickets, and 4 regular grain tickets. In total, she earned $16.9, which was not much for her but a significant amount in this era. Adding the money from the original owner and what she got back from Sheng Xiuing, she had a total of $61.6. Sheng Wanyan quickly prepared a simple meal in her space and had some fruit. This was the time when everyone was finishing work, and there were too many people at the factory. She needed to ask around during everyone's work hours to avoid drawing attention. When Sheng Wanyan waited until 2:30, she packed 5 pounds of brown sugar, 3 pounds of white sugar, 10 pounds of rice, 1 wild chicken, 1 wild rabbit, and 20 eggs. She then walked towards the factory's housing area, still wearing her makeup and looking like a middle-aged woman. As she reached the factory building, she saw housewives coming out one after another. Noticing a woman who looked decent, she guessed she was heading to the supply store. Sheng Wanyan approached her and whispered, "Auntie, I have rice." The aunt's eyes lit up, and she looked around cautiously. "Really?" Sheng Wanyan nodded, noticing the excitement in the aunt's eyes. "Should we go to my house?" The aunt seemed to reconsider her words and quickly explained, "Don't worry, no one is home." Sheng Wanyan nodded, and the aunt immediately took her inside, chatting loudly as they walked. "Sister-in-law, why do you have time to visit me today? Come in and have some water." Sheng Wanyan played along with the aunt's act. "My father-in-law sent me." The aunt smiled appreciatively and led her into her home, pouring her a glass of water and urging her to open her basket. Sheng Wanyan was surprised that the aunt lived on the 5th floor. Climbing up with all those items was tiring. After taking a few sips of water, she opened her basket to show the aunt what she had. The aunt's eyes filled with joy at the sight of so many goods. It had been a while since the aunt's family had eaten meat. Whenever they bought some, it was never enough to satisfy them. "How much are you selling this for?" "You need tickets. Brown sugar is 1 yuan. The game is 3 yuan each, about 2 pounds. Rice is 30 cents per pound. White sugar is 1.5 yuan, and eggs are 10 cents each." Sheng Wanyan stated her prices, and the aunt knew she was being fair. The prices were similar to those in the black market, and buying from there came with risks. Thinking about it this way, the prices seemed even more reasonable. The aunt quickly took out her money and waited at home. Many households now had scales to avoid being shortchanged when buying goods. Every grain of rice was precious. The aunt didn't hesitate and wanted everything, knowing these items were hard to come by. She weighed each item carefully, ensuring there was no shortage, and even found the wild chicken was half a pound heavier. After confirming everything, the woman gave Sheng Wanyan the money, settling the matter right there. Sheng Wanyan didn't immediately ask about the job. She knew she needed to visit a couple more times for the woman to lower her guard.
"Sister, next time."
The woman looked at her with some hope, as this was food after all. "If you want it, I can bring some more next week. Can it not be in a few days?" Sheng Wanyan, hearing her words, thought for a moment and replied, "I've been helping my niece look for a job lately, so I don't have much time." The woman paused at her words, considering if she knew anyone selling jobs. To her surprise, she did. However, it wasn't her family. It was the daughter-in-law of a family in her building who was pregnant and planning to sell her job. After all, the job wasn't just for her family. It could upset both sides. The daughter-in-law had found the job herself, and even if she sold it now, both families would be unhappy but wouldn't dare say anything. Since she found the job through her own efforts, it wouldn't be right to pressure her into giving it up. Plus, with her being pregnant and her husband holding a good position at the factory, any trouble could lead to serious consequences, making it impossible to ask for help later. From any angle, they wouldn't dare to demand the job back. However, it was uncertain if this girl would be willing to pay for it, especially since jobs were hard to come by now. Sister, there's a family upstairs planning to sell a job. Sheng Wanyan knew she had come to the right place. It's a position in the cotton factory's publicity department. You just need to do some writing. But there are educational requirements, and it costs quite a bit. Sheng Wanyan didn't care about the quality of the job. She just wanted to stay in the city. How much is it? My niece just graduated from high school. Upon hearing that her niece had graduated, the woman felt confident that she could handle the job. They're asking for 300 yuan and 50 jin of fine grain. Without the grain, it's 400 yuan. Sheng Wanyan calculated in her mind. She had no problem with the grain, but she didn't have 300 yuan right now and would need a couple of days. Moreover, she didn't plan to use her own money to buy the job. She intended to borrow from Sheng Fu. After all, the original owner's finances were known to the Sheng family, and suddenly pulling out that much money would raise suspicions. Sure, I'll go back and discuss it. If all goes well, I'll bring the money and food over the day after tomorrow. Whether I take the job or not, I'll bring you some game the day after tomorrow. The lady was very happy to hear this. She had been waiting for this response from the girl.
Great.
I'll wait for you at the entrance of the building at 3 o'clock the day after tomorrow. Sheng Wanyan nodded and hurriedly left the lady's house with her basket. She found a secluded spot to enter her space, removed her makeup, and changed back into her clothes from earlier. She took some of her money and earned 20.5 yuan from the lady, bringing her total to 82.1 yuan. In this era, that was a considerable amount of money. Sheng Wanyan wasn't in a rush to make more. She needed to take things step by step, focusing on stability. She placed the money and tickets into a bamboo storage box, took 3 wild chickens, and headed home. When Sheng Wanyan returned home, Grandpa Sheng saw what was in her basket and knew she had been to the black market. You're not allowed to go there again. This girl was too bold. Considering the current times, how could she dare to go to the black market? Grandpa, I was very careful. The family doesn't lack anything. If you want meat, let your dad go. Hearing her grandfather's words, Sheng Wanyan smiled and shook her head, hoping to calm him down before he got really upset. Okay, I'll try not to go again. Grandpa Sheng shot her a disapproving look. His granddaughter could be quite stubborn. Don't make me worry. Sheng Wanyan felt a bit dazed by his words. They reminded her of how the old man in her past life used to say the same thing to her, with the exact same tone. What are you standing there for? Your hand will get cut off. Seeing her lost in thought while holding a kitchen knife, Grandpa Sheng quickly took it away from her. Go outside. Go rest. Sheng Wanyan wanted to say something, but a single look from Grandpa Sheng silenced her. She quickly left the kitchen to help Grandma Sheng with sewing. Grandma Sheng was worried about Grandpa's cooking skills and rushed to the kitchen, fearing he would ruin the wild chickens. Go on, I'll make soup to nourish the family. The worst part about living in the building was cooking meat. The smell could be detected by neighbors, and they would instantly know who was having meat. What is the Sheng family cooking today? It smells so good. This aroma is truly tempting. A lady from the Li family, smelling the delicious scent, found her steamed buns suddenly unappetizing. What's so great about eating meat? As if no one else could afford it. Grandma, I want to eat meat too, said a little girl sitting across from the lady, swallowing hard. Eat, eat, eat. A little girl wants to eat meat? Why don't you just send me to the sky? The little girl immediately stopped talking, afraid her grandmother would scold her. When Mr. Sheng and Mrs. Sheng returned home, they saw a big bowl of meat and immediately looked at Sheng Wanyan. Dear, Don't go there anymore. If you want to eat meat, just tell me. Mr. Sheng took a bite of chicken wings, enjoying it, but he was very worried inside. What if someone found out? I was very careful and got lucky. No one noticed. Sheng Wanyan explained, but Mrs. Sheng was not willing to let her off easily, giving her a sharp look. The meaning was clear. She needed to behave. Sheng Wanyan didn't know what to say about her mother's temper. Why did Mrs. Sheng always want to scold her in this day and age? Deep down, Sheng Wanyan felt intimidated by her mother. It must be the pressure from their bloodline. I have something to say. Under her mother's pressure, Sheng Wanyan quietly raised her hand. What is it? Mr. Sheng truly adored his daughter. Although Mrs. Sheng often scolded her, she knew deep down that she loved her the most. She was afraid of spoiling her, pulling her back like a rope, worried she would ruin herself. Sheng Wanyan wiped her mouth and talked about the job. I found out about a job today. Someone wants to sell it for 300 yuan. The Sheng family immediately stopped eating, focusing on what she had to say. What job? Can it be secured right away? It's a position in the cotton factory's publicity department. I heard they need to sell it because someone is pregnant. Upon hearing this, Mr. Sheng immediately told Mrs. Sheng to get the money from home. Is it just the money? Mrs. Sheng squinted at Sheng Wanyan, who felt very nervous inside. And 50 jin of fine grain. Without the grain, it's 400 yuan. Mrs. Sheng wanted to slap her for not mentioning such an important matter. What? Did she think she could prepare it herself? Where would she get it from? Did she think her mother was useless? What if she couldn't gather the 50 jin of grain in time and lost the job? That little girl would be so mad at her. When do they need it? The day after tomorrow at 3 p.m. Mrs. Sheng immediately went to get the money from home, counted it, and handed 300 yuan to her. I'll figure out the grain tomorrow. You take this money over first. Just as Sheng Wanyan wanted to ask something, Grandma Sheng grabbed her hand, signaling her to do as her mother said. Sheng Wanyan nodded and took the money, planning to find a way to help her family later. If she asked her family to lend her money, her mother would probably scold her tonight. That evening, Sheng's mother was thinking about how to gather food for her daughter, as it was a big deal that could affect her future. Wife, why did you let our daughter take the money first? Aren't you afraid she might get cheated? Sheng's mother rolled her eyes. She had been looking for work and knew about the cotton factory situation. However, she hadn't had a chance to get involved until now, and since her daughter had this opportunity, they had to seize it. Getting it done sooner is better than later. I'm just worried something might go wrong in between. Take a day off tomorrow and go to the nearby countryside to see if you can buy some fine grains. I'll buy from the black market. Hearing this, Sheng's father gave her a thumbs up. His wife was wise. The next day, they left early, and Sheng Wanyan took the money as her mother instructed. When she arrived, the woman was surprised to see her. Sister, what brings you here? Seeing what Sheng Wanyan was carrying, the woman realized what was happening, but didn't expect her to come so quickly. Sister, this is for you from my niece. They accepted her for the job. Here's the money today, and tomorrow you can bring the food. Sheng Wanyan handed over 3 pounds of pork and 20 eggs, and the woman quickly pulled her inside. Sister, your niece is quite decisive. I heard last night that others have already come looking for this job. You came at the right time. I'll take you to meet them. After hearing this, Sheng Wanyan couldn't help but admire her mother's cleverness. If she hadn't come today, this job might have slipped away. Thank you, Auntie. The woman waved her hand. She wanted to build a good relationship with Sheng Wanyan to make buying food easier in the future. She didn't expect this girl to be so polite and even bring gifts to thank her. With meat being so precious, she was thrilled to receive 3 pounds. The woman took Sheng Wanyan to the 6th floor and knocked on a family's door. Upon entering, Sheng Wanyan saw a pregnant woman sitting on a stool, accompanied by another woman and a young man. They were likely the ones inquiring about the job, but the pregnant woman's face didn't look good. It seemed they hadn't reached an agreement, which meant there was still a chance. You can go home now. I need to think about it. The pregnant woman dismissed them, and the mother and son had to leave. Then please think it over carefully. The pregnant woman nodded and, after watching the mother and child leave, invited Sheng Wanyan and the others to sit down. Ma'am, what is this about? This girl from the Wu family is here to buy a job. The woman held up 3 fingers to indicate the price. Hearing this, the pregnant woman sighed in relief. The mother and child had also come to buy a job. Her son, at 20 years old, was about to be sent to the countryside, which is why they rushed to find her to buy a job. They had initially agreed on a price of 400 yuan, but in the end, they tried to lower it. Going from 400 to 200 was truly unrealistic. Do you understand my price? The pregnant woman had seen many people looking to buy jobs in recent days. Either the price was an issue or the food was. Everyone wanted to take advantage. Her job paid around 20 yuan a month, plus there were receipts. Asking for 300 or 400 yuan was not unreasonable. After all, it was a stable job. I understand. My niece is already preparing the food. Here is 300 yuan for you up front. If it's convenient for you, I can have my niece bring the food to you tomorrow. With this, Sheng Wanyan understood her intention, to transfer the job to her niece tomorrow. Okay, tomorrow at 10 a.m., have your niece wait for me at the entrance of the building. Sheng Wanyan sighed in relief. Finally, there was progress with the job. All right, my niece's name is Sheng Wanyan. I'll make sure she waits for you at the entrance. Sheng Wanyan wrote down the name for her, worried she might mistake it tomorrow.
Got it.
The pregnant woman took the money, confirmed the time, and then escorted her out.
Thank you so much, ma'am.
Sheng Wanyan felt that the woman was quite kind-hearted, and she owed her a favor. Girl, you don't need to mention it again. Just consider it a gift. The woman whispered this to her. It wouldn't be good if others found out. Besides, she had accepted a gift from Sheng Wanyan, which felt a bit greedy. So it was best to let this matter pass without further mention, treating it as if nothing had happened. No one should hold anything against the other. They could continue their business dealings in the future. Sheng Wanyan nodded at her words. The woman was wise. Sheng Wanyan still wanted to visit the black market, but seeing the time, it was already noon. She would have to wait until the afternoon, as her parents were likely going to the black market to buy food today. She had to go to the black market to buy some fine grain for her family. Grandpa and Grandma Sheng were surely waiting for her news at home, so she hurried back. As soon as she entered the door, they anxiously grabbed her hands and asked about the situation. How did it go? What did they say? Grandma Sheng was worried that it might not work out and had been distracted all day at home. Grandpa Sheng also frowned at her, knowing that if this job didn't work out, she would really have to get married. Grandma, it worked out. Hearing this, Grandma Sheng sighed in relief. That's good, that's good. Tomorrow at 10, I'll take the grain to the entrance of the building and wait for her, then I'll transfer the job to me. Let your mother go with you. For such an important matter, it was better for her daughter-in-law to accompany her. Even though her daughter-in-law was a bit impatient, she was very clever and wise. If anything unusual happened, her daughter-in-law could make decisions. Sheng Wanyan thought for a moment and agreed. Since she was new to this time, it was better to have Sheng Mu with her. There were many things she still didn't know how to handle, and with Sheng Mu, she felt more at ease. Okay, I'll tell Mom and Dad when they get back. After having lunch at home, Sheng Wanyan went out to the black market. She changed her appearance in a special way and carried 10 kilograms of rice with her. Once inside, she found a corner to squat down and secretly took out 50 kilograms of rice from her space to put in her basket before Sheng Mu arrived. During the process, she sold 5 kilograms, and after half an hour, she finally saw Sheng Mu's figure. Sheng Mu had been there since morning, watching for rice, but she had only managed to buy 5 kilograms after waiting all morning. She still had a long way to go to reach 50 kilograms. Seeing her walk over, Sheng Wanyan quickly added a few more kilograms of rice to her basket. There was about 60 kilograms in total, enough to meet Sheng Mu's needs. It was just right to bring back for the elderly couple at home. As Sheng Mu approached her, Sheng Wanyan imitated the voice of a middle-aged woman and said, "Sister, I have the best rice." Upon hearing this, Sheng Mu immediately stopped and walked in her direction. "Ma'am, do you have rice?" Sheng Mu didn't recognize Sheng Wanyan at all. Her disguise was incredibly convincing. "Yes, how much do you want?" Sheng Wanyan opened a corner to show her, and Sheng Mu became excited upon seeing so much rice. Sister, how do you sell this? Sheng Wanyan really didn't want to take Sheng Mu's money, but she was also afraid of raising her suspicions. 30 cents a pound, no receipt. When Sheng Mu heard her price, she thought it was very cheap. Usually, those who don't provide a receipt sell for 40 cents a pound. This girl is so straightforward. Could it be her first time here? Can you give me all of it? Sheng Wanyan had been waiting for this question. She came specifically for Sheng Mu. Okay, I'll finish selling and head back to the village early. Sheng Mu had a knowing look on her face. Only someone from the countryside could bring out this much rice. This must be the harvest from the whole year, not wanting to eat it but selling it for money. There are 60 pounds here. I'll carry it outside for you. Sheng Mu didn't expect this woman to be so kind, but she felt a bit cautious. She could carry it herself. No need, I can carry it myself. Sheng Mu declined her kindness and quickly handed her 18 yuan before leaving. Sheng Wanyan felt a bit helpless, but understood Sheng Mu's cautious nature. As soon as Sheng Mu left, she hurried into her space to change her clothes and rush home. Her speed was definitely faster than Sheng Mu's, and she called out to her halfway back. Mom, let me carry it. Sheng Mu was startled. She was already exhausted, sweating in the cold winter. Seeing it was her daughter, Sheng Mu sighed in relief, and the two hurriedly carried the items back home. It was just the right time for everyone to cook, and there weren't many people outside. If they returned any later, the neighbors would notice. Grandpa Sheng and Grandma Sheng were relieved to see the food. Now it felt like a sure thing, as long as nothing unexpected happened tomorrow. Sheng Fu came home quite late, around 7 in the evening. Sheng Wanyan quickly cooked him a steaming bowl of noodles, adding some meat and an egg. Sheng Fu ate quickly, looking quite hungry. He had been starving all day, and the food he took with him was already gone. Wife, I only bought 20 pounds. If that's not enough, we can pay more. While eating, he shared his situation but didn't hear a response from his wife. When he looked up, he saw her looking quite pleased. Seeing this, Sheng Fu knew his wife had made a good deal. She was impressive as always. Wife, did you buy more? His tone was filled with uncertainty, and Sheng Mu proudly lifted her chin, saying, You should know who I am. Sheng's father instantly smiled, forgetting about his meal, and hurried to the kitchen to check on the food supplies. Seeing dozens of pounds of white rice, he felt happier than he had ever been in his life, aside from marrying his wife. Wife, you are amazing. Sheng's mother felt delighted by his praise. After a long day of work, how could she not be? She also didn't expect to be so lucky running into the woman selling rice that day. Tomorrow, I will go with Yenner. Have you made arrangements over there? While organizing things, Sheng's mother asked about Sheng Wanyan's situation. Yes, it's set for 10 o'clock tomorrow morning. The person meeting her knows I'm her niece. Sheng's mother nodded. It didn't matter what their relationship was, as long as they could secure the job, everything would be fine. Sheng's father and mother set aside 50 pounds of rice, ready to take it in the morning. The next day, Sheng Wanyan got up, exchanged a few words with her mother, and then left. At the entrance of the factory's housing area, she saw the pregnant daughter-in-law of the Wu family. Sheng Wanyan walked over, and the Wu family daughter-in-law understood who she was. Hello, I am Sheng Wanyan. This is my mother. The Wu family daughter-in-law nodded at her words and led them home with the rice they had brought. After we check the rice, we will go to the cotton factory. When they ask, just say you are my sister-in-law's niece. Sheng Wanyan nodded and glanced at her mother. The Wu family daughter-in-law opened the rice bag and confirmed it was 50 pounds before they set off for the cotton factory. It took about half an hour to walk to the cotton factory. Once they arrived, the Wu family daughter-in-law took her to the logistics department to complete the hiring process. This is my sister-in-law's niece. The logistics staff nodded and asked Sheng Wanyan a few simple questions. Knowing she had just graduated from high school, they felt confident she could handle the job. Sheng Wanyan successfully got the job and would prepare to start the day after tomorrow. Your position is as a clerk in the publicity department, with a salary of 20 a month, 30 pounds of grain tickets, 1 pound of meat tickets, and half a pound of cotton tickets, distributed on the first of each month. Now, the tickets are distributed based on the number of people in each household, and she was satisfied to receive even 1 pound of meat tickets. Just sign here, and be here at 8 o'clock the day after tomorrow. Sheng Wanyan signed her name, feeling completely at ease now. Mother Sheng let out a big sigh of relief. After so long, things finally had a resolution, and she could enjoy her meals more. After finishing the paperwork with the Wu family's daughter-in-law, Sheng Wanyan took a different path home. It was a one-time deal, and no one could bring it up again later. As soon as the Wu family's daughter-in-law returned home, she saw the mother and son who wanted to buy the job rushing toward her. Wu family's sister.
We want that job.
The woman was sweating. She had heard that someone was trying to take her son's job today. She couldn't sit still. She had planned to negotiate for a couple of days, but it was taken without a word. I've already sold the job. You should go home. The mother and son were shocked. That was her son's job, and without it, he would have to go to the countryside.
Who did you sell it to?
I never said I wouldn't buy it. You were the ones who kept thinking about it. After saying this, the Wu family's daughter-in-law went home, leaving the anxious mother and son behind. It's all your fault. If you had paid yesterday, it would have been mine. Now I'm going to the countryside. The young man kept complaining about his mother. With less than 10 days before going to the countryside, how would they find another job?
Mom.
Tomorrow, I will find out who took the job from you. I will definitely get it back for you. The young man paused, looking at her with doubt. Really?
Can I lie about that?
Sheng Wanyan had no idea that a shameless mother and son were thinking about her. Even if she knew, she would keep her distance. With less than 10 days left, there was no need to waste time on such people. She would rather use that time to earn more money and prepare for the future. Sheng Wanyan and Mother Sheng went to the community office to resolve the countryside issue. She received her job confirmation, and the office staff could not force her to go to the countryside. When they got home, Grandpa and Grandma Sheng learned that everything was settled, and the family had a small drink that evening. Prepare a few new outfits for Wanyan tomorrow. We don't want her to be embarrassed at work. Mother Sheng nodded. Although she had a bad temper, she would not treat her family poorly. In this era, if she didn't stand up for herself, with her mother-in-law being so refined, they would be bullied. If life was good, who would want to be angry every day? No one should think they could take advantage of her family. Survival was more important than pride. Also, write a letter to Xiao Zhe and put aside the matter of Yenner's partner for now. Tell him that next time he takes leave, he should either bring back a daughter-in-law for me or set me up on a blind date. Sheng Wanza is already 25 years old. Others his age have 2 kids, and he doesn't even have a girlfriend. He isn't worried, but his whole family is concerned. The Sheng family only has this one son. How can they not be anxious? In this day and age, who doesn't want a son? If Sheng's father had only had daughters, it would have been fine. They could have found a son-in-law. But since they had a son, they don't want him to be the last of their line. When Sheng Wanyan heard this, she sighed in relief. As long as it's not about her dating, anyone else can deal with it. She silently mourned for Sheng Wanza. Since she arrived in this time, she hears about his dating troubles every day. With one of the 2 big family issues resolved, everyone plans to tackle the remaining one with full force. After dinner, Sheng Wanyan went back to her room. Listening to the sounds outside, she noticed that her family was resting early today. They had used so much energy lately that once they relaxed, they felt completely at ease. Once the house was quiet, Sheng Wanyan hurried to the space to take a shower. The bathroom at home is very small, and they have to heat water for bathing. Unlike the village, there isn't enough wood prepared for winter. In the city, people usually use coal balls or secretly gather some firewood from nearby hills. If they have too much, there's no space to store it. If they have too little, it's not enough, which is very inconvenient. That's why city folks only bathe once a week in winter. Usually, they just wipe themselves down. Sheng Wanyan feels uncomfortable if she doesn't shower every day. She always feels sticky. If it weren't for the convenience of her space, she would feel overwhelmed. The next day, Sheng Wanyan stayed home to accompany the two elders. After all, she had been out every day recently, leaving many chores undone at home. If she doesn't do them, Grandma Sheng would just be sitting around with nothing to do. The two elders had worried a lot about her going to the countryside. It's better for them to rest. She'll be back to work tomorrow, and I can't help them much anyway. Grandma Sheng was at the sewing machine, making new clothes for Sheng Wanyan. It's already April, so it's time to start on summer clothes. By the time they're finished, she'll be able to wear them to work. Knock, knock, knock. There was a loud knock at the door. Who could it be at this hour? Could it be your parents coming back for something? Hearing her grandfather's words, Sheng Wanyan thought it was unlikely, since her father had the key. She felt uneasy about the visitor, as the knocking sounded aggressive. With only her and the two elderly people at home, she whispered to her grandmother, "Grandma, do you think it could be the mother and son I bought the job with?" Her grandmother considered this possibility. "In 10 minutes, your parents will be home. Let your mom handle it." There was no need for reasonable people to deal with unreasonable ones. Sheng Wanyan nodded. She agreed that it was best for her mother to take care of it. If she opened the door and something happened to the elderly, she would feel terrible. She wasn't reckless, and reasoning with unreasonable people was pointless. "Open the door." The woman outside, frustrated by Sheng Wanyan's refusal, began kicking the door. Neighbors gathered around, watching and discussing. When Sheng's father and mother returned home, they saw a crowd at their door and rushed over. "What's going on?" Sheng's father asked, his face serious as he looked at the troublemaking mother and son. Sheng's mother recognized them immediately. "Are you from this family?" The woman angrily asked Sheng's father, who nodded. The next moment, the woman started shouting, "Your daughter took my son's job. Give it back." Sheng's father understood the situation. They had paid for that job. They didn't want to pay and still expected to have a say? Didn't they understand the principle of first come, first served? Oh my, the Sheng family's daughter found a job? Does that mean she won't have to go to the countryside? Wow, now the whole Sheng family is employed. Whoever marries into the Sheng family is lucky. Sheng's mother, seeing the onlookers, decided to send them away. "Excuse me, ma'am, you keep saying my daughter took your son's job. I want to ask, how did she take it? Was that job your son's? Did you complete the hiring process?" Sheng's mother was not going to tolerate such behavior. She had dealt with people like this before. "I was the first to apply. You took advantage of us and stole it. Do you even have any shame?" The woman pointed at Sheng's mother, shouting angrily and even trying to get physical, which made Sheng's mother's face darken with anger. Mr. Sheng stepped back a few paces when he saw her expression, and sure enough, the next moment, Mrs. Sheng started to act. Mr. Sheng blocked the woman's son when he tried to step forward, thinking that it was not right for a man to get involved in a woman's fight. Sheng Wanyan heard the commotion inside and quickly opened the door to run out. Seeing Mrs. Sheng in a fight, she rushed over to help. The mother and daughter worked well together in this situation. Although it seemed like Sheng Wanyan was trying to break up the fight, she was actually controlling the woman to prevent her from hurting Mrs. Sheng. Mrs. Sheng grabbed the woman's hair and was not holding back.
Mom.
Sheng Wanyan gave her a look, signaling her to ease up, as making a big scene would not be good for anyone. Mrs. Sheng understood that being too rough could have consequences, especially for her daughter. After a few moments, she calmed down, while the woman continued to shout insults. "You shameless woman! Your daughter is just as bad. How dare you steal my son's job?" Hearing the woman insult Sheng Wanyan made Mrs. Sheng furious, and she slapped her twice. "If you insult my daughter again, I'll slap you again. I'll call the police. I'll tell the police that your son is avoiding work and causing trouble for my family. Then it won't just be a simple matter for your son." Mrs. Sheng knew how to hit where it hurt. She wouldn't let anyone disrespect her in front of her family. Her family had nothing to be ashamed of, so they had nothing to fear. "You loudmouth. Go ahead and call the police." Mrs. Sheng angrily walked out, startling the mother and son.
Mom. Stop it.
The woman's son glared at her, realizing that if the police got involved, his reputation would be ruined for life. The woman understood the seriousness of the situation. They could still find a way to bring her son back to the city, but If this escalated, the whole family would be affected. Get out of here. I don't want to see you again. If you dare to cause trouble for my family again, I won't be so easy to deal with next time. With so many witnesses today, do you think I'm afraid of you? Shum Wanyan thought her mom was really clever, blocking all escape routes for the other side. The mother and son, despite their anger, realized they had no choice but to accept the situation. Shum Wanyan let them go, and the mother and son glared at them several times. Try glaring at me again. Mrs. Shung, filled with anger, tried to chase after them, but Shum Wanyan quickly stopped her. The mother and son hurried away, feeling that they were dealing with unreasonable people. They were even more aggressive than they were. Shum Wanyan returned home and immediately poured a glass of warm water for her mother, who took several sips to calm down. If she dares to come again, I will make her regret it. The family nodded in agreement. In this house, her word was final. Calm down, dear. Don't let someone like that upset you. Shung's father kept patting her back while Shum Wanyan went to serve the food and called them to eat. Shung's mother still seemed a bit upset while eating, biting into the steamed bun as if she wanted to bite someone's neck. No one in the family dared to provoke her. Shung's mother was serious when she was angry. She and Shung Wanja grew up under her strictness, and she was not soft-hearted when it came to discipline. That night, Shung's father gave her a massage and said many kind words until she calmed down. Tomorrow our daughter starts work. Give her some money and tickets for meals. Sure. Shung's father quickly took out 10 yuan and some food tickets from a metal box, sneaking a glance at Shung's mother's expression.
Ha.
Don't make it seem like I don't care about our daughter. Hearing this, Shung's father laughed. After all, 10 yuan was a lot of money, and he was worried that giving her so much might upset his wife. Shung's mother took the money and tickets and knocked on Shum Wanyan's door. When Shum Wanyan opened it, she saw her mother standing there with the money and tickets. Take this money and tickets. Treat yourself to some meat at the cafeteria. Don't skimp on yourself at work. Mom, I have money. Shum Wanyan's tone was a bit weak, fearing her mother's reaction. Sure enough, her mother shot her a look. Be quiet. Shum Wanyan immediately fell silent. Today, her mother was not to be trifled with. Her mother came in, placed the money in her hand, and told her to go to bed early before returning to her room. Once she left, Shum Wanyan smiled at the money in her hand. Her mother really cared for her, but after all these years, she had grown used to her fiery personality. She wasn't good at expressing her concern for her children, but her actions spoke louder than words. Shum Wanyan put the money away and went to bed early. The next morning, she got up early and enjoyed the breakfast her mother had made. She packed her lunch into her olive green shoulder bag and set off for work. In this time, people prepared their own meals, and today her mother had specially made her a fried egg and 2 steamed buns. In this era of scarcity, that was already a very good meal. Shum Wanyan took the electric tram to work, which was very close, costing only a dime to reach the factory area. Many people take the tram to work, and the tram is filled with all kinds of people. However, everyone's face shows enthusiasm for their jobs. Their main thought is to work hard and make their own contribution. When Shum Wanyan arrived at the cotton factory, the old man at the entrance noticed she was new and asked her a question. Shum Wanyan felt it was very important to build a good relationship with the old man. After all, the gatekeeper usually knows a lot. Oh, you're the new one from the publicity department.
Yes.
Just go straight to the publicity department. You'll see it at the end. The old man gave her directions, and Shum Wanyan was relieved to finally find someone to ask about the location of the publicity department. Thank you, sir. The old man waved his hand, and Shum Wanyan hurried to report to the publicity department. There weren't many people in the department. Including her, there were only 6. The head of the publicity department welcomed her and assigned her to the only available spot. Director Lee clapped his hands, and everyone turned to look. Let me introduce. This is Comrade Shum Wanyan, who will be working with us from now on. Welcome, new colleague. Welcome, welcome. Director Lee is a middle-aged man around 40, and there are 2 female colleagues and 2 male colleagues. Everyone here is older than Shum Wanyan. One female colleague, Nyo Fengli, is already married with children and is 30 years old. Women at this age often have several kids. Another female colleague, Woo Jiaxiu, is about 21 and has just been married for 2 months. Among the male colleagues, one is married at 25, named Shin Kongming, while the other is a young man named Lin Jiahong, who is 20 and has been working here for about 6 months. The remaining two are Director Li and Sheng Wanyan, whose desk is conveniently located in the middle on the right side. In front of her is Chen Kongming, behind her is Niu Fengli, and next to the aisle is Wu Jiaxiu. On her first day, since she was not familiar with the work, Director Li asked Wu Jiaxiu to show her some previous materials. Sheng Wanyan began to study them seriously, while everyone else focused on their tasks. Everyone was deep in thought about their promotional materials. Director Li left for a meeting, reminding them to work diligently. Once he left, everyone stopped writing and gathered around Sheng Wanyan. Wu Jiaxiu, seeing her serious expression, couldn't help but laugh. "You don't need to be so serious. Our department is just passing the time." Sheng Wanyan looked at her colleagues, noticing their guilty expressions. Would this lead to bad behavior? Everyone introduced themselves and shared information about the publicity department. In our department, we usually write promotional materials and post some notices on the bulletin board. We only produce a few promotional pieces each month, and most of the time we find ways to pass the time. The publicity department really had little to do. It was quite relaxed. The factory focused on efficiency, not on how well the promotional materials were written. As long as the information was clear and the notices were effective, that was enough. When Sheng Wanyan arrived, several colleagues tried to change her perspective, making her feel discouraged. At first, she didn't believe it, but after a light interrogation and some persuasion from her colleagues, she was amazed by what she saw when they returned to their seats. Some were knitting, while others were snacking. It felt like they were just collecting a paycheck without much work. When Director Li was absent, everyone returned to their true selves. Weren't people supposed to be working hard in this era? What was going on? Surprised? Wu Jiaxiu noticed Sheng Wanyan's disbelief and her scanning gaze, realizing she was still in shock. Not really surprised, just didn't expect it. She knew the department was relaxed, but no one had mentioned it was this laid back. "You'll get used to it. We all started out like this. As long as you don't get caught, it's all fine." As Wu Jiaxiu spoke, she pointed toward the door, indicating that as long as Director Li didn't notice, nothing was a problem. Sheng Wanyan nodded with a smile. This life was nice. She liked it. However, since she was new, she needed to be cautious and ensure her work was up to par, so she wouldn't give anyone a reason to criticize her. Sheng Wanyan spent the entire morning reviewing materials. When lunchtime came, Wu Jiaxiu asked if she wanted to go to the cafeteria. "No, I brought my own lunch. It's enough." Wu Jiaxiu nodded, as it was common in this era for people to prepare their own meals. However, Wu Jiaxiu, being newly married and having a little money, wanted to eat meat. Since she had just moved in, her mother-in-law hadn't taken charge yet, so she wanted to treat herself. Wu Jiaxiu went to the cafeteria with 2 male colleagues, while Sheng Wanyan enjoyed the food she brought from home. Niu Fengli sneaked a glance at Sheng Wanyan's meal, which included eggs and vegetables, quite a feast. It seemed this new colleague came from a good background. That shiny fried egg clearly had oil in it. Sheng Wanyan looked over, and Niu Fengli smiled at her while focusing on her food. Sheng Wanyan glanced at what she was eating but didn't pay much attention. She was at work, not there to be kind. After finishing her meal, she went to the cafeteria entrance to clean her lunchbox and put it back in her cloth bag. She felt quite bored all day. At noon, Wu Jiaxiu took her around the factory to help her get familiar with the place. "This is our production workshop. Don't come here unless necessary. This is the cafeteria, and this is the manager's office." Wu Jiaxiu was friendly and patiently introduced everything to her. "Okay, I got it. Thank you." Wu Jiaxiu waved her hand. After all, Sheng Wanyan was about the same age as her, and she finally had a colleague she could talk to. Naturally, she was more enthusiastic, especially since their job was stable. Unless something unexpected happened, they would likely work together until Wu Jiaxiu had her baby. Plus, Seeing how neat and tidy Sheng Wanyan was, she didn't seem like someone from a humble background. Sheng Wanyan toured the cotton factory with Wu Jiaxiu. When it was time to leave, she and her colleagues parted ways, each heading home. The cotton factory closed at 5:30, and it took her about half an hour to get home by tram. When Sheng Wanyan arrived home, Grandma Sheng had already prepared dinner, waiting for them to return. "You're back. How was work?" Grandma Sheng asked her about her day as soon as she saw her, and Sheng Wanyan helped serve the dishes. "It was good. The work is quite easy." Grandma Sheng nodded, as she had some understanding of what the publicity department was like. After all, she had worked in a factory too, and the publicity and logistics departments were considered the best clerical positions. They had fewer tasks and were perfect for girls. "That's good. Your parents should be home soon." Just as Sheng Wanyan finished serving, her father and mother arrived. Her father immediately asked if she was getting used to the job. Sheng Wanyan nodded and mentioned, "It's very easy." Her parents found that normal. After all, the publicity department in any factory was usually the least demanding. "That's great. Just do your best at work." After dinner, Sheng Wanyan washed the dishes with her mother. They had about 10 pounds of staple food at home, so they weren't lacking anything for now. Her mother also worked at the textile factory, making it easier to get fabric. However, the fabric they brought home was often flawed, but after cutting and sewing, it was hard to tell. Most of it was used internally by employees. The next morning, Sheng Wanyan left with her parents, and her mother packed lunch for all three of them. By the way, warm-up lunch for the two elderly people. Grandpa Sheng and Grandma Sheng had a filling breakfast, and then went to the supply and marketing cooperative to buy things. Now, you have to go early to buy anything. If you go later, all that's left are some bones that no one wants. The next day at work, Sheng Wanyan was smarter. She took out a roll of gray yarn from her space and put it in her bag. She could knit a sweater while at work, otherwise, sitting there doing nothing would be boring. Besides, with 6 people at home, making 2 sets for each person is a big project. If she starts now, everyone can wear new clothes for the new year. Sheng Wanyan walked into the publicity department, and a few colleagues arrived one after another. As soon as they sat down, Director Lee held a small meeting to discuss the factory's publicity goals. This month, the factory has a heavy workload, and the workers are quite tired. The higher-ups plan to give the workers some benefits. Think about how to promote these benefits to improve the workers' impression of the factory and encourage them to work harder. Director Lee's words made everyone think deeply. Wu Jiaxiu asked, "What are the benefits?" "Each person will receive 5 apples and 1 pound of white sugar. Fruits are very expensive now, and the skins are often wrinkled. After picking and transporting, many get damaged. In this era, fruits are rare. When they are picked, they're sent directly to the capital. Only the leftovers are distributed to other cities. Even so, people treat them as treasures. In this time, being able to eat enough is already good. Who cares if the fruit is fresh? Think about it today, and everyone needs to give me one idea before leaving." With Director Lee's instruction, everyone could only nod in agreement. But just 5 apples to make the workers more diligent? How is that possible? Isn't this putting them in a difficult position? Once Director Lee left, everyone in the office sighed. "Hurry up and think, otherwise, the coming days won't be easy." Niu Fengli sighed. She wanted to finish work early to go home and cook. Everyone began to work on their ideas, and Sheng Wanyan also thought about how to encourage the workers effectively. Before leaving, everyone submitted their ideas to Director Lee's desk. When Director Lee returned and looked through them, he was pleasantly surprised by Sheng Wanyan's idea. This idea was great. These encouraging words were fresh and uplifting, sure to inspire the workers. Director Lee decided to use Sheng Wanyan's idea. The next day, when Sheng Wanyan arrived at the factory, Director Lee called her outside. "Comrade Sheng Wanyan, I reviewed the promotional idea you gave me yesterday. You will be in charge of this project." Hearing this, Sheng Wanyan felt uneasy. She just wanted to take it easy. As a newcomer, she worried that if she overshadowed the experienced employees, she might face backlash. So, she had written her idea in a very ordinary way, but she didn't expect Director Lee to think outside the box. Director Lee, isn't this against the rules? What rules? We use the best ideas, regardless of who they come from. Comrade Sheng Wanyan, we need to contribute to our country. Sheng Wanyan had heard this phrase so often that it felt repetitive. People of this era viewed contributing to the country as a primary goal. But she just wanted to live a simple life and make some money occasionally. Comrade Sheng Wanyan, young people should have awareness, don't you think? Director Lee emphasized the last three words. I believe you are right, Director. It is an honor to contribute to our country. Sheng Wanyan nodded seriously, and Director Lee smiled at her response. When she returned to the publicity department, everyone looked at her. Director Lee entered and announced, this time, we will use Comrade Sheng Wanyan's idea for the promotion. Don't underestimate Comrade Sheng Wanyan's youth. Her idea is innovative. Everyone, please cooperate and ensure the work is done well. Let's show the higher-ups the capabilities of our publicity department. Director Lee's last statement made the experienced employees feel relieved. If the higher-ups recognized their department, there would be benefits for everyone. In the face of their own interests, jealousy faded away. Don't worry, Director, we will definitely cooperate. Director Lee nodded in satisfaction, gave a few instructions, and left to report on Sheng Wanyan's idea. Everyone was easy to get along with, teasing Sheng Wanyan and praising her quick thinking as a young person. I'm just relying on my youth and quick thinking, but I lack experience. I still need guidance from all of you, my seniors. Sheng Wanyan spoke carefully, and everyone felt happy to hear her. With her humble words, everyone worked efficiently, and by the end of the afternoon, they had completed the promotional board. When the higher-ups saw her work, they genuinely appreciated it and immediately gathered everyone to motivate them. Everyone gathered in the factory's open area, watching Director Lee start the promotion. A bit of persuasion.
Comrades,
In the new year, our factory has a new task. This shows that the higher-ups value our cotton factory and they understand the hard work of all the workers, so they have prepared some benefits for you. As soon as Director Lee finished speaking, everyone began to discuss. What benefits? Is this really happening? Yes, this is quite considerate. Workers, the country cares about your hard work, so they have specially transported a batch of fresh fruit and sugar from the capital. Everyone will get some. When everyone heard the word fruit, they immediately became excited. Director Lee saw that the moment was right and took out some motivational words he had written, reading them aloud. Workers, wealth is created by your own hands. Your hard work today brings wealth to society and happiness to the people. Today, you are rewarded with fruit for your labor, and I believe that in the future, you will receive even greater rewards for your hard work. From now on, let's remember safety in production, roll up our sleeves, and make our work even better. Those who sow with tears will surely reap with joy. Without sweat and effort, there is no success. Perseverance is victory. Let's all contribute our part for our families. Director Lee read with great passion, and everyone immediately applauded.
great.
We will work even harder for our families. Exactly. Well said. Everyone was inspired by his motivating words. Today's reward is fruit. Who knows what future rewards might be? Their hard work can earn recognition from the country and higher-ups. They wondered why they felt so proud. When Sheng Wanyan heard Director Lee's passionate tone, she felt a bit inspired too. I must say, Director Lee's promotion was very successful. Director Lee posted these words on the bulletin board, and everyone rushed to check them after work for encouragement. Director Lee returned to his office with a smile, looking at Sheng Wanyan with admiration. Sheng Wanyan's name left a good impression on the higher-ups. Director Lee also received praise from the higher-ups. You all can go get fruit and sugar later. This time, everyone has benefited thanks to Comrade Sheng Wanyan. Originally, each person in our publicity department only had 2 apples. The higher-ups were very pleased with our work this time and specially rewarded each of us with 3 more apples. Director Lee was really happy. This was recognition from the higher-ups for our department's efforts. A few people in the office clapped. Nowadays, fruit is expensive, so who wouldn't be happy to get 3 more? All right, keep up the good work and create more value for our country and the publicity department, Director Lee said. His words always included the phrase contribute to the country. If you don't say it and someone catches you, you could lose your position. Sheng Wanyan carried the fruit home with Bai Tang. She thought they could buy 2 bicycles for the family, since waiting for the tram every day was quite inconvenient. Then she and her mother could each have one for commuting. When her family saw her coming home with the fruit, they asked a few questions and learned that the cotton factory had such good benefits, so they encouraged her to work hard. Dad, Mom, can we buy 2 bicycles? When Sheng's father heard this, he thought it was a great idea. Their family lived in a building near the steel factory, so he had a short commute. But his wife and daughter had to take the tram, which was crowded and unreliable. He usually picked up his wife after work, but now that his daughter was working too, and since they weren't short on money, buying 2 bicycles seemed good. Even if his daughter got married later, one could be a wedding gift. The other could be used by the family or for his son when he got married. His son couldn't take a bike to the military base, but he could just give him money instead, so it would work out. Okay, but we need to think of a way to get the bike tickets, he said. Sheng's mother didn't oppose spending money. She knew what was important and was usually careful with household expenses. But as long as the bicycles were well taken care of, they could last 10 years or more. Tomorrow at work, ask your coworkers or send a letter to Xiao Zhe to see if he can trade with his friends, Sheng's father decided, and everyone agreed.
All right.
The next morning, Sheng's mother went to send the letter. However, they didn't know that Sheng Wanza had heard about Sheng Wanyan's matchmaking and immediately requested a leave, and he was already on his way home. While Sheng Wanyan was at work, she started knitting a sweater during her free time, thinking she could secretly start a small business.
Sigh.
Wu Jieshio sighed, and Sheng Wanyan looked over in confusion. Jieshio, what's wrong? Wu Jieshio glanced at her and began to complain about her morning trip to buy meat. It's really hard to buy meat now. I waited in line early this morning and only got 2 bones. There's a serious shortage of food. Niu Fengli quickly agreed. Isn't that true? I went to buy vegetables today and couldn't even find any eggs. Sheng Wanyan looked at the 2 of them. Wasn't this a good opportunity? But she hesitated, worried about making a mistake. After thinking for a moment, she decided to stay silent. She had just arrived and didn't want to take any risks. She thought it would be better to build good relationships with everyone first before getting involved in any trading. Sheng Wanyan was very cautious. Even though she had the original owner's memories, she often felt out of place in this era. A small mistake could lead her into trouble. She was sure that the original owner was really gone. At first, she still had some of the original owner's habits, but they had faded away over time. She was certain that the Sheng family were her relatives, but the original owner still hadn't given her any clues to understand why. Perhaps they were the same person. Otherwise, why would Grandpa have said those things? Grandpa mentioned that their family would meet again in another place. If what he said was true, maybe she and the original owner really were one and the same. No matter what, the situation was settled now, and she didn't want to dwell on it. Since she was here, she would live well. Having a healthy family was more important than anything else. After work, Sheng Wanyan found a quiet spot near her home and took out a piece of pork, estimating it to be about a pound. Recently, there had been less food at home, and the cured meat they prepared for the new year was almost gone. Now, every household was cooking, and the workers in the tenement building were mostly employed at the steel factory. Everyone had already returned home. This was convenient for Sheng Wanyan. Otherwise, if others saw her bringing meat home, they would surely gossip. In this era, eating meat had to be done discreetly. When Sheng Wanyan got home, Grandpa Sheng and Grandma Sheng had already prepared the meal. Seeing the meat in her hand, they understood immediately. Did you go to the black market again? Grandpa Sheng frowned. He strongly opposed her going to the black market. That was something for her father to handle. A girl shouldn't be running to dangerous places. What if something happened to her? I didn't go. I just happened to see an older lady with a basket at the door when I got off work, so I asked her a question. Hearing this, Grandpa Sheng relaxed his furrowed brow. Many people in this era carried baskets and waited at the factory gates. The people in the factory all know what is happening, and they're happy about it, so no one will report it. After all, who wouldn't want to enjoy some good food when it's offered? Why be foolish? Everyone is fine with it. With the current food shortages, the workers are not naive. They won't turn away food. Sheng Wanyan casually made up a reason. Although she hasn't seen the older woman, it was Wu Jiaxiu who told her about it. It's true that the older woman often wanders around the entrances of various factories with a basket. She keeps saying she is visiting relatives, but who these relatives are remains uncertain. How much did you spend on the meat? Your mom will give you more later. Don't worry, my parents gave me 10 yuan for work, and I still have money left. When Grandma Sheng heard this, she was unhappy. The meat was definitely bought at a black market price. Her granddaughter takes the tram every day, which costs money, and even occasionally eating something nice in the cafeteria costs money too. Moreover, she is not the only one eating the meat, even though it is right for her to honor her parents as a daughter. But it depends on the situation. This granddaughter just started working, hasn't received her salary yet, and is spending money on meat. Listen to your grandmother. Grandpa Sheng spoke up, and Sheng Wanyan dared not say anything more. In this family, when Grandpa Sheng speaks, no one dares to argue. After dinner, Sheng's mother handed Sheng Wanyan 5 yuan, but she quickly tried to refuse. Mom, why so much?
Take it.
Use it to buy yourself some snacks and don't neglect yourself at work. After saying this, Sheng's mother glanced at her clothes. Why was her daughter wearing this plain outfit for doing housework instead of her nice dress? Wasn't she always fond of dressing up? Seeing her daughter being so sensible made her feel a bit heartbroken. Mom, are you worried about me? Go away. Sheng's mother got annoyed at her daughter's cheeky response. It's obvious you care, yet you act tough. You silly girl. What are you saying? Sheng Wanyan smiled, and it was cute to see her mother trying to hide her flustered expression. As the head of the household, Sheng's mother rarely showed this lively side. Women in this era have it hard. Feeling embarrassed after their exchange, she returned to her room, her mind in a bit of a mess. In her youth, she too was a cheerful and lively girl, having seen many women in the village burdened with household chores and children, yet not benefiting from it. There are also women who are controlled by their mothers-in-law and bullied by their husbands' families. They swear to themselves that they will never become like that and will live happily for themselves. However, once a woman gets married, dealing with daily chores can drain all her energy. After having children, she often thinks about how to provide more for them, saving a little here and there to secure their future. Sometimes, she reflects on how she has become the person she once disliked in her youth. Fortunately, she married the right person, and her husband loves her back. Over the years, even if they are not wealthy, they have lived comfortably. Her daughter's actions today remind her of her younger self. Dear, come soak your feet, her husband says as he brings in a foot bath, and she smiles at him. She feels content now and has no regrets. Life has been good for her, although neighbors often visit to chat with her in-laws. Auntie, your daughter is already 20, right? Mrs. Chun, who lives upstairs, asks, knowing what she wants to discuss. Yes, she is indeed 20. Why isn't she dating yet? If she waits too long, people will start talking. Mrs. Chun notices that she doesn't want to engage, so she understands. However, the reality is that their family is made up of workers, and her daughter's monthly salary is only about 20 yuan. Many in the building have their eyes on her daughter, hoping their sons will marry her. Now, we advocate for free love. It's best if the children are happy with their choices, Mrs. Chun replies, clearly indicating that they are not in a hurry for their granddaughter to marry. Auntie, marriage has always been decided by parents, hasn't it? Mrs. Chun insists. Parents' orders and matchmakers' words, she counters. Seeing Mrs. Chun deep in thought, she quickly recommends her own son. Auntie, if your daughter doesn't marry soon, people will talk. My younger son is also a worker, a great match among the single men in the building. If your son marries her, he won't be able to handle the hardships, Mrs. Chun thinks to herself, feeling increasingly uncomfortable with the conversation. Enough, Mrs. Chun. My daughter's marriage is her own decision. She really looks down on Chun Da-jung's son. To put it nicely, he is a worker, but to be blunt, he is just free labor for the Chin family, which is quite large. He has two older brothers and sisters-in-law, and none of them are settled. The whole family hasn't split up, and the parents treat the oldest and youngest sons as their lifelines. However, the Chin family favors the youngest son, giving him job opportunities instead of the oldest. How can this big family not cause trouble? Even if the youngest son gets the job, he has to hand over his salary every month. The two sisters-in-law are also harsh, arguing every few days, even over something as small as a sweet potato, and the whole building hears about it. The two sisters-in-law have had several children, and only the wages of Chen's father and the youngest son support the family. With older and younger dependents, and two brothers still unemployed, the whole family waits at home for food. How can two salaries support such a large family? They can only grit their teeth and get by each month. This makes it seem like her granddaughter's marriage would be a burden relief for her family, rather than a blessing. There's a chance that after marrying, they might try to get her granddaughter to give up her job. Anyway, her granddaughter shouldn't marry into such a family. They have the means, so there's no reason for her to suffer.
Auntie.
How can one decide such an important marriage by themselves? Chun family daughter-in-law, your thinking is off. A great person said that women hold up half the sky, so how can that be wrong? Chun Dajiang was left speechless. If she continued, wouldn't she be going against the great person? Auntie, I didn't say anything.
Oh, dear.
It's 4 o'clock. I need to hurry home to cook. Chun Dajiang quickly made an excuse to leave. She needed to think of other ways to handle this. Sheng Wanyan was the best choice. Once she married and got pregnant, she could make her give her job to the oldest son. This way, the oldest son wouldn't resent the youngest, and the family expenses would be much easier to manage. Sheng Wanyan had no idea someone was plotting against her while she was busy at work. Wanyan, do you want to go to the supply and marketing cooperative after work? Wu Jiaxiu planned to buy some fabric to make a couple of shirts for her husband before the weather got too hot. Sure, I need to buy some pastries to take home for my grandparents. The pastries at home were almost gone, and Sheng grandpa and grandma were hoping to save some for themselves. Sheng Wanyan knew this and intentionally left some until they were about to spoil, just so the two elders would eat a bit. Otherwise, given the habits of the two elderly people, they might just keep the food for her without eating it. Now Grandpa and Grandma Sheng are also cautious about Sheng Wanyan. This girl tends to waste food. If she doesn't want to eat, she just refuses to do it altogether. It's clear that if you don't eat, she will let it go bad, as she doesn't care. All right, let's go together. Sheng Wanyan nodded, as she could check the prices of bicycles. She doesn't have a bicycle ticket yet, so it seems she needs to think of a way in the black market. After work, Sheng Wanyan put the knitted sweater into her bag and followed Wu Jiaxiu to the supply and marketing cooperative. Wu Jiaxiu looked at the fabric. She didn't have enough fabric tickets, enough to buy only 6 feet of cloth. Her sister-in-law is about to give birth, and as an aunt, she wants to show her support. After thinking, she decided that a set of clothes for a doll would be perfect. When it's not used anymore, it can be cut up to patch clothes. After buying pastries, Sheng Wanyan returned to see her still hesitating. Sister Jiaxiu, aren't you buying anything? Wanyan, I don't have enough fabric tickets for myself. I'll buy next time. She thought it would be better to go home and let her husband think of a solution first. It's best not to appear too shabby right after getting married, or she might hear comments later. Wu Jiaxiu pulled her to buy some sunflower seeds and candies, which she could enjoy herself. Seeing her distracted, Sheng Wanyan felt she could make a small profit. Sister Jiaxiu, do you need flawless fabric? Wu Jiaxiu quickly pulled her aside to ask quietly, what do you mean? Wanyan, do you have a solution? I have a friend who works at a textile factory and can get fabric, but it's flawed. They only want money, not tickets. Sheng Wanyan actually has flawed items in her space. When she was sourcing, she found many fabric factories with all kinds of materials. She bought a lot, and the factory owner had many flawed fabrics. He asked if she minded, and since she didn't, he sold them to her at cost price, waiving labor fees. Since she was crossing over, she definitely wouldn't mind. She had plenty of money at that time. Just in case, she took them all, knowing she could sell them later if she didn't use them. Flawed items are fine as long as they are new. Flawed items might just be dyed or have small defects, which don't affect making clothes at all. Plus, they don't require tickets, so she saved a lot. Wan Yen, could you ask about this in the next couple of days? Sure, I'll find some time to ask. Wu Jiaxiu felt grateful for her words and decided she should bring something to Sheng Wan Yen as a thank you. Mutual help is important for lasting relationships. Thank you so much. I was really worried, but if it's too much trouble, that's okay. She wouldn't force anyone to help. If it turned out she couldn't buy what she needed, she wouldn't blame Sheng Wan Yen. Helping is a kindness, and not helping is just how it is. Don't mention it. You might end up helping me someday, Sheng Wan Yen replied. She enjoyed interacting with Wu Jiaxiu, who was straightforward and had often helped her as a newcomer. After shopping, they both went home. Before heading back, Sheng Wan Yen looked around to make sure no one was watching. She took 10 tomatoes, 2 pounds of lettuce, and 20 eggs from her space to bring home. When her grandparents saw the items, they didn't say much. They knew Sheng Wan Yen wouldn't listen anyway. They just reminded her to be safe and not get caught. She promised to be careful. The elderly couple always thought she was secretly buying from the vendor near the factory, never realizing their granddaughter had such a large space. When Sheng's parents returned home, they started dinner. Sheng's father had traded a bicycle ticket with his coworkers. He still needed to figure out another ticket. Otherwise, it would be too inconvenient for both mother and daughter to take a long route every day. After dinner, Sheng's grandmother asked Sheng's mother to come to her room and told Sheng's father to wash the dishes. The two women seemed to have a private conversation, and when Sheng's mother came out, her expression was not as pleasant as before. Sheng's father was surprised when he finished washing the dishes, thinking they might have had an argument. He decided to ask his mother what had happened. "Where are you going?" "Go back to your room," Grandfather Sheng said, glaring at him, and Sheng's father stepped back. Since he couldn't ask his mother, he went to his wife instead. "Wife, what did you talk about with Mom?" His tone was cautious, worried that she might get upset and scold him. When Sheng's mother came back from her shower and heard his question, she felt annoyed. She sat on the bed with a frown, and before Sheng's father could understand the situation, she began to complain. "It's that Chin family's nonsense. They came today saying they want to marry off their son to our daughter. How dare they think they can take advantage of my daughter? They should take a good look in the mirror. She really thinks she can have my daughter marry into their family for their benefit. A family of vampires, and that little son of his is called a city worker, but to put it bluntly, he's just a useless person." After listening to his wife complain for over half an hour, Mr. Sheng finally understood the situation. The Chin family upstairs? Who else? In this building, which Chin family still has an unmarried son? The more Mrs. Sheng thought about it, the angrier she became. They had worked so hard to help their daughter find a job, and now, just a few days into it, someone was already causing trouble. She could hear their scheming from several floors away. "Honey, don't be upset. I'll talk to the Chin family's man at work tomorrow. Don't let it get to you. It's not worth it." Mr. Sheng kept comforting Mrs. Sheng until she took a few deep breaths and calmed down.
Just wait and see.
The Chin family won't listen to parents. They'll definitely come to me and you. Mrs. Sheng was right. The next day, during lunch, Mr. Chen brought up the issue with Mr. Sheng. Mr. Sheng ignored him, but Mr. Chen kept insisting. "Old Sheng, about what I mentioned. Our daughter is in a free relationship. We're not doing this." Mr. Chen felt a bit upset at the outright rejection. They were colleagues, and wouldn't it be better for their daughter to marry into their family than to someone else? "Old Sheng, marriage is usually decided by the parents. And you know our family well. Your daughter won't be mistreated. Just because they knew each other well, it would be a problem for their daughter to marry into his family. Comrade Chen, this is a new era. Let's not bring up those old ways. Now the country encourages free love. We need to be open-minded." With just a few light words from Mr. Sheng, Mr. Chen felt embarrassed. He thought that the Sheng family was being ungrateful. One day, when his son becomes successful, the Sheng family would regret it. After dinner, Mr. Sheng cleaned his lunchbox and went back to work. He didn't have time for these meaningless discussions. It was better to work harder to earn more money to buy new clothes for his wife. Mr. Chen watched him leave, feeling frustrated, but he had no way to deal with Mr. Sheng right now. After a couple of leisurely days, Shengwan was either eating sunflower seeds or knitting every day. She didn't feel down. Life was hers to live, and how she lived it was up to her choices. Sometimes, no matter how hard you work, you may not gain any benefits, and it can even make others envious. It might be better to live a peaceful life without competing. When Sheng Wanyan saw Wu Jiaxiu go to the restroom, she put down her sweater and followed her outside.
Jiaxiu, sister.
Wu Jiaxiu turned around upon hearing her and immediately pulled Sheng Wanyan to a quieter place. Wanyan, did you find some fabric? Yes, I visited a friend yesterday, and she said she could spare 30 feet of fabric for you. Really? When can I get it? Wu Jiaxiu felt a bit excited and kept asking while holding her hand. With 30 feet of fabric, she could make 2 outfits for her husband and a small outfit for her soon-to-be-born nephew, which would be just enough. I'll go get it after work, and you can come a bit earlier tomorrow. Okay. How much should I prepare for tonight? 50 cents per foot, no receipt needed. Sheng Wanyan quoted the price correctly. It was the supply store's price, and not needing a receipt was a great deal. Otherwise, they wouldn't even be able to buy such internal supplies. In this era, fabric is very precious. Each person is only supplied with 6 feet a year, which is just enough for one adult outfit. All right, I'll bring the money tomorrow morning. Sheng Wanyan went home and found a piece of fabric that was exactly 30 feet long. The only flaw was that it had some color mixing, but otherwise it was perfect. She snacked on some fruit, not wanting to eat alone. Fruits were too noticeable, and if she took them out, her father would be the first to suspect something. For her own safety, she had to keep the secret of her space to herself for life. Early the next morning, Sheng Wanyan left home when there weren't many people around. She found a corner and took out the fabric when she saw no one nearby. As she reached the factory entrance, she spotted Wu Jiaxiu waiting with a tall man. Sheng Wanyan walked over, and Wu Jiaxiu looked at her as soon as she heard the sound. Wanyan, you've worked so hard. By the way, this is my husband, Mr. Huang. They greeted each other, and Wu Jiaxiu's husband had a very honest demeanor. Wu Jiaxiu took the fabric from Sheng Wanyan and asked her husband to take it home, then handed the money to Sheng Wanyan. Sheng Wanyan earned 15 yuan in one go, which was almost more than her monthly salary. Wanyan, let's go. I'll treat you to breakfast at the state-run restaurant. No, it's fine. Wu Jiaxiu didn't give her a chance to refuse, and directly pulled her along. Sheng Wanyan visited a state-run restaurant for the first time, where the menu was handwritten daily. The restaurant had only 7 or 8 wooden tables, including 2 large ones and 5 small ones. It looked very simple. Wu Jiaxiu asked what she wanted to eat, and Sheng Wanyan felt her gaze fixed on her. It was clear that if she didn't order, Wu Jiaxiu would choose something herself, and if she ordered too much, it would be her fault. Feeling obliged, Sheng Wanyan ordered a bowl of wontons, which satisfied Wu Jiaxiu.
2 bowls of wontons.
That will be 1.2 yuan, plus 1 grain ticket. The server shouted to the kitchen and collected Wu Jiaxiu's payment, allowing them to find a seat. Sheng Wanyan and Wu Jiaxiu found a place to sit, and the kitchen staff worked quickly. Soon, the wontons were ready. 2 bowls of wontons are ready. Hearing this, Wu Jiaxiu and Sheng Wanyan hurried over to get them. At this restaurant, no one would serve you. The service was not that good. Sheng Wanyan looked at her bowl of wontons, which had 12 pieces, topped with shredded chicken and egg skin, all in a chicken broth. She couldn't help but comment on the generous portions in this era. There was no skimping. The wontons were filled, and each bite was rich and flavorful. After eating their fill, they rushed back to work, arriving at the office just on time. At the train station, Sheng Wanza was in a green military uniform, standing about 1.88 meters tall, carrying several bags. Next to him was a similarly tall man in military attire, carrying a military backpack, pushing through the crowd. My grandparents, parents, and sister must be missing me, Sheng Wanza suddenly said. Gu Tingxiao, standing nearby, glanced at him but said nothing, quickly walking past him. Sheng Wanza hurried to catch up. Tingxiao, come to my house for dinner tonight. Sheng Wanza warmly invited him, but Gu Tingxiao shook his head, feeling that it was too sudden. He had come to Rongqing on a family mission. His aunt had married into the Ning family there, and he was attending his cousin's wedding to deliver gifts on behalf of the elders. His aunt's family was likely waiting for him, so it was better not to keep them waiting. Then come tomorrow? It's not often you visit Rongqing. You should stop by.
Okay.
Great, I'll wait for you at home tomorrow. Sheng Wanza gave him his address, and after agreeing to meet for dinner, they each headed in their own directions. Sheng Wanza returned to the apartment building with many bags, just as everyone was gossiping under the tree. When they saw him come back, the aunties immediately approached him, asking if he had a girlfriend and if he was back for a blind date. Do you want to reconnect with Sanya from the family? You used to play together when you were kids. No, I have a girlfriend. What? You have a girlfriend? When did that happen? This was something the Sheng family had never mentioned before. Weren't they always worried about his marriage? Sheng Wanza answered a few questions and hurried home. He missed his grandparents. He quickly walked to his front door, straightened his military uniform, and knocked.
Who is it?
Sheng Wanza heard his grandfather's loud voice, which sounded strong, indicating he was doing well. Grandpa, Grandma, I'm back. His strong voice echoed inside, and the two elders exchanged glances before rushing to open the door. Xiao Zhe. My little Xiao Zhe. Grandma Sheng saw him standing straight at the door, touched his face, and then hugged him, crying non-stop. You silly child. You didn't reply to any of my letters. You scared me to death. Sheng Wanza patted her back, telling her not to be so emotional. What if something happened to her? Grandpa, Grandma, I'm back. Grandpa Sheng looked at him and, seeing that he only looked a bit tired but otherwise fine, felt relieved. That's good, that's good. Hurry and let the child in. Prepare some food for him. He must be tired from the trip. Hearing this, Grandma Sheng immediately released Sheng Wanza and pulled him inside to sit down. Yes, you should freshen up. There's hot water in the pot. Take a shower, and I'll cook your favorite noodles. As soon as she finished speaking, she headed to the kitchen, knowing her grandson hadn't eaten well on the train. He had stubble on his face, and dark circles under his eyes were more pronounced. She needed to make something good for him to replenish his energy. She couldn't let her grandson, who served the country, go hungry. After Sheng Wanza organized his things and took a shower, he sat down to talk with his grandparents. Grandma, Grandpa, where's my sister? While eating noodles, he felt worried about Sheng Wanyan. He had rushed home after receiving a letter from the family. He knew his sister was going to the countryside, and if she didn't go, she would have to find someone to marry. He couldn't just sit still. Your sister went to work. Sheng Wanza looked at the two elderly people in confusion. What class are you talking about? You didn't see the letters we sent you after you came back. Your sister found a job in the publicity department of the cotton factory. How did she find it? Did she buy it? Yes, she got really sick when she learned she had to go to the countryside. Sheng Wanza frowned upon hearing this. His family hadn't mentioned it to him. How is her health now? Is she better? She's better now. She took a month to recover. How long can you stay this time? I can stay for 10 days. When Grandma Sheng heard it was only 10 days, she secretly wiped away a tear. That was too short. Grandma, next time I'll try to take more leave to spend time with you. You don't need to worry about me. I have food and drink at home. You focus on serving the country. It would be best if you could find me a granddaughter-in-law to live a good life. Sheng Wanza paused at this, thinking that this could happen soon. Seeing his expression, Grandma Sheng understood something was up. Xiao Zhe, are you dating someone? Grandpa Sheng also looked over. This was a big deal for the family. Yes, I am. Grandma Sheng was very happy to hear this and asked him many questions. Which family is she from? What does she do? How long have you been together? Grandma Sheng asked carefully, and Sheng Wanza explained the situation. Grandma, she is a member of our military district's art troupe, named Panyu. She's 21 years old, and we've been together for 6 months. Grandma Sheng playfully hit his back. You didn't tell the family about such a big thing? We were all worried for you. She was quite upset. If he weren't her grandson, she would have kicked him out. When are you getting married? Grandma, my girlfriend's family is coming in a couple of days. Grandma Sheng became even angrier. They didn't give us any notice? We aren't prepared at all. And it sounds like they are very pleased with you, coming to finalize the engagement. You really should have let us know. Traditionally, the boy's side should propose. You're trying to give me a heart attack. When your mom comes back, we'll see how she handles you. Hearing his mother's name made Sheng Wanzi nervous. He wanted to finalize the engagement soon. When are they arriving? In 3 days. Grandma Sheng slapped her hand again, and Sheng Wanzi felt she was becoming more direct. You tell your mom yourself. I'm not helping you. Sheng Wanzi nodded. He had found his wife, and his mother must be very happy. Sheng mother. I want to strangle this ungrateful child. When Sheng father, Sheng mother, and Sheng Wanyan returned from work, they saw Sheng Wanzi, whom they hadn't seen in a whole year. Sheng mother was so excited that she rushed over to check him from head to toe, only feeling relieved when she confirmed he was safe and sound. You didn't even let us know you were coming back, really. As she spoke, she wiped away a tear, as her son in the military was always on her mind. Every day she worried, fearing she would receive bad news about him.
Dad, Mom, Sister.
Sheng father patted his shoulder. The father and son only needed one gesture to understand each other's feelings. Sheng Wanyan looked at Sheng Wanzi and felt a bit dazed. He really looked just like her brother from the future. Mom, please stop crying. Sheng Wanzi wiped his mother's tears, but she kept looking at him, crying even more. It's been so long since you wrote home. You really have no heart. Sheng mother complained continuously, and Sheng Wanzi knew this would happen. He had seen her personality since he was little. She always had to say her piece. Sheng mother hurried to cook, wanting to prepare something special for him. After all, her child had only returned once in a long time, and she had to make it special. She brought out the best food she could find, using all her cooking skills. Sheng Wanyan helped, while Sheng Wanzi chatted with Sheng father about his experiences over the past year. How many days are you back this time? 10 days. Hearing this, Sheng father sighed, understanding the difficulties his son faced. Safety is the most important. Sheng father thought a lot but only said this one sentence, and Sheng Wanzi nodded. Is my sister still dating? Not dating anymore, but at her age, she should be seeing someone. If you have good colleagues in the army, you can introduce them to her. Sheng Wanzi understood the implication in his father's words. Is someone interested in my sister? He quickly caught on. Given their family situation and that his sister had just started a job, it shouldn't be so urgent. Which family in this building isn't watching your sister's job? The Chen family even mentioned it to me today. Sheng father shared all the family matters, and Sheng Wanzi felt angry upon hearing this. That Chen family thinks they are worthy. They really have a good plan. At your sister's age and with her situation, if she doesn't have a partner, people will always have their eyes on her. It's one thing to be interested, but it's worrying if they have ulterior motives. Sheng Wanzi nodded, understanding the reasoning. If the plan succeeded, it would ruin his sister's life. I'll keep an eye out for a good match for her when I return to the army. After their conversation, Sheng's mother called them to dinner, which was quite a feast. There was pork with noodles, braised fish, braised meat, and a tomato and egg soup. Mom, a comrade is coming over for dinner tomorrow, Sheng Wanzi said after swallowing a piece of meat. Okay. I'll finish work early tomorrow and go buy some groceries to prepare well, his mother replied, showing no concern about the food. Since her son's comrade was coming, she wanted to treat them well. With her son far away in the army, these comrades were the ones who helped each other out. As parents, they couldn't pave the way for their son, so they didn't want to be a burden. There's one more thing. Sheng Wanzi glanced at his mother, who was in a good mood today and seemed more tolerant. Go ahead. I'm in a relationship. Cough, cough, cough. Both Sheng's mother and father reacted quickly, coughing and almost spitting out their steamed buns. Thankfully, they turned their heads just in time to avoid spilling the food. Sheng Wanyan was also confused. Weren't they just looking for a match for him yesterday? And now this shocking news? Sheng Wanzi. You didn't even tell us. I was helping you find a partner. You ungrateful child. His mother was upset that he hadn't mentioned he was in a relationship, especially after she had been asking around. Where is she from? How did you meet her? His father asked the important questions. If their son was sharing this news, it likely meant he was serious about marriage. She's from the cultural troupe in our military district, a deputy platoon leader, and she's from Beijing. His father's expression changed slightly upon hearing she was from Beijing. Would her family agree to a long-distance relationship? What's her family like? His mother wanted to know more. She didn't want her son to be at a disadvantage compared to his partner. To put it bluntly, if their backgrounds were too different, it could lead to problems in the future. Moreover, as the man, if there was a significant gap, he might feel insecure when dealing with his future in-laws. She didn't mind if her future daughter-in-law's family wasn't wealthy, as long as she had good character and a clean background. But if the family was well-off yet the daughter was unreasonable, she wouldn't accept that. If such a person were to enter our home, she wouldn't mind being a strict mother-in-law. She doesn't want her years of hard work to maintain family harmony to be disrupted by a future daughter-in-law. She doesn't have that kind of mindset. She has 2 older brothers and an older sister. Her father is the second child in the family. The siblings are all married. Her father is a commander in our military district, and her mother is the head nurse there. One brother is in Kyoto. The eldest is the deputy director of the Kyoto Public Security Bureau, while the second brother, like me, is in the military, but in a different unit. Her sister is an elementary school teacher and is married to a factory manager. Her grandparents are retired and living in Kyoto with the eldest son. Sheng Wanza explained everything clearly. Sheng's mother felt a headache coming on. It sounded like the whole family was in leadership positions. The gap between the 2 families was quite large, making her head spin. Her troublesome son always brought her either trivial matters or issues that made her want to scream. Sheng grandfather and Sheng father were silent, lost in thought. Sheng grandfather took a sip of the wine that Sheng Wanza brought back and after a moment said a few words. Wanza, what are your thoughts? Sheng grandfather's gaze was not as gentle as usual. It carried a hint of seriousness. Grandfather, I know what you're thinking. My achievements are earned through my own hard work, not based on my future wife's family status. Sheng Wanza sat up straight, his face filled with confidence and calmness, speaking very earnestly. Are you aware of how others might talk about you because of this? Grandfather, you taught me since I was young to be honest and straightforward. Cunning schemes are nothing against true strength. This was a lesson his grandfather had instilled in him, and now it served to reassure Sheng grandfather. Hearing this, Sheng grandfather felt a sense of comfort, knowing his teachings were remembered. After taking a sip of wine to steady himself, he looked at him and said, Since you've made your decision, we won't stop you. However, I have some things to clarify with you today. Sheng Wanza nodded, placing his hands on his thighs, sitting up straight, and looking directly at his grandfather. You haven't dated before, nor have you planned to start a family. We haven't discussed our plans with you, but now that you're at the stage of engagement, some things need to be made clear. Sheng grandfather tapped the table, and everyone looked at him. Sheng grandmother knew what he was about to say. You and Yener are both children of the Sheng family, and you are our only grandson. Your parents' future responsibilities will fall on you, and your sister is your family. Getting married means you will have your own family, and it also means that some family matters need to be clearly defined, Grandpa Sheng said, and Sheng Wanza already guessed what he was going to say. Grandpa, what are you talking about? We are one family. Grandpa Sheng waved his hand. With a wife, there were many things he had to balance. For them, both children were equally important, and he did not want his future granddaughter-in-law to feel wronged. He also didn't want his daughter-in-law to feel unfairly treated, which would make things difficult for Sheng Wanza in the middle. Years of family harmony could be disrupted. He needed to clarify everything before any conflicts arose. Sometimes, even a small disagreement can be a thorn in one's heart, and some thorns can last a lifetime. Seeing the situation at the dinner table, Sheng's mother put down her chopsticks and directly shared her thoughts with her husband after many years. Wanza, the salary you have sent back over the years, your dad, and I have saved a large part of it. A small portion has been used for household expenses. When you get married, you can take half of the money we saved as a starting fund for your new home. The other half we will keep for emergencies in the family. This money will only be used for your dad, me, and your grandparents. After you marry, you and your wife can manage your own finances and just send us $15 a month for living expenses. The money we saved over the years will not be biased just because you are our son. It will be divided equally between you and your sister when it comes to marrying and giving dowries. Sheng Wanze glanced at his mother, wanting to say something, but she cut him off. Your sister has started working, and her job was bought with our money. Not a penny of yours was used. Although your previous job was not funded by us, you know that during your years in the military, we sent you the best food and clothes every month. That adds up to more than $300, and your sister has been at a disadvantage here. You used to keep $5 for yourself each month, and you had food and shelter in the military, lacking nothing. Your sister, although she didn't work before, has not had it easy at home either. Your grandparents are getting older, and with their health issues, your sister has been the one taking care of the household chores while your dad and I have not been well. This responsibility should have been yours. Sheng Wanze felt a bit sorry for his sister after hearing their mother's words and felt even more guilty. Every time you come home, you can see that the house is clean and tidy. It doesn't just happen by itself. Our elders don't get better from illness on their own. Someone is always quietly helping. The meat we ate today was bought with her own money, and sometimes your sister even supports the family. She has taken care of your grandparents and us for many years, showing as much devotion as you have with your salary over the years.
Mom, I know.
My sister has it hard too. Sheng Wanze felt anxious. It seemed like his mother was scolding him. So, you don't have to wonder why your dad and I don't favor our son. You should also discuss this with your future wife. From now on, your sister should keep 10 yuan from her salary each month, and the rest should be given to the family. When she gets married, just like you, half will stay at home, and the other half will go into her dowry. Their mother laid everything out clearly, ensuring neither child would lose out. She understood that her son was the one to start his own family, but if he was someone who couldn't tell right from wrong, what good would that be? She would be too embarrassed to face their ancestors. Mom, you're absolutely right. Sheng Wanze wiped the sweat from his forehead. He felt his mother was more talkative than ever during this visit. Yan Yan, do you have any opinions? Their mother looked at Sheng Wanyan, who shook her head, having no objections. This arrangement seemed fair. Moreover, Sheng's father and mother were not as rigid about money as many parents these days. In short, they didn't favor sons over daughters like other families. While their families still held some traditional views, it seemed that Sheng's father and mother were more eager for a grandson. What could Sheng Wanze provide? Sheng Wanyan understood, as Sheng Wanze was the only son in the family and a soldier. Every time he went to the army, the family worried, naturally hoping he would marry and have several sons to continue the family line. It was sad that in this day and age, families with few sons were looked down upon, often blaming it on the women. After the family finished their meal, Sheng Wanze quickly took the dishes from Sheng Wanyan's hands. "Little sister, let me do it. You've worked hard." Sheng Wanyan looked at Sheng Wanze with confusion. This person was really strange. Sheng Wanze now felt a bit of admiration for Sheng Wanyan. She managed to take care of the house so well, making him, as her older brother, feel a bit guilty. After washing the dishes, Sheng Wanze opened the big bags he had brought back. He had 5 cans of fruit, 5 bottles of malt milk, 3 packs of white rabbit candy, 2 packs of mung bean cake, and a radio. He gave the radio to their grandparents so they could listen to it at home and pass the time. "Why did you buy such expensive things?" Grandma Sheng felt worried about the money, but also warm inside. "Grandma, you and Grandpa can listen to the radio at home when you're bored. It's not expensive." Grandma Sheng shot him a glare. She knew how much it cost. She was frustrated that he must have used a lot of connections to buy it. Grandpa Sheng happily held the radio and tried to figure out how to turn it on, and Sheng Wanze patiently taught him. It was quite simple once he got the hang of it, with 2 knobs on each side, one for power and one for volume. Grandpa learned quickly, and soon the radio was playing. Grandpa, Grandma, Mom, little sister, please share these snacks. They will help everyone stay healthy.
Okay.
Mom Sheng happily divided everything up, keeping the more valuable items in the room. After all, guests often came over, and she didn't want anyone to comment. Mom Sheng directly gave a pack of white rabbit candy to Sheng Wanyan so she could enjoy it. The rest would be perfect for when Sheng Wanzai's friends visited tomorrow and for the in-laws coming over in a few days. Mom, this is my salary and receipts from last month. You can keep it. Sheng Wanzai's salary was 80 yuan and Mom Sheng noticed the extra 25 yuan, understanding he must have been on a mission recently. She felt both worried and helpless about his job, truly afraid he might get hurt. By the way, Xiaozhe, the family plans to buy 2 bicycles. Your dad managed to get 1 bicycle ticket. Do you have any way to trade with your friends for another one? Sheng Wanzai nodded. He remembered Gu Tingxiao often helped his friends get these rare tickets, so he could ask him tomorrow. Okay, I'll ask. The family chatted for a while, then looked at the time and went to their rooms to sleep. The next day at work, Sheng Wanyan brought some big white rabbit milk candies. Knitting with a sweet candy in her mouth felt relaxing. Niu Fengli saw her eating the candy and thought of her kids at home, so she asked, Wanyan, where did you buy this candy? Can you bring me some? Fengli, my brother brought this back for me. Niu Fengli nodded and noticed everyone else was busy with their own tasks. She leaned in to whisper, can you share a bit with me? My kids have never tried it. Sheng Wanyan understood without needing her to say more. This was a business opportunity. She nodded, and their little deal began. I'll bring you 20 pieces tomorrow. Niu Fengli looked at her gratefully. This big white rabbit candy could only be found in Kyoto, so she was already happy that Sheng Wanyan was willing to share. After a day of work, Sheng Wanyan thought about the guests coming over that evening. They had eaten most of the meat yesterday. In a couple of days, Sheng Wanja's partner and family would also visit, so she needed to prepare well. Before heading home, she picked up 5 pounds of fatty pork and a 2-pound fish. Meanwhile, Sheng Wanja went to pick up Gu Tingxiao, and they went directly to the supply store to buy things. Sheng Wanja knew exactly what they needed at home and planned to buy some food to take back. Gu Tingxiao bought 2 cans of milk powder and a large piece of pork. He felt uneasy going to someone else's house empty-handed. With food being scarce everywhere, he, as a grown man, ate quite a bit. It was important to show proper manners. Otherwise, if the elder in the family found out, he would come to Rongqing with his cane. Sheng Wanja went to the state-run restaurant and packed 2 meat dishes. This time, he brought back 3 bottles of wine, enough for them to enjoy that day. Sheng Wanyan arrived home first, and when her mother saw what she brought back, she felt more confident. Early that morning, she went shopping for groceries, but only managed to buy a pound of pork and some bones, which was definitely not enough for guests. In these times, having meat was a luxury. She originally planned to make a pound of braised pork, steam 10 eggs, simmer some bone soup, and prepare 2 vegetable dishes with steamed buns. But she worried it might not be enough, especially since she knew how much soldiers could eat. One son could easily eat enough to exhaust the whole family. If her son ate every meal at home, it could drain the family's resources. How about adding a braised fish and cutting a piece of meat to make meatballs? Mother Sheng asked Sheng Wanyan for her opinion since she had brought the meat home. Mom, you decide. I'll help you with the fish and meatballs.
Okay.
The mother and daughter were busy in the kitchen, while Father Sheng was in the living room kneading dough. Before cooking fish, Sheng Wanyan liked to fry it in oil, and seeing her use so much oil made Mother Sheng feel a bit sad. However, considering the occasion, she decided not to say much. When Sheng Wanza brought Gu Tingxiao downstairs, they could smell the delicious food from their home. The Sheng family only eats meat once every few days. That's really extravagant. Her company commander's son is back. How could they not make meat? He came back with so many good things. It's really unfair how lucky the Sheng family is. In the past, people often mocked the Sheng family for having only 1 son, but now it seemed that 1 son was worth 10. When the neighbors saw Sheng Wanza approaching, they immediately quieted down and greeted him warmly. Sheng Wanza was always startled by the enthusiasm of the neighbors when he returned home. The gossiping aunties were like a powerful force, especially when there were so many of them. He quickly took Gu Tingxiao upstairs, but the aunties wanted to ask him questions when they saw Gu Tingxiao. However, his cold expression made them too scared to say much. Just as Mother Sheng and Sheng Wanyan finished preparing the meal, they heard a knock at the door. Mother Sheng straightened her clothes and reminded Sheng Wanyan to change into a clean outfit. Sheng Wanyan was cleaning the fish, and her clothes were stained and smelled of oil. She didn't mind, but Mother Sheng pushed her into the room. Make sure to clean up well. Mother Sheng firmly ordered and closed the door behind her to open the front door. She was very enthusiastic when she saw her son with a tall young man in military uniform. Come in quickly. We've been waiting for you to eat. Sheng Wanza and Gu Tingxiao entered, and Gu Tingxiao handed what he was carrying to Mother Sheng.
Hello, Auntie. I'm Gu Tingxiao.
Gu Tingxiao stood straight and introduced himself seriously. That's great. You're all good kids. You can take this back. I don't need it. Mother Sheng tried to push the items back, appreciating his thoughtfulness. Auntie, it's just a small gesture. Gu Tingxiao was strong, and Mother Sheng couldn't refuse him. Mom, please accept this, or he won't even dare to eat properly. Sheng Wanza understood his comrade, and upon hearing her son's words, Sheng's mother had no choice but to accept it. Next time, you mustn't bring anything. Gu Tingxiao nodded, but did not agree to this statement. Come on, let's go call Yenner for dinner. Grandma Sheng brought out the dishes, and Sheng's mother immediately went to call Sheng Wanyan from her room. When Sheng's mother saw Sheng Wanyan in a plain gray dress and cloth shoes, she felt a surge of frustration. Why was she wearing such a thing when she had a nice dress? This girl just couldn't take a hint. It was so obvious, yet she didn't seem to notice. Had she never thought about her dating situation? Seeing her mother so upset, Sheng Wanyan looked confused. Mom, let's go eat. Sheng Wanyan was eager to enjoy the meal, which was prepared with plenty of care, and she was already quite hungry. Sheng's mother took a deep breath, thinking about how her daughter only cared about eating. Before she could stop her, Sheng Wanyan opened the door and went out. Sheng's mother felt exasperated. This daughter was truly a handful. With no other choice, she followed her outside, and Sheng Wanyan took her seat. Gu Tingxiao sat diagonally across from her, and when Sheng Wanyan saw him, she thought he looked very masculine. He exuded a strong sense of manliness, and his muscular arms were impressive. Gu Tingxiao was handsome, with sharp features and a strong jawline. Though not stunning at first glance, he was quite attractive. He was nothing like the pretty boys of the future who were just good-looking but lacked any masculinity. After a quick glance, Sheng Wanyan turned her head away, having lost interest after a brief appreciation. Gu Tingxiao was perceptive. He felt her gaze and assumed she would look at him longer, as most girls in this era admired men in military uniforms and would sneak glances. However, Sheng Wanyan treated him like an ordinary person, just getting familiar with his face. He thought that if he weren't Sheng Wanza's comrade, she probably wouldn't even notice him. Sheng Wanza began introducing Gu Tingxiao one by one. This is my sister, Sheng Wanyan. Gu Tingxiao glanced at the shy Sheng Wanyan and introduced himself clearly. Hello, I am Gu Tingxiao. Sheng Wanyan looked up and replied, Hello, I am Sheng Wanyan. The sound of Sheng Wanyan's voice was soft and delicate, which didn't quite match her exquisite face. However, it didn't seem out of place. Instead, it added a touch of charm. Come on, don't be shy. Today, you all have a rare day off, so enjoy a drink. Grandpa Sheng poured a glass of wine for the men present, and they all raised their glasses and toasted. Gu Tingxiao politely joined in, but he couldn't help but notice Sheng Wanyan's appearance. After a month of care, her skin had become much fairer and shinier, and her hair was now smooth and dark. With her delicate features, she had an indescribable grace. She ate slowly and carefully, but she didn't act shy. She enjoyed her food without holding back. Her every move was very pleasant, and she carried herself confidently. Seeing her like this, Sheng's mother couldn't help but nudge her with her foot, her eyes filled with exasperation. Sheng Wanyan looked at her, confused, as she hadn't done anything to provoke her mother today. It was just a meal. So why was her mom upset? Sheng's father understood his wife's intentions. She wanted Sheng Wanyan to get closer to Gu Tingxiao and see if there was a chance for something more. To be honest, Gu Tingxiao was indeed a great choice as a brother-in-law. Despite his serious demeanor, his character and abilities were truly impressive. At just 26 years old, he held the position of deputy commander. If it weren't for his age, he would have already been promoted to commander based on his years of military achievements. He had both talent and good upbringing, and as a fellow soldier, Sheng Wanyan knew him well. In the military district, many from the cultural troop wanted to get close to him, but his cold expression often intimidated them. Out of politeness, Gu Tingxiao answered all the questions he could, and Sheng's mother was aware of what was appropriate to ask. Grandpa Sheng chatted with Gu Tingxiao for a while, and although he didn't say much, he responded thoughtfully. "This fish is really good," Gu Tingxiao suddenly remarked, and upon hearing this, Sheng's mother became even more enthusiastic. "This fish was made by Yenner. If you like it, please eat more. Don't be shy." Gu Tingxiao nodded and glanced at Sheng Wanyan, surprised by her excellent cooking skills. Feeling his gaze, Sheng Wanyan smiled and continued eating. Everyone enjoyed the meal, and Gu Tingxiao was impressed by how generous the Sheng family was. He thought that the gift he brought was not enough. It seemed he would need to bring something more for the Sheng family before he left. After finishing the meal, Gu Tingxiao left without staying long, and Sheng Wanja accompanied him downstairs. "Tingxiao, I need to ask you for a favor." "What is it?" Gu Tingxiao asked directly. They were close enough not to beat around the bush. "My family wants to buy a bicycle, but we still need a ticket for it. Can you help me get one?" "Sure, I'll get one for you in a couple of days." Gu Tingxiao agreed, without hesitation. He didn't have a ticket on him, but his aunt could probably help. If that didn't work, he could call back to Kyoto and ask his mom for assistance.
Great.
"Next time, I'll treat you to some meat. Save your money for when you get married." Gu Tingxiao shot him a glance and left quickly.
Hey.
"Don't look down on me," Sheng Wanja complained as he chased after him, feeling annoyed. After all these years in the military, did he really not have money to get married? Gu Tingxiao ignored him, got in his car, and drove away, leaving him behind. Sheng Wanyan and her mother finished tidying up the house. Sheng's mother sat in the living room, thinking about the visit from their in-laws the day after tomorrow. "Make sure to get off work early tomorrow and come with me to buy some food for our guests." Sheng's mother instructed Sheng Wanyan, feeling nervous about meeting her in-laws for the first time. "Mom, I'll go with you tomorrow." Sheng Wanja was eager to help, but his mother just rolled her eyes. What was he going to do? Make her more frustrated? Now she understood the benefits of having a daughter. She could share her worries easily with her. "Seeing you annoys me. Go away." Sheng Wanja noticed his mother was in a bad mood. Just yesterday, she had been crying on his shoulder. "I'm strong and can help you carry things."
Ha.
"I'm not that old yet." Sheng's mother was irritated with him, especially since he hadn't given her any heads up about his plans. Her son was getting married soon, and she was upset about losing her manners. He should know how hard it was to find good food these days. "If it weren't for the meat that my daughter brought home today, what would she serve the guests in 2 days? How would our in-laws see the Sheng family then?" "Mom, I'll go with you tomorrow." Sheng Wanyan quickly stepped in to calm things down, and Sheng's mother nodded, telling her to go rest. Before going back to her room, Sheng's mother shot a glare at Sheng Wanza, thinking her son was just there to collect debts. Sheng Wanza rubbed his nose. His mother's temper was getting worse. She used to care for him so much, but now she seemed to dislike him. The next day, Sheng Wanyan brought 20 big white rabbit milk candies for Niu Fengli, who gave her 1 yuan in return. These white rabbit candies were rare, and she was worried she might have given too little. Sheng Wanyan accepted it without refusing and specifically asked Director Li for 2 hours off work that day. Since Sheng Wanyan's previous promotion had greatly benefited him, Director Li agreed without hesitation. "All right, I'll write you a leave note." Director Li wrote her a leave note and told her to get it stamped at the logistics department. "Thank you, Director." Sheng Wanyan successfully got her leave, and as she exited the factory, She saw her mother waiting for her. Sheng Wanzi followed behind, shamelessly tagging along. When Sheng's mother saw him after work, she didn't say anything and let him come along. Free labor was too good to pass up. Mom, let's go. Sheng Wanzi specifically borrowed a bicycle ticket from Gu Tingxiao, who also gave him the ticket he needed. This ticket was bought with 50 yuan, and Gu Tingxiao accepted it without hesitation. After all, there was no reason for him to give away a bicycle ticket for free. It was worth 50 yuan in the market. Sheng Wanzi never liked taking advantage of others. He believed in paying what was fair and would repay the favor later. He knew Gu Tingxiao must have gotten the ticket from his aunt, and he wondered how much effort Gu Tingxiao had put into it. By the way, Mom, I managed to get the bicycle ticket. Sheng Wanzi handed the ticket to his mother, and they could buy the bicycles together and ride them home. Okay, let's buy 2 bicycles then. Sheng's mother had been keeping the bicycle ticket that Sheng's father had worked hard to get, just so they could buy a bicycle whenever needed. Can Yenna ride a bike? Sheng Wanzi looked at Sheng Wanyan, who seemed not to know how to ride one yet. Your sister learned a long time ago. In high school, she often borrowed the teacher's bicycle to run errands and buy things. Although Sheng Wanyan's grades had dropped, she was well-mannered, and the teachers at school were very friendly towards her. Sheng Wanyan took a deep breath. Indeed, she learned to ride a bike in high school, so she wouldn't need to find an excuse later. Okay, you 2 ride the bike first, and I'll walk over. Sheng Wanzi handed the bike to the 2 of them, and Sheng Wanyan took it, helping her mother get on comfortably. Brother, meet us at the pork shop later. Sheng Wanyan turned to remind Sheng Wanzi, who nodded. They needed to get to the pork shop early to avoid long lines. If they were late, they might only find bones and lean meat.
All right.
Sheng Wanyan pushed off, feeling a bit wobbly since she hadn't ridden a bike in a long time, but she quickly got the hang of it. Sheng's mother felt reassured. Even if the 2 adults fell, she would land safely. Sheng Wanyan. With Sheng's mother on board, they reached the supply store in less than 15 minutes. Sheng Wanyan parked the bike in the designated area and took out the key that Sheng Wanzi had given her. She locked the front wheel to a nearby iron railing with a chain. Let's hurry and get in line. Sheng's mother urged her as they walked to the pork section to queue up. This was the busiest time with many housewives shopping. Yenna, I feel a bit uneasy. Sheng's mother wanted to talk about her feelings, and Sheng Wanyan had noticed her mother's distraction the night before. Mom, are you worried about my brother and his future wife? Upon hearing this, Sheng's mother sighed and nodded, sharing her concerns with Sheng Wanyan. Your brother is aiming high. While our family is doing well, we can't compare to those with power in the capital. Sheng Wanyan nodded. Her mother's worries were valid. Think about it. Your brother is our only son. Don't blame me for being traditional, but who doesn't want a grandson to carry on the family name? As she spoke, Sheng's mother sighed again, regretting not having another child. If you had another brother, he could help your brother out. But think about it. Your grandparents are only in their 60s, but they have many health issues. Your dad and I won't be able to work for much longer, and you will need to get married. You can't take care of us forever. Plus, your brother is in the army, so he can't always be here to support us, not to mention that we can still manage for now. Wait until your dad and I are a bit older. Do you think your future sister-in-law, being from Beijing, would be willing to stay and take care of us for? I also can't bear to have them living apart. Mother Sheng's words made Sheng Wanyan think deeply. It must be said that Sheng Wanzi's job made all 4 elders in the family anxious. Even planning for retirement was a big issue, especially since the elderly were not in good health and needed someone around. When Sheng Wanzi gets married, he will surely apply for a family housing unit in the military district. Besides, from what Sheng Wanzi said, his future sister-in-law also has a job. They couldn't ask her to give up her promising career just because of the family's elders. That would be too selfish for the Sheng family. Mom, with my brother's abilities, he might get promoted in a few years and could be assigned a 3-bedroom apartment. When you retire, you can go live with him in the family housing. You have to remember, you are my brother's biological mother, and that won't change. If you're worried about my future sister-in-law, there's no need. As children, if parents are not terrible and abusive, there's no reason not to support them. If Shengwanza could do something so heartless, she wouldn't hold back. She would find ways to make him regret it. Besides, she must know my brother is the only son in our family. If she can't accept that, then my brother's choice is questionable. If he chooses her over his family, then they can just send you monthly support and it won't matter if they see you or not. And remember, you still have me as your daughter. I will take care of you and support you in your old age. Mother Sheng felt both comforted and frustrated by her words and gave her a light slap on the back. How could a daughter be the one to support her parents in their old age? When she gets married, which family would accept a daughter-in-law with her own family to care for? What would others think? Would she still be able to live her life? Sheng Wanyan rubbed her back, wondering why their heartfelt conversation turned into a scolding. With her daughter's perspective, Mother Sheng began to understand. Even if her future daughter-in-law had concerns, so what? She wasn't stealing or breaking the law. Was it wrong for her son to take care of her? If they couldn't get along, they could live separately and send money each month. If her son was truly heartless, she would just kick him out and act as if he didn't exist. She had money and tickets in her hands, so she wouldn't starve. If she didn't get her retirement money, she would go straight to the military district to make a fuss. After all, she raised such a big son, and if he was going to be so heartless, she didn't need to worry about his future anymore. If he didn't care about his parents' well-being, why should they care about his future? What a dream to have. When she really couldn't work anymore, she would return to the countryside with her husband to enjoy their retirement, waking up with the sunrise and returning home at sunset. Just thinking about that life was nice. If worse came to worst, she still had her daughter. As long as her daughter came back to visit her, she wouldn't expect her to support her in old age. She would save some money for her and her husband's burial, as long as her daughter took care of their resting place. Mother Sheng felt relieved, and her mood brightened. She took Sheng Wanyan's hand and walked forward. When Sheng Wanja arrived at the supply and marketing cooperative, he found Sheng Wanyan and the others, just in time for their turn. Mother Sheng brought all the meat tickets from home to treat everyone well tomorrow. It was a day off, and the whole family could help prepare. I want 3 pounds of fatty meat, 3 bones, and 2 ribs, Sheng Wanyan said. She noticed the pig offal nearby, which seemed like no one wanted to eat. Everyone complained it smelled bad and that it was hard to cook well. But Sheng Wanyan didn't mind. If handled properly, it could taste delicious. Comrade, how much for the pig offal? This stuff nobody wants. If you want it, it's 30 cents for all of it. I'll take it all. Mother Sheng was shocked to hear Sheng Wanyan spending 30 cents on that, and the good mother-daughter bond they had just built vanished in an instant. Why are you buying that? Do you have money to waste? Mother Sheng glared at her, and Sheng Wanyan pretended not to notice. Mother Sheng was frustrated. Another person here to collect debts. In the end, Sheng Wanyan's haul was successfully carried by Sheng Wanja. Mother Sheng bought a pound of pastries, 3 pounds of sunflower seeds, and they already had some white rabbit candy at home, which was enough. The soy sauce, oil, and salt at home were running low, so with Sheng Wanja, the strong man, Mother Sheng decided to restock everything all at once. She also bought 10 eggs, 3 pounds of vegetables, and a few cucumbers before finishing. Let's go. Time to buy bicycles. Mother Sheng was very excited and hurriedly pulled Sheng Wanyan toward the bicycle shop. Sheng Wanja followed behind, carrying bags and packages, trailing behind the 2 esteemed women of the family. There are 2 types of bicycles. One has a straight bar in the front called a 28-inch bicycle, which is taller and more suitable for men. The other has a slanted bar in the front, known as a 26-inch bicycle, which can be used by both men and women. How much are these bicycles? The sales clerk, who was knitting, looked up and noticed that Sheng Mu and Sheng Wanyan were dressed neatly, which made her more patient. 110 each, plus a bicycle ticket. Sheng Mu nodded and immediately asked for 2. The clerk thought she misheard. How many do you want? I want 2. Without further discussion, Sheng Mu took out the money and the ticket and placed them on the table. The clerk quickly set down her yarn and prepared a receipt, worried that Sheng Mu might change her mind. Which style do you want? The clerk's tone became much gentler. Sheng Mu pointed to the 26-inch bicycle. Are both of them this style?
Yes.
Okay, I'll go to the warehouse and have someone bring them out for you. The clerk hurried to the warehouse to get the bicycles, while Sheng Wanyan and Sheng Mu checked them before paying. The clerk counted the money, confirmed it was correct, and put it in the drawer. Sheng Wanyan and Sheng Mu each pushed a bicycle and left the supply and marketing cooperative. Sheng Wanzai saw the happy figures of his mother and sister and sighed as he returned to the bicycle area to buy 2 long chain locks. When Sheng Wanzai handed the locks to them, the mother and daughter finally realized. Don't ask. Even if you did, they wouldn't admit their mistake. Sheng Wanyan and Sheng Mu placed some of their purchases in the front basket and let Sheng Wanzai take the rest home. The family parked the bicycles downstairs in their apartment building, and soon the neighbors gathered around. Seeing this, Sheng Wanzai quickly ran away, put the items back home, and rode Gu Ting Zhao's bicycle.
Oh my.
The Sheng family bought 2 bicycles. Goodness. Isn't that a bit extravagant? The Sheng family is made up of workers. Isn't it normal to buy 2 bicycles? People really can be so envious. Everyone was touching the bicycles, their jealousy almost overflowing. Sheng family wife, why did you buy 2? They couldn't help but be curious. In this era, there weren't many entertainment options, and gossip was the best way to pass the time. I bought them for my daughter and me to use for work. While locking the bicycles with the long chains, Sheng Mu answered their questions. Still, you didn't need to buy 2. That's not a good mindset. Li's mother couldn't help but mutter a few words, her jealousy of the 2 bicycles almost showing in her eyes. Sheng's mother didn't tolerate her, responding with a sarcastic tone. Are my daughter and I 2 people? What's wrong with having 2 bikes? It doesn't cost you anything. Instead of being here with your sarcasm, why not have your sons buy you 1? Sheng's mother directly pointed out that her sons were barely making ends meet, let alone buying her a bicycle. No matter how bitter Li's mother felt, she still wanted to save face and had to confront Sheng's mother. Where did I go wrong? Isn't this just wasteful? If that's how you see it, let's ask everyone for their opinion. I have 2 kids. This bike for my daughter can serve as part of her dowry. We just bought it early, and it will be useful for work. If it's well maintained, it will be just like new later. Isn't my daughter contributing to the country by working? Plus, isn't it saving resources? Sheng's mother's words made everyone think. How did they not realize this before? They could buy a bike for their own home, and when their daughters got married in a few years, it would be perfect for a dowry. Plus, they would save a lot of money, not waste resources, and maintain their dignity. As long as it was well taken care of, who would complain about such a big item? This was a win-win situation, and it couldn't get any better. How had they not thought of such a good idea before? It was clear that the Sheng family was quick-witted. Otherwise, they wouldn't all be workers. Sheng's wife is right. Just think of how much money this saves. Exactly. A bicycle is a great thing. Who cares if it's secondhand? That's true. The Sheng family really thinks ahead. Li's mother turned pale with anger. The Sheng family always seemed to have the upper hand over her family. But you can't buy 2 bikes. You don't have 2 daughters. Sheng's mother laughed at her comment, and everyone looked at her with disdain. Was she really that clueless? Are my sons not people? Am I not a person? Is my husband not a person? Is my future daughter-in-law not a person? Do they not need to work? What a silly thing to say. She was afraid that if she spoke too much, she would catch her foolishness. Did your son really find a partner? Yes. Your son Xiao Zhe said he has a girlfriend. Is that true? Everyone was curious, especially to see if their own daughters still had a chance. Really, tomorrow we will go to propose. Mother Sheng didn't want to hide it. Otherwise, when they went tomorrow, everyone would be confused about how to talk about it. Oh my, is this for real? Where are they from? Are they workers? Mother Sheng didn't want to say much. This was her future daughter-in-law's private matter, and she didn't want to make it gossip. Motherly rolled her eyes and said, I bet they're from a village. Mother Sheng ignored her, took her things, and went upstairs. Tomorrow, when the future daughter-in-law arrives, everyone will know. Let the Li family dream for a night. It wouldn't be good if they got too upset. Sheng Wanyan held back her laughter and quickly followed her mother. Sometimes, Mother Sheng could be quite sharp-tongued. The two of them returned home and put away the things they bought. Sheng Wanyan started to clean the pig intestines. The family wrinkled their noses at the sight. It was too smelly. Luckily, everyone was far from the kitchen, and there was some starch at home. Sheng Wanyan poured some and began to knead the pig intestines. The smell got stronger as she kneaded, but thankfully, everyone was cooking, which helped cover it up. After half an hour, Sheng Wanyan finally cleaned them well. Mother Sheng came in, sniffed, and noticed the smell was gone, feeling curious. Can this really be eaten? Mother Sheng was still unsure. Sheng Wanyan, while cutting the pig intestines, answered her. Yes, it's best with chili. How did you get rid of the smell? I kneaded it with starch. After a while, it goes away. Mother Sheng paused her washing and immediately went to find the bag of starch at home. Seeing that more than half was gone, Mother Sheng's anger rose sharply. Sheng Wanyan, you always use my stuff when cooking. Sheng Wanyan shrugged and began to explain her philosophy to her mother. Mom, being human is all about finding joy. Hearing this made Mother Sheng even angrier, and she pointed at Sheng Wanyan, her hand shaking. You're happy using my starch, but how can I be happy without it?
Huh.
You'll definitely be happy when you eat it later. Will I be happy waiting in line to buy it? Sheng Wanyan bit her lip, lowering her head while cutting the pig intestines. Mother Sheng's retort left her speechless. The two elders of the Sheng family heard the debate between the mother and daughter and couldn't help but laugh. Life is so interesting. Wanyan is becoming more lively every day. Sheng Mu angrily went straight to her room. When Sheng Fu came home and didn't see her, he had a bad feeling. Where's your mom? In her room. Is she angry?
Yeah. Did you cause it?
Sheng Wanyan looked up at him and said, it was the starch that caused the trouble. Sheng Fu immediately understood, gave her a knowing gesture, and went to the room to comfort his wife. Sheng Wanyan stir-fried pig intestines with garlic and dried chili, and the delicious smell filled the air. Sheng Mu, in her room, swallowed hard. Was it really that fragrant? Wife, it must be our daughter's pig intestines. I just saw her take the dried chili you dried from the cupboard. Unable to resist, Sheng Mu went to the kitchen to help cook, but still ignored Sheng Wanyan. At dinner, Sheng Mu shot a glare at Sheng Wanyan, who then served her 2 pieces of pig intestines. Sheng Wanyan understood her mother's look. It was a sign for her to be more proactive. So, she helped her out. Now, the mother and daughter reconciled. Sheng Mu took a bite of the pig intestines, and the flavor was amazing. Delicious. Sheng Wanzai tried a piece and was instantly won over by the dish. It was perfect for pairing with drinks. Sheng Grandpa thought the same and brought out the homemade wine. The special wine Sheng Wanzai brought back was half finished when Gu Ting Xiao came, and the rest was saved for tomorrow's visit from the in-laws. Sheng Grandma was also skilled at brewing. She used to work at a winery. In his youth, Sheng Grandpa fought against the enemy, and it was her brewing skills that made him pursue her relentlessly. After finishing his meal, Sheng Wanzai wisely took the dishes to wash, making Sheng Mu happy. Yenner, the clothes I made for you are ready. Try them on. Sheng Grandma handed her 2 skirts that she had made out of boredom in the past few days. The skirts were dark blue, with a round neck design, slightly fitted at the waist and knee length. Sheng Grandma made them in the latest style from Haisher, which some young girls wore on the streets. Sheng Wanyan tried them on in her room. Although the color was simple, the style was classic and would never go out of fashion. The slight waist fit didn't make her look bulky. Sheng Wanyan was tall and pretty, so the dress looked great on her. When she stepped out, Sheng Grandma looked her over, and only when she confirmed it fit well did she relax. Not bad, I knew you'd look good in it. Grandma's skills are excellent. Grandma Sheng was very happy to hear that. Her little mouth is so sweet. Sis, you look great in a dress. Next time, I'll find someone to buy you a couple of nice dresses. Sheng Wanza thought his little sister had really changed. She looked much healthier and more vibrant than before. You should save your money to get married. Sheng Wanyan quickly refused without thinking. Since Sheng Wanza was about to get engaged, spending too much on her might upset his future wife. In this time, let alone nice dresses, even a piece of meat could cause trouble at home. Plus, she didn't want to draw too much attention. The words on the walls and the people with red armbands outside were warnings. Having her own space, she preferred to keep a low profile and enjoy her life quietly. "You are my sister. I will still buy you dresses." Shumwanza said that and went back to his room. Tomorrow, the future in-laws would come and everyone would eat and then sleep. Sheng Wanyan hung the 2 dresses in the wardrobe. Grandma Sheng had washed them before giving them to her. Since her future sister-in-law's family was coming over tomorrow, she could wear them and not feel embarrassed. Early the next morning, the whole family got up to clean the house, making it spotless. Sheng Wanza went out early and returned with 10 pounds of flour and 5 pounds of rice. "Mom, I'm going to the guest house to pick someone up." The Pan family arrived in Rongqing at 5 in the morning, and Sheng Wanza went to pick them up so they could rest well. Now it was 3 in the afternoon, and the Pan family had adjusted after a full day of rest. They didn't have much vacation time, so they came in a hurry this time. "All right, on your way back, stop by the state-run restaurant and get 2 portions of meat dishes, just in case we don't have enough to eat." "Okay." Sheng Wanza quickly left after receiving the order. He had borrowed a military vehicle from the police station for this trip. Since Mr. Pan was a commander, borrowing the military vehicle wouldn't raise any eyebrows. Mrs. Sheng and Sheng Wanyan were busy in the kitchen, with Mrs. Sheng using all the meat they had at home. "Yan Yan, look at what I'm making: meatballs, braised pork, scrambled eggs with chives, and cabbage with vermicelli. I made soup from the bones we bought yesterday. You love spare ribs, so I'll steam some garlic spare ribs for you along with white rice, knead a dozen steamed buns, fry some peanuts, and make a cold dish to go with drinks. How does that sound?" Mrs. Sheng prepared 10 dishes, all with good meanings, perfect for this important day. "That sounds great and very impressive. After this meal, we need to keep a low profile at home for a while. Everyone in the building can smell it." Mother Sheng had already planned this out. Their family had eaten a lot of meat this month. On the day Sheng Wanyan confirmed her job, they had meat. The day Sheng Wanza came home, they had meat again, and when Gu Tingxiao visited, they had a feast. Now, with today included, they had eaten meat 4 times this month. If the smell got out, it would be hard for others not to suspect. If someone reported them, it would become a serious issue. "Okay, usually you 2 should drink some malt extract with your grandparents. Don't wear yourselves out. If it comes to it, I'll just buy ready-made dumplings from the state-run restaurant and bring them back in a bag. We can eat them secretly with the door closed." Mother Sheng nodded. The health of the 2 elders was important, and they needed proper nutrition. Malt extract was the best supplement, and the elders could have a cup at home. "All right, you help me make fish soup and meatballs." "Old Sheng, take the flour out and knead it for steamed buns." Father Sheng hurried into the kitchen when he heard Mother Sheng's instructions, took on his task, and started working hard in the living room. With the 3 of them working and Grandma Sheng helping to wash some vegetables, they quickly prepared the ingredients. Mother Sheng was in charge of cooking today. She knew her daughter was a better cook, but on this special day, she wanted to show her sincerity and let others know her daughter was valued in their family. As a mother, she always thought more about her children. With Sheng Wanyan assisting her, Mother Sheng worked quickly and finished everything in 2 hours. However, the smell of meat made everyone in the building envious, and no matter how they felt, there was nothing they could do. Today, the Sheng family was hosting their future in-laws for a betrothal, and with their son being capable, it was normal for them to have meat. But having meat so often in just a few days was hard for anyone to accept. "Grandma, I want to eat meat." "Grandma, I want some too." The children in the building couldn't hold back and went to their grandmother to complain. Meanwhile, the Li family, who had a feud with the Sheng family, felt the smell was like a thorn in their side. How could the Sheng family be so generous with a daughter-in-law from the countryside? They seemed foolish. But seeing their beloved grandson wanting meat made them reluctant to deny him. "Good boy, Grandma will take you to buy meat buns tomorrow." Dog Dan, who is 10 years old, was unhappy to hear that he would have to wait until tomorrow to eat. "Mom, I want it now, right now." Grandma Li had no choice but to cook an egg for her eldest grandson, preparing a special meal in the kitchen. The other grandchildren watched enviously. She was a bit lenient with her eldest grandson and cooked another egg, sharing it between the remaining two grandsons. Grandma Lee felt even more fond of her eldest grandson, as he would be the one to support her in her old age. However, the girl did not receive such good treatment and could only watch the boys eat.
What are you looking at?
You don't have the right to eat. Have you finished washing the clothes? Grandma Lee scolded directly, causing her granddaughter to hurry and get to work. When Sheng Wanza arrived at the apartment complex in a military vehicle, the neighborhood women rushed out. These women had ears like radar, hearing even the slightest noise clearly. When they saw the car in the hallway, they were very excited. Oh my goodness! The future daughter-in-law of the Sheng family is arriving in a military vehicle. Look, those two girls are wearing nice dresses, right? And that tall soldier next to them, along with the woman beside him, are dressed so well. They are not ordinary people. Pan Yu got out of the car with her parents and sister, immediately noticing the heads peeking from the upstairs hallway. Seeing the women gossiping about them, Pan Yu could only smile awkwardly. Uncle, aunt, big sister, Xiao Yu, let's go upstairs. Upon hearing this, Pan's mother went to the trunk to get the gifts, while her two daughters quickly helped. Pan's eldest daughter, Pan Xing, was 3 months pregnant and had come along with Pan Yu instead of going to work. With her sister by her side, Pan Yu felt less nervous and could share her thoughts with her. Come on, let's hurry inside. Pan's mother noticed the onlookers and had already guessed what was happening. After all, in this era, everyone was curious about everything. Sheng Wanza took the items from Pan Yu and Pan Xing, knowing one was pregnant and the other was his future wife. Pan's father walked behind and nodded silently at Sheng Wanza's actions. As Sheng Wanza was his subordinate, he was fully aware of the situation, and marrying his daughter to him was the most reassuring choice. Pan Yu blushed as Sheng Wanza took the items from her, lowering her head while helping Pan Xing up the stairs. At the entrance of the Sheng family home, Pan Yu felt very nervous, tightening her grip on Pan Xing's hand. Pan Xing gently patted her hand to comfort her. Grandparents, mom and dad, little sister, my boyfriend's family has arrived. Sheng Wanza's loud voice attracted the neighbors, who came out to see what was happening. Just as Sheng's mother finished changing her clothes, she heard his voice and hurried to open the door. When she opened the door, she saw the 4 members of the Pan family standing outside. Seeing Pan Yuesher's slightly flushed cheeks and nervous expression, it was clear who the future daughter-in-law was. As for why it wasn't Pan Xing, women know best whether another woman has been married before.
Come in, come in.
Our in-laws have arrived, Sheng's mother said warmly. Pan's mother also stepped forward with the gifts they brought. We came over so suddenly, please don't mind us, Pan's mother said, showing her understanding of social customs. Sheng's mother quickly waved her hand. We're all family now, no need to be so polite. Take it back for the kids to enjoy. This is a gift for visiting. My husband specifically asked me to bring it, Pan's mother replied. Hearing that she mentioned an elder, Sheng's mother knew it would be rude to refuse again, so she accepted. All right, next time you don't need to bring anything, she said. Pan's mother smiled and nodded, realizing the Sheng family was even better than she had expected. Pan's father greeted the 2 elders politely, expressing admiration for Sheng's grandfather, who had served in the military. Mom, this is my girlfriend Pan Yu, and this is her sister, Pan Xing Xiao Yu. These are my parents, my grandparents, and my sister, Yener. Pan Yu smiled shyly at them and greeted, hello, Sheng grandpa, Sheng grandma, uncle, aunt, and sister Yener. Sheng's mother was pleased at first sight. Pan Yu looked gentle, polite, and well-mannered, a thoughtful child. Sheng's grandfather and father nodded with smiles, while Sheng's grandmother held her hand, looking her over. Are you hungry? How about we eat first? Sheng's grandmother suggested. Yes, after such a long journey, we should have a good meal. Sheng's grandmother welcomed them to sit down. The Pan family noticed the delicious food and understood how much the Sheng family valued their daughter. Future in-laws, please take a seat, she said. The Pan family sat down on Sheng's grandfather's right side, while the rest of the Sheng family sat on the left. With both families facing each other, it was easy to talk. Sheng Wanza sat across from Pan Yu, while Sheng Wanyan sat across from Pan Xing. Come on, don't be shy. This is all prepared by your aunt this morning, Sheng's grandmother said, serving Pan Yu a meatball, wanting her to feel comfortable eating. Thank you, Sheng grandma and aunt. Mother Sheng smiled and served her a bowl of bone soup. Don't be polite at home. You've had a long train ride. You need to take care of yourself. Pan Yu nodded, feeling less nervous than before. Before coming, she was worried that the Sheng family might not be satisfied with her, especially since Sheng Wanza was truly outstanding. Thank you, Auntie. Mother Sheng welcomed everyone to eat, serving Sheng Wanza a bowl of soup with 2 large pieces of bone. This is for your sister. She has been busy since early morning. Sheng Wanza took it and handed it to his sister Sheng Wanyan, who was quietly drinking the soup made with love by their mother. Dear in-laws, you have raised your son and daughter so well. The son is handsome, and the daughter is beautiful. Pan's mother admired Sheng Wanyan's delicate face, thinking that even in the capital, she couldn't find a girl more beautiful than her. It's all the children's own fortune. Mother Sheng smiled happily. What mother wouldn't feel proud when their children were praised? If it weren't for the circumstances, she would have loved to celebrate loudly. Pan Yu was also secretly watching Sheng Wanyan, as she was her future sister-in-law, and building a good relationship was important. If there were conflicts between sisters-in-law, her life in the Sheng family would be difficult. At first glance, she was surprised to see that Sheng Wanyan was even more beautiful than those in the performing arts troupe. Unlike others who were too thin and lacked vitality, she looked fresh and vibrant, like a ripe peach. Sheng Wanyan looked up at her, and Pan Yu felt awkward for being caught staring. Sheng Wanyan smiled at her, and Pan Yu shyly smiled back, easing the awkward atmosphere between them. Sheng Wanyan calmly ate her meat while listening to the elders discuss their engagement. Dear in-laws, my husband and I are usually busy. It's rare for us to take time for this engagement. You know our situation. Because of our jobs, we don't have much time off. Shouldn't we settle this marriage for the 2 children sooner? Pan's mother was indeed very busy. As the head nurse at a military hospital, she had to work overtime every day, and taking a long leave was a luxury. Your son, Wanza, is a subordinate of my husband. He is capable and courageous. Our family is very satisfied. My husband's job is similar to your son's. Pan, you will definitely be a good military wife. She understands that. Hearing this, Mother Sheng felt relieved. Being a military wife was not easy, as the men were often away on missions. In the family, big and small matters are often shouldered by women alone, and without a caring husband by their side, it's natural to feel disappointed. Mother-in-law, you know my son Xiaozhe is in the military. It's said that being a military wife is not easy. Since my son joined the army, I've truly experienced the worry and fear that comes with it. Your daughter Xiaoyu is a good girl, and the 2 of them are in love. I naturally hope they can settle down soon. Mother Pan smiled at this, as both families hoped for a quick marriage between the 2. I won't hide it from you. I've worried a lot about Xiaozhe's marriage. You know our situation. He is our only son. The burden and responsibility on him are heavy, and Xiaoyu would indeed face some challenges if she marries him. Xiaoyu shook her head. She had already made her decision about Sheng Wanze. I completely understand your concerns, mother-in-law. My family has gone through similar situations. You can rest assured, as the daughter of a soldier, Xiaoyu is mentally prepared for this. Mother Pan kept reassuring Mother Sheng, fully understanding her worries. You have only one son, and since Xiaoyu has chosen to marry Wanze and become part of your family, she knows the responsibilities she will take on. In the future, if your Xiaozhe achieves more, he might even apply for a 3-bedroom apartment. When you retire, you can enjoy a peaceful life. Mother Sheng wanted to respond, but Mother Pan understood her concerns well and knew what she meant. I appreciate your kind words. After discussing the marriage, they moved on to talk about the bride price and dowry. In our family, we have 1 son and 1 daughter, and we don't believe in favoring one over the other. The salary Xiaozhe sent back will be split. Half will be for their new home, and half will be kept for emergencies for the elders at home. My husband and I will divide our things equally between the two kids. For the bride price, we'll offer 666 yuan as a good omen. We just bought 2 bicycles, intending for each child to have one after they marry. However, once Xiao Zhe and Xiao Yu are married, they will apply for a family apartment, so it might be inconvenient to take them along, and we can convert them to cash instead. We will also arrange for a sewing machine and a watch. The sewing machine is a big item, and we will cover the cost. Once the couple settles in the military district, they can buy what they need there, ensuring that your Xiao Yu will not be treated poorly. Mother Sheng laid out her family's conditions, and the Pan family was naturally satisfied, recognizing the sincerity from the Sheng family. This watch, bicycle, and sewing machine are all luxury items. Having all 3 at once shows how much the Sheng family values their daughter. Mr. Pan feels fortunate for his little girl. She truly chose the right husband. Although the Sheng family isn't extremely wealthy, they are all workers, the elders get along well, and the younger ones are sensible. Marrying into the Sheng family will surely lead to a good life. Thank you, mother-in-law. We will provide 500 yuan as dowry, and you can take the watch, bicycle, and sewing machine as part of the bride's gifts, Mrs. Pan said. She initially wanted to offer 666 yuan, but remembering that her eldest daughter also received 500 yuan, she held back. That extra 166 yuan could be saved with some effort, but it's better not to let the children feel any resentment. If this leads to jealousy between the sisters, it could cause trouble in the future. Well, it's for the 2 kids, and how they use it after marriage is their own business, Mrs. Sheng replied, satisfied. Nowadays, many families don't give anything when marrying off their daughters, and those who demand a high bride price are common. The Pan family has been quite generous. The engagement was settled, and when the young couple returns from their next break, they will register and hold a banquet. Sheng Wanzi mentioned that, barring any surprises, he would be on leave by the end of October, and then he would officially be a married man. When Pan Yu heard that her marriage to Sheng Wanzi was confirmed, she felt a surge of joy and glanced at him. Sheng Wanzi served her a piece of meat and gave her a reassuring look. Sitting nearby, Sheng Wanyan felt overwhelmed by the couple's affection. She could clearly see their secret glances. As she chewed on her meat, she couldn't shake the feeling that something was off. With Sheng Wanzi's marriage settled, the family's attention would soon shift back to her. Sheng Wanyan sat still, holding a rib. Sheng Wanzi nudged her, asking, "What are you thinking about?" She shot him a fierce look and replied, "Nothing, just happy for you." Sheng Wanzi felt her words lacked sincerity, but seeing her focused on her meal made him unsure of what to think. The Pan family chatted for a while before heading back to their guest house to rest. They had to leave early the next morning for Kyoto to spend time with the elders before quickly returning to their station, and time was tight. Sheng Wanzi drove them back to rest, as he was worried that Pan Yu might be too tired from all the traveling. The Sheng family was busy cleaning, and after a long day, they were exhausted and went to bed early. When the Pan family of 4 returned to the guest house, they began to advise Pan Yu, with her mother analyzing the situation. "I think your future mother-in-law is easy to get along with, so you can rest assured about marrying into their family. Although she has a strong personality, her character is definitely good. Just look at the situation of the Sheng family's daughter to understand their family's values. The Sheng family's daughter enjoys good food without being shy, wears nice clothes, and is polite and well-mannered, which shows that the Sheng family is well-educated. Life is getting harder these days, and you can see the state of the world for yourselves. If you don't have a bit of a strong personality, it will be hard to stand your ground, and you might get bullied by others." Pan Yu nodded. She liked everyone in the Sheng family and felt she had made the right choice. "I heard your future sister-in-law works in the publicity department of a cotton factory. She has her own job and salary, and the Sheng family is straightforward. As long as you maintain a good relationship with them, your life there will be good." Pan's mother had a clear understanding of the Sheng family. She had met many people in the hospital and had good judgment. She was more satisfied with the Sheng family than she had expected. Historically, the relationships between mothers-in-law and daughters-in-law, as well as sisters-in-law, can be very challenging. You're lucky to have chosen Sheng Wanzi. Just look at your sister's sister-in-law, who is lazy and only thinks about taking advantage of others. If it weren't for our family status and your brother-in-law's care for your sister, that sister-in-law would have drained her dry. Thinking about it made Pan's mother angry, and as she spoke, her dissatisfaction with her eldest son-in-law's family grew. Mom, I understand. I will get along well with them. Pan Xing felt uneasy about this too. Her sister-in-law had already married out, but every time she came over with her family, they took food and other things without leaving anything behind. Compared to Xing Wanyan, they were not even close, and she couldn't help but envy her sister's luck. At least she didn't have to deal with such a sister-in-law, or it would drive her crazy. Pan's mother sighed, patted her hand, and gave her a few more reminders before returning to her room. After the Pan family returned home, word quickly spread in the apartment building that the future daughter-in-law of the Sheng family was from Kyoto. Everyone was shocked to hear the news. The Sheng family seemed to have incredible luck, as good things just kept happening to them. Especially for Li's mother, who had been feeling proud all night, thinking she could outshine Sheng's mother regarding her daughter-in-law. She didn't expect that Sheng's future daughter-in-law was from Kyoto and even worked in a cultural troupe, with her father being a leader. This left her feeling uneasy. The Sheng family spent their days preparing items for Sheng Wanzi to take back to the military district. They started eating very simply with just steamed buns and some cold dishes. Occasionally, they would have steamed eggs or scrambled eggs, and the elderly couple would have a boiled egg each morning for nutrition. Otherwise, they would drink some malt milk and eat pastries. They hadn't cooked meat in a while, and the neighbors guessed they had run out of meat tickets. Overall, the Sheng family became low-key, and no one continued to suspect them. However, Sheng's mother found time to make a few jars of meat sauce for Sheng Wanzi to take with him when he left. They also kept a jar at home to enjoy with their steamed buns, which was quite tasty. After Sheng Wanyan visited the black market once, she didn't go back. With 4 years until the college entrance exam, she just needed to slowly save up during that time. There was no need to be too obvious, especially since there was a food shortage everywhere. Even though she had a special ability, she needed to be cautious. She wanted to protect herself and her family, knowing that with her skills, their future would be bright. She couldn't afford to lose big over small matters. After experiencing wealth in her past life, this time she only wished for her family's health and safety. Sheng Wanyan led a simple life, but when she rode her new bicycle to the cotton factory, she attracted a lot of attention. Wanyan, did you buy a bicycle? Niu Fengli was surprised and wanted to touch it but didn't have the courage, so she just admired it from a distance. Yes, it makes commuting easier. How much did it cost? You just started working. Sheng Wanyan smiled but didn't respond. She knew that women in this era were often very tight on money. For a woman to buy a bicycle was something most wouldn't even dare to dream of. Fengli, we're going to be late. Hearing this, Niu Fengli quickly forgot about the bicycle and hurried to catch up with her to the publicity department. However, the news of her buying a bicycle spread quickly, and soon everyone knew that the new colleague in the publicity department had purchased one. Many unmarried young men have been asking about her situation, wondering if she has a boyfriend, and if there might be a chance to get to know her better. However, when they found out that Sheng Wanyan's family were all workers, some lost interest, while others became even more curious. Sheng Wanyan was unaware of this, and even if she knew, she would pretend not to. She had no plans for a relationship at the moment. She had just arrived in this era and hadn't fully settled in yet, so she wasn't thinking about dating. Anyway, she had a bicycle, and after work, she could ride faster than anyone else, leaving no one to talk to her. People felt shy about approaching her in the publicity department and hoped for a chance encounter in the cafeteria. But Sheng Wanyan never ate in the cafeteria. She always brought her own lunch to eat in the publicity department. As the days drew closer for Sheng Wanzi to return to the army, he had already been back for 7 days. He would be taking an early train the day after tomorrow, and their mother was eager to pack everything for him. She took out the new clothes she had prepared for him, which Grandma Sheng had made when she had the time. Take these 3 new outfits with you. Your grandma made them for you. Okay, Mom, just put them there. Their mother placed them on his bed, sighed without saying anything, and Sheng Wanzi looked over at her. Mom, what's wrong? Their mother sat by his bed, her eyes filled with reluctance. Xiaoza, I just hope you stay safe and don't push yourself too hard. Sheng Wanze put down the wooden board he was working on. The leg of a chair at home was broken, and he wanted to fix everything he could before returning to the army. He felt guilty for not fulfilling his responsibilities as a son over the years. Hearing her words made him feel uneasy, and he lowered his head to continue fixing the chair. I understand, Mom. Seeing his expression, their mother realized he was just trying to reassure her. Well, he was grown up now, and it was best not to hold him back.
Mom, get some rest.
Don't keep working so late. It's a waste of the oil lamp. These oil lamps are valuable. Their mother muttered a few more words, not realizing how expensive daily necessities could be.
All right.
Sheng Wanze set down the wooden board, took a shower to wash off the sweat, and then rested. Sheng Wanyan went to work early the next morning, and as she reached the factory gate, she heard Wu Jiaxiu calling her.
Wanyan.
Sheng Wanyan was riding her bicycle when she heard a voice and immediately stopped. Wu Jiaxiu quickly ran over. Wanyan, today is payday. Remember to go to the finance department to collect your salary. Today is the first payday. Sheng Wanyan realized she had been working here for half a month without noticing. To put it simply, she had been coasting through life for half a month, and she really enjoyed this laid-back lifestyle. Okay, Jiaxiu, hop on, and I'll give you a ride inside. Can you carry me? I'm a bit heavy. Wu Jiaxiu was on the larger side, a bit plump, and in this era, such women were often favored by families. I can do it. I'm strong. Wu Jiaxiu didn't hesitate and sat on the back seat. It was her first time riding a bicycle. To be honest, this bicycle felt special. Sitting on it made her feel like the most noticeable person on the road. Sheng Wanyan took her to the bike parking area and immediately locked it up with a chain. Wanyan, do we need to lock our bikes here? Sheng Wanyan always locked her bike as soon as she got off. In this era, there were no security cameras, so she had to be careful. Moreover, this bicycle was bought with her hard-earned money from months of saving. She didn't want her family's support to go to waste. Better safe than sorry. Wu Jiaxiu thought about it and agreed. After Wan Yan locked the bike, they walked together to the publicity department. Wan Yan, I actually wanted to talk to you about something today. Sheng Wanyan nodded, sensing there was more to it since Wu Jiaxiu usually wasn't this hesitant. What is it? My sister-in-law just had a baby, and she wants to buy some fabric to make clothes for the child. Could you ask your friends if they have any fabric with flaws? Don't worry. If it doesn't work out, it's fine. Sheng Wanyan nodded and quietly replied, I'll ask when I have time. If there isn't any, I'll let her know to keep an eye out. Thanks, Wanyan. Sheng Wanyan smiled and nodded. Wu Jiaxiu was a straightforward person, someone she could rely on for a long time. In the afternoon, Sheng Wanyan went with her colleagues from the publicity department to collect their salaries. She had been working for half a month and had even taken 2 hours off once. However, her promotional idea was recognized by the factory leaders, and Director Li gave her special attention, ensuring she received payment for those 2 hours. After half a month of work, she received 10 yuan. Besides the fixed monthly grain and meat coupons, she didn't get cotton coupons and would have to wait until next month for those. Sheng Wanyan was very satisfied. Today was payday, so it was only right to treat the family to some meat. Before Sheng Wanze went to the army, she could make some jerky for him to take along, which would be a nice treat for him. She felt a sense of accomplishment receiving her first paycheck. After work, Sheng Wanyan went home and took out a pound of pork from her space as she approached the building. Look, the Sheng girl is back. Did she buy meat? The women in the building had sharp noses. They could smell the meat without even seeing it. Sheng Wanyan wanted this reaction. After all, she wanted everyone to know she had received her paycheck. Yes, I got paid today, so I'm treating the family. Sheng Wanyan calmly responded to the women. Once they heard she was paid, they remembered what day it was. Oh, it's the first today, no wonder. I need to go home and ask my husband for his paycheck. Right, I need to buy some meat tomorrow too. Everyone hurried home, and some men were caught hiding their secret money.
Wife.
I wasn't hiding money. I was just counting to make sure. You old rascal. I don't believe you. Hearing the commotion, Sheng Wanyan hurried home, realizing she might have unintentionally dragged someone into trouble over a meal. She brought the meat home and handed her paycheck to her mother, who pushed it back. Starting next month, keep this 10 yuan for yourself. Use this month's for now. Sheng Wanyan didn't argue and gave her mother the ration tickets, as she relied on the family for food and didn't need them much. Her mother took out 2 almost expired tickets from a box and gave them to her for buying snacks. Sheng Wanyan accepted them, knowing that in those times, you needed tickets to buy anything. It felt frustrating to have money, but not be able to spend it. In her room, she counted her money and tickets. She had 142. 6 yuan, 3 national grain tickets, 2 sugar tickets, and 6 ordinary grain tickets. She planned to use the sugar and ordinary tickets tomorrow before they expired. Sheng Wanyan mentioned making jerky for Sheng Wanza, and her mother saved a piece of meat for her. Sis, you're too good to me. Seeing Sheng Wanza standing at the kitchen door with a smug look, her mood soured.
Come chop the meat.
Sheng Wanza rubbed his nose, wondering how all the women in the house were so strong-willed. Sheng Wanza sighed and walked over to chop the meat, but was quickly stopped by Sheng Wanyan. Did you wash your hands? Aren't you going to eat this? I don't mind eating it myself. Sheng Wanza didn't care at all. He had eaten all sorts of things during missions, so this was nothing. You just rubbed your nose. Don't your grandparents need to eat? Do you know about germs? If germs enter the body and cause a fever or cold, can your grandparents handle it? Sheng Wanyan gave him a long lecture, leaving Sheng Wanza stunned.
I'll wash my hands right now.
Sheng Wanza hurriedly washed his hands, scrubbing them several times until he was satisfied. By the way, how do you know about germs? Sheng Wanyan was momentarily confused by his question, but quickly regained her composure. I'm at least a high school graduate. I read about it before. Sheng Wanza nodded at this. After all, his sister had good grades, so he believed her. It's good to read more, but don't bring certain books home. Sheng Wanyan nodded, understanding the importance. I know. I won't bring those things home. In this proud era of labor, having a medical book or a foreign language book at home could be dangerous. If discovered, the whole family could face consequences. Sheng Wanza handed her the chopped meat, and Sheng Wanyan told him to go out. She could handle it herself. Everyone was in the living room listening to the radio, while Sheng Wanyan secretly added fish sauce and honey to the mixture. These were things they didn't have at home, so she had to take them from her supplies. She then added soy sauce and cooking wine, stirring clockwise for 5 minutes before adding sugar, salt, and pepper. In this era, there were no ovens, so she had to use the frying pan at home. As long as it tasted good, that was enough. After finishing, Sheng Wanyan cut it into small pieces and tried one herself. Surprisingly, it turned out quite well, very chewy, and since it was meat, Sheng Wanza wouldn't complain. When the family saw she was done, everyone tried a piece and said it was delicious. Pack it in jars. Xiao Zhe can take 2 jars and we'll keep one at home. Sheng's mother quickly organized everything, and Sheng Wanza felt that with this meat jerky, he could replenish his energy after tiring training. His sister was becoming more skilled, and he wondered which boy might try to steal her heart in the future. Not to mention, his sister was becoming more beautiful, looking lively and radiant. Thinking about getting married in the future, she feels angry at the thought of her husband or in-laws treating her poorly. After all, her brother raised her before he went to the army, taking care of her until she graduated from elementary school at 13. With their parents busy at work and their grandparents managing the household, she often played with 2 little kids following her around. The family went to bed early. There weren't many places to go at that time, and to save on oil lamps, everyone chose to sleep early. The next day, she had a day off and planned to use some soon-to-expire coupons at the supply store. After telling her family, she left, and her mother reminded her to buy a bag of salt.
Okay.
Riding her bicycle, she suddenly thought of a good place to visit, the recycling station. She had seen the heroines in those old novels find many treasures there. It would be worth checking out, and even if she didn't find anything valuable, it would be good to get familiar with the place for the future. Using her memory, She rode her bike to the recycling station but stopped nearby in a secluded area to hide her bicycle. She put 5 fruit candies in her pocket and walked to the station. An older woman was guarding the entrance and immediately stopped her, asking, "What do you want?" "Annie, I'm here to buy some scrap paper and wood for kindling." She handed the 5 candies to the woman, who looked at them and waved her in. "Just don't take what you shouldn't."
Got it.
Once inside the recycling station, she saw all sorts of items. There were burnt tables and chairs with missing legs. Seeing those expensive pieces of furniture made her feel it was such a waste, and she felt sorry for them. Each of those items would be worth a lot in the future, yet they were now ruined. Sighing, she squatted down and rummaged through a pile of scrap paper. Most of it consisted of drawings, medical texts, and foreign language books. The artwork was vivid. Even though half of it was burned, its beauty was still evident. Unfortunately, there weren't many intact pieces. Most were torn or badly damaged. After searching for a while, she found a set of science textbooks. These were valuable study materials for the college entrance exam that resumed in 1977. People were eager to get their hands on such resources. After putting away the study materials in her space, she had no hope for the pile of burnt paper and could only focus on the damaged furniture. Sheng Wanyan looked at the door. Seeing no one around, she opened every drawer to check. Some drawers had boxes, but the contents were missing. She found several intact jewelry boxes made of sandalwood and quickly stored them in her space. These were antiques and valuable items. Sheng Wanyan tapped the legs of the table and chairs, discovering some wooden sticks that had been cut from the furniture. After checking around, she found that one of the chair legs was hollow. She flipped the chair over and noticed that the bottom was blocked with a piece of black wood. Sheng Wanyan pulled out the black wood and shook out what was inside. A black handkerchief fell out, and when she opened it, she found 2 gold bars, an emerald ring, and a pair of ruby earrings. She quickly stored them in her space, replaced the black wood, and returned everything to its original place. She checked the remaining items but found nothing else of value. Worried that the lady at the door might notice her absence, she took a pile of waste paper outside. The lady inspected it and confirmed there were no issues before allowing her to take it. "Here's 5 cents. Sheng Wanyan gave her the money and left the recycling station, feeling quite thrilled by the treasure hunt. Finding a secluded spot, she stored the waste paper in her space and took out her bicycle. The waste paper could be used for cooking in her space, as there was a stove available. She rode her bicycle to the supply store and bought the salt her mother needed, along with a pound of white sugar and a pound of brown sugar. With 4 pounds of regular food coupons, she purchased 2 pounds of pastries and also bought 2 pounds of rice. She spent just under $3, using up her soon-to-expire coupons. However, she didn't expect to see Sheng Xiaoying as soon as she left the supply store. This time, Sheng Xiaoying didn't look as glamorous as before, wearing patched clothes instead of new outfits and hair accessories. When she spotted Sheng Wanyan, she hurried over, thinking that Sheng Wanyan would bring her nice things like before. But after waiting for over half a month without seeing her, she had heard that Sheng Wanyan had become a worker. How could she handle such a huge drop? There were so many chores waiting for her at home, and she had been waiting for a chance to come to the city. "Yenna, are you still mad at me? I've already forgiven you for what happened last time." "You." Sheng Xiaoying started to speak, but in the past, when she said this, Sheng Wanyan would always share her food with her. This time, she lowered her head, hoping that Sheng Wanyan would recognize her kindness and make amends. "I haven't forgiven you, and I told you last time not to bother me again." Sheng Wanyan walked past her without a glance. Sheng Xiaoying had come a long way and hadn't eaten anything. She couldn't swallow her anger now. "Don't be so ungrateful. I apologize to you. What more do you want?" Sheng Wanyan laughed at this. Who is really being ungrateful? Who is being ungrateful? Who is trying to trick me at every turn? Who complains to me every time, and who shamelessly asks for things? Sheng Xiaoying, don't show up in front of me again, or I'll tell everyone in the village about what you've done. If you ever get married, no one will want you. Sheng Wanyan rolled her eyes. What kind of person was this? Did she really think she was something special?
You.
Sheng Xiuying was so angry she couldn't speak, feeling stuck. Don't regret it. With such a small mind, who would want to be your friend? Sheng Xiuying left with that remark, and Shen Wanyan called after her, before being shameless. Look in the mirror first. Sheng Xiuying stumbled as she walked away, even angrier. When she got married, she would see how Shen Wanyan, the old maid, would act in front of her. Shen Wanyan clicked her tongue. Just a few words, and she was this angry? Where did she get the face to ask the original owner for food so many times before? A burst of laughter came from behind her. Shen Wanyan turned to see a middle-aged woman covering her mouth, trying to stifle her laughter. Behind her stood a tall man in military uniform. It was Gu Tingxiao. Gu Tingxiao nodded at her, and Shen Wanyan felt a bit embarrassed.
Sorry, miss.
We were just passing by and didn't mean to eavesdrop. The middle-aged woman apologized shyly. She was Gu Tingxiao's aunt. She had come to the supply and marketing cooperative because Gu Tingxiao mentioned the last time he had dinner at a comrade's house. She thought he had brought too little last time, so today she came out to buy some things for him to take to his comrade's house. It's fine. These are just silly things I did before. There's nothing wrong with listening. Shen Wanyan's confident demeanor surprised Gu Tong. After many years of living in Rongqing, it was her first time seeing a girl so open and unashamed about her past mistakes. In this day and age, girls often hide their silly actions for fear of judgment. But here was someone who faced her errors head-on. She clearly had an independent mindset, and Gu Tong found herself liking her more and more. If Shen Wanyan knew what Gu Tong was thinking, she would just smile and say nothing. After all, it wasn't her who had made foolish mistakes, so she felt no burden. How coincidental, Gu Tingxiao suddenly spoke, startling Gu Tong, who looked at her nephew in shock. When did he ever talk to a girl first? His family was worried about his future. All the other kids had settled down, while he, at 26, was still surrounded by men in the army. Even though there were girls in the arts troupe, his cold demeanor scared them away. His days were filled with training and missions, and he only moved between the dorm and the dining hall. The family was anxious, trying to set him up on blind dates, but he would simply say he had no time and couldn't go home, not wanting to delay any girl's chance to find a partner. His unit was far away, and the family couldn't bring him back. But now, what did she see? A single man taking the initiative to talk to a girl. Gu Tong felt a mix of excitement and curiosity, wanting to see more. Really coincidental, Shen Wanyan replied. Gu Tong quickly grabbed her hand, worried she might leave. Young lady, do you know each other? No, not really. She is my comrade's sister, Gu Tingxiao interrupted before Shen Wanyan could finish. Hearing him answer made Gu Tong even happier. That little rascal, he thought she wouldn't notice that the girl was about to say they weren't close. Was he afraid of being associated with her? So, you are the sister of Tingxiao's comrade. I'm his aunt, Gu Tong said with enthusiasm, more than she had shown during her son's blind dates. Last time Tingxiao had dinner at your house, he came back saying your family was very warm and welcoming. I actually bought some things today and was planning to bring them to your family. Look at that. What a coincidence. Tingxiao, why don't you take the items and go home with the young lady? This way, you won't have to run back and forth. Gu Tong gave Gu Tingxiao a meaningful glance, hoping he wouldn't be ungrateful for such a good opportunity to get along. Gu Tingxiao looked at Shen Wanyan, who was still in shock, and instinctively nodded. Okay. Shen Wanyan was quite innocent. Since he was going to her house, it was more convenient to make one less trip. Gu Tong, at her age, could see everything clearly. It was obvious that there were feelings involved, but the girl hadn't realized it yet. Even if she did, it might not be directed at her nephew, which meant a long road ahead for him to win her over. Gu Tong handed Gu Tingxiao the meat, candies, and pastries she had bought, and secretly passed him the snow cream she had just purchased. Gu Tingxiao looked at his aunt in confusion. Gu Tong was really frustrated with him. This kid didn't even think that he would be going back to the army tomorrow. If he didn't give a gift to the girl, who would remember him when he came back? With his cold demeanor and few words, it was a miracle if others didn't avoid him. At least giving her the snow cream would leave a lasting impression, reminding her that it was from him. Sheng Wanyan went to get her bicycle and placed the items in the front basket. Hurry up. Deliver the snow cream, do you hear me? Gu Tingxiao was pushed along by Gu Tong, who kept nagging him. His expression remained blank, which made Gu Tong feel exasperated. Gu Tingxiao took the bicycle and placed everything meant for Sheng's family in the basket. With a long stride, he confidently sat on the bicycle, his legs supporting the ground, allowing Sheng Wanyan to sit on the back seat. Sheng Wanyan climbed on and held onto the bottom of the front seat. Are you ready? Gu Tingxiao turned to glance at her, and Sheng Wanyan nodded for him to go. Seeing that she was really settled, Gu Tingxiao pushed off, and the bicycle began to move. Gu Tong watched the couple's charming figures leave before riding her own bicycle home. All the way, Gu Tingxiao rode very steadily, but the bumpy road made it hard for Sheng Wanyan to stay balanced on the back, and she was feeling sore. Gu Tingxiao stopped and turned to look at Sheng Wanyan. The road ahead is a bit bumpy. Hold on to my shirt. Sheng Wanyan released her grip on the seat, gripping tightly instead, her fingertips turning slightly red. Gu Tingxiao noticed and thought, her hands are so delicate.
No.
You'll fall off. Sheng Wanyan didn't get to finish her refusal before Gu Tingxiao's words silenced her completely. All right then. Sheng Wanyan was not being overly dramatic. She reached out and grabbed the sides of his shirt at his waist. Gu Tingxiao felt the slight touch and his body tensed up completely. Upon closer inspection, he noticed his ears were slightly red, which surprised Sheng Wanyan. People these days seemed a bit too innocent. He was still a single man in his prime. Gu Tingxiao took a moment to adjust his breathing before continuing to ride his bike. When they reached the bottom of the building, Sheng Wanyan got off and let go of his shirt, allowing him to breathe a sigh of relief. She took down her things, and Gu Tingxiao helped her lock the bike, carrying her items for her. I can carry some of it, she offered. I'm strong enough to handle it, he replied seriously, making her retract her offer to help. The two of them went upstairs, and the Sheng family noticed them coming in together. They looked at each other, especially Sheng's mother, who seemed very curious about the situation. If it weren't for the circumstances, she would have rushed over to ask questions. How did you two come back together? Sheng Wanja looked at Gu Tingxiao, sensing something was off. I ran into him at the supply store, and he happened to be coming to my house, so we came together, Sheng Wanyan explained. Sheng's mother warmly welcomed Gu Tingxiao inside and poured him a cup of sweetened water. Why did you bring so many things with you? She asked, a bit puzzled. Gu Tingxiao tried to soften his expression. I brought some things for uncle and aunt and the elders, he said. Sheng's mother understood the underlying reason. He felt guilty about eating too much during his last visit. That's thoughtful of you. Just having you here makes me happy, she replied. Stay for dinner. I'll make braised pork. Gu Tingxiao declined the invitation, as Sheng Wanja was returning to the army with him the next day, and the family needed time together. His presence would only disrupt their time. My aunt has already prepared dinner. I promise to come again next time, he assured her. You don't need to be so polite with me, she said. After a few more polite refusals, Sheng's mother finally let it go, feeling even more pleased with him. What a considerate young man. However, her troublesome daughter was too focused on her pastries. As Sheng Wanyan enjoyed her snacks, she felt her mother's gaze on her and looked over to see her mother glaring at her. Mother Sheng was clearly upset, and looking at that greedy expression made her head spin. Yenner, go get a bucket of water with your brother and clean the bicycle. Sheng Wanyan felt that Mother Sheng's tone carried a hint of anger, so she hurried to get the water without delay. Sheng Wanzi took the bucket and asked her to find 2 cloths and come downstairs. Gu Tingxiao was pulled into a long conversation with Mother Sheng, but his mind was still focused on his aunt's request to deliver the snow cream. Little Gu, don't stay with us elders. Why don't you go and chat with the young people? Grandma Sheng, at her age, could easily see what Gu Tingxiao was thinking. She encouraged him to spend some time with Sheng Wanyan. Gu Tingxiao was mature and thoughtful, a considerate young man, someone reliable. Wasn't he better than any other young man in this building? Okay. Gu Tingxiao followed Sheng Wanyan outside, and Grandma Sheng smiled and shook her head. Mom, why does Gu Tingxiao seem more enthusiastic this time than last? Father Sheng was puzzled. Last time, it was just him answering questions, but this time he was initiating conversations. It was quite strange. Grandma Sheng didn't want to explain. Did he really need to know that someone was interested in his daughter? If she said that, Father Sheng would probably rush downstairs to be a third wheel. Telling you wouldn't help. Seeing that Grandma Sheng didn't want to say more, Father Sheng could only lower his head and defend himself. How could it not help? I'm still a valuable member of the family. What are you mumbling about? Bring me my teacup. Grandpa Sheng didn't want to look at his silly son, and Father Sheng quickly went to pour him tea. Comrade Sheng Wanyan. A deep male voice came from behind, and Sheng Wanyan turned to see Gu Tingxiao walking down the steps. Gu Tingxiao had his hands in his pockets, holding the snow cream tightly. Comrade Sheng Wanyan, this is for you. Sheng Wanyan looked at his large hand, where a box of snow cream blinked back at her. The fish you made last time was delicious. This is a thank you gift. Gu Tingxiao was sweating. He didn't understand why he felt this way, only that he had no resistance towards Sheng Wanyan. Though he hadn't experienced love before, he wasn't a naive teenager either, and he quickly figured it out. From the first time he came to the Sheng family for dinner, he was captivated by this open and generous girl. Later, when he was alone, her face would unconsciously appear in his mind. In the following days, I couldn't help but think of her. Even if I was foolish, I understood what it meant. I had planned to take the opportunity to visit the Sheng family today to catch a glimpse of her, but I didn't expect to run into her at the supply and marketing cooperative. However, seeing how unfamiliar Sheng Wanyan was with me, I realized she wasn't interested. I was being too forward, but I didn't want to miss out on such a wonderful girl. At least she is single now, which means I still have a chance. If she's single, that means there's hope, and backing down isn't my style. This is too precious, Sheng Wanyan said, recognizing the snowflake cream, a luxury item for women in this era. There was also clam oil, packaged in shells, which she had seen on Grandma Sheng's table. The elders preferred clam oil because it was cheaper and very useful. Young people liked snowflake cream more, and the cooperative sold it for 1.5 yuan a box, which was a lot of money back then. I'm glad you like it, Gu Tingxiao said after thinking for a long time, managing to say just that. Sheng Wanyan felt he looked like a big dog, eagerly watching her. After some thought, she accepted it, realizing that if she didn't, he would insist.
Thank you, she said.
Gu Tingxiao felt relieved when she accepted it, clenching his fist tightly, hiding the sweat in his palm from her. As Sheng Wanyan went to wash the bicycle, Sheng Wanzhen noticed them together and paused. Why did he feel that Gu Tingxiao had bad intentions? Usually, he kept a distance from the women in the arts troupe. Now, he was not only coming back with his sister but also washing bicycles with her, staying just 2 steps behind her. When did he get so close to the girls? He couldn't believe Gu Tingxiao had ulterior motives. How could he bring him home for a meal and have him take an interest in his sister? Was he even human? As Sheng Wanyan was about to put her hand in the bucket to wash the cloth, a large hand with calluses took the cloth from her. Their hands inevitably touched, and she quickly pulled her hand back. I'll do it, Gu Tingxiao said, taking the cloth and squatting down to help her wash the bicycle. If one looked closely, they could see a hint of discomfort in his eyes. It was his first time being so close to a girl, and Sheng Wanyan's soft skin made his heart race. He was afraid that if he squeezed her hand too hard, he might break it. Sheng Wanyan could only watch as 2 big men washed a bicycle, both of them very focused. They paid attention to every little gap in the wheels, making it look as good as new, as careful as if they were handling their own child. In this day and age, the value of a bicycle is like being able to raise a child, right? Seeing it was not her job, Sheng Wanyan sat under a tree and took out a big white rabbit candy to eat. However, as soon as she started eating the candy, the children playing downstairs gathered around her. I want candy too. I want some. Wanyan's sister surrounded by 5 or 6 kids, Sheng Wanyan watched as they drooled and looked at her with eager eyes. She took out 10 candies from her pocket and gave 1 to each child. The kids were very happy to receive the candy and sweetly thanked her. Thank you, Wanyan's sister, this candy is so sweet. Go play now, there's no more. Waving her hand, the 6 children ran off, satisfied with their candy and not thinking about the 4 pieces she had left. Sheng Wanyan gave the remaining 4 candies to Sheng Wanza and Gu Tingxiao, claiming it was a reward for washing the bike. Gu Tingxiao looked at the 2 candies in his palm and couldn't help but chuckle. Was she trying to treat him like a child? He never ate sweets, but this time he surprisingly put them in his pocket. Before leaving, Gu Tingxiao glanced at Sheng Wanyan, who was sitting by the sewing machine, helping Grandma Sheng organize fabric. Feeling his gaze, she looked up and smiled at him, saying, "Goodbye." Gu Tingxiao was taken aback by her smile, his expression softening as he looked at her.
Goodbye.
After Gu Tingxiao left the Sheng family, Sheng Wanza walked him downstairs. You're not falling for my sister, are you? Sheng Wanza asked directly, without beating around the bush.
Yes.
Gu Tingxiao openly admitted his feelings.
You.
Really? I invited you to dinner, and you ended up liking my sister.
You.
Sheng Wanza was left speechless by his straightforwardness. Was he really a comrade? This was ridiculous. He was just a shameless thief. Comrade Sheng Wanza, you know exactly what kind of person I am. I will treat her well. Hearing this made Sheng Wanza even angrier, but deep down, he knew Gu Tingxiao was a good choice. The feeling of having his sister taken away from him was painful for him. There are plenty of good guys out there. My sister is so outstanding, she might not even notice you, Sheng Wanza said stubbornly, nodding to himself in agreement. His sister was quite independent, and the way she looked at Gu Tingxiao was like he was just an ordinary friend. Gu Tingxiao sighed at this. He wasn't foolish. He could tell that Sheng Wanyan didn't have romantic feelings for him yet. But he knew that strong women might be wary of persistent men, so he would take it step by step to win her over. It seemed he needed to focus on his tasks and plan for his next break. When Sheng Wanza got home, he occasionally glanced at Sheng Wanyan during dinner. She found his gaze confusing and eventually couldn't take it anymore. What are you doing? Sheng Wanza picked up a large piece of braised pork for her, and she thought he was being strange. Eat more. I'm going back to the army tomorrow, so you'll have to take care of things here. Sheng Wanyan rolled her eyes and replied, You don't need to tell me. This is also my parents' and grandparents' home. Sheng Wanza chuckled and nodded. During dinner, Grandpa Sheng and Dad kept reminding him, when you return to the army, work hard and contribute to the country. Don't let down the trust and support the country has given you. Grandpa, Dad, I understand. Grandpa Sheng nodded and took a sip of his drink, always trusting Sheng Wanza. Grandma Sheng and Mom were reluctant to see him go, but they understood it was his duty. They could only avoid causing him trouble and support him in any way they could. Their child had chosen this path, which made them both proud and worried. Seeing the reluctant expressions on Grandma and Mom's faces made Sheng Wanza feel uneasy. He felt guilty towards his family, but he had his responsibilities. Grandma, Mom, eat some meat. Mom sighed, accepting the situation. After all, who could blame her for having such a son? She picked up some meat and started eating. After dinner, she went to her room and brought back some money for Sheng Wanza's safety. Here, take this 100 yuan. Mom, I don't need that much. Just give me enough for bus fare. Mom insisted, knowing her son was engaged and in the same unit as his future fiancé. He should have some money on hand. Otherwise, how could he take a girl out without spending his own money? This is for your dates. You shouldn't shortchange Pan Yu. Hesitating, Sheng Wanza finally accepted it. Now that he was engaged to Pan Yu, he knew he had to treat her well. At the very least, she shouldn't be looked down upon by others. Seeing that her son took her words to heart, Sheng mother felt relieved. Her son wasn't foolish. He could still be useful. All right, you should rest. You need to go to the train station early tomorrow, Sheng mother said as she left his room. The family had prepared a lot for Sheng Wanza. The next morning, Sheng mother woke up early and boiled all the eggs at home for him to take on the train. As the weather was getting warmer, food couldn't be stored for long, so she only prepared 2 meals of rice and fried eggs. The rest were some pancakes and steamed buns that could last longer. Sheng Wanyan, his younger sister, felt she had to show her support, so she made him 5 bottles of chili sauce to take with him. Sheng Wanza had a strong preference for spicy food. After finishing, Sheng Wanyan hurried off to work. She had just started and couldn't take too many days off. Both Sheng father and Sheng mother took time off to see him off at the train station. Watching his departing figure, they could only sigh. "Let's go back," Sheng mother nodded. No matter how reluctant they felt, he had to leave, especially since he would return in October. With 5 months to prepare for his wedding, and given the current tense situation, they needed to get ready. Being in the city, throwing a big banquet was impossible, so they could only gather family relatives at home for a meal to get to know each other. Without a banquet, they had to find other ways to support Pan Yu, so she wouldn't feel disappointed right after marrying into the family. At work, Sheng Wanyan received a knowing look from Wu Jiaxiu. Sheng Wanyan blinked. Wu Jiaxiu understood immediately. It seemed the fabric was secured. When she went to the restroom, she noticed Wu Jiaxiu following her out, and Sheng Wanyan quietly told her, "There's one piece of flawed fabric, and the price is the same as last time." "Really?" Wu Jiaxiu exclaimed, grabbing her arm. Sheng Wanyan nodded. Wu Jiaxiu felt excited. She could see how much her sister-in-law would need, and if there was extra, she could keep it for herself to make clothes. "Yes, I'll bring it to you at the same time tomorrow."
Great.
Wanyan, thank you so much. Sheng Wanyan had really helped her out. As a new bride, if she didn't have some skills that other sisters-in-law didn't possess, she could easily be bullied. Even though she earned a salary, her husband was the second son in the family, making him vulnerable to unfair treatment. Although her family appeared cheerful on the surface, you never knew what hidden thoughts others might have. If she doesn't become a bit stronger and more capable, their family might be bullied in the future. Don't mention it. Sheng Wanyan had plenty of supplies, but she didn't plan to sell them in bulk on the black market like the main character in a novel. Having been in this era for a month, she had seen the cleverness of the people here. No one is foolish. Pretending to be weak while being strong is common. In a time when resources are scarce, if you keep bringing out so many supplies to sell, how could others not be suspicious? Who would allow you to disrupt the market's rhythm and prices? Besides, are the people in the black market really naive? If they were, could they survive in such a strict era? She never takes risks without confidence. Small actions to improve her family's life are fine. She just needs to save up some starting funds for herself. But selling large amounts of supplies and getting involved with the black market is not for her. Who knows if something might go wrong and end up causing her trouble? Having valuable resources, she should be low-key and careful, not act boldly. With her abilities, given the chance, she could create a prosperous company. There's no need to take risks in such a sensitive time. They aren't a family on the brink of starvation. Moreover, she doesn't plan to live in the Sheng family's cage like in her past life. She wants to be a free bird, doing what she wants, living for herself this time. As long as her family is healthy, even without wealth and glory, she would have no regrets. When Sheng Wanyan returned home, she took out 10 eggs from her supplies. The family had run out of meat and eggs. Even if they couldn't eat meat now, they could have some eggs for nutrition. Steamed eggs don't have much smell, so the neighbors wouldn't notice. Upon returning, she saw her mother looking downcast. It was likely because Sheng Wanza had gone back to the army, and she felt reluctant. "Let's eat." On the table, there was a bowl of cornmeal buns, a bowl of steamed eggs, and some pickled vegetables and chili sauce made by Grandma Sheng. The family didn't complain at all. The chili sauce was flavorful and made the cornmeal buns much tastier. The cornmeal buns in this era are quite rough, making them hard to swallow and causing a sore throat. No matter how unappetizing, it was better than being hungry. The Sheng family had come from tough times and wouldn't complain. Early in the morning, Sheng Wanyan rode her bicycle near the cotton factory to wait for Wu Jiaxiu, who came with her partner. A piece of cloth costs 30 feet, and at 1.5 yuan per foot, Wu Jiaxiu gave her 15 yuan. Wu Jiaxiu also wanted to take Sheng Wanyan to a state-run restaurant, but this time, Sheng Wanyan really didn't want to go. Now, ration tickets are very precious. Wu Jiaxiu is married, so she feels embarrassed to take advantage of others. Since she was determined not to go, Wu Jiaoxiu could only go to the cafeteria at noon to get her a bowl of mung bean soup. The weather is stuffy, rainy, and humid, so having a bowl of mung bean soup feels really nice. This soup is very sweet, extremely sweet, and Shen Wanyan feels that the food in this era is truly satisfying. Everyone was curious when they saw Wu Jiaoxiu specially bring back a bowl of mung bean soup for Shen Wanyan. However, since it was someone else's business and did not affect their work, there was no need to ask. Only Niu Fongli was a bit curious and looked at Shen Wanyan with a warm gaze, thinking of something. But it wasn't convenient to ask in the office, so she could wait until after work. Shen Wanyan had been knitting a sweater for a few days. Her speed wasn't fast, but her work was very neat. She had finished half of the top, which was for Grandma Sheng. She made it a bit larger so that Grandma Sheng wouldn't feel constricted, making her daily activities uncomfortable. Shen Wanyan knitted slowly, while Wu Jiaoxiu secretly cracked sunflower seeds, glancing outside, worried that Director Li might suddenly come in. Dear colleagues. Shen Wanyan quickly put her sweater into the drawer, and Wu Jiaoxiu returned the seeds to her pocket. The others also hid what they were holding, as if thinking about something would make it happen. Director Li walked in with a smile, and everyone sat up straight to look at him. A new month has arrived, and we need a new set of slogans for the factory notice board. Each of you should write one. Okay? Director Li. Director Li nodded in satisfaction, as he was about to go to a meeting with the factory leaders. He placed his bag on his desk and took his notebook and pen to the meeting room. Everyone stopped slacking off and took out paper and pens to start writing new slogans, as they needed to complete their work tasks properly. Shen Wanyan picked up her pen. Anything that required writing and thinking was easy for her. She wrote her slogan, remembering that in this era, one must never forget the great leaders. There is only one path that cannot be chosen, the path of giving up. There is only one path that cannot be refused, the path of growth. If everyone sweats a little more, countless families will be safe. To fly, you must chase. To succeed, you must work hard. Let's contribute to our great motherland. After finishing, Shen Wanyan put it in her backpack. Director Li didn't require it to be submitted before the end of the day, so it was better to keep it safe. When it was time to get off work, Shen Wanyan had just gotten on her bicycle when she saw Niu Fongli rushing over.
Wanyan.
Niu Fongli was out of breath, trying to calm herself down. What's wrong, Fongli? Niu Fongli patted her chest and took a few deep breaths, looking around at the people nearby. It was rush hour, and it wasn't convenient to talk with so many people around.
Get on the bike, Fongli.
Niu Fongli had never ridden such a new bicycle before and was worried about damaging it. But there were too many people around, and staying longer would attract attention, so she quickly sat on the back seat of the bicycle. Shen Wanyan rode her away from the factory, and they walked the bicycle on the main road. Fongli, what do you need? Niu Fongli rubbed her hands, unsure of how to start. After all, she and Shen Wanyan weren't very close, having only exchanged a big white rabbit candy once. Usually, they just chatted about gossip. She was older and busy with her husband and kids. Once work was done, she had to rush home to cook, unlike Shen Wanyan and Wu Jiaoxiu, who went to the supply and marketing cooperative right after work. Going to the cooperative meant dealing with money, and with many kids at home, she had to be careful with spending. Wanyan, can you help me get some meat? Shen Wanyan looked at her in confusion, wondering why she was being asked about buying meat. You know how precious food is now, but I have many kids at home, and they eat a lot. I thought since your family is well off, you might have some connections. Don't worry, I'll buy it at the cooperative price. Shen Wanyan felt speechless upon hearing this. Buying at the cooperative price and expecting her to use her connections? Where does such a good deal come from? Although she had resources, she didn't need to rely on connections. Niu Fongli's request felt a bit too much. She didn't want to create trouble for herself, who knew what might happen later. Fongli, the meat tickets are distributed by population. And our family are factory workers. We have no ties to meat sellers. Really? I thought you and Wu Jiaoxiu were trading quite well. I saw her treating you to mung bean soup today. Upon hearing this, Shen Wanyan's expression darkened. It seemed Niu Fengli had been secretly watching them. Someone is secretly watching your every move from behind, and no one would like that. Fengli, I just paid her to help me. This weather is so stuffy. I feel like I can't do anything. Well, the cafeteria has mung bean soup today. Let's have a bowl to cool off. Niu Fengli nodded after hearing this. Indeed, the weather is quite oppressive, making everything feel exhausting.
No wonder.
At this moment, Niu Fengli felt a bit awkward, as she had misunderstood someone. Moreover, she had spoken too bluntly earlier, and now, Sheng Wanyan and Wu Jiexio were innocent. Instead, she was the one who had involved her in these questionable dealings. Wasn't that giving her a reason to complain? How could she be so careless? Wanyan, I was just saying that casually. Don't take it to heart. How could I? Fengli, you're just thinking of the kids. Seeing her smiling face, Niu Fengli finally felt relieved. Fortunately, Sheng Wanyan was reasonable. If it were someone else, they might take the chance to trap her. Fengli, it's fine. I'm heading home now. I still need to go home to cook. Niu Fengli felt a bit anxious and nodded quickly when she heard she was going home. But as she watched her ride away on her bicycle, she suddenly realized.
Wait.
Why is she leaving? She was hoping she could ride her bike and take her home. When Sheng Wanyan got home, her mother was already cooking, so she quickly washed her hands and went to help in the kitchen. Today's dishes were similar to yesterday's, but every day before going out, her mother would make her drink a cup of malt milk. After a month of hard work to regain her health, she would feel bad if she lost weight again. She hated wasting food. Sheng Wanyan. The next day at work, Sheng Wanyan found a chance to tell Wu Jiexio to be more careful with future transactions. Did Fengli look for you? Sheng Wanyan nodded, and Wu Jiexio had a knowing expression. She also asked me about our transactions early this morning, but I managed to brush her off. Sheng Wanyan felt helpless upon hearing this. She hadn't realized before that Niu Fengli was someone who would dig deep for answers. Now she saw it. This person was quite suspicious.
Fengli is quite.
Wu Jiexio looked around and lowered her voice to share some old stories. I heard from the people in the building that Sister Fengli has 2 sons and 2 daughters. She favors the boys and is very harsh on the girls, often scolding and hitting them. The whole building can hear her yelling. Her eldest daughter is already 12 years old, and she doesn't even let her go to school. Every day, she makes her daughter do housework and take care of her 2 younger brothers. The second daughter is 10 years old and also has to wash dishes and clean the house, getting just enough food to survive. I heard the 2 daughters are so thin they look unhealthy, while the 2 sons are quite chubby. Sheng Wanyan listened to Wu Jiexio's gossip and understood, especially since Niu Fengli has a rather stern appearance. However, she had just arrived and didn't want to get into trouble. You never know when someone might turn against you. From now on, let's just chat while we work at the factory. We can talk more after work. Wu Jiexio nodded in agreement. It's better to be cautious in the factory. If they got caught doing something wrong, they could lose their jobs. Sheng Wanyan returned to the office to start knitting. After a while, Director Li asked them to submit their promotional slogans. Director Li sat at his desk and began reviewing them, picking out 10 phrases he thought were excellent. Sheng Wanyan had 4 of her slogans chosen and posted on the bulletin board. After everyone found out, their looks toward her changed. Sheng Wanyan had only been there for half a month and had already stood out twice. Others had only 1 or 2 phrases selected, while she had 4. Everyone should learn from Comrade Sheng Wanyan. Young people should think more and innovate. Director Li was very pleased. The previous slogans were always the same few, lacking any freshness. Look at Comrade Sheng Wanyan's slogans, so cultured and inspiring.
Ugh.
I mean, they are motivating. Sheng Wanyan wished she could find a hole to hide in. Director Li really knew how to attract jealousy. All right, everyone, let's split up and put up the posters in the factory. There are 5 bulletin boards in the factory. At the cafeteria entrance, the technical department entrance, the director's office entrance, the factory entrance, and the workshop entrance. Sheng Wanyan went to the bulletin board at the director's office, where the leaders' offices and meeting rooms are located, across 2 floors. She quickly and neatly put up the posters, making sure there were no mistakes before leaving. The leader of the cotton factory passed by the bulletin board after work and stopped to watch the updates for a while. He nodded in satisfaction after seeing them. Sheng Wanyan rode her bicycle home and saw Wu Jiaxiu, so she gave her a ride for a bit. When they reached the fork in the road, Wu Jiaxiu got off to walk home. Although their houses were in different directions, the walk from the fork took about 10 minutes. Sheng Wanyan dropped her off, and in less than 3 minutes, they reached the fork, saving that 10 minutes so she could get home faster to prepare dinner. Wanyan, how about we trade at this fork in the future? Wu Jiaxiu suggested. Sheng Wanyan nodded. This place was much safer than near the factory, where they wouldn't be watched by Niu Fengli.
Okay.
By the way, do you have a way to get some meat? Wu Jiaxiu had a big appetite, and Sheng Wanyan enjoyed trading with her, because she followed the rules. I can. A classmate of mine works at a pig slaughterhouse. But the prices are based on the black market. Wu Jiaxiu got excited upon hearing this and looked around before asking quietly, Can you help me get 2 pounds of meat? My husband has a birthday coming up and I want to treat him. Sheng Wanyan nodded. After all, Wu Jiaxiu and her husband were quite affectionate, and their newlywed life was very sweet. I'll ask for you tomorrow. Wanyan, thank you so much. Don't worry, this is just between us. I won't tell anyone. Wu Jiaxiu was referring to Niu Fengli, and Sheng Wanyan smiled and nodded. Working with smart people was comfortable. The day after tomorrow, early in the morning, Sheng Wanyan went to the fork to trade with Wu Jiaxiu. In the black market, meat was selling for $1.50 per pound, if you wanted a receipt. Jiaxiu, 2 pounds for $3, no receipt. Wu Jiaxiu immediately realized Sheng Wanyan was helping her out, but she didn't make a fuss about it. She could invite Sheng Wanyan to a state-run restaurant next time. Here's $3. Let's go. We're having breakfast. Wu Jiaxiu took the meat home to her husband, and then pulled Sheng Wanyan to the state-run restaurant. Last time, Sheng Wanyan had refused to accept help with fabric, and now she had saved 2 meat tickets and 20 cents. In the black market, 1 pound of meat cost $1.60, and 20 cents could buy a pack of salt, not to mention those 2 meat tickets. She and her husband only received 2 tickets a month, so she had to treat him at least once. Sheng Wanyan didn't refuse. If she kept refusing, what if such a good trading partner slipped away? 2 people went to a state-run restaurant for a meal. Sheng Wanyan felt full after eating just 1 meat bun, which are now large and well-filled. They only cost 10 cents each, which is very cheap. Food these days is nothing like in the future, where there are concerns about food safety. Everything is made with real ingredients. Sheng Wanyan left home early today, bringing a thermos filled with malt milk, which she planned to finish before returning to the factory. She was worried that if her co-workers smelled it, she would stand out too much. Before entering the office, Sheng Wanyan washed her thermos in the cafeteria, while Wu Jiaxiu left first to avoid raising suspicion. After filling her thermos with hot water, she returned to the office. She had already put up the bulletin board yesterday, so she had little to do this month. Sheng Wanyan wanted to make money, but she didn't want to rely too much on the black market, as it was too risky. She only had 157.6 yuan on her, which was a lot of money in this era, but in a few years, it wouldn't be enough for much. Seeing Chen Kongming in front of her reading a newspaper sparked an idea in her mind. She could make money by translating. In this time, translation jobs were plentiful, and not many ordinary people knew foreign languages. Even those who did often lacked vocabulary. However, she had studied foreign languages since childhood at a noble academy and was fluent in 8 languages. She could definitely work as a translator. Plus, she had the advantage of time. She could spend a couple of hours translating before bed and earn a decent amount each month. The more she thought about it, the more promising it seemed. After work, she planned to buy a newspaper and contact the newspaper office. She remembered there was a small bookstore in the city from the original owner's memories. Although times were tough, as long as the bookstore didn't have any banned books, it could continue to operate. All businesses in this era were state-run, and those with red armbands wouldn't dare to cause trouble. However, Shum Wan Yen preferred the newspaper office in the capital, where no one could interfere. Determined, she bought a newspaper after work and called the newspaper office from the post office. The person on the other end asked a few questions when she mentioned wanting to be a translator, and then asked her to translate the latest newspaper into English and send it back to them. If she passed the assessment, she could start working officially. Shum Wan Yen felt confident after hanging up.
For cents, she said.
After a short conversation, she took out the money to pay the postal worker and paused when she saw the postage stamp. Hello, could you please get me 2 sets of stamps and 20 envelopes? Shum Wan Yen chose 2 versions, knowing their value. They were perfect for collecting. The postal worker didn't think much of it, as many people now buy stamps in advance to avoid extra trips when writing letters. The girl in front of him looked neat and tidy, with no patches on her clothes, and she was willing to spend money on a phone call. She seemed to be well off, so he quickly handed her the items. Stamps are 8 cents each, and there are 30 here. Envelopes are 2 cents each. That makes $2.40 for the stamps and 40 cents for the envelopes, totaling $2.80. Shum Wan Yen heard this and took out the money to pay, then went to the supply store to buy paper and pens. That evening, she translated the latest newspaper and put it in an envelope. The next day at noon, she found time to go to the post office to send it. Sending a letter within the city costs 4 cents, while sending it outside costs 8 cents, with extra charges for overweight. Shum Wan Yen handed over 8 cents and hurried back to the factory. She took a nap at her desk. Some people lived in dorms and could go home to rest. The publicity department staff were all city folks, and going home for lunch was too much trouble, so they usually rested at their desks or idled away time. A week passed, and Shum Wan Yen had not received any news from the newspaper. With communication not being very developed, it would take at least half a month for her letter to be sent, reviewed, and returned. However, she wasn't anxious. She spent her days knitting sweaters and occasionally took some items to sell in the black market. She had gone twice and earned about $30 each time. In total, she made $70, along with some coupons. Aside from the national grain coupons, she used the others to help her family. After more than half a month, Shum Wan Yen finished knitting 2 sets of sweaters and pants for Grandma Shung. After work, she went to the post office to inquire and found her letter waiting. There was also a package wrapped in newspaper, tied with fine twine, neatly stacked, likely containing the articles she needed to translate next. Shum Wan Yen hurried home and had Grandma Shung try on the sweaters and pants. After trying them on, Grandma Shung raised her hands and moved around, feeling comfortable. Your skills have improved. The stitching is neater than before. Shum Wan Yen smiled at this. The original owner's sewing skills were indeed lacking, and she had never had to learn, always having her needs met. Fortunately, she had the original owner's memories. She followed the steps slowly, knowing that taking her time would lead to good results. Grandma Shung liked it more and more as she watched, her hands constantly touching the sweater made by her dear granddaughter. I'll have your mom get you some yarn tickets, and when you have time, you can knit a couple of sets for your grandpa. Grandma Shung smiled and shook her head at Grandpa Shung, who was peeking from the doorway. Everyone in the family will have new clothes before winter.
Okay.
Grandma Shung patted her hand, and Grandpa Shung immediately returned to the living room to listen to the radio. Shum Wan Yen noticed her grandpa's little actions and exchanged a glance with Grandma Shung. Grandma Shung chuckled and shook her head. Your grandpa is a childish old man. Though he was getting older, he had many little thoughts like a big kid. After dinner, Shum Wan Yen went to her room and opened her envelope. The letter stated that her translations were very good and accurate, and she had passed the assessment from the newspaper. At first, she could translate articles, and once she got the hang of it, she could translate books. She earned 1 cent per word, and an article was about 500,1000 words, with a minimum payment of $5. Since she was in Rongcheng, the newspaper would send her a varying number of articles at once, and she would send the translations back. If everything was checked and approved, they would send her the payment and the next articles to translate. Shum Wan Yen felt happy as she realized that if she translated more, earning $100 a month would not be a problem. She opened the next article to translate, which was in a foreign language, and she was asked to help translate it into Chinese. Sheng Wanyan stored these articles in her space. Although they were sent from the newspaper, she had enough evidence. However, if someone discovered a large amount of these articles at home, the consequences would be serious. After taking a shower, she waited until her family was asleep before entering her space. In her space, the cows, sheep, pigs, chickens, ducks, and geese had all multiplied. Sheng Wanyan first collected the chicken, goose, and duck eggs into the warehouse, not bothering with the others. Once the numbers increased, she would clean them all at once. She was grateful for this space. Otherwise, she might struggle to adapt in this era. Plus, it allowed her to help her family stay healthy. With the current situation, her grandparents wouldn't be able to withstand many more years. Sheng Wanyan went to the orchard and picked some strawberries and blueberries, then washed them at the stove in the back. Her space was built with bamboo, and the stove and sink were made from bricks, giving it a rustic feel. She also ground a cup of coffee and went into her bamboo room to start translating her articles. Sheng Wanyan worked quickly, finishing an article in about half an hour, with knowledge firmly stored in her mind. In a world filled with deceit, her mind was her greatest support. Relying on oneself is better than relying on others. This had been her survival rule for many years. The newspaper sent her 30 articles of varying lengths. After translating 5, she decided to take a break. Although there was a time difference, her speed was too fast for others to believe. She could only translate slowly and send them out after half a month to be more secure. Sheng Wanyan lived a very simple life, slacking off at work during the day while knitting and translating an article at home in the evening. During this time, Sheng Xiuying visited her once, boasting about her upcoming marriage to a salesperson from the commune. The implication was clear. She wanted Sheng Wanyan to be more understanding and reconcile with her. Sheng Wanyan was speechless upon hearing this. How could this person be so self-important? What gave her the right to think they had to be friends? Yenner, I'm giving you one last chance. If I get married, you can give me a piece of red cloth, and we can still be good sisters. Sheng Wanyan was truly annoyed and found it laughable. Was there something wrong with her? Did you hear me? Sheng Xiuying, seeing Sheng Wanyan's silence, felt angry. She needed a piece of red cloth for her wedding dress, and she had no choice but to approach Sheng Wanyan, hoping she wouldn't be so ungrateful. After so many days, she shouldn't be acting so sensitive. Besides, Sheng Wanyan had bought a bicycle, which would be a good way to show off at her own wedding. Let me borrow your bicycle for my wedding, and I won't hold a grudge about our previous argument. Sheng Wanyan's expression darkened. Did she really think she could take advantage of her? With a scowl, she looked at Sheng Xiuying. I remember telling you not to show up in front of me again. Since you don't take my words seriously, I don't need to be nice to you anymore. After saying this, Sheng Wanyan rode away on her bicycle, knowing she had ways to deal with Sheng Xiuying.
What do you mean by that? Sheng Wanyan.
Sheng Xiuying's face twisted in anger. What did Sheng Wanyan really mean? On her way home, she felt uneasy but dismissed it, thinking Sheng Wanyan couldn't be that capable. When Sheng Wanyan returned home and mentioned this during dinner, Sheng's mother was so angry that she couldn't eat. Who does she think she is? Her own brother and sister didn't prepare anything for her, and she comes all the way to ask you, her cousin. And she expects you to lend her your bicycle for show. Why doesn't she just ask her brother and sister for a bicycle? The family's mood was not good. They knew Sheng Xiuying's wedding would surely invite them to celebrate. After all, the Sheng family only had 2 brothers, one in the village and one in the city, and it wasn't far to visit. If they didn't go back, the villagers might say that Sheng's grandfather looked down on his own brother because their family were workers. No matter what, they all came from the same ancestor, and family ties matter. Because they don't have one. Sheng's father cautiously said this, and Sheng's mother shot him a look. Be quiet. Sheng Wanyan couldn't help but laugh. It was true that Sheng Xiuying's brother and sister didn't have a bicycle or any red cloth. Sheng's father was quite straightforward, revealing the shortcomings of Sheng Dage's family.
All right.
Tomorrow morning, you ride your bicycle to chat with the ladies at the Hongqi commune. Sheng's grandmother's suggestion brightened Sheng's mother's eyes. Her mother-in-law was clever. She knew how to chat and how to spread the news about Sheng Xiuying's unrealistic expectations. As for how the ladies at the commune would share the news, that was not her concern. Early the next morning, before dawn, Sheng's mother rode her bicycle to the commune. It took about an hour to cycle there, while walking would take nearly 3 hours. The ladies at the commune were chatting under the trees at that time. When Sheng's mother went to the supply and marketing cooperative to buy something, she soon started chatting with the ladies sitting under the trees. "Sister, are you talking about Sheng Xiuying from Team 2 of Hongqi? The one getting married? I don't know if she's from Team 2, but she is indeed getting married." Sheng's mother spoke ambiguously, not revealing that she was related to Sheng Xiuying. After all, with only a brief encounter, who would remember her face? Even if they recognized her later, it wouldn't matter. If Sheng Xiuying tried to bully her daughter, she would stand up for her. In the end, everyone would praise her for being a good mother. There's no doubt about it. It's definitely Sheng Xiuying from Team 2 of Hongqi who's getting married. I thought she was a good girl, but I didn't expect her to shamelessly ask her cousin to prepare a dowry for her. She mentioned a red cloth and a bicycle. Oh my goodness. Even parents don't give such nice things when marrying off their daughters, right? How can she have the nerve to ask a cousin for that? Especially one who isn't even from the same grandparents, just the same ancestor. Good thing I didn't introduce her to my son. Otherwise, it would have caused a lot of trouble later. Isn't that true? You really can't tell at first. Mother Sheng listened to the gossip, smiling slightly. Having achieved her goals, she quietly left the gossip group and rode her bicycle back to the factory. In less than a day, the whole community was buzzing with the news, and the women from several teams were all talking about it. They passed the story to the red flag team, where Sheng Xiuying was waiting to get married in a few days. Her future in-laws had promised a bride price of 100 yuan, which she could spend however she wanted. However, before Sheng Xiuying could finish daydreaming, her future in-laws came to confront her, saying that as an unmarried girl, she was so shameless that she embarrassed their family. After much discussion, she managed to calm them down, but her future in-laws reduced the bride price to half, now only 50 yuan. If her family disagreed, they would call off the engagement. Even though they were about to get married, it would affect their future grandchildren's chances of finding spouses. Grandma Sheng agreed to the 50 yuan bride price without giving a penny to Sheng Xiuying. "We haven't split the family yet. Did you think you could just keep the bride price for yourself? Do you think I'm a fool?" Grandma Sheng scolded, saying she needed that money for her future grandchildren's marriages. A young girl trying to play tricks on her was just too naive. Sheng Xiuying's parents didn't dare to speak up. If they angered Grandma Sheng, life would be even harder. At least for now, they could still fill their stomachs, and since the village hadn't split families yet, they had to contribute. Sheng Xiuying secretly wanted to compete with Sheng Wanyan. None of the girls from the Sheng family envied Sheng Wanyan. But fate was not on their side. No matter how much they wished, it wouldn't change their reality, and their determination had long been worn down. This was how Mother Sheng resolved the situation. Sheng Xiuying resented Sheng Wanyan, but she knew that Wanyan was genuinely planning to sever ties with her. She couldn't confront her, or else her marriage would be at risk. It was not easy to start a relationship with the vendor at the commune. If this marriage falls through, my future happiness would disappear. Once she gets married and starts receiving her husband's salary every month, Sheng Wanyan will surely regret it. Sheng Xiuying's wedding banquet is in a week, but Sheng's mother won't let her go back, fearing that Sheng Xiuying might have some strange ideas again. "It's enough for me to go back with Sheng's father to show face. After all, Grandpa and Grandma Sheng are getting old, and traveling far is not easy for them." The two elders want to return to their hometown, but thinking about running around all day makes it seem not worth it. Even if their son and daughter-in-law take time off to go back, it won't leave anyone with anything to criticize. So, Sheng's father and mother took a day off and rode their bicycle back to attend Sheng Xiuying's wedding banquet. The Sheng family invited people from the village to celebrate, but the food was quite a joke. There were over 10 people at a table, but only one dish of mincemeat with cabbage, while the rest were steamed buns, stir-fried vegetables, cold dishes, and wild vegetable soup. In total, there were only 5 dishes, and the minced meat had to be specially picked out. Sheng's father and mother prepared a red envelope with 2 yuan. Sheng Xiaoying wanted to show off her husband, but when she saw that Sheng Wanyan didn't come, she felt a lump in her throat. Sheng's mother noticed the groom, who was over 1.7 meters tall and looked quite refined, but she could clearly see his disdain for the villagers. It seemed that Sheng Xiaoying had chosen the wrong person, and her future would not be easy. She had heard about her in-laws. They had a big family, and her mother-in-law was known to be harsh, often scolding and not feeding her daughter-in-law well. Although the youngest son worked as a vendor at the commune, he always listened to his mother. That mother-in-law was notorious for being difficult, and Sheng Xiaoying's choice of family was puzzling. Could it be just for a job at the supply and marketing cooperative? If my daughter is this foolish, I might just die from anger. Sheng's mother ate a few vegetable leaves, but as soon as the food was served, everyone rushed to grab it. She managed to pick up a couple of green vegetables, but when she looked up, the food was gone. Especially the minced meat with cabbage. The bowl was cleaner than her face, shining brightly. Grandpa Sheng pulled Sheng's father to drink, as this was their family's most promising child. Sheng's father, unable to refuse the hospitality, drank a couple of cups, but he needed to hold back since he still had to ride his bicycle back to the city with his daughter-in-law. "Send the bride off," shouted the matchmaker, and the groom carried Sheng Xiaoying out. The groom felt very happy on this joyful occasion, but he struggled with the weight of Sheng Xiaoying, who made his legs weak. He quickly carried her outside the door, marking her first step out of the Sheng family home. A married daughter is like spilled water, and Sheng Xiaoying's dowry was brought out too. It included 2 new shirts, 2 pairs of new cloth shoes, and a new pillowcase, all prepared by the Sheng family. Although it sounded nice to say it was from the Sheng family, it was actually her mother who made everything by hand, but she could only afford so little for her daughter. When Sheng Xiaoying saw this, her heart sank. What happened to her 50 yuan? Her grandmother didn't even give her a single cent to take with her? The clothes were the cheapest shirts, the shoes were sewn by her mother late at night, and the pillowcase was a gift from her brother. Grandma Sheng saw the new pillowcase and thought it was a waste, her expression darkening. How could the second branch of the family let such a nice pillowcase go to this ungrateful girl? This girl had caused her to lose 50 yuan and still had the nerve to take such a good item. That pillowcase was bought with her grandson's money, and now everyone was watching, so she would have to wait a few days to figure out how to get it back. She had plenty of ways to deal with this girl, who really thought that marrying a worker meant she could take charge. As long as she was alive, no one would take anything that belonged to her great-grandson. Sheng Xiaoying had to walk back to the commune with her husband, which would take over an hour. She wished she could ride a bicycle, but since Sheng Wanyan didn't come, she didn't dare to ask Sheng's parents for help. It was all Sheng Wanyan's fault for being so stingy, otherwise, she wouldn't have to walk to her in-laws on such a festive day. To make matters worse, her big day was not even celebrated with a gift from her. Sheng Wanyan was enjoying herself at work, completely unaware of the situation. After work, she went home to cook. From the original owner's memories, she knew that during this time, there wasn't much food at banquets. Sheng's parents probably didn't eat much either, so when they returned, they would be hungry. Sheng Wanyan took out some flour at home and started making noodles in the living room. The 2 elders were waiting for Sheng's parents to come back before cooking the noodles. Worried they would be hungry, she let them snack on some pastries. Seeing her busy alone, Grandma Sheng went over to help. The soup base was simple, a bit of MSG, soy sauce, and salt in each bowl, with some vegetables and an egg for each person. As soon as Sheng's parents returned, they started eating. The trip had been exhausting, and they hadn't felt full at all. Fortunately, before they left, they had a hearty breakfast at the state-run restaurant. Otherwise, after drinking a few cups of liquor, how could Mr. Sheng's stomach handle it? "Mom, you don't know that Sheng Xiaoying girl married into the Huang family from the commune." "Which Huang family?" "The Huang Lianqing family from the commune." When Grandma Sheng heard this, she shook her head. Her sister-in-law was truly out of her mind. Wasn't she pushing her granddaughter into a dangerous situation? The Huang Lianqing family was not known for being kind. When she was younger and hadn't moved to the city yet, she often heard stories about them mistreating their daughters-in-law. The daughters-in-law were left with scars all over their bodies. No one in the entire Hongqi commune could match their cruelty. It was a matter of life and death, and Grandma Xing didn't know what to say. Just for that 50 yuan bride price, she was sending her granddaughter into such a dangerous situation. It was truly a terrible thing. Such a terrible thing. Hearing about his brother's family, Grandpa Xing sighed, unsure of what to say. His brother was quite honest when they were young and treated him well. They were just two brothers without much conflict. But after he got married, he changed completely, always thinking his brother would take things from him. The more he backed down, the more his brother took advantage of him. Their relationship grew increasingly strained, and since their parents passed away, they felt more like strangers than ordinary relatives. Everyone has their own fate. We just need to take care of our own children, Grandpa Xing said, and both Mr. and Mrs. Xing nodded. They wouldn't interfere in other people's matters, as long as their own children didn't end up like that. Mrs. Xing glanced at Sheng Wanyan. If her own daughter was so foolish, it might be better not to have her at all. Sheng Wanyan was confused by her mother's glare, wondering why she was suddenly being scolded. Had she upset her mother somehow? Was it the onset of menopause? After finishing her meal, Sheng Wanyan hurried back to her room, fearing her mother might find a reason to bother her. Mrs. Sheng could tell what her daughter was thinking. She knew her daughter best. Did she think hiding would help? Wife, I'll wash the dishes, Mr. Xing said, understanding his wife's thoughts. He knew their daughter wouldn't be that foolish. Mrs. Xing scoffed. The father and daughter were just playing along, one hiding and the other comforting, leaving her feeling stuck. If you love washing so much, go ahead, she said. Make sure to clean the table. Mrs. Xing tossed down the cloth and left the room, and Mr. Xing let out a sigh of relief. If the wife is not happy, in the end, it's himself who suffers. Making the wife happy leads to a better life for himself. A man must be considerate. Sheng Wanyan followed the plan step by step. A month passed, and she sent out the translated materials 2 weeks ago, along with a letter stating that she could send more articles for translation next time. She could translate at her own pace and send the completed work once a month, avoiding the slow mail system for confirming the next articles. In this era, mail is too slow. It takes a month for a round trip, which is a waste of time. Sheng Wanyan calculated the days. The newspaper office in Kyoto should have received her translation materials by now, and in another 2 weeks, she would receive her payment. It was now late June, and she had been in this era for almost 3 months, gradually adapting. Besides her trade with Wu Jiaxiu, she had not visited the black market again. She noticed that the situation was becoming increasingly tense. Once, on her way home from work, she saw a middle-aged man being forced to kneel on a platform while people threw garbage at him. She witnessed the cruel reality her grandfather spoke of for the first time. She is not a savior or a saint and cannot change the situation of an entire era. The only thing she can do is protect herself and her family. Not taking advantage of others and staying true to her conscience is enough. Sheng Wanyan couldn't bear to watch any longer. She felt powerless. She was just an ordinary person with a bit more resources than others. Moreover, those wearing armbands were watching. They were waiting for someone to rescue them so they could all be caught together and claim credit. Sheng Wanyan rode her bicycle away, choosing not to engage in these struggles. Every era has its own rules. Breaking them is the job of great leaders, not an outsider like her. This month was very dry, and her family seemed fatigued. Even eating was difficult in this weather. Sheng Wanyan thought for a moment and took a pound of mung beans and 2 pounds of rock sugar from her supplies. She soaked the mung beans overnight, perfect for cooking tomorrow since she had a day off. Otherwise, her throat would be sore in this dry weather. Especially since her father worked in a workshop with a lot of dust and bacteria, being around steel for long periods could be harmful to his health. If it weren't for her secretly giving her family spring water and the current situation not allowing it, she would have wanted her father to quit his job. Her mother was doing a bit better, but she always kept her head down at work, which was hard on her neck and often caused pain. Sheng Wanyan studied medicine in her past life at Harvard University in the United States, focusing on clinical medicine. It is one of the best medical schools in the world, and she got in through her own efforts. She was recognized by her teachers as a medical genius. The school was waiting for her to graduate so they could recruit her into their research institute. However, she later became the president of the Shung Group and gave up her medical career. Yet, she never stopped learning. By the age of 26, she had completed her credits and earned her doctorate. She could still help with her mother's neck issues, which were minor problems. "Mom, let me give you a massage." Shung's mother lay on the bed, allowing her to massage her neck. While she was being massaged, Shung's mother felt a pleasant soreness. As Sheng Wanyan pressed on the acupressure points, her mother felt so relaxed that she almost fell asleep. By the end, she was a bit dazed but realized it was over. Sheng's mother moved her neck and noticed that after the massage, it felt much better. It was no longer stiff and hard like a stone. Much better. "Mom, let me know next time you're not feeling well." Sheng's mother nodded, feeling grateful. Indeed, daughters are often more caring than sons. Her son, who was rarely home, probably hadn't even noticed her neck discomfort. Far away in the military, Sheng Wanja sneezed and rubbed his nose, thinking his mom must be missing him. He was in night training and felt a pang of sadness thinking about how his sister's homemade sauce had been taken by Gu Tingxiao. It was made by his sister for his late-night cravings, and he felt heartbroken. Gu Tingxiao was considering when to visit Rongqing again. Just a few days ago, he heard Sheng Wanja asking about the qualities of outstanding unmarried young men in the military. The Sheng family was looking for a partner for Sheng Wanyan. She was planning to go on blind dates. At 20 years old, even if Sheng Wanyan wasn't in a hurry, the Sheng family couldn't delay any longer. Luckily, he had an aunt in Rongqing, which was a good excuse. He left Rongqing, asking his aunt Gu Tong to keep an eye on Sheng Wanyan's dating situation. He worried that the girl he cared about might be taken while he was far away. After all, it took him more than half a month to travel from the military to Rongqing. If something happened and she was taken, by the time he rushed back, she might be gone. Sheng Wanyan thought, "Thank you for missing me so much." But with the Sheng family now active in matchmaking, she felt anxious, thinking about her next vacation. Meanwhile, Sheng Wanja, whether intentionally or not, had started to consider who his future brother-in-law might be. She could only increase the training for the new recruits, keeping Captain Sheng Wanza extremely busy. This left him no time to worry about other matters. Sheng Wanza was always serious about his work and focused on training. He also put aside the task of finding a partner for Sheng Wanyan, as there was no rush for that in the next few days. After all, it wasn't his priority. Sheng Wanyan sneezed several times. She hoped she wasn't catching a cold, but it was too hot for that. She rubbed her nose, feeling uneasy, and decided to make a cup of herbal tea to feel better before resting. The next day, she got up to make sweet mung bean soup. Unfortunately, there were no refrigerators in this era. If there were, she could chill it into a delicious dessert. She soaked the mung beans and cooked them in a ceramic pot on the coal stove for over half an hour before adding rock sugar. Her mother saw her adding so much sugar and felt a pang in her heart. If it weren't for the family's recent lack of appetite, she might have scolded her. She noticed her daughter was becoming more extravagant, using ingredients as if they were free. Who would want to marry someone who spent money so freely? It really was a bit much. Sheng Wanyan served 5 bowls, placing 3 large bowls of water and setting the small bowl of mung bean soup inside. The water level was just below the rim of the small bowl, so it wouldn't spill over. Her mother was cooking breakfast nearby, which consisted of 2 sweet potatoes and a bowl of corn porridge for each person. The family was taking a break today. With food being precious and no work or exercise, they could save some of their stored food. She thought about the villagers who worked hard every day, often struggling to have enough to eat. After meals, they went to bed early to avoid using up their food reserves. Every little bit they could keep in their stomachs mattered. Aside from the rationing restrictions, their family lived quite comfortably. Sheng Wanyan tidied up the house while her mother took the blankets downstairs to dry in the sun. She sat under a tree, chatting with the neighbors while keeping an eye on the blankets. After all, they were valuable items, filled with expensive cotton and a large cover. If someone stole them and she didn't see it, where would she go to find them? It would be hard to explain later, and she wasn't foolish. At lunchtime, her mother returned home with the blankets. After a filling meal, everyone went to their rooms for a nap. Sheng Wanyan finished her bowl of mung bean soup and went outside, finding a secluded spot to enter her space and change into a patched outfit. Sitting at her makeup table, she began to apply makeup, no longer using the look she had for the black market. Instead, she transformed into a woman around 50 years old, with a face full of wrinkles and blemishes. Sheng Wanyan packed 5 pounds of rice, mixed with dirt, into her backpack. Last time she visited the black market, she noticed that the rice from this era was often mixed with dirt, and it was rare to find pure white rice. Unlike the rice from the supply and marketing cooperative, which was cleaned and sorted by warehouse staff, she had been careless before and missed this detail. This time, she couldn't afford to be foolish. She added 5 wild chickens and 3 pounds of brown sugar to her backpack, then exited her space and walked towards the black market, mimicking the gait of a 50-year-old woman. Sheng Wanyan squatted at her usual spot, and soon enough, someone approached her with questions. The items in her backpack sold quickly, and she secretly added more. After selling for half an hour at this corner, she moved to another. Since she had some free time today, she aimed to sell more so she could relax at home later. Sheng Wanyan changed locations several times, selling while keeping a watchful eye on her surroundings. "Ma'am, I'll take the remaining brown sugar," said a middle-aged man in his 40s, buying 2 pounds of brown sugar for his pregnant daughter, hoping to help her out.
"That'll be 2 yuan, she replied.
The man pulled out a stack of cash, counted out 2 yuan for her, and handed her a food coupon as well. Sheng Wanyan gave him the brown sugar, and as soon as he left, she hurriedly left the black market. She had stayed too long, and lingering any longer might attract attention. Once outside, she immediately entered her space to change back into her regular clothes. She emptied the money and coupons from her backpack and began counting her earnings for the day. Despite her small-scale dealings and frequent location changes, she made a decent amount, 552.4 cents over a few hours. She also had various coupons, and she planned to avoid the black market for the next month to stay under the radar. Sheng Wanyan sorted out the coupons that would expire this month and headed to the supply and marketing cooperative. To her surprise, there were quite a few, especially food coupons, as other types were too precious for people to use. She used all the usable coupons, knowing that anything she bought could be stored in her space without spoiling, and she could take it home when needed. Sheng Wanyan bought 5 pounds of pastries, 2 bottles of Maotai liquor, 3 pounds of pork, and 3 pounds of flour. She also picked up 2 cans of malted milk. Then she bought 2 sweatshirts for her parents, which were perfect for work. After shopping, Sheng Wanyan found a quiet place to enter her space, taking home 1 pound of pastries, 1 pound of pork, and the 2 sweatshirts for her parents. This month, her family hadn't eaten much meat, so having some wouldn't raise any suspicions. When Sheng Wanyan returned home, it was just in time for everyone to start cooking, and no one saw her bring the meat back. Her family liked fatty meat, but she didn't. She took a particularly fatty piece, but it also had some lean meat. Most of the lean meat at home was for her, as her family knew she didn't like greasy food. Sheng's mother thought her daughter really didn't appreciate good food. It was all good stuff, and this attitude might cause trouble for her in the future. Sheng's mother was resting, and then went to cook. Her braised pork was exceptional, with the meat well seasoned and not greasy at all. There was also preserved vegetable pork, another of her specialties, which melted in the mouth. The family enjoyed the meal in silence, savoring every bite. "Dear, let's eat this again next time," Sheng's father said, making Sheng's mother roll her eyes, realizing he didn't understand the value of money and resources. "How many tickets do you think we have for meat in a month?" He was always thinking about meat, without realizing how hard it was to get now. "Hey, dear, we have 6 pounds of meat tickets for the month." Sheng's father had a look that said he wasn't falling for it, and Sheng's mother was almost ready to flip the table. Sheng Wanyan secretly gave her father a thumbs up. He was quite bold today. Was he dreaming of a better life? Sheng's mother scoffed, while Sheng's father, feeling the pressure, put a piece of meat in his mouth and lowered his head, not daring to speak. Under Sheng's mother's pressure, the family finished dinner and went to rest early. As for what happened to Sheng's father after he returned to his room, no one knew. Sheng Wanzhou was coming back to get married in October, and Sheng's mother was worried. Although it wasn't convenient to hold a banquet, hosting relatives and friends for a meal would still cost a lot of tickets, and the main issue was that meat was hard to buy. She couldn't let her in-laws think poorly of their family, right? They needed to maintain their reputation and show the Pan family how much they valued them. Otherwise, if the Pan family felt dissatisfied, it could harm their family's reputation, their relationship, and even affect the future of the two children. Yet, Sheng's father was still upset about the meat situation today. She wouldn't feel satisfied until he faced some consequences. Sheng Wanyan continued to work diligently. After last month's low profile, Niu Fengli stopped watching her and Wu Jiaxiu. They discussed matters outside the office and only chatted casually inside. Even if Niu Fengli wanted to know something, she couldn't find any evidence. Sheng Wanyan finished knitting 2 sets of sweaters and pants for Grandpa Sheng. When he received them, he couldn't stop smiling. Half a month passed, but Sheng Wanyan had not received any letters from the Kyoto newspaper. She planned to check back in a few days, thinking that maybe the delay was on the way. She wasn't worried and continued with her daily routine. Sure enough, a few days later, Sheng Wanyan went to the post office and received 2 envelopes and a stack of articles from the Kyoto newspaper. The number of articles was clearly double what she had received before, indicating that her work was recognized. She found a place to store the items and hurried home on her bicycle. That evening, she opened the envelopes. One contained a letter from the newspaper stating that they would send her more articles at once in the future. Following her previous request, she aimed to translate at least 30 articles each month. This time, the newspaper sent 80 articles and included a check for her previous work. She had translated 30 articles, totaling 21,000 words. At 1 cent per word, her payment was 210 yuan. Normally, they would exchange some notes for her, but since she mentioned in her letter that she didn't need them, they sent cash instead. Seeing the money she earned from her hard work made Sheng Wanyan feel very satisfied. She even felt a bit emotional. Having her own value made her feel like she belonged to this world. Once a person feels a sense of belonging, they often desire more. People are naturally greedy, and after witnessing so much in her past life, she was no exception. In fact, her ambition grew even larger. Sheng Wanyan put the money and letters away and began translating articles in her space. Having tasted success, how could she not be motivated? She wasn't foolish enough to disregard money. Even a fool knows that money is valuable. Sheng Wanyan was very proactive, but she understood the importance of balancing work and rest. After translating about 6 articles, she decided to cook some snail noodles for herself. She particularly loved strong-flavored foods like stinky tofu, snail noodles, instant noodles, and hot pot. To cook snail rice noodles, you must add cold water and vinegar to the pot. Otherwise, the noodles won't be chewy and won't have that bouncy texture. After finishing her meal, Sheng Wanyan burped, cleaned her dishes, brushed her teeth, and then took a break. On her day off, she was invited by Wu Jiaxiu to gather firewood, even though they didn't need a stove in their apartment building. However, they could still use firewood in the coal stove, and it was better to chop it quickly since coal was expensive and limited. Fortunately, when they stocked up earlier, they bought everything, just in case she overlooked something. If important supplies weren't ready, it would be a big problem. Sheng Wanyan took a large bundle of firewood out, and her family knew she was going to gather more, so they got involved too. However, the Sheng family knew she was going with her colleagues, so they didn't join her. The city had plenty of mountains. Many people were out gathering firewood at this time, preparing for winter. In 3 months, it would get cold again, and running out of firewood at home would be serious. Sheng Wanyan collected 5 bundles, tied them up, and set them aside. Her father would come later to help her carry them home. They sat on a rock to rest, both sweating. Sheng Wanyan took a few sips from her military water bottle, a gift from Sheng Wanzhou 2 years ago. When Sheng Xiuying learned about the water bottle, She tried to persuade the original owner to give it to her. Luckily, the original owner wasn't foolish enough to give away valuable gifts from home. Especially not something from Shengwanza. She admired him as a child. Wu Jieshio also brought water, took a few sips, and wiped the sweat from her forehead. Sheng Wanyan's face was flushed, her lips moist from drinking, and her eyes sparkled with life. Wu Jieshio was momentarily stunned. She always knew Sheng Wanyan was pretty, but seeing her up close now was astonishing. How had she not noticed how delicate Sheng Wanyan was? She looked like a juicy peach. With a face like that, she would surely be spoiled by a husband in the future. Wu Jieshio thought that if she were a man, she would definitely marry Sheng Wanyan and treat her like royalty. It felt wrong to make such a beautiful woman work. But in this era, being too attractive could be dangerous, as it might offend others. Especially for women, beauty could lead to jealousy, fearing that someone might attract their husbands. Given the tense situation, being falsely accused could be disastrous. However, Sheng Wanyan was smart. She knew how to take care of herself. Do you still have a way to get some meat? My younger brother is getting married in 2 months, and we need meat for the banquet. After thinking for a moment, Sheng Wanyan replied, I'll ask my classmates. Since the amount is large, we should reserve it in advance. And the price might be similar to the black market. The butchers often secretly reserve meat for people at a higher price to make a profit. It's quite common. As long as it's done discreetly and no one finds out, everyone understands the market rules. Can you help me order half a pig? Having half a pig for the banquet with a nice meat dish on the table is very respectable. I'll ask for you. Thank you so much, Wanyan. Wu Jieshio felt lucky to be colleagues with Sheng Wanyan. Whenever she had these worries, Wanyan was always eager to help. She thought it was important to build a good relationship with Wanyan and not take advantage of her. When my husband comes to help me carry firewood, we'll treat you to a meal. Don't refuse. You've really helped a lot. Seeing Wanyan's expression, Wu Jieshio knew she wanted to decline. Wanyan had helped her buy things many times, so she needed to thank her properly. Let's wait until this is settled first.
I won't back out then.
My dad is coming to help me with the firewood. I need to go home and cook. Wanyan was also straightforward, and since Wu Jieshio was her long-term customer, it was important to build that relationship. Okay. Wu Jieshio readily agreed, knowing Wanyan wouldn't escape this meal. Just as Wanyan finished speaking, she saw her father arrive to help with the firewood. Wu Jieshio's husband also came, tall and strong, directly carrying several bundles of firewood on his back. He was very helpful to Wanyan's father, who was also strong from working at the steel factory every day. Wanyan's father easily lifted 4 bundles with a yoke and held another in one hand. Wanyan couldn't help but give her father a thumbs up. Indeed, men in this proud era of labor were strong and capable. After saying goodbye to Wu Jieshio, Wanyan followed her father home and immediately helped her mother cook. After a busy day, the family enjoyed a hearty meal and rested early, while Wanyan went into her space to translate articles. Once finished, she went to the warehouse to get half a pig and weighed it. The pigs in her space were well fed, but she didn't dare take them out. It would attract too much attention. In this era, a pig typically weighed only 200 to 300 pounds, even when well raised. She didn't dare to take out the one that was raised too well, so she could only choose one that was suitable for this era. Half a pig weighed 115 pounds, and, according to the black market price, it would cost 172. 5 yuan for Wu Jieshio. A few days later, Sheng Wanyan told Wu Jieshio about this, and Wu Jieshio was excited to hear that she had really reserved it for her. Her hands trembled with excitement. After all, it was half a pig, which would make her little brother's banquet impressive. After work, Wu Jieshio hurried back to her family to share the news. Her family was thrilled to learn that she had secured the deal. They quickly gave her money to finalize the reservation, as it was better to secure it early. What if the butcher sold it to someone else? Sheng Wanyan received the money, and since Wu Jieshio's family was hosting a banquet next month, they agreed to meet at 4 a.m. on the 30th at the foot of the mountain to make the exchange. Wu Jiaxu nodded in agreement and took Sheng Wanyan to a state-run restaurant for a big meal that day. That night, Sheng Wanyan counted her money and found she had 1,182.2 yuan. In this era, having over 1,000 yuan was unimaginable. To put it into perspective, meat at the supply and marketing cooperative costs only 0.8 yuan per pound. She could buy a lot of meat with that money. Building a house in the countryside only costs a little over 100 yuan, which means she could build 10 rooms. If others knew how wealthy Sheng Wanyan was, they would be eager to marry her. He was like a walking gold nugget. Soon, the day of the transaction arrived, and Sheng Wanyan, worried that Wu Jiaxiu's family would come too early, left at 3 a.m. When she arrived at the foot of the mountain, she didn't see anyone, so she took out the half-pig and placed it on the ground. It was a bit chilly at night, so Sheng Wanyan took out a piece of cloth to cover the head, as it was better to hide her face at this hour. Wu Jiaxiu's family arrived at 3:30 a.m. Luckily, she had come early. Otherwise, it would have been hard to find an excuse. Wu Jiaxiu not only brought her husband but also her brothers, as half a pig was quite heavy. It would take a lot of strength to carry it back.
Wanyan?
Wu Jiaxiu called out uncertainly. Sheng Wanyan replied, "It's me." Wu Jiaxiu sighed in relief, fearing that someone else might be there and that their transaction would be exposed. She quickly ran over and, seeing the half-pig on the ground, felt her worries lift completely. Her mother had always been afraid that the money would go to waste, and if it weren't for her constant reassurances, no one would have believed she had really found a way. Now she can go back and report well, and since this matter succeeded, her status in her family is quite special. "Why are you here so early?" "The workers at the slaughterhouse need to hurry back to slaughter the pigs, so I had to bring them over early." Wu Jiaxiu nodded upon hearing this and quickly asked her brothers to carry the pigs back. If they were any later, everyone would find out. "Thank you so much, Wanyan. I'll have my husband take you home to rest. Let's go eat at the state-run restaurant for lunch. No need to bring food." Wu Jiaxiu felt bad that Sheng Wanyan helped her so much and even got up in the middle of the night to wait for her. Sheng Wanyan didn't refuse the kindness. After all, it wasn't safe for a woman to walk alone at night. However, she wasn't too scared. In her previous life, she often worked late and drove home alone. Plus, she had plenty of self-defense tools in her space. But she really didn't know any martial arts. In her past life, she always had bodyguards when going out. If she had known she would come to this era, she would have practiced Thai boxing. But she knew well that her past self wouldn't endure the hardships of martial arts training. As a wealthy young lady, she wouldn't put herself through such difficulties. Wu Jiaxiu and her husband saw her to the entrance of the building and only left after watching her go inside. "Honey, please treat Comrade Sheng to something nice for lunch tomorrow. And bring an extra pound of pastries. I'll find a way if we run out of tickets." Wu Jiaxiu's husband was an honest man. He felt uneasy if he didn't give something in return.
"You don't need to say that."
Wu Jiaxiu playfully glared at him. She had liked his grateful nature from the start. If a man can't even show basic gratitude, he won't treat his wife any better. Wu Jiaxiu's husband smiled and rubbed his head, taking her home. When Sheng Wanyan got home, she tiptoed back to her room. She had already rested well in her space and wasn't tired at all. She took out a book to read and noticed it was already 6:30. Then she went to the kitchen to prepare breakfast so her mother could sleep a little longer. When Sheng Mu saw her preparing, she immediately told her to go back and rest. Otherwise, she wouldn't have energy for work. "Mom, you go rest. I slept early last night, so I'm not tired." Seeing that she really looked energetic, Sheng Mu went back to catch up on sleep. Getting an extra hour of rest was quite nice. She felt even more pleased, thinking that no daughter could compare to her own thoughtful one. "My daughter has always been well-behaved and has never caused us much worry. Now that she has grown up, I feel sorry for her and help her with household chores. No son can compare to her. If anyone says my daughter is useless in front of me, I would definitely speak up." Little did she know that her mother gained a deeper understanding of having a daughter because of her making breakfast. She cooked 5 dishes, and the elderly couple couldn't eat much in the morning, so she made a simple meat and millet porridge. It was a simple meal, but the whole family felt very satisfied. After breakfast, everyone went to work or took a rest as needed. At noon, she was taken out for lunch by Wu Jiaxiu, who generously ordered braised pork, braised fish, and a meat bun for each of them. However, someone at another table kept staring at her. When she felt the gaze, she looked over. The person watching her was the younger son of the Qin family, who lived in her building and wanted to marry her. He looked thin and weak, but his gaze made her uncomfortable, as if she were some kind of possession. She glanced at him and then ignored him. Chun Ming recognized her the moment he saw her. His family had said they wanted to bring her home as his bride. He thought that once they were married, her job would belong to their family. He hadn't seen her for a few months, and she had become even more beautiful. If she didn't want to give up her job, that was fine. He could treat her well just because of her looks. After finishing her meal, Shen Wanyan left the state-run restaurant, and Chun Ming immediately followed her outside.
Shen Wanyan.
She ignored him. In her mind, the Qin family was not good people, and he had his own agenda. Chun Ming, seeing that she was ignoring him, ran up and blocked her path. Wu Jiaxiu quickly stepped in to protect Shen Wanyan from behind, realizing that he had been staring at her during lunch and was likely trying to flirt. Shen Wanyan, I'm calling you. He thought he was her future husband, and she was being too dismissive. Once she married him, she wouldn't be so proud. Who are you? Hearing that she didn't recognize him made Chun Ming very angry, but he suppressed his frustration when he thought about her potential. I'm your fiancé. He said this loudly, drawing the attention of those around them. Shen Wanyan laughed in anger at his words. The Qin family really had thick skin. They were on another level. Do you lie without blinking? I don't have a fiancé. Chun Ming's face darkened when he heard her embarrass him in public. My mother went to your house to discuss the marriage. I am the youngest son of the Qin family. Shen Wanyan rolled her eyes. This person might be talking nonsense. Oh, so you are from the Qin family. Chun Ming noticed she remembered and confidently lifted his chin, acting like he was impressive. I remember your mother came to my house and was chased away by my grandmother. Our family never agreed to any engagement with yours. My grandmother and my father clearly told your family that they do not approve of this marriage. Shen Wanyan's voice was loud, and everyone around could hear her clearly. So this was a fake fiancé, no one else agreed, so he didn't count as one at all. I want to ask you, what kind of fiancé are you? Chun Ming's face changed colors, and his eyes were filled with anger as he looked at her. Don't be ungrateful. It would be a blessing for you to marry me. Don't be so full of yourself. You're already 20 years old. Who would still want you? Chun Ming felt superior. Being 20 and unmarried made her an old maid. Old maids are always desperate, so why was Shen Wanyan so proud? Do you want this blessing? I'm just a worker. Why would I worry about not getting married? But you, talking nonsense here. Be careful, I report you to the police for slander and harassment. When the crowd heard she was a worker, their eyes lit up. She was a worker. At 20, that didn't mean much. Having a job was enough. Whoever married her would be lucky. Chun Ming's face turned dark with humiliation. Being publicly embarrassed by Shen Wanyan was something no man could tolerate.
You.
Don't be so ungrateful. Who else would want you besides me? An old maid, do you really think having a job makes you special? Chun Ming pointed at Shen Wanyan, spewing insults. Wu Jiaxiu, seeing this typical arrogant man for the first time, stood protectively behind Shen Wanyan. Was this guy out of his mind? In this day and age, having a job was a big deal. Shen Wanyan wasn't one to take insults lightly. She looked around and spotted a delivery person at the entrance of the state-run restaurant. He had a thick shoulder pole and walked over confidently to take it. Let me borrow this. If it breaks, I'll pay for it. Sure. The delivery person quickly handed over the shoulder pole, and Shen Wanyan took it. Chun Ming was startled by her appearance. Jiaxiu, move aside. Shen Wanyan swung the pole, and Wu Jiaxiu immediately ran to the side to avoid being hit. Shen Wanyan was angry, and the force of her swing made a whooshing sound in Chun Ming's ears. He quickly dodged to the side, but the long pole struck his back.
Ah!
You jerk! How dare you hit me? Just wait until you get married. I'll make you pay. Chun Ming fell to the ground, cursing her. Sheng Wanyan, hearing this, didn't argue back and swung the pole again. Chun Ming quickly grabbed the pole before it could come down. Although he was thin, he was strong from doing hard labor every day. With his anger building, he pulled the pole to the side with force. Sheng Wanyan was caught off guard and lost her balance, falling to the side. Wanyan. Wu Jiaxiu was startled. If she fell, it would hurt a lot. Seeing she was about to fall, Sheng Wanyan closed her eyes, bracing for the pain. She was determined not to let anyone take advantage of her. Instead of pain, she felt someone catch her from behind. Before she could regain her balance, the person turned her around and examined her shoulders. Are you okay? A familiar voice filled with concern reached Sheng Wanyan's ears. She opened her eyes to see a cold, handsome face close to hers. But the worry in his eyes was striking, and she dazedly shook her head. Gu Tingxiao didn't believe her, checking her over to ensure she was fine before relaxing. However, when he saw the red marks on her palms from Chun Ming's pull, his anger flared. Chun Ming still wanted to swing the pole from behind, but Gu Tingxiao quickly grabbed it. With a fierce look, he yanked it, causing Chun Ming to stumble and fall hard.
Ah!
My back! Chun Ming's back hit a nearby rock, and he struggled to get up. The onlookers were shocked but felt satisfied. Someone like him needed to be taught a lesson. How could a grown man be so shameless? Didn't he feel embarrassed? Who do you think you're hitting? Gu Tingxiao strode over and lifted Chun Ming off the ground. Chun Ming winced and rubbed his waist, ready to fight back, but when he saw Gu Tingxiao in his military uniform and felt his imposing presence, he was taken aback. Especially when he saw Gu Tingxiao's cold face and lifeless eyes, he was too scared to speak. Come look, a soldier is hitting someone. A soldier is hitting someone. Do you believe I can have the police arrest you? I'll report you for hitting me. Gu Tingxiao let out a cold laugh and dragged him toward the police station. Let's go. I want to see how the police handle a soldier harassing an unmarried woman. Chun Ming was terrified. If he was charged with that, he would be finished. You go back to work. I'll find you after your shift. There's some ointment in my bag. Take it out and apply it. Gu Tingxiao handed his backpack to Sheng Wanyan, gave a few instructions, and continued dragging Chun Ming toward the police station. Let me go, let me go. Chun Ming, at 5 feet 7 inches, was easily lifted by Gu Tingxiao, who stood at 6 feet 2 inches. No matter how hard Chun Ming struggled, it was a joke to Gu Tingxiao. A man with strength should be contributing to the country, not bullying women. It's truly shameful. If he had arrived a moment later, that young girl could have really fallen and needed a hospital. Sheng Wanyan, holding Gu Tingxiao's bag, looked bewildered as she watched their figures fade into the distance. Wanyan, are you okay? Wu Jiaxiu was really scared. If it weren't for that soldier, Sheng Wanyan might have been in trouble. If she hadn't taken Sheng Wanyan out to eat, this wouldn't have happened. Sheng Wanyan shook her head. Aside from her palms feeling hot, she was fine.
Jikshu, I'm okay.
That's good, that's good. Wu Jiaxiu sighed in relief and quickly pulled her back to the factory, worried another Chun Ming might appear. Sheng Wanyan returned to the office with Gu Tingxiao's bag and took out the ointment to apply. As she applied it, her palms felt cool with a slight sting, and she sighed. Tonight, the Chun family would probably come to cause trouble. With Chun Ming at the police station, if Gu Tingxiao worked a little more, Chun Ming might lose his job. If he was charged with harassment, he could end up in labor reform, and the feud between the Chun and Sheng families would grow. However, Sheng Wanyan didn't feel sorry for him at all. People like him need to be taught a lesson. Otherwise, they might do something to her in the future. It's better to keep a distance from such people, so she doesn't have to face a ticking time bomb all the time. As for the Chun family wanting to cause trouble, she would let them make a bigger fuss. She didn't believe the Chun family would risk their future for one son. Even if Mr. and Mrs. Chun were willing, Chun Ming's 2 older brothers and their wives would not agree. After work, Sheng Wanyan saw Gu Tingxiao waiting at the entrance of the cotton factory. When he saw her riding her bicycle out, he quickly walked over.
How's your hand?
Did you apply the medicine? Sheng Wanyan nodded. Gu Tingxiao, still worried, took her hand to check it. Once he confirmed that the redness had gone down a bit, he felt relieved. But then he remembered something and immediately let go of her hand, looking a bit awkward. He rubbed his fingertips, recalling how he had held her around the waist earlier.
How could her waist be so slim?
So soft and delicate.
Sorry.
It's okay, I owe you one today. After all, he was her lifesaver, so she wouldn't dwell on the small things. The youngest son of the Qin family was arrested for misconduct. He'll be locked up for a few days. With a record, he'll lose his job. Once he's out, he'll have to work in the countryside and won't bother you again. Sheng Wanyan nodded in agreement. This was the best outcome. She knew that Gu Tingxiao had helped ensure Qinming was charged with misconduct. Otherwise, today would have ended with just a warning, and the Qin family would have managed to cover it up. Thanks for today. Let me treat you to dinner tomorrow. Sure. Gu Tingxiao replied readily, and Sheng Wanyan was surprised he agreed. Normally, soldiers in such situations would say something like serving the people and not taking anything from them. Gu Tingxiao's actions made it clear he understood the situation. I'll give you a ride home. Okay. Sheng Wanyan sat on the back seat, holding his luggage, and let him take her home. Once home, Gu Tingxiao confirmed their dinner plans for tomorrow and hurried back to the Gu family after a few quick words. As soon as she got home, Sheng Wanyan told her family about the day's events, knowing the Qin family wouldn't let this go easily.
Bang!
Mr. Sheng slammed his hand on the table, furious. The Qin family was simply shameless. The youngest son of the Qin family had the audacity to claim he was engaged to their daughter in public. Thankfully, their daughter reacted quickly, and Gu Tingxiao was there to help. Otherwise, if the Qin family spreads this everywhere, it will be hard to explain later. Does my daughter still have a reputation to protect? Good for the Qin family. Hearing this, Mrs. Sheng rushed out and went to the Qin family's place to cause a scene. Go protect your wife. Don't let the Qin family hurt her. As soon as Grandma Sheng spoke, Mr. Sheng and Sheng Wanyan quickly followed her out. Qin family, come out. How dare you? Qin family, come to my house to propose and get rejected. You all are spreading lies everywhere. You say my family is already engaged to yours, and Qinming is publicly slandering my daughter as his fiancé. Doesn't your Qinming look in the mirror? What gives him the right? If you don't give my Sheng family an explanation today, this matter won't just go away. Mrs. Sheng banged on the door, and the neighbors in the building came to see what was happening. Hearing Mrs. Sheng's words, they could guess what was going on. The Qin family's actions were really unfair. They were rejected, yet still claimed the engagement. This would ruin the reputation of the Sheng family's daughter. Meanwhile, the Qin family was receiving news that Qinming had been taken to the police station and was discussing their next steps at home. They originally planned to confront the Sheng family, insisting that their son was engaged to Sheng Wanyan and that it was just a misunderstanding, hoping the police would release their son. But the Sheng family came in and explained everything, cutting off their escape. The Qin family was left speechless. Mrs. Qin rushed out to confront Mrs. Sheng and immediately started shouting. How dare you? My son is suffering because of your daughter. Sheng family's daughter is so ruthless. My son only said a few words and ended up in jail. Hearing her accusations, Mrs. Sheng immediately grabbed Mrs. Chen's hair and slapped her several times. Watch your mouth. Stop spreading nonsense. Mrs. Sheng was fierce, handling the situation on her own without needing help from Sheng Wanyan. Your son got arrested because of the police, for being a troublemaker. Your son tried to harass my daughter in front of a state-run restaurant and even attempted to hit her. Fortunately, some caring soldiers saw it and helped my daughter. Your son even dared to attack the soldiers protecting the country. Let's all judge this. Shouldn't the Qin family son be arrested? Everyone was shocked by what Mrs. Sheng said. The youngest son of the Qin family was being too bold. He was causing trouble in public and even attacking a soldier. How reckless could he be? Oh my goodness. This Qin family son is really out of control. Exactly, causing trouble in public and even attacking those who protect our country. He truly doesn't know the consequences of his actions. Could he be a spy? Hearing these comments, The Chin family felt cold sweats. If this reputation spread, the entire Chin family would be in trouble. What nonsense are you talking about? Do you want me to shut you up? The eldest daughter-in-law of the Chin family rushed out, angry. If this blame fell on them, her whole family would face serious consequences. It's true, with a son like that, how can the rest of the Chin family be any better? Exactly, with such a son, who knows if the Chin family is good or bad? And we live in the same building. How will we get through life now? We'll be on edge all the time. It's truly a disaster. Everyone chimed in, criticizing the Chin family. Mrs. Sheng saw a glimmer of satisfaction in her eyes. Her goal was to take the initiative and leave the Chin family speechless. Chin family, if you don't give my family an explanation, this matter won't end here. Mr. Sheng's words made Mr. Chen's face darken. He realized that the Sheng family was showing their stance. This time, the Sheng family was not going to help rescue his son. What a selfish family. After all these years of being neighbors and colleagues, they wouldn't lend a hand. Mrs. Sheng released Mrs. Chen, standing beside Mr. Sheng and glaring at the Chin family. Mrs. Chen, disheveled, got up and tried to rush forward, but was held back by Mr.
Chen.
Go get 50 yuan.
What?
Mrs. Chen was shocked by Mr. Chen's words. Why should they pay the Sheng family? She refused to do so. Their family was already short on money, and with so many to support, Mr. Chen's salary was not as high as Mr. Sheng's. It was ridiculous to ask for money. I said go. Mr. Chen's face was stern. Mrs. Chen stubbornly refused to go, throwing a tantrum on the ground and lamenting how unfortunate her life was for marrying a man who helped outsiders. Why is my life so hard? My son is useless, and my daughters-in-law just watch as I get bullied. Men are just letting me be bullied. Hearing this, Chen's father grew increasingly serious. How could a man be publicly insulted like that? Since you have such a hard life with me, why don't you go back to your mother's house? As soon as he said this, Chen's mother was so frightened that she couldn't speak. He actually wanted her to go back to her mother's house. At her age, where would she find a mother's home?
I'll go get it. I'll get it right now.
Chen's mother hurriedly ran back to her room and brought out 50 yuan, which Sheng's mother snatched away. Chen's mother couldn't even hold on to the money as it was taken and put into Sheng's mother's pocket. This time, I'll let it go. But if there's a next time, it won't be so easy. With that, Sheng's father took his wife and daughter and left, leaving the onlookers and the upset Chin family behind. What are you looking at? Get out of here. Chen's mother could only vent her anger on the spectators, who rolled their eyes and went home. That night, the Chin family decided to use money to settle things, but the two daughters-in-law were in a huge argument. The family had little money to begin with, and now that the younger brother was in jail, he would definitely lose his job. Only Chen's father was left to work, and the children needed to go to school. Should they really spend all their savings for a younger brother who misbehaved in public? What about their future? The two daughters-in-law directly threatened divorce, and the two sons declared that if that happened, they would split the family. When the daughters-in-law heard their husbands mention splitting the family, their eyes lit up. Shut up. I'm not dead yet. Chen's father slammed his hand on the table, furious. If one son was already like this, what would happen if the other two became distant? How would they live? Chen's father and mother were truly afraid that the other two sons would want to split the family and stop caring for them. The youngest son already had a record, and his future was ruined. If the other two sons felt unfair, it would be a problem for their retirement. Moreover, the police said that their youngest son had to go to the countryside. At least there he could work off his sentence. They could still send things to him and find a way to bring him back to the city. No matter how upset Chen's father and mother were, they had to accept this situation. Otherwise, the whole family would fall apart. It was all because of the Sheng family. If it weren't for their son, he wouldn't have to suffer in the countryside. Once he left, they didn't know when he would return. Chen's mother hated the Sheng family but couldn't do anything about it. She could only complain at home. Chun Ming would be in jail for 5 days, and after that, someone would escort him home to pack his things and take him to the countryside. The Chin family was relieved to be sent to the countryside. not realizing that the places they were sent to were the most remote and difficult. With no village nearby and no shops around, if someone plotted against them, they could only swallow their grievances. Mother Xing gave 50 yuan to Sheng Wanyan, as it was her suffering, and there was no reason to take it away. Mom, just give me half. We agreed to hand over the money, so I can't give you all of it. After thinking it over, Mother Xing agreed, considering that Sheng Wanja was going to marry soon, and she didn't want any hard feelings about this matter. All right, 25 will be handed over. Mother Xing caused quite a scene, and her strong presence intimidated everyone in the building, making them hesitant to say anything inappropriate in front of her. Seeing this, Mother Xing felt quite pleased. She didn't want to deal with those pretentious people every time. The next day at noon, as Sheng Wanyan left the factory, she saw Gu Tingxiao waiting for her. Gu Tingxiao stood straight with a cold expression, and the guard at the factory gate kept watching him. Seeing him standing there in his military uniform for an hour made the guard wonder if something was wrong in the factory. If it weren't for his uniform, the guard might have thought about calling the police. When Gu Tingxiao saw Sheng Wanyan come out, he stepped forward. Have you been waiting long? Not for long. If the guard had heard Gu Tingxiao's words, he would probably have rolled his eyes. It only took about 10 minutes to walk to the state-run restaurant, so they walked there together. Sheng Wanyan wore a light blue knee-length dress today, looking very gentle, which her grandmother had made for her. She walked ahead while Gu Tingxiao followed closely behind, admiring her graceful figure. Once they entered the restaurant, Sheng Wanyan looked up at the menu on the board. What do you want to eat? Don't be polite with me. Sheng Wanyan acted like she had money, and seeing her like this softened Gu Tingxiao's gaze. You decide. Order what you like. Gu Tingxiao looked at her, and when Sheng Wanyan noticed his gentle eyes, she paused for a moment before nodding. I'll have a portion of braised pork, sauce beef, braised eggplant, 3 meat buns, and 2 bowls of white rice. Sheng Wanyan glanced at Gu Tingxiao, clearly asking if that was enough, considering he probably had a good appetite. That's enough. Sheng Wanyan nodded, and the restaurant staff quickly calculated the total. That will be 3 yuan and 90 cents, plus 2 pounds of grain tickets. Sheng Wanyan lowered her head to take money from her cloth bag, but Gu Tingxiao quickly pulled out some cash from his pocket and handed it over. Not really. I'll treat you to a meal. Sheng Wanyan was taken aback by his quick move. His speed was impressive. It's all the same. I eat a lot, so there's no reason for you to pay. Sheng Wanyan wanted to say more, but the people behind her were urging her on, so she could only go find a seat. She didn't dwell on it. Gu Tingxiao had already paid, so there was no reason to push money back to him. She didn't want to seem like she looked down on him, especially since he was a grown man. What would she do if that happened? She could only make it up in other ways. She didn't like feeling indebted to others. I'll have braised pork, beef and sauce, braised eggplant, 3 meat buns, and 2 bowls of white rice. Gu Tingxiao went to get the dishes, while Sheng Wanyan helped by carrying 2 bowls of rice. She also grabbed 2 bottles of soda, which were very cheap, so Gu Tingxiao didn't insist on paying for her. Sheng Wanyan never hesitated when eating. She enjoyed her meal with Gu Tingxiao. With half a bowl of rice left, she had already eaten a meat bun, some meat dishes, and half a bowl of rice, so she felt full. But in this era, wasting food was frowned upon, and people would judge you for it. Wasting food is the most shameful thing. Sheng Wanyan had to force herself to keep eating, but a large hand took her bowl away. When she looked up, she saw Gu Tingxiao bowing his head, eating the leftover rice from her bowl. Sheng Wanyan felt a bit flustered and wanted to say something, but the words got stuck in her throat. In her previous life, she lived to 30, and aside from when she was young and her family would eat her leftovers, this was the first time someone outside her family didn't mind her leftover food. She felt both awkward and embarrassed. Gu Tingxiao ate naturally, but when he noticed the confused look on the young girl's face, he realized he had overstepped. However, he didn't want to wait any longer, especially after what happened with Qin Ming. He knew many people were interested in the young girl. She was independent and brave, never backing down even when facing tricky people. Her fearless spirit made his thoughts race. If he waited any longer, someone might really take her away. He had also figured out some of her personality traits. She was thoughtful, perceptive, courageous, and had her own pride. A girl like that would always be the most attractive wherever she went. Yesterday, a tricky person like Chunming appeared, and tomorrow, an excellent man could show up. He was far away and had no way to prevent admirers from surrounding her. The only way is to establish a clear relationship and secure their status. That way, even if the young lady tries to avoid him, he can still present a legitimate connection to her. Gu Tingxiao is a decisive person, and his only purpose for coming this time is this. Gu Tingxiao looked at her with an intense gaze, but Shen Wanyan turned her head away to avoid his eyes. Gu Tingxiao found it amusing. The young lady clearly understood his feelings, but was playing hard to get. If it weren't for what happened yesterday, she might feel grateful towards him. It's likely that if she knew his feelings, she wouldn't have been so willing to join him for lunch today. He had 2 months of vacation, but after accounting for travel, he could only stay in Rongqing for 5 days. Cough, I need to get back to work, Shen Wanyan said, refusing to look at him. She needed time to think things over. She really didn't know how to describe her feelings for Gu Tingxiao. For her, love at first sight wasn't practical. Moreover, her views on relationships were influenced by modern ideas of love. She couldn't say she had romantic feelings for him, especially since this was only their 3rd meeting. She wasn't the type to fall in love just because someone seemed nice. She needed to understand him better, to know his character and his views on relationships. People in this era were quite innocent, and she needed time to consider whether to take this relationship further. At least until she figured things out, there was no need to send mixed signals. Using someone's feelings and sincerity for her own purposes felt shameful. I'll give you a ride home, Gu Tingxiao insisted, not giving her a chance to refuse. He stood up and picked up the bag she had left aside. Shen Wanyan sighed quietly as she followed him out of the state-run restaurant, looking at his tall and straight figure. Gu Tingxiao walked her to the entrance of the cotton factory and returned her bag. I'll pick you up after work. No need, I can ride my bike home quickly, she replied. Gu Tingxiao hesitated. He knew he couldn't push her too hard. But he was anxious, feeling like he might burst from the pressure. Comrade Shen Wanyan. Shen Wanyan looked up at him. Gu Tingxiao straightened his military uniform and saluted her. He stood tall, his expression serious, brow slightly furrowed, eyes sharp, but his tone was sincere. Comrade Shen Wanyan, let me introduce myself. My name is Gu Tingxiao. I am 26 years old, and I serve as the deputy commander of the Leopard Brigade in the 10th Military District of the Eastern Theater. I don't smoke, drink occasionally, and only drink during meals with friends and family. I have no other bad habits. My grandparents and parents are healthy, and I am the 3rd child in my family. I have an older brother and sister, and a younger brother, all of whom are married. Once I get married, I can have my own family. Shen Wanyan, you are outstanding, independent, brave, and wise. I am attracted to you. I hope you can consider me for a serious relationship with marriage in mind. I will be loyal to my country, and to you. Gu Tingxiao spoke firmly, with each word strong and sincere. Shen Wanyan didn't expect this sudden confession, especially so close to the cotton factory. Fortunately, there was no one around, or it would have attracted a lot of attention. Gu Tingxiao watched her troubled expression, waiting for her response. Shen Wanyan opened her mouth, but the words of refusal got stuck in her throat. You can take your time to think. As long as you are single, I won't give up. A warrior on the battlefield never gives up. Shen Wanyan took a deep breath, looked up at him, and since he had already broken the ice, she could talk to him seriously. Gu Tingxiao, your confession is too sudden. We have only met 3 times, and we don't know each other well, including our characters and personalities. I can't say I have romantic feelings for you right now. I see you more as a friend. Can you understand that? Gu Tingxiao nodded. He understood that he had indeed been too abrupt. Shen Wanyan, I understand your concerns, and there are issues I need to overcome. I hope you can give us a chance to get to know each other. Shen Wanyan lowered her head in thought, while Gu Tingxiao watched her nervously, his clenched fists sweaty. He had faced battles without this level of anxiety. At least he knew he could risk his life for victory. But this was different. She was not an enemy, but someone he cared for. He feared she might not give him a chance. She was rational and firm. Sheng Wanyan remained silent for several minutes, and Gu Tingxiao's hands trembled slightly. Taking a deep breath, Sheng Wanyan smiled and looked at him. Okay. If it doesn't work out, I hope you won't disturb me too much. Let's both be well. Gu Tingxiao felt a huge relief and quickly nodded in agreement. What he truly felt inside remained unknown. I'll pick you up after work later, and we can go watch a movie. Sheng Wanyan nodded. Since they decided to give each other a chance to understand one another, there was no need to be shy. Besides, she was confident enough to step back if needed. Okay. Gu Tingxiao felt a mix of excitement and nervousness, unsure of where to place his hands and stumbling over his words. I'll go buy the movie tickets now. You should go back to work first. Sheng Wanyan nodded and walked away without looking back, acting a bit carefree. Gu Tingxiao, feeling excited, bit his lip and watched her leave. Once she was out of sight, he finally relaxed his clenched hands. He was so nervous that he could feel sweat forming in his palms. Taking a few deep breaths to calm himself, he hurried to the cinema to buy tickets for that evening's movie. As soon as Sheng Wanyan finished work, she saw Gu Tingxiao waiting for her at the factory entrance, holding some snacks. He had bought a bag of sunflower seeds, soda, and pastries, worried she might get bored during the movie. When he saw her come out, he quickly straightened his uniform and walked over confidently with the snacks. I bought some snacks. Let's eat before the movie. What else do you want to eat? He showed her what he had bought, but Sheng Wanyan shook her head. Just enough is fine. After all, she didn't want to waste food, especially after his earlier gesture at lunch. Then let's go to the state-run restaurant to eat. I need to go home and let my family know first. If she didn't tell them, her mother might cook for her, and then she'd have leftovers for the next day. I already told your mother, Gu Tingxiao said, looking nervous, worried she might blame him for making decisions without her. After all, when Sheng's mother saw him, she seemed to think they were already in a relationship. But he was still in the evaluation phase. He just hoped to gain the support of her family to make things official. With everything planned, Sheng Wanyan had no objections and nodded in agreement. Seeing that she wasn't upset with him, Gu Tingxiao sighed in relief, handed her the snacks, took her bicycle, and hopped on. Sheng Wanyan placed the pastries in her bag and reached out to hold onto his waist. Gu Tingxiao was startled by the sudden touch, feeling tense all over and unable to look away. Let's go. After hearing this, Gu Tingxiao stepped on the pedal and took her to the state-run restaurant. They ordered a braised fish and 2 bowls of chicken noodles. This time, Sheng Wanyan was well prepared and had her money ready to pay. However, Gu Tingxiao, being quick, had already handed the money to the waiter before she could fully extend her hand. Once seated, Gu Tingxiao looked at her seriously, his tone very serious. Comrade Sheng Wanyan, please give me a chance to show myself. Sheng Wanyan. Was it too late to regret now? Comrade Sheng Wanyan, it's not good to abandon someone after starting. Sheng Wanyan felt a mix of emotions, her gaze at him filled with curiosity. Was Gu Tingxiao like a worm in her stomach? How did he seem to know what she was thinking? Gu Tingxiao felt her gaze, and his ears turned slightly red, but he still maintained a cold expression. Every time Sheng Wanyan saw his innocent yet serious look, she was surprised. In her time, such innocent men who blush easily were very rare. Braised fish and 2 bowls of chicken noodles are ready. The awkward atmosphere was broken by the waiter, and Gu Tingxiao let out a sigh of relief as their dinner arrived. He placed the noodles in front of her and took 2 pairs of chopsticks from the holder, handing 1 pair to her. Sheng Wanyan ate slowly, savoring each bite, as it was a habit ingrained in her. Gu Tingxiao deliberately slowed down his eating pace, stealing glances at her while he ate. Sheng Wanyan couldn't help but smile inwardly. He really made her feel a bit flustered. Once Sheng Wanyan was full, Gu Tingxiao finished the remaining fish, knowing he would never waste food with her around. They walked their bicycles to the cinema, which was a nice way to digest their meal. Gu Tingxiao chose a newly released movie about the revolutionary friendship between men and women. The cinema was quite simple, with only rows of wooden benches and a black and white screen made of projection cloth. Everyone took their seats according to the numbers on their tickets, and they sat in the fifth row, near the middle. Gu Tishao had come early to pick this spot, hoping to leave a good impression on her. Inside the cinema, it was very dark, with only the brightness from the film, but in a black and white movie, those sitting in the back couldn't see much. Sheng Wanyan was peeling sunflower seeds and liked to put several in her mouth at once. It tasted even better that way. Gu Tingxiao noticed she enjoyed them and quietly peeled a big handful for her, holding her hand. When he touched her delicate skin, he held his breath and thought again about her slender waist. So soft and slim. Gu Tingxiao took a deep breath and placed the peeled seeds in her palm. Here, eat. I'll peel some for you, she replied. Sheng Wanyan nodded, and Gu Tingxiao felt relieved that she was no longer upset with him. As long as the young girl didn't resist him, it was a good start. Gu Tingxiao was strong and peeled the seeds quickly. Just as Sheng Wanyan finished eating, he placed another handful of peeled seeds in her hand. You should eat too, she said, sharing half with him. After all, someone else had paid for these seeds, and he had been working hard to help her. Hearing her words, Gu Tingxiao immediately put the seeds in his mouth, wanting to show her he was a good listener. Sheng Wanyan thought the movie was great. Movies from this era were quite positive and had rich meanings. When exciting scenes appeared, everyone clapped together, creating a very harmonious atmosphere. She was captivated. It was her first time watching a movie from this era, and she suddenly felt it was a wonderful way to spend time. Plus, she hadn't seen these old films before, making them very fresh for her. Gu Tingxiao noticed how focused she was and didn't interrupt. Instead, he quietly handed her a soda and a piece of cake. Watching a movie without snacks would be half as enjoyable. It was a pity they didn't have popcorn and cola. That would have made it even better. After the movie, it was already past 8:40, quite late. Gu Tingxiao rode his bike to take her home and walked her to the entrance of her building. I bought this for you today at the supply store. See if you like it, he said, pulling out a shiny hairpin from his pocket. Although it was a simple style, it wasn't tacky. I'll ask someone to bring you some more from the overseas Chinese store next time. Gu Tingxiao worried she might not like it since the supply store had only a few styles. Thank you, I really like it. Sheng Wanyan smiled as she accepted it. Although Gu Tingxiao's gaze was very straightforward, he didn't make it overly fancy. She couldn't appreciate the bright red and green clothes and accessories. They looked like a big floral coat, almost like a monkey on display. Seeing that she genuinely liked it, Gu Tingxiao felt a huge relief. He watched her enter her home before turning to leave. Back at home, Sheng Wanyan touched her heart and realized she felt really good today. This was her first official date. Although she had gone to the movies often before, it was always with a group. Many people pursued her, but they were all after her family background. She didn't enjoy that feeling of being put on a pedestal. She looked forward to a relationship based on equal communication. She wasn't someone who would refuse what was meant for her. She needed to take charge of her own life. Otherwise, she would regret it if things slipped away. Taking a deep breath, she calmed her emotions. She thought she should give them both a chance, and also give herself a chance. She could handle it. She wasn't afraid. The next day at work, she saw Gu Tingxiao waiting at the entrance of the building. He was holding breakfast he had just bought, steaming meat buns. When he saw her pushing her bicycle out, he quickly walked over. What are you doing here? I'm here to take you to work. Hold on to the buns. They're still warm. Gu Tingxiao placed the buns in her hands. Sheng Wanyan glanced at him. Have you eaten? I have. Gu Tingxiao replied seriously, but Sheng Wanyan looked at him skeptically. Feeling nervous, he hesitated and said, I haven't eaten. I'm not hungry. Sheng Wanyan sighed helplessly. While others enjoyed mutual growth in their relationships, it seemed like they might end up starving Gu Tingxiao. Well, I've had breakfast. I'll eat half. You can have the rest. Gu Tingxiao was reluctant at first. He had hurried to find Sheng Wanyan, worried about being late. He quickly bought 2 meat buns from a state-run restaurant, holding them close while waiting at the entrance. He was anxious about missing her when she left. He had 4 days of vacation left and was worried there wouldn't be enough time. If she didn't agree to date him before he left, it might be months or even half a year before he could come back. What if someone else took his chance? He would have no one to blame but himself. If you're not eating, then I won't eat either. Gu Tingxiao immediately started eating when he heard this. Although he ate with big bites, he did not seem rude at all. He finished the half that Shen Wanyan had left without any hesitation. Satisfied, he took her to work and told her he would pick her up for lunch. "Aren't you busy?" she asked, feeling like Gu Tingxiao seemed quite free, always taking her to work, picking her up, and having meals together. "I'm on vacation, not busy," he replied.
Okay then.
Shen Wanyan had nothing more to say, realizing he was focused entirely on her. "I'm off to work now." Gu Tingxiao watched her enter the factory and only left when she was out of sight to handle his own matters. He had his own tasks to do in Rongqing, some of which were assigned by his family. The main reason for his visit was Shen Wanyan along with a task he needed to complete. He volunteered for this task, hoping to be closer to her. As soon as Shen Wanyan stepped out of the factory at noon, she saw Gu Tingxiao waiting for her. Before coming, he had specifically bought some things for her from the supply store, including 3 boxes of cream for the 3 women in the Sheng family and 2 bottles of mitai liquor for her grandfather and father. Shen Wanyan had plenty of mitai at home, saved from her previous life. She often bought some with her liquor tickets to keep for her grandfather and father. "Comrade Shen Wanyan, I might need to return to my team early," Gu Tingxiao said, his brow furrowed and his gaze reluctant as he looked at her. They had only spent a day together before having to part again. Shen Wanyan paused and nodded without speaking. The atmosphere between them was a bit heavy. Gu Tingxiao found a quiet spot to talk to her. He saluted her seriously and spoke earnestly. "Comrade Shen Wanyan, would you consider being my girlfriend with the intention of marriage? I will treat you well. This is my salary from last month. Please take it." Gu Tingxiao pulled out 80 yuan and handed it to her, all of his salary from the previous month. Shen Wanyan quickly refused, thinking he was a bit silly to offer a salary before they had even officially confirmed their relationship. If he encountered a woman with other intentions, he might end up losing everything. "Comrade Gu Tingxiao, I agree to be your girlfriend."
What?
Gu Tingxiao looked at her in disbelief, afraid he might have misheard. "I agree to be in a relationship with you."
Really?
"Is that true?" Gu Tingxiao was clearly excited, struggling to find the right words, and Shen Wanyan nodded again. She had thought it through last night. She had feelings for Gu Tingxiao and was open to further development, but she also had her own boundaries. "But I have conditions." Gu Tingxiao stood up straight, nodding seriously. As long as they were in a relationship and it didn't go against moral values, he would agree to any conditions. "As long as it doesn't go against morals, I can agree." Shen Wanyan felt a bit helpless inside. Was she really that kind of person? "I can be in a relationship with you, but if we find that our views don't match, or if either of us does something wrong in this relationship, I hope we can part ways peacefully and not disturb each other's lives." Gu Tingxiao frowned deeply, not understanding why the girl he loved was so independent. He admired her rationality, but also felt sorry for her strength. "Comrade Shen Wanyan, I promise. I will never do anything to hurt this relationship. We are dating with the intention of marriage. It's a lifelong commitment." Seeing his serious expression, Shen Wanyan couldn't help but laugh. Her smile was truly beautiful. When she smiled, everything around seemed to fade, as if she was the main attraction. Gu Tingxiao was dazzled by her bright smile, unable to look away, his gaze following her. He always knew his beloved girl was beautiful and smart, but when she smiled, she radiated charm that captivated him completely. "Comrade Gu Tingxiao, I hope you will take care of me in the future." Gu Tingxiao stood with his feet together and saluted her again, his voice steady. "I promise to complete the mission." His eyes were filled with seriousness about this relationship. Gu Tingxiao was leaving Rongqing tonight, which meant they had just confirmed their relationship and were already facing separation. He knew his profession was unfair to Shen Wanyan, and he could only make it up to her in other ways. Looking around to ensure no one was watching, he stepped forward and embraced Shen Wanyan. he still found it hard to believe. His arms felt safe, and Sheng Wanyan rested her face against his chest, feeling the strength of his heartbeat. From this angle, she could see Gu Tingxiao's strong jawline. Gu Tingxiao truly becomes more attractive the more you look at him. His features are not like the delicate young men of later generations. Instead, he has a strong presence that exudes masculinity and confidence. At least, he won't cause visual fatigue. He is a man with his own charm. When Gu Tingxiao hugged a girl for the first time, the fresh scent and the softness of Sheng Wanyan made him feel a bit dizzy. He was careful not to hold too tightly, fearing he might accidentally hurt her. He could only lighten his grip and feel her warmth. They didn't speak and held each other for a while before letting go, but Sheng Wanyan returned the money to him. She felt it was too much to keep, especially since Gu Tingxiao hinted that his family had not yet split their finances and would only do so after his marriage. This meant that all of Gu Tingxiao's salary was expected to go to the family, and if he spent it all on her, what would his family think? She was dating Gu Tingxiao, but she didn't want to disrupt his family harmony. You should send it home. I have my own money. Gu Tingxiao felt anxious hearing this. If she wouldn't accept his money, what was the point of him being a man? A man should have a sense of value and presence. I'll send half of my money to you every month, he said. My brother and younger brother do the same. Half goes to their future wives, and the other half goes home. The family has no objections. It's fair. Hearing this, Sheng Wanyan felt relieved. She didn't want to be seen as a threat to family harmony so early in their relationship. She still gave him all the money, as it wouldn't be fair for him not to contribute this month. Plus, he would need money for travel, transportation, and meals on his way back to the army. Take this month's money and we'll see about next month, she insisted firmly. Gu Tingxiao didn't argue. He would send money and letters to Sheng Wanyan every month once he returned to the army. Okay, I'll do as you say. He respected whatever his future wife wanted. Gu Tingxiao gave Sheng Wanyan the address for his army base and promised to write to her whenever he wasn't on a mission. Sheng Wanyan nodded. I will write back. Gu Tingxiao felt relieved upon hearing this and noticed it was time for him to leave.
I'm
leaving. Sheng Wanyan had to go to work in the afternoon, and Gu Tingxiao was in a hurry to leave, so she wasn't prepared for it. Gu Tingxiao took Sheng Wanyan back to the factory. She didn't like goodbyes, so he watched her walk away before leaving himself. Once he could no longer see her charming figure, he hurried to meet up with his comrades. They had just confirmed their relationship, but now had to face the reality of separation. However, they would both work hard and improve together. Back in the publicity department, Sheng Wanyan felt a bit dazed. Was she really in a relationship? Yenner, what are you thinking about?
Yenna?
Wu Jiaxiu called her several times before Sheng Wanyan snapped back to reality.
Ah?
Yenner, I called you several times and you didn't respond. What are you thinking about? Wu Jiaxiu looked at her with curiosity. Sheng Wanyan had been going out for lunch every day, so something must be going on. Jiaxiu, I was just thinking. Sheng Wanyan awkwardly took out her sweater to knit, and Wu Jiaxiu gave her an understanding look. Sheng Wanyan felt even more embarrassed. That evening, Sheng Wanyan took Gu Tingxiao's belongings home, and her mother noticed something was up and called her into the room for a chat. Did Gu bring that? Her mother had a knowing expression, and Sheng Wanyan didn't hesitate to admit it.
Yes.
You too. We're dating. Her mother immediately broke into a smile. Finally, her daughter had found someone good, just like she hoped. She thought Gu Tingxiao was a nice boy and had always wished for their relationship to develop further. Now, both her son and daughter had their life matters settled, which put her mind at ease. Good thing you're not as foolish as Sheng Xiuying. Otherwise, I'd be so frustrated. When Sheng Wanyan heard her mother start to complain, she quickly found an excuse to leave the room.
Sit down.
Sheng Wanyan nervously walked back and sat down. Her mother was annoyed by her behavior. She realized her daughter was going through a late rebellious phase and seemed to enjoy making things difficult for her lately. Every time, she found a way to frustrate her, and her personality was truly puzzling. Mom, do you have any more instructions? Her mother rubbed her head in frustration, feeling that her daughter was quite clueless. I want to know, has Gu mentioned anything about his family situation? Mother Sheng focused on the key point. Although Gu Tingxiao was good, if the whole family had issues, wouldn't her daughter suffer if she married into that family? It would be better for her to stay at home. She would prefer Sheng Wanyan to marry someone of lower status, as long as the family was decent. That way, life would be more comfortable. This was a lifelong decision, and it couldn't be taken lightly. She mentioned some family details. He has an older brother, an older sister, and a younger brother. He is the third child, and everyone else is already married. His grandparents are healthy, and his parents have a stable relationship. Grandpa Gu has 2 sons and 1 daughter. The older son is Gu Tingxiao's father, the younger son works in Haicheng, and the daughter is married in Rongqing. Now, the 2 elders live in Beijing with Gu Tingxiao's parents. Mother Sheng nodded as she listened. It was true that having so many family members could lead to more complications. Is that it? Did Xiao Gu tell you about future plans? He mentioned a few things. His family hasn't split yet, but when he gets married, his parents will handle the division. Finally, Mother Sheng heard what she wanted to hear. Although there were many family members, a division would make things more comfortable. Plus, when her daughter married, she would likely live far from her in-laws. The saying far is sweet, near is sour made a lot of sense. As long as Xiao Gu could protect his wife and handle matters well, life would be good. Overall, Mother Sheng was quite satisfied. When the engagement happened, if she met the in-laws and found them to be decent people, it would be even better. She asked a few more questions, and after Sheng Wanyan answered, she allowed her to go back to her room. Sheng Wanyan went to take a shower. Grandpa and Grandma Sheng had already gone to rest. Mother Sheng was in high spirits, excited about the good news, and felt energized for work the next day. Her co-workers thought she was full of energy, but Mother Sheng kept her lips sealed. No matter how much they asked, she wouldn't say a word. In her mind, she wanted to keep the engagement private until it was officially settled. Otherwise, if something went wrong, her daughter's reputation could be at stake. Mother Sheng thought a lot. As a parent, she always planned for her children, worried that her plans might not be enough and that her child might face difficulties. Meanwhile, Sheng Wanyan was enjoying her time at work in the publicity department, where the atmosphere was quite good. Everyone usually gossiped and joked together. As long as Director Li didn't find out, it wasn't a big deal. Plus, now that Niu Fengli wasn't keeping an eye on her, Sheng Wanyan felt very relaxed. Yeah, do you want to go collect firewood from the back mountain after work? Wu Jiaxiu often invites her to gather firewood, worried they won't have enough for winter. Sure. Sheng Wanyan is also eager to go. She wants to be able to bathe often in winter. Even if she can't take a full bath, she still needs to clean herself. Women can't neglect this. Bacterial infections are serious. In this time, there's not enough awareness about this, and many women overlook it. I'll go with you. Niu Fengli, hearing their conversation, immediately expressed her desire to join, as her family also needs firewood. The more people, the better. They can help each other gather more. Sheng Wanyan has a bicycle, so she can carry it home. Fengli, we're going to the steel factory area. Really? You're going that far? Niu Fengli lives quite a distance away, and it takes over half an hour to walk there. She thought they were collecting firewood from the back of the cotton factory, not that far. Yes, it's convenient for Wanyan since her husband works at the coal factory next to the steel factory. He can help carry it home after work. Niu Fengli chuckled. It's quite a distance, and her kids are waiting for dinner. Then I won't go with you. I'll collect some firewood here at the foot of the mountain to cook. Next time, let's find a time to go together. Wu Jiaxiu's suggestion made Niu Fengli nod, though what she truly thought remains unknown. Sheng Wanyan really wants to give Wu Jiaxiu a thumbs up, who would usually walk for over half an hour just to collect firewood. Isn't that nearly impossible? Sheng Wanyan understands Niu Fengli's intentions. She has low expectations, just wants to keep things peaceful at work. She has been an employee for 3 months now, and her promotional ideas have caught Director Li's attention, making her somewhat popular. Everyone notices that Sheng Wanyan's skills are indeed stronger than those of the older employees. Everyone knows who can be offended and who cannot. Even if you have more years of service, a few words from a popular person can change everything. Niu Fongli, at her age, understands this, so she just smiles and stays quiet. After work, Sheng Wanyan takes Wu Jiaxiu to the foot of the mountain, first putting her bicycle back in the building, then going home to drop off her bag and grab some ties before heading out. I'll have your dad help you carry it later. Grandma Sheng knew she had to go gather firewood, so she couldn't help but give a few instructions.
Okay.
Sheng Wanyan went to the foot of the mountain and found Wu Jiaxiu. They just picked up whatever they saw. Any firewood would do. Every household received a fixed amount of coal tickets each month. These coal balls were usually bought and stored for winter use, while in summer, they mostly relied on firewood for cooking. The Sheng family was no exception. Firewood took up too much space, but luckily their living room was quite spacious. Otherwise, winter would be a problem. Sheng Wanyan collected a lot since, in the city, not every household relied on firewood to get through winter, like in the countryside. Coal and coal stoves were things they couldn't even dream of, as they required money and tickets. Why spend money when there was free firewood available? Sheng's father had already made several trips to help carry it back. Seeing the time, Sheng Wanyan decided to stop since her mother was almost done cooking. Wu Jiaxiu's husband also came to help her carry it home, and Wu Jiaxiu saw that Sheng Wanyan was leaving. She quickly asked Sheng Wanyan if she could help her get 20 pounds of pork. Although she had bought half a pig from Sheng Wanyan last time, that was from her family. She needed to get some meat for her husband to help him regain his strength. Moreover, she had to prepare cured meat in advance for winter, as it needed to be dried. Now was about the right time to start, as it would get cold in Rongqing by the end of October, and the chill was biting. The cold wind could make you feel completely stiff. It was even worse than in the north. Wanyan, do you know if there's any cotton available? Although they worked at a cotton factory, they didn't have the authority to get large amounts of cotton. In these times, everyone's winter coats and quilts were worn year after year, and the cotton must have become very hard by now. Wu Jiaxiu planned to make new ones, but she needed a lot of cotton for that. If they wore the old, stiff ones, how would they survive the winter? I can reserve the meat for you at the pig farm, but for cotton, I'll have to ask around with friends. Sheng Wanyan meant that asking friends was an unofficial way to buy it. In this time of scarcity, who cared about where it came from? Okay, I'll pay according to the black market price. If your friends aren't satisfied, we can negotiate. Wu Jiaxiu was willing to spend money. Without investing, they would have to tough it out through winter. All right, I'll get back to you in a few days. Sheng Wanyan never expected that her biggest client would be Wu Jiaxiu, who was quite willing to spend money and contributed a lot each month. It felt a bit embarrassing. Unbeknownst to Wu Jiaxiu, she had become Sheng Wanyan's biggest client, as she was still lost in her own joy. When Sheng Wanyan returned home, she realized it was time to prepare winter clothes for the family. They had some fabric at home. Her mother had brought back 2 rolls of flawed fabric from the factory, so everyone could have a new outfit. However, getting cotton was a bit tricky. Sheng's mother planned to check the old cotton they had. She wasn't sure if the old cotton could still be used. If not, they would have to think of another solution. Mom, I'll go to work and ask around. Sheng Wanyan worked at a cotton factory, so she had some insider knowledge. Okay. The next day, Sheng Wanyan inquired at work. It turned out they could buy cotton from the factory at the supply and marketing cooperative's price, but they needed to provide payment vouchers. These vouchers were hard to come by, and cotton often had flaws like fabric. There weren't many flawed cotton products left, as most had been used up by the supervisors. So buying cotton from the factory wasn't practical. Sheng Wanyan only had 1.5 pounds of cotton vouchers, which was barely enough for 1 piece of clothing. An adult needed 2 pounds of cotton for a coat, and the vouchers were distributed based on population, with each person receiving only 1 pound per year. Working at the cotton factory had its perks. She received half a pound each month, but after just over 3 months, she still didn't have enough vouchers. It seemed she would have to use the cotton seeds and finished products she had stored. However, she hadn't bought much finished cotton, only about 100,000 pounds, which wouldn't last long at this rate. She had thought that buying so many clothes would keep her warm, but now it seemed that cotton was essential. She didn't want to take apart the clothes she already had. Eventually, She would need to plant some cotton in her storage space, and thankfully, she had bought various seeds. Otherwise, she would be in trouble. After work, Sheng Wanyan told her mother that they could get cotton from the factory, which immediately excited her mother.
How much can we get?
The more, the better. Your brother is getting married and will need bedding and pillows. Your sister-in-law also needs a new outfit. It's not fair for us to wear new clothes for the new year while she doesn't. Mom, how much do you want? I'll see if I can buy some for my colleagues. Mother Sheng thought for a moment about what the family needed. We have a 7-pound cotton ticket. If you can get extra money to pay, that works too. A double quilt needs 8 pounds, 2 pillows need 3 pounds, and each person needs a new cotton coat, which is 4 pounds. That adds up to 39 pounds. Just do your best. If it's not enough, I'll find a way. Mother Sheng didn't expect her to buy everything, just whatever she could. Okay. Mother Sheng gave her the cotton ticket and money. The supply and marketing cooperative sells cotton for
25 yuan per pound.
She knew that if her colleague bought it, it would be at the black market price. So she directly handed her 100 yuan, knowing they would settle the difference later. Sheng Wanyan didn't want the money at first, but then thought about Sheng Wan's wedding. She felt it wasn't right for her to pay for it. Even though they were siblings with one more person in the family, they needed to be clear about many things. Especially regarding finances, she could give a nice wedding gift, but giving a quilt felt too extravagant. As the future sister-in-law, she should behave and focus on her own matters. There was no reason for her to act overly generous. She would do what a sister-in-law should do. She didn't want to create problems and hoped her future sister-in-law wouldn't either, so they could all live peacefully as a family. Most importantly, her family knew exactly how much money she had. In this household, she was like an open book. Mother Sheng was aware of everything she did. She would support the elders in the family from other sources, as she intended to be filial. You've seen someone selling meat at the door these past 2 months. Buy some. The family needs to cure meat for winter, and your brother will need a lot for his wedding. After saying this, Mother Sheng took out another 50 yuan for her, ensuring her 2 children wouldn't lose out.
All right.
After thinking for a moment, Mother Sheng had no more instructions and told her to go back and rest early. Sheng Wanyan naturally wouldn't sell to Mother Sheng at the black market price. She made an excuse, telling her she bought it from the cooperative at a slightly higher price. Is that true? Yes. Everyone is trying to make some money for the new year. I wouldn't dare go to the black market. After all, families like theirs usually wouldn't think of selling in the black market due to the high risk. It was better to sell to nearby colleagues. As long as they could make money, that was enough. Mother Sheng nodded, and Sheng Wanyan sold to her at 1.5 yuan per pound, which was 25 cents more than the cooperative price. Nowadays, $2.50 can buy quite a lot, so Mother Sheng naturally didn't suspect anything. I'll help you carry it tomorrow. Hearing this, Sheng Wanyan frowned. How could Mother Sheng have time to get cotton from the storage? No need, I'll ride my bike and just put it in the back. It's only 39 pounds, lighter than a person. Mother Sheng nodded. Having a bike made things much easier. She didn't want to make an extra trip and preferred to get home early to cook. Sheng Wanyan returned the remaining 41.5 to Mother Sheng, but she refused to take it. Isn't your colleague Wu Jiaxiu's husband working at the coal yard?
Yes.
Sheng Wanyan's eyes lit up as she immediately understood Mother Sheng's intention. Working at the coal yard meant he could help get coal, which would be useful for winter. She was thinking of an excuse to bring coal home since there would be many places to use it. I'll ask him tomorrow. Okay, get more if you can. The mother and daughter organized their supplies well, while Father Sheng curiously stood by the door, eavesdropping. Grandpa Sheng glanced at him as he passed by, wondering what his son was up to, sneaking around like that. What are you listening to?
Dad. Sure.
Father Sheng jumped in surprise at Grandpa Sheng's voice and quickly put a finger to his lips, signaling him to be quiet. Lately, his wife and daughter had been acting mysteriously, leaving him feeling uneasy. He was just being cautious. Go away. Grandpa Sheng wasn't going to let him off easy. The 2 women were having a heart-to-heart, and here he was, a grown man, being so nosy. Why aren't you leaving yet? Seeing Grandpa Sheng's stern face, Father Sheng reluctantly went to sit in the living room. When Sheng Wanyan came out, she saw Father Sheng looking wronged and silent. "Dad, what's wrong?" Father Sheng glanced at her and waved his hand without saying anything. Sheng Wanyan thought he was acting strangely. She didn't pry further and took the money Mother Sheng gave her back to her room. Father Sheng wanted to ask her something, but couldn't find the words. He could only return with a face full of grievance, preparing the foot bath water to take back to his room. Mother Sheng noticed his dark expression and looked confused. What was he up to? The next day, Sheng Wanyan woke up to find Father Sheng in a great mood. He even made breakfast. Sheng Wanyan looked at him in confusion. How could a man's mood change so quickly? "Sweetheart, have an extra egg today. Make sure to bring the cotton back safely." As Sheng Wanyan heard this, she twisted her ankle when she stepped out. She finally understood why her father felt wronged last night. Was he really suspicious that she and her mother would abandon him? Sheng Wanyan didn't know whether to laugh or feel sorry for him. Why did her dad seem a bit foolish? Afraid of catching a silliness, she quickly left home for work. Her father waved goodbye with a cheerful smile. Once she left, her grandparents came downstairs to chat. Only then did her father go to wake her mother. "Wife, it's time to get up. You're going to be late for work." Hearing this, her mother got up but shot her husband a glare. He smiled and went to get her shoes. After work, Sheng Wanyan reached a junction and spoke to Wu Jiaxiu about the pork and cotton. "Jiaxiu, I've reserved 20 pounds of meat for you. They said they could free up 50 pounds of cotton. Do you want that much?" Wu Jiaxiu's eyes lit up at this news, and she immediately said she wanted it all. Who would complain about having too much cotton? With a big family, they always needed more. "I want it all. I'll bring the money tomorrow." Wu Jiaxiu felt grateful to have a colleague like Sheng Wanyan. Thankfully, she wasn't as foolish as Niu Fengli, who only thought about taking advantage. Otherwise, she would still be worrying about the meat and cotton. "Okay, cotton is $2.50 a pound, and the meat is the usual price." "Sounds good." Wu Jiaxiu was very agreeable. As long as the price was fair, she was fine with it. "By the way, Jiaxiu, doesn't your husband work at the coal factory?" When Wu Jiaxiu heard this, she knew what Sheng Wanyan was getting at. "Yes, are you looking to buy coal?" "Yes, we don't have enough coal for winter, so I was thinking of buying some extra." Wu Jiaxiu thought for a moment. She wasn't sure if she could get some for Sheng Wanyan. "I'll ask tonight if I can reserve some for you." "Great, whatever you can save is fine, no pressure." Wu Jiaxiu smiled at this. Talking to someone who understood the situation was refreshing. "Okay, I'll get back to you in a few days." "Sounds good." Sheng Wanyan rode her bicycle home. When she was near the apartment building, she found a quiet spot to take out 39 pounds of cotton from her storage. She packed it tightly into 2 large woven bags and secured them on the back of her bicycle. After making sure everything was secure, she rode her bike home. Just then, her father returned from work and hurried over to help her carry things upstairs. "Daughter, you did great." He felt that his daughter was becoming more capable and organized, unlike before when she seemed a bit clueless. Sheng Wanyan thought, "Thank you very much." Worried that her father might get upset again, she quickly finished her meal and went back to her room to work on her translation. After completing her task for the day, she realized that she was now in a relationship, so maybe she should write a letter to Gu Tingxiao and send it. Gu Tingxiao had been away for 5 days and should be settling into the army now, so it was the perfect time to write. He thought about whether Sheng Wanyan would reply and what she might write. He also wondered how the young girl was doing these days, especially since Ming was being released tomorrow and would be sent to the countryside. He hoped she wouldn't encounter another troublemaker while he was away, as he didn't want her to be bullied. He also didn't want anyone else to take advantage of her. After thinking for a moment, Gu Tingxiao wrote a letter to his aunt in Rongqing, asking her to keep an eye on Sheng Wanyan and to send him a telegram if anything happened. Feeling satisfied that he hadn't missed anything, he carefully checked the letter before sending it off. Meanwhile, Sheng Wanyan was enjoying her days, but the next morning, she saw Ming being escorted home to pack his things. The residents of the building were already buzzing with excitement early in the morning, gossiping like the ladies at the village square. After being locked up for 5 days, Chunming looked so thin that he seemed like just skin and bones, as if a gust of wind could knock him over. His mother was crying and holding him tightly, constantly cursing the Shung family for their cruelty.
My son.
How did you get so thin? This is terrible. It's all because of the Shung family refusing to bail you out and making my son suffer. Chunming's mother was filled with hatred toward the Shung family, believing they were responsible for their situation. The two police officers escorting Chunming stepped in to separate the mother and son. Quickly pack your things. You have 10 minutes to leave. Hearing this, Chunming felt a chill in his heart. He was just an ordinary worker, and now his youth was being wasted. His mother was crying uncontrollably, nearly fainting, and it was only thanks to Chunming's two sisters-in-law that she was able to go upstairs. As she was going upstairs, she ran into Sheng Wanyan, who was heading downstairs to work. Chunming looked at her with a malicious gaze, as if she were his enemy. Sheng Wanyan couldn't be bothered with him and didn't even glance his way. To her, he was just a rogue, and it was better to focus on earning money at work than to deal with him. You're worthless. You're worthless. Chunming shouted those words repeatedly, his angry expression making him look frightening. Watching Sheng Wanyan confidently head to work made Chunming's anger boil inside him. Just a week ago, he was also a spirited worker, but in just a few days, everything had changed. What a person Sheng Wanyan was! He vowed he would not let her off the hook. Once he found a way to return to the city, she would be begging for mercy at his feet. Hurry up! The police officer escorting him impatiently urged him. He only had 10 minutes and was allowed to take only a few sets of clothes. When Chen's mother heard he could only take so little, she fainted again. In the end, all the bags she prepared went unused, and Chunming could only take 2 sets of clothes before being taken to the countryside. He couldn't even run away. To Sheng Wanyan, Chunming was just a farce in her life, and as for his revenge, by the time he could return to the city, it would probably be for the college entrance exam in 77, and with his criminal record, he would be even further from that opportunity. Even if he found a way to live well in the countryside, staying in such a place filled with petty schemes for years would still come at a cost. On her way to work, Sheng Wanyan stopped by the post office to send a letter to Gu Tingxiao. It would take more than half a month for it to reach the north, and if there were any delays, it could take a month. 8 cents, the postal worker said as he took her letter and affixed the label for the north. Sheng Wanyan took 8 cents from her bag and also bought some new stamps. Noticing the time, she hurriedly rode her bicycle to work. When Wu Jiaxiu saw her, she quickly whispered about the coal balls. Wanyan, we have a lead on the coal balls. My husband said we can buy them internally. If you pay a bit more, you don't need a ticket. That's how the insiders operate. Coal balls weren't as scarce as cotton, since the annual production of cotton was still insufficient for people's needs. Coal balls, on the other hand, could still be produced with some effort. Jiaxiu, could you please help me order 500 coal balls? 500 coal balls are really not too many. Her family is small and uses less. They need them for 3 meals a day and for boiling water, averaging about 5 a day. This is still considered a small purchase, but at least this winter, her family won't freeze. They have also stored some, and if needed, they can take some from their supplies. Okay. The internal price for small coal balls is 100 coal balls for 2 yuan.
All right.
Sheng Wanyan knows this price is fair. After all, with a ticket, it would still cost 1.6 yuan for 100 coal balls. She quickly takes out 10 yuan to give to her, asking her to reserve 500 for her. My husband will bring them over after work tomorrow. Normally, hiring someone to transport would require some payment, but Wu Jiaxiu doesn't want to take Sheng Wanyan's money and prefers her husband to bring them directly. Sheng Wanyan has helped her a lot, and if she were to take money from her, it wouldn't feel right. Wu Jiaxiu also gives her the money for the cotton and meat, and Sheng Wanyan counts it in front of her. She always makes sure to count the money in person. Even if their relationship is good, it's important to be clear about business matters. It adds up to exactly 155 yuan, and she sells the cotton to Wu Jiaxiu at 2.5 yuan per pound. Wu Jiaxiu knows that the price Sheng Wanyan offers is lower than the black market by a few cents. She understands this as a favor from Sheng Wanyan. Otherwise, in this market, cotton would likely cost over 3 yuan per pound. I'll bring the cotton and meat to the back mountain tomorrow morning. Okay, I'll go with my husband. Wu Jiaxiu feels happy. She can finally make new quilts and clothes, and this winter they can celebrate the new year comfortably. They agree on a time and don't say much more, as they are still in the factory. The next morning, Sheng Wanyan waits at the foot of the mountain with the meat and cotton. Soon, Wu Jiaxiu arrives with her husband. Wu Jiaxiu tells Sheng Wanyan not to bring lunch and suggests eating out. I'll treat you. You always treat me. That's not fair. Wu Jiaxiu insists, wanting to maintain a good relationship with Sheng Wanyan. You helped me buy the coal balls. Let me treat you this time. Otherwise, I won't feel right. Hearing this, Wu Jiaxiu relaxes and thinks it over before agreeing to let Sheng Wanyan treat her. After all, she knows she hasn't been able to help Sheng Wanyan much besides buying the coal balls. Sheng Wanyan can help her buy meat, fabric, cotton, and possibly other things. She has more chances to invite her to eat meat. She knows exactly how much she weighs without needing a scale. Okay, just this once. Sheng Wanyan waved her hand, not feeling that Wu Jiaxiu would be unable to help her in the future. Wasn't this just helping her buy coal? Managing relationships, can save a lot of trouble and provide many conveniences. Moreover, fortunes can change over time. No one can predict these things. As long as there are no grudges, she won't completely offend anyone. She will be friendly with those she can and keep distance from those she can't, avoiding unnecessary conflict. Sometimes, hidden crises can be more damaging than obvious ones. Sheng Wanyan waved her hand and went home to catch up on sleep. It was only a little past 5 in the morning, and she could still sleep for another hour or two. Before leaving, she told her family that Wu Jiaxiu's husband would bring coal after work. Okay, I'll open the door then. Usually, Grandpa Sheng and Grandma Sheng don't like to leave the door open, especially during meal times, fearing that smells might escape. Also, when the door is open, others often come to borrow the sewing machine, bringing their own fabric. If they encounter those who like to take advantage, Grandma Sheng's leftover fabric gets borrowed, and her sewing supplies are used too. Though they say they are borrowing, when they will return it is always uncertain. So, Grandma Sheng prefers not to have people frequently using the sewing machine. She could use the leftover fabric to sew lace for clothes or make new hair ties for her granddaughter. If not, she could sew them into rags. Now, she just keeps the door closed to live her life, and over time, people see the Sheng house often closed and don't disturb them. After all, people aren't that shameless. If someone's door is closed, the meaning is clear. There's no reason to embarrass oneself by intruding, right? At noon, Sheng Wanyan treated Wu Jiaxiu to a meal. They ordered a braised fish and spicy stir-fried meat, with 1 bowl of rice each, which was enough to fill them up. After work that day, Wu Jiaxiu's husband brought coal with his co-workers to the building. When Sheng's father came home and saw Wu Jiaxiu's husband, he understood immediately and quickly put down his things to help carry the coal. Grandma Sheng hurried to pour 2 cups of sweet water for Wu Jiaxiu's husband and the helping co-workers. Quick, have some water and take a break. Wu Jiaxiu's husband and the co-workers were already a bit thirsty from running up and down carrying coal. It would be strange if they weren't tired. The 2 people didn't act overly polite and quickly took a big sip. It was very sweet. It was clear that the Sheng family was generous, unlike others who were stingy. They had helped many co-workers move coal, and the better families would offer a cup of plain water, while the worse ones wouldn't offer anything at all. Some even complained about the mess they made while moving coal, but among co-workers, they had to maintain face and couldn't argue with a woman. The 2 felt very positively about the Sheng family and said before leaving that they would come back for coal next time. All right, take these candies home for the kids to enjoy. Grandma Sheng gave each of them 10 fruit candies. She really knew how to handle people. Coal is a necessity at home, so building good relationships is always a good idea. Auntie, this is too much. It's too valuable. Take it. You work so hard running around. Your efforts are worth more than just these candies. Otherwise, I'll go get you some payment. Grandma Sheng pretended to go inside to get money, and the two big men were startled and quickly stopped her. Auntie, please don't. The candy is delicious. My son loves candy. My wife loves candy too. Hearing this, Grandma Sheng finally let them off the hook. The two men couldn't resist Grandma Sheng's warmth and took the candies. However, they thought they should be more proactive in helping the Sheng family next time. They didn't want to let down Grandma Sheng's kindness. When Sheng Wanyan returned home, the coal was already neatly placed in the corner of the living room, covered with a clear plastic sheet and weighed down with some wooden sticks to keep the dust away. Sheng Wanyan had not disappointed her mother during this time. She often brought home a few pounds of meat, and it added up, making her mother happy. There were many places at home that would need meat by the end of the year. If they weren't in the city, they might have to bring back half a pig for her brother Shengwan's wedding. Luckily, being in the city saved them a lot of money and spared them the trouble of buying meat. In just over 2 months, your brother will get married, and I can relax a bit. The other half of her concern was clear in her mother's gaze. Sheng Wanyan turned her head. Ever since her mother found out she was dating Gu Tingxiao, she had been subtly pushing for marriage. But she understood. After this year, she would be 21, which was considered old for a girl in this era. Girls typically married at 17 or 18, and marriage decisions were mostly made by the family. Everywhere she goes, she knows it's her choice, and Sheng Wanyan understands that she is lucky. At least she hasn't ended up in a difficult family, otherwise, she might still be struggling with them now. Mom, let's take marriage naturally. She really doesn't plan to get married yet. She needs to be with Gu Tingxiao for at least a year or so. Besides, since Gu Tingxiao is in the military, they can't spend much time together, and she doesn't want to rush into marriage. She wants to make sure their thoughts align before considering the next step. Sheng's mother thought about it and didn't say anything. After all, Gu's job is indeed high risk. It's good for her daughter to think things through. They only communicate through letters and haven't spent much time together, so there's no need to rush. Over time, true feelings will show. As long as you know what you're doing. Sheng's mother is a bit selfish. She only thinks about her child's future happiness. As a mother, her child is her motivation and everything to her. Mom, I know what I'm doing. Sheng Wanyan cuddled her arm, and sometimes her mother felt helpless against her charm. Give me a shoulder massage. Sure. Sheng's mother lay on the bed, and after frequent massages from Sheng Wanyan, her shoulders no longer felt as sore as before. Sheng's mother has neck issues. After looking down for a while, her neck would feel stiff and painful. Now it's much better, and she doesn't struggle as much while working. Seeing her mother in pain made Sheng Wanyan feel bad. She just wanted to restore their business in a few years and open a shop for her parents, where they could just sit and relax. Working in the factory is really tough. They say hard work is great, but when people can't even afford to eat or wear warm clothes, she doesn't see the greatness in it. Sheng Wanyan sighed, and her mother fell asleep from the massage. She quietly left her mother's room, and her father pointed inside when he saw her. Sheng Wanyan nodded. The father and daughter had developed a certain understanding in their secret signals. Sheng Wanyan's days became quite dull. She would check every day for any letters. Most of the time, she returned empty-handed, but she wasn't in a hurry. Maybe there were delays on the way. She focused all her thoughts on translation. The more she translated, the more money she could earn. In just a few days, she finished translating the remaining articles sent by the newspaper but didn't dare to send them all at once. Her translation speed was too fast, and she worried that others might suspect her, so it was better to be cautious. Sheng Wanyan only sent out 40 articles, and she would have to wait until next month for the rest. Early in the morning, Sheng Wanyan went to the post office. The articles she had translated were significantly overweight, so she had to pay extra for shipping.
1 yuan, she said.
Sheng Wanyan handed the money to the post office staff before riding her bike to work. However, when she arrived at the factory, she was shocked by Wu Jiaxiu's gossip. Wu Jiaxiu was like a news expert. She knew everything. Wanyan, have you heard? Wu Jiaxiu whispered, sharing the latest scoop. Our logistics department head has been replaced. Really? Shum Wanyan was a bit confused. She had met the logistics head a few times. He seemed honest and hardworking. Why was he replaced? I heard that the logistics head's father is an old professor who was reported by his own students, Wu Jiaxiu continued. He didn't want to cut ties with his father, so he had to go along with the demotion. His wife is causing a scene, saying if he doesn't sever ties, she will divorce him. Turns out he really did get divorced yesterday. Sheng Wanyan frowned, wondering what was going on. The logistics head was a decent person, kind and respectful to his subordinates. This sudden change in leadership seemed suspicious. She felt that things at the cotton factory might not remain harmonious. Her small position wouldn't change much, but the new logistics head's authority could affect everyone's benefits. It seemed they might face difficulties ahead. A new leader could be hard to adjust to, especially when their background was unclear. I heard the new logistics head will start the day after tomorrow, Wu Jiaxiu said. And they say he's from Kyoto. Looking around to ensure no one was listening, Wu Jiaxiu shared some sensitive information. I heard the new logistics head was demoted. He seems a bit rough around the edges, but has a strong family background, which is why he was only demoted. Sheng Wanyan sighed inwardly. As an ordinary worker, she thought if she just did her job quietly, she would be fine. Let's be careful at work for a while, she suggested. We don't want to give anyone a reason to target us. Wu Jiaxiu nodded in agreement. After all, with a new leader who knew how things might turn out, it was better to be cautious. Sheng Wanyan returned to her office and tidied up her desk and drawer. She needed to take the yarn home tomorrow. After all, the new leader from the logistics department would arrive the day after, and if they caught her slacking off, it could lead to trouble. Everyone in the publicity department was aware of the situation and knew they had to be more low-key during this time to avoid losing their jobs. The entire department was packing up, even taking home snacks and treats from their drawers. They made sure that aside from a cup, work materials, and stationery, everything else was put away. If they upset the logistics director, their benefits or even requests for supplies could be made difficult in the future. They still wanted to enjoy a relaxed work environment, as before. When Sheng Wanyan left work, she ran into the logistics director, who was also packing up. The confidence he once had was gone, replaced by a hint of disappointment. Yet his eyes were bright. He felt no regret or shame. The person who reported his father should be the one feeling ashamed. They say that once a teacher, always a father, and such actions are unforgivable. As a dutiful son, he had nothing to hide. However, his parents were over 60 and had to endure this hardship, and his children would also be affected. Although his wife could not share his struggles, he had no right to demand that she suffer alongside him. In tough times, people often go their separate ways, and he understood that as long as they didn't make things worse for him, it was fine. But it was hard on his children, especially his daughters, who would face challenges in their in-laws' homes. He needed to ensure everything was in order. The place he was being sent to was the hometown of an old comrade. His comrade was the deputy director at the police station there, and he had saved his life once, which created a personal bond. He had already sent money ahead to make sure his parents wouldn't go hungry or cold, and he had also arranged for his children's needs. He believed he could turn his situation around. Even if he couldn't, he wouldn't let his parents starve on the streets. The people in the factory looked at him with a mix of sympathy and mockery. In this era, once someone is reported, no matter how confident they once were, they often face instinctive rejection and disdain. Seeing the strength in his eyes, Sheng Wanyan knew he would endure these for years. Although the logistics director worked diligently, he was not a fool. Otherwise, he wouldn't hold such a position. Perhaps he had already used his connections to arrange everything and was just waiting for the right moment to rise. When the logistics director entered the office to pack his things, everyone left as soon as he was out of sight. Sheng Wanyan didn't get involved and rode her bicycle home, taking 3 pounds of meat from her storage before leaving. However, she was thinking about Gu Tingxiao's letter. It had been over half a month, and she still hadn't received it. It was possible that she was thinking about him so much that even the heavens couldn't bear it. The next day, She asked and indeed received a letter from the north, and it was quite thick. Sheng Wanyan hurried home and, after eating, began to read the letter Gu Tingxiao had written to her. The content of the letter was quite simple. Gu Tingxiao mentioned his return to the team and expressed his longing for her. Dear comrade Sheng Wanyan, seeing this letter feels like meeting you. I have safely arrived at the army and everything is fine, so there's no need to worry. Comrade Sheng Wanyan, you probably received this letter half a month later. I wonder how you have been during this time. Is work going well? Is life stable? Have you had any interesting experiences to share with me? Or, if there's anything bothering you, feel free to tell me. Sheng Wanyan smiled at this point. She realized that Gu Tingxiao was quite clever. He wasn't really asking for stories. He wanted to know if anyone was trying to get close to her. That cold man had to ask in a roundabout way to find out something. Sheng Wanyan felt both annoyed and amused, picturing Gu Tingxiao sitting at his desk with a serious expression, carefully choosing his words. She continued reading, wanting to see what else Gu Tingxiao had written. Most of the letter was about him reminding her to take care of herself, not to act impulsively, and to prioritize her well-being. He mentioned that if she faced any difficulties, she could call his unit, providing a phone number. She had to admit he was quite thoughtful. Despite his tough exterior, he paid attention to details. The letter ended with the words, "Sincerely, Gu Tingxiao." It seemed there was something else in the envelope. When Sheng Wanyan emptied it out, she was shocked to find several bills and cash. She blinked at the money on the table, realizing why he had advised her not to go hungry or put herself in a difficult position. He sent the money over, and I have to say, there's a big difference between a man who willingly gives to you and one who waits for you to ask. Sheng Wanyan counted the money. There was a total of 200 yuan, 12 national grain coupons, 5 snack coupons, 1 watch coupon, and 1 thermos coupon. Gu Tingxiao thought carefully, worried that her hands and feet would be cold in winter, so he specifically found a thermos coupon for her. The watch was something the original owner never had. Even though she had one in her space, she wouldn't usually wear it. But Gu Tingxiao noticed this detail, and that 200 yuan was probably what he saved up himself. Sheng Wanyan thought about it and realized that this money was saved by Gu Tingxiao. Although his salary had to be handed over, he still kept about 10 yuan each month for himself. In the army, he didn't lack anything. He had food and drink, so he didn't need to spend much. His biggest expense each month was just a few yuan to help injured comrades who had retired. Originally, Gu Tingxiao had more than 200 yuan, but he exchanged 80 yuan with someone for the watch and thermos coupons. He sent everything to Sheng Wanyan without keeping a cent for himself, and he didn't plan to send money to his teammates every month anymore. He needed to save money to marry. From now on, Sheng Wanyan would decide how to spend the family money. She could use it however she wanted. When he was alone, he didn't have to worry about rumors. But now that he had someone, he had to think about her. Sheng Wanyan organized the money and put it into her space. Gu Tingxiao sent her so much money. She couldn't just take it and send a letter back, right? That would be too inconsiderate. Sheng Wanyan entered her space and went to the warehouse to find the dried meat, spicy strips, beef sauce, and some dried fruits she had prepared earlier. She took 10 of each, just enough to send to Sheng Wanza as well. Sheng Wanyan didn't dare take too much, fearing they might suspect where these items came from. After all, soldiers are not easily fooled. Their alertness and investigative skills are top-notch. When Sheng Wanza came home, he had doubted her just because she mentioned bacteria. She didn't want to take risks. Exposing herself was the most foolish thing to do. After packing everything, she started writing a letter back to Gu Tingxiao. She mainly told him about her recent situation and asked him not to send money anymore. He worked hard during training, so he should treat himself to some good food and take care of his health. She is a person with a salary and does not believe that in a relationship, the man should always pay. No matter the relationship, one should not constantly rely on the other. Even the best relationships can become dull over time. In her view, since they are together, they should be responsible for themselves and each other. Even if the outcome is not ideal, they should be able to face themselves without regret. Sheng Wanyan wrote 2 pages for the letter, as she tends to write in detail, which naturally made the letter longer. After putting the letter in an envelope, she planned to send it along with some food tomorrow. The package she was sending was a bit heavy, mostly containing meat, but she didn't mind the small shipping cost. She believed in spending what was necessary. Besides, it was nothing compared to the money Gu Tingxiao had sent her. After sending the package, Shen Wanyan went to the factory and noticed that the atmosphere was a bit off. Back in the publicity department, she learned from Wu Jiaxiu that the new logistics director had arrived. On his first day, he announced plans to reduce the logistics expenses of each department. Considering their logistics expenses mostly consisted of paper and pens, how much could that really save? Were they expected to bring their own supplies to work? You guessed it right. That's exactly what he said, Wu Jiaxiu replied with a look of disbelief. Shen Wanyan hadn't expected it to be this way. The new logistics director's last name is Wang, and his name is Wang Chaofan. He is 35 years old, has a wife and daughter, but no son, and he often mistreats his wife. Everyone says he came in and immediately told the factory to save resources and have workers bring their own supplies. Shen Wanyan was speechless upon hearing this. Asking workers to bring their own supplies was framed as saving resources, but it really seemed like he wanted to show off. Did the higher-ups agree? Of course not. The factory director directly refuted him. I heard that when he left the meeting room, his face was dark. Shen Wanyan nodded. If this were approved, every department would surely feel resentful. The factory director wasn't foolish. There was no reason to disrupt the friendly atmosphere in the factory. A logistics director should just follow orders from above without causing so much trouble. He was really spoiled. After gossiping with everyone, Shen Wanyan got to work. Although there wasn't much to do, she still needed to look busy. Director Li walked in with a frown, likely upset from the meeting, and took several sips of water to calm down. Her face still looked unwell as she sat quietly in her seat, not saying a word. Everyone else was hesitant to approach her, fearing they might get caught up in her bad mood. Shen Wanyan kept her head down, doodling and writing, not bothering with the situation as long as it didn't affect her. After work, she rode her bicycle home and saw the new logistics department head while pushing her bike. He was also leaving to get his bicycle, and his eyes lit up when he saw her. Who was this beautiful girl he had never noticed in the factory before? As Shen Wanyan rode away, Wang Chaofan's gaze followed her until she disappeared from sight, bringing him back to reality. He decided to find out which department this beauty was from tomorrow and planned to visit her department. Humming a tune, Wang Chaofan rode away, feeling incredibly happy. Initially, he had been reluctant to leave Kyoto, but now with such a beauty in Rongqing, he felt he had made the right choice. It seemed like fate had taken pity on him and sent him a beautiful girl to enjoy. Wang Chaofan's mind was racing with thoughts of a perfect encounter with her. Meanwhile, Shen Wanyan was unaware that Wang Chaofan had taken an interest in her from the very first day. She returned home, had dinner, and started knitting in her room. She had already finished sweaters for her grandparents and parents, leaving only hers, Shen Wanja's, and her future sister-in-law Pan Yu's to complete. With mid-August approaching, she felt a bit rushed, but this new set of clothes would make a great wedding gift for Shen Wanja and Pan Yu. In this era, giving a complete set of new clothes was quite impressive, especially a whole set of sweaters. She planned to knit Pan Yu a red one, perfect for a wedding gift, as red yarn was rare in these times. As a sister-in-law, this gift would be well received. It was already impressive that most sisters-in-law didn't even ask for gifts from their brothers' wives. Worried about time, Shen Wanyan decided to finish the remaining 3 sweaters that night. When Shen Wanja and Pan Yu returned to register their marriage in 2 months, she would present them with the gifts. Looking at her space, she found an empty spot to plant cotton seeds. Next time, she would visit the black market to sell cotton, as winter was approaching and she could earn more. After that, she planned to stay home during winter, going to work and then cozying up at home. She was very sensitive to the cold. Once, as a child, she accidentally fell into a lake that was just a few degrees below freezing. The family servant was the one who pulled her up, and from then on, she began to feel cold easily. The family hired doctors to help her for many years, and it wasn't until she went to college that she felt a bit better. However, when her period came, she experienced cramps and back pain, having to endure those few days every month. In winter, when the weather turned cold, her hands and feet would feel icy, like blocks of ice. After some treatment with Lingquan water, she finally stopped suffering. But she was deeply afraid of the cold. She never wanted to feel that unbearable chill again. After finishing her sweater, Shen Wanyan went to pick some fruit to eat. She never dared to take fruit from the space to share with her family. The fruit was too fresh, and her family would surely suspect her. After all, the elders in her family had lived for decades and had plenty of life experience. Her little tricks wouldn't fool them. Shen Wanyan picked some strawberries and a peach, washed them, and started eating. After having some, she left the space to rest. The next day at work, she saw Director Li bringing the new Director Wang from the logistics department to the publicity department. Come, let me introduce you, said Director Li. This is the new Director Wang from the logistics department. Everyone, please get to know him. Director Li introduced him, and today, Director Wang seemed unusually eager to meet everyone in the various departments, thinking it would make future work easier. Everyone noticed his humility and was happy to comply. They were all considering how to build a good relationship with him for future procurement needs. He visited each department to greet everyone. Upon hearing Director Li's introduction, the publicity department staff immediately stood up to greet him. Hello, Director Wang. Hello, Director Wang. Director Wang finally saw the beauty he had been looking for, and it was worth the tiring morning of visiting each department just to have a chance encounter with Shen Wanyan. He learned that she was from the publicity department. After all, she was attractive and single, making her the object of attention for all the single men in the cotton factory. He was worried that coming to the publicity department alone might make her suspicious, so he found this excuse to introduce himself. Director Wang Chaofan, held his chin high, exuding a leadership presence as he looked at them. Hello, I am the director of the logistics department, and my surname is Wang. I'm from Kyoto. It's nice to meet you all. After thinking for a moment and glancing at Shen Wanyan, he maintained his authoritative demeanor. What is your name, comrade? Director Wang's cold gaze made everyone feel a bit awkward. Why was he so proud while speaking? Director Wang looked at Shen Wanyan, and everyone else did too. It was clear he was addressing her. Hello, Director Wang. My name is Shen Wanyan. As soon as Shen Wanyan finished speaking, Director Wang showed admiration and even clapped. Nice name, Wanyan, like willows in the spring rain and peach blossoms on green moss. Surely your name comes from that, right? Director Wang had a cultured look on his face, and the others admired his recitation of the poem. Not exactly. It comes from Su Shi's Jiangqingzi, Mo Yun Tua Yu Guaxilu. This poem describes how dark clouds carrying rain drifted past the western tower. The water flows east after the rain, and the setting sun reflects on the silver hooks of the curtains, like scattered gold dancing. In such a beautiful scene tonight, there is a lovely lady, fresh flowers, and new wine. The lady's smiling face shines, making even the beautiful moon feel shy. She raises her cup to toast me frequently. The fluttering fan brings a gentle breeze, dispersing the worries in my heart. I ask the elders of Jiangnan, who can be as carefree as I am, enjoying beauty and singing in Yangzhou? Upon hearing her words, Director Wang's smile gradually faded, becoming stiff. He suddenly didn't know how to respond and could only awkwardly say, Hee, is that so? Shen Wanyan smiled but didn't reply. Seeing her smile, Director Wang felt energized again. Shen Wanyan's smile was truly beautiful. It didn't matter if she didn't flatter him. If she smiled at him every day, he wouldn't mind losing face. Director Li noticed the silence and quickly stepped in to break the awkwardness, bringing the focus back. All right, now everyone knows our logistics department's Director Wang. This will make future work easier. Please write up next month's promotional quotes quickly. Now let's get back to work. Everyone immediately started working on next month's promotional slogans after hearing Director Li's words, each one deep in thought. Director Wang, seeing this, felt it was best not to disturb them further, and left with Director Lee. However, he cast a meaningful glance at Sheng Wanyan as he left. A woman as beautiful and knowledgeable as her deserved someone better than his current wife. He was already tired of the woman at home. She couldn't even have a son, so what was the point? If it weren't for her managing the household so well, he would have left her long ago. With his recent demotion, he couldn't afford any mistakes, otherwise, he might lose everything. After everyone left, Sheng Wanyan looked towards the door, knowing that he was interested in her. A 35-year-old man thinking about a 20-year-old girl was really overestimating himself. She realized she needed to avoid staying at the factory after work to prevent being caught up by Director Wang. Offending him could affect her job, which she had worked hard to secure. Since she couldn't confront him, she decided to keep her distance. Sheng Wanyan planned her exit carefully, packed her things, and waited for the end of her shift. As soon as it was time to leave, she was the first to go, riding her bicycle home. When Director Wang hoped for a chance encounter at the bike rack, he found she was already gone, and her bicycle was missing. He didn't think much of it, assuming he had missed his chance, and headed home. Upon arriving home, he saw his wife and 3 daughters waiting for him. The atmosphere was tense during dinner, and when he looked at the simple food on the table, his mood darkened. "I earn a few dozen yuan a month, and this is what I get?" he exclaimed. "Are you secretly sending money to your family?" He slammed his chopsticks on the table, causing his wife and daughters to lower their heads in silence. "I have never supported my family," she replied. "You give only 5 yuan for household expenses. There's hardly any money left at home," she said. The family looked weak and malnourished. His 3 daughters had yellow hair and pale skin, wearing patched clothes. His wife was especially thin, her face lacking color. In contrast, Director Wang appeared healthy and well-dressed. "Is 5 yuan for household expenses not enough? Why are you so wasteful? If there are no subsidies from your family, it's best. If you dare to support your parents who were sent away, I will kick you all out." The wife of Director Wang felt a bit anxious upon hearing this. How would the 4 of them survive if they were kicked out? They are my real parents. Chow Fan, you send 10 kilograms of coarse grain to my parents every month. When the wife of Director Wang said this, her voice was full of pleading, but Director Wang didn't care at all. Standing up in anger, he pointed at the 4 women sitting across from him. 10 kilograms of coarse grain? You 4 eat 30 kilograms of coarse grain for me every month, and I think that's a waste of food. You are all a burden, unable to give birth to a son, yet you want to use my things to support your family. I don't mind that you can't have a son, or that your family was sent away. You should be grateful to me. How can you even ask for this now? With red eyes, the wife of Director Wang bit her lip and remained silent. Seeing her sad face made Director Wang feel even more frustrated. He left without eating and went out to eat at a restaurant, leaving the 4 thin women at home. Seeing these 4 women barely surviving made him feel even worse. Woo woo woo. The wife of Director Wang covered her face and cried continuously. Her 3 daughters could only comfort her with empty stomachs.
Mom.
Can we not have Dad anymore? Woo 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 mom, let's not have Dad. The wife of Director Wang looked at her 3 daughters, the oldest being 15, the second 10, and the youngest only 5. How would they survive without their man? Don't say such things. Don't let anyone hear you. He is your real father. The wife of Director Wang quickly covered their mouths, fearing that Wang Chaofan would suddenly return and hear them. Then they would be in trouble again. She divided half a steamed bun for each of them and put the rest back in the kitchen. She worried that when Wang Chaofan returned and asked for food, if she couldn't provide it, he would take it out on the girls. The 4 of them could only eat the buns with cold dishes, barely filling their stomachs. But they dared not complain. If they did, their father would surely lash out at their mother again. Sheng Wanyan was unaware of the situation at Director Wang's house, and even if she knew, she didn't want to interfere in other people's affairs. A woman who hands her fate over to others is acting foolishly. Recently, Sheng Wanyan has been the first to leave work every day. Over time, Director Wang hasn't seen her for more than half a month. Even someone slow to catch on can see she's avoiding him. He didn't expect this beautiful woman to be so alert. After just one meeting, she figured out his intentions. Director Wang isn't in a hurry. After all, you can run away from a monk, but not from the temple. He can take his time, letting Sheng Wanyan gradually fall into his gentle trap. Sheng Wanyan doesn't care about him at all. At 35 years old, she feels she has no reason to think about such things. She went to the post office to collect her payment and translation work. The Kyoto newspaper saw her recent translation and asked in a letter if she was interested in translating books. Her vocabulary is extensive, and she is fully capable of handling more challenging tasks. Translating books pays 5 cents per word, which is more difficult due to many specialized terms. The letter explained that if she was interested, she could send her response back with the translated articles and they would send her books in the future. However, payment is made for each book, so she couldn't just quit halfway through. Sheng Wanyan thinks translating books is a better option, as it offers more stability. She isn't in urgent need of money and can take on larger translation projects. She looked at the articles sent this time, which were not too many, hoping she would agree. There are a total of 40 articles, and she has another 40 that she just finished translating, ready to send. She can send them all together tomorrow, along with her response. Plus, when the next batch of books arrives, she can send out the 40 articles she just received, keeping her income steady. Sheng Wanyan took the money from another envelope and counted it, 320 yuan. She translated 32,000 words, earning exactly 320 yuan. Earning this much in a month is truly unimaginable in this era. The next day, she sent out the translated articles and her letter. In another month, she would receive payment again. Just thinking about this life makes her happy. Sheng Wanyan is very satisfied with her current situation. Earning 320 a month adds up to over 3,800 a year. On top of that, she occasionally sells things on the black market and makes some money from wujieshio. Becoming a millionaire in 4 years is not a problem. This is how she funds her dream of buying a courtyard house. As soon as Sheng Wanyan stepped into the publicity department, Director Li called her over. Comrade Sheng Wanyan, we received news from the city that every factory needs to improve its publicity efforts. I need to go to the city for a meeting with the factory director, and you'll come with me to take notes. Director Li thought it was best to take Sheng Wanyan. She was young and quick-witted, so she would surely catch details that he might miss. Okay, Director Li, Sheng Wanyan did not argue, as this was very beneficial for her. Moreover, riding with the factory director would leave a good impression and help her establish herself in the factory. Prepare for the meeting. We will leave at 10. Director Li waved his hand, signaling her to get ready.
Got it.
Back in the office, Sheng Wanyan grabbed a new notebook and 2 pens and put them in her bag. Wanyan, why did Director Li call for you? Wu Jieshio asked curiously in a low voice, while their colleagues listened in. He asked me to go to the city for a meeting with him and the factory director. Really? Sheng Wanyan nodded, and Wu Jieshio looked at her with envy. This was a chance to attend a meeting with the factory director. That's amazing. You get to go with the factory director. Does that mean you get to ride in a car? Niu Fengli's expression darkened upon hearing their conversation. Director Li usually took her to meetings since she had the most experience. But she had never gone with a factory director, despite attending many meetings. Usually, they took the bus, which was uncomfortable and poorly ventilated, or rode Director Li's bicycle. It was too hot in summer, too cold in winter, and troublesome in the rain. She had been there for so long without ever riding in a car, especially the one reserved for leaders. The only car available in the factory. And she would be going with the factory director, the most influential person in the factory. If she made a good impression, the benefits could be significant. If it weren't for Sheng Wanyan, wouldn't this opportunity to travel with the factory director have been hers? Niu Fengli felt uneasy, looking at Sheng Wanyan with a hint of resentment. But she could only smile and congratulate Sheng Wanyan, knowing she couldn't offend her. Contributing to the country and to the cotton factory is the right thing to do. Sheng Wanyan was worried that others might hold a grudge against her, so she attributed all the credit for her work to her contribution to the country. Everyone who heard her words thought to themselves that she understood how to navigate social situations and didn't try to take credit for herself. Sheng Wanyan left the publicity department with her bag, and everyone could only admire her as she walked away. She went to the office building and waited. Soon, Director Li came out with the factory manager and the manager's secretary. "Comrade Wanyan, take the front passenger seat," Director Li instructed her before getting in the car. Sheng Wanyan nodded and got into the front seat. The manager's secretary drove, while the manager and Director Li sat in the back. As an ordinary employee, she couldn't sit in the back with the leaders. "Is this Comrade Sheng Wanyan from your department?" The factory manager was a very serious man, dressed in a tailored suit with slicked back hair. Sheng Wanyan's name had been mentioned among the factory leaders. They really liked her monthly promotional slogans. If Director Li praised her a bit more, wouldn't that make her name known among the leaders? Director Li wasn't foolish. He didn't want Sheng Wanyan to overshadow him. But he knew having such a capable person on his team was beneficial for him. At least if the leaders were satisfied with the publicity department's work, they would be satisfied with him. Next time there was a promotion, they would definitely consider him, and Sheng Wanyan's experience wouldn't threaten his position. So, he was happy to praise Sheng Wanyan in front of the leaders. It would earn him their recognition, which was a win-win situation. "Yes, manager. This is our department's comrade Sheng Wanyan." The manager nodded thoughtfully. This young woman was neither humble nor arrogant, which was quite interesting. Sheng Wanyan turned around and politely greeted him. "Hello, manager, I am Sheng Wanyan." "Very good. With such talent in your publicity department, the factory's promotions will surely be more inspiring." Director Li quickly agreed. Yes, we will definitely make sure the workers feel motivated." The manager nodded but didn't say more, rubbing his forehead, looking a bit tired. The manager's secretary noticed his fatigue in the rearview mirror and kindly reminded him to rest. "Manager, we still have 2 hours until we reach the city.
You should take a break."
Hearing this, the manager nodded, rubbed his forehead a few times, and closed his eyes to rest. Everyone else quietly kept to themselves, not wanting to disturb him. Although they were in a car, the road was very steep and the seats were hard, making it quite uncomfortable to sit. Director Li also closed his eyes to rest, unsure how to pass the time during the hour-long journey. The factory manager's secretary and Sheng Wanyan were quite lively. While the leaders rested, it was their job as subordinates to handle things in the background. Finally, they arrived in the city, swaying along the way, and headed to the state-run restaurant for lunch. It was exactly noon, and government departments also needed to eat, as they had an afternoon meeting that could last a while. They needed to fill their stomachs, and since they were dining out for work, the factory would cover the expenses. "What would you like to eat, ladies?" The factory manager asked politely for her opinion, but Sheng Wanyan knew she shouldn't take the lead. Director Li looked at her nervously, worried she might say something to upset the manager. "I'm not picky. As long as it fills me up, I'm fine," she replied. The manager nodded and instructed the secretary to order according to his preferences. Director Li sighed in relief, realizing that Sheng Wanyan was quick-witted. She didn't try to take the spotlight and didn't order randomly like someone who had never eaten meat before. He remembered how, when he took Comrade Niu Fengli to meetings, she would always order a bowl of plain rice and a meat dish for herself. Although the factory reimbursed expenses, they wouldn't cover amounts exceeding the limit, which meant he often had to pay a bit out of pocket. He felt awkward asking a female colleague for money. He decided to bring Sheng Wanyan along to meetings in the future. Someone with her sense of propriety would ensure a pleasant experience. He wasn't the factory manager, so he could afford a little extra for expenses. The secretary ordered 2 meat dishes, braised pork and twice-cooked pork, along with a steamed bun for each person. They even got a bottle of soda, just for Sheng Wanyan. This was clearly a sign that the manager was very pleased with her sense of decorum. "In this hot weather, we shouldn't tire our female colleague," he said. "Not at all. It's all for the country's contribution," Sheng Wanyan replied officially. The manager was even more satisfied, seeing her as a dedicated woman with ambition. Sheng Wanyan was unaware of how the manager viewed her. She often slacked off at work, And her reason for coming this time was to find a strong supporter and make a good impression on the manager. After all, Director Wong from the logistics department was eyeing her closely. If she didn't find a reliable ally, she might get stabbed in the back. It was a perfect opportunity at this meeting, so how could I not seize it? However, I can't help but feel a bit sorry for the factory manager. I might be taking advantage of him. Sheng Wanyan eats very gracefully, adhering strictly to etiquette, making everyone feel comfortable. After finishing her meal, she rested in the car for a while before driving to the government department. The meeting starts at 2 o'clock, and they need to arrive at the meeting room by 1:30 to wait. I heard that the factory managers from the city and every factory in town, along with the heads of the publicity department, would be attending. It's quite a big event. This is Sheng Wanyan's first visit to the city and her first time seeing a government department from this era. The government offices are quite simple, made of red bricks and 2 stories high. There are 4 or 5 buildings here, along with a cafeteria, all surrounded by tall walls, with an elderly guard at the entrance. The meeting will take place on the 2nd floor of the building on the far right, where there is a conference room. Sheng Wanyan followed the factory manager and a few others upstairs, where many people were waiting in the corridor, all secretaries. The leaders had already gone in to wait, and since the meeting hadn't officially started, they couldn't disturb them. After all, some matters are not for them to hear. Sheng Wanyan stood with the factory manager's secretary in the corridor, waiting. "Secretary who? Is this your new secretary?" asked the secretary from the city cotton factory. The relationships among secretaries are quite complex. Secretary who smiled and introduced Sheng Wanyan. "This is our colleague Sheng Wanyan from the publicity department."
Hello, I'm Sheng Wanyan.
Upon hearing this, everyone suddenly understood. She was from the publicity department, which explained everything. Today's meeting focuses on publicity, and all the heads of the publicity departments are here. "Hello, I'm the secretary from the city cotton factory. My last name is Liang. I'm the secretary from the city coal factory. My last name is Li. I'm the secretary from the city garment factory. My last name is Wu. Hello, I'm the secretary from the city textile factory. My last name is Liu. I'm the secretary from the grain factory. My last name is Zhang. I'm the secretary from the cloth factory. My last name is Sunday." Everyone introduced themselves one by one, as they all knew that anyone attending this meeting had some abilities. Building good relationships is essential, and secretaries often help each other out and make deals behind the scenes. This is like an underground trading channel, and Sheng Wanyan is very aware of the rules involved. So, she puts in her utmost effort to build good relationships with the secretaries. Everyone enjoys talking to her, and they even exchange contact information, more ways to earn money. Even though Sheng Wanyan from the publicity department cannot help them get supplies, she can still buy supplies from them. It would be foolish not to make money, and who knows what the future holds. Sheng Wanyan is very good at complimenting people, which makes everyone feel happy. Secretary Fong, watching from the side, can't help but admire Sheng Wanyan's communication skills and secretly gives her a thumbs up. She's really impressive. She understands social dynamics very well, and everyone has a great impression of her. Even the difficult Secretary Zhang from the grain factory, known as the Iron Lady, enjoys talking to her during official business. The grain factory people are not to be offended, as every cafeteria relies on their deliveries. If they are upset, they might send poor quality goods, and you would have to accept them, wasting food. So, it's essential not to offend Secretary Zhang and to flatter her instead. "How do you take care of your skin?" Secretary Zhang asks, admiring Sheng Wanyan's flawless complexion. At 30, her own skin is rough despite using moisturizer, and it still doesn't help much. "I usually use moisturizer and a face cream I mix myself." "Face cream?" Sheng Wanyan nods, and Secretary Zhang, thinking it over, pulls her aside to talk. "Can I use your face cream on my skin?" Sheng Wanyan examines her skin, which is very dry with large pores. The first step is to add moisture. "My face cream is for hydrating." Secretary Zhang realizes this could work. Her skin is indeed very dry and needs hydration. However, Secretary Zhang, you might need special care, and it should be done step by step.
How do I do that?
Shim Wanyan thinks what she really needs is a hydrating mask and serum. But where can she find those in this era? It's not like they are available abroad. I make all of these myself. Secretary Zhang immediately understands the implication that it's homemade, and she worries about any potential issues if she uses it. Please help me make a set. If anything goes wrong, I'll take responsibility myself. Although Secretary Zhang is tough at work, what woman doesn't love beauty? Sheng Wanyan gritted her teeth and agreed. Secretary Zhang was also taking a chance. If she didn't take care of her skin, it would start to peel as winter approached. Plus, the stress from work made her look older than her peers.
I will do my best.
Hearing her agreement, Secretary Zhang felt relieved and gave her the address to her home. After thinking for a moment, she took out 5 yuan to give her, as it wasn't fair to have someone help her for free. Pay me when you see results. Sheng Wanyan had her own plans. She needed to build a good relationship with Secretary Zhang. Secretary Zhang paused for a moment, but eventually agreed to her suggestion. You can bring it to my house or mail it to me later. Okay, I'll see if I have time. If not, I'll send it to you. From now on, call me Sister Zhang. Secretary Zhang patted her hand, and Sheng Wanyan took the hint and accepted the favor. Sure, Sister Zhang. Secretary Zhang smiled warmly at her. If other secretaries saw her smile, they might be shocked. After chatting with everyone for a while, Sheng Wanyan noticed the leaders from the government department arriving for a meeting. Everyone stood up to greet them. Hello, Minister. Hello, Minister. Hello, Minister. The minister from the publicity department entered, and after more than half an hour, the secretaries responsible for taking minutes were allowed in. Sheng Wanyan sat on a long bench behind Director Li, took out her paper and pen, and began to note down the meeting content. Today, we have gathered the directors of the publicity department to discuss a crucial issue, the workers' motivation at work. We must ensure our publicity efforts are effective so that workers feel energized to contribute. Everyone nodded in agreement. They had no real say in the matter other than to follow along. Sheng Wanyan thought that after this meeting, the factory would likely start brainwashing everyone again. As winter approaches, let's distribute a yard of cloth as a benefit to motivate the workers. Cloth factory. Please make sure each factory registers the number of workers and reports it to the cloth factory. Understood. This news was certainly positive. Although a yard of cloth couldn't make a full outfit, it was still something. The leaders from the government publicity department continued discussing various targets. In these times, people struggled to get enough to eat, so they had to find ways to boost morale. Sheng Wanyan noted down all the key points and used a simplified method from the future to make her notes clearer and easier to understand. The meeting lasted until 4:30 in the afternoon. Before the factory managers left, they exchanged a few words, and suddenly it was 5 o'clock.
See you next time. See you next time.
Everyone said their goodbyes. Secretary Zhang gave Sheng Wanyan a look, reminding her to remember their arrangement. Sheng Wanyan nodded. She knew that having a good relationship with a factory secretary was beneficial, and she would make sure to keep her appearance fresh. Once she got in the car, the factory manager asked to see the meeting notes to figure out how to implement the tasks back at the factory, which was a concern for the leaders. The manager opened Secretary Fang's meeting notes, reviewed them, and felt informed. Then he opened Sheng Wanyan's notes. Upon seeing her notes, he was pleasantly surprised. They were clear and highlighted the key points effectively. Comrade Sheng Wanyan's notes are straightforward and easy to understand. Indeed. Secretary Fang's eyebrows twitched at this, feeling a sense of urgency. He decided to ask Comrade Sheng Wanyan for advice on how to take meeting notes when he returned. Otherwise, if the manager was not satisfied with him in this area, would he still keep his position?
You flatter me.
Sheng Wanyan's modesty impressed the manager. There are not many young people who are so humble these days. Moreover, she was a talented young person, and the publicity work this time would likely exceed his expectations. Sheng Wanyan had no idea how much the manager trusted the publicity department because of her. She was just eager to get home for dinner and some rest. After a long day, she was quite tired, and sitting in the car had left her feeling sore and stiff. By the time Sheng Wanyan returned to Rongqing, it was already 7 o'clock. Her mother had been waiting at home, while her father had gone to find out that she was at a meeting in the city with the leaders. However, it was already 7, and it was not ideal for a girl to be out so late. Shung's mother looked at her husband and instructed him to go pick her up. She should be about back now, go to the cotton factory and get her daughter. Okay. Shung's father rode his bicycle to the cotton factory and soon spotted Sheng Wanyan riding her bike home.
Daughter. Dad?
Sheng Wanyan couldn't believe her eyes. She stared for a moment before confirming it was her father. How is it, daughter? Are you tired? Seeing her, her father felt relieved. After all, it was dark by this time, and few people would be out. Not too bad, just a bit sore. Let's head home. Your mom is worried and has warmed up your dinner.
Okay.
Sheng Wanyan rode her bicycle behind her father, and their silhouettes as a father and daughter looked particularly warm. Sheng Fu was like a reliable mountain, protecting her in front. When they returned home, Sheng Mu felt relieved upon seeing them. She brought out the warm meal she had prepared and sat across from Sheng Wanyan, watching her eat. Why did your factory manager take you to the city for a meeting?
Sheng Mu asked.
Sheng Wanyan swallowed a bite of noodles and replied, Our publicity department head went too. He took me to take meeting notes. Sheng Mu nodded, understanding that her daughter had caught the attention of the department head. It was good for her daughter to build a relationship with him, which eased Sheng Mu's worries. She feared her daughter, being the newest employee, might be bullied by the older staff. Now, with a connection to the department head and an opportunity to shine in front of the manager, her daughter's job seemed secure. How have you been getting along with the people in your department? They're all fine. It's just the same few people. Sheng Mu shot her a disapproving look, wondering if that was really what she wanted to know. She hoped her daughter would share any difficulties with relationships, so she could offer advice. Seeing her mother's displeased expression, Sheng Wanyan quickly added, The male colleagues don't interfere much, and there are only 2 female colleagues, one of whom you've met, Wu Jiaxiu. And the other one? Sheng Mu squinted, sensing there might be some tension. The other one is fine too. We just keep it polite. Sheng Mu pondered this, while Sheng Fu, listening nearby, asked her a question. Who did your department head usually take to meetings before? Another female colleague. Sheng Fu and Sheng Mu exchanged glances, realizing their daughter might have made an enemy. With such a good opportunity now in her hands, others might feel resentful. However, as long as their daughter was capable and cautious, avoiding any mistakes, she wouldn't need to fear any schemes. Being strong is more important than anything else. Sheng Mu advised Sheng Wanyan several times, clearly worried. You've gained attention this time. Just be careful not to give anyone a reason to criticize you. Mom, I understand. Sheng Wanyan had already thought about all this. Although Niu Fengli appeared to be smiling, she was actually a selfish and petty person. On the surface, everything seemed fine, but who knows what she was really thinking. She might be waiting for a chance to trip her up. As long as you understand, Sheng's mother said, feeling quite reassured about her daughter. For months ago, she would have worried so much that she couldn't eat. But now, her daughter was becoming more sensible and knew how to handle things, which made her mother feel more at ease. After finishing her meal, Sheng Wanyan washed the dishes. Seeing this, her mother quickly urged her to go rest. Sheng Wanyan took a quick shower and lay down in bed, not wanting to move at all. This was definitely the most exhausting day she had experienced since coming to this era. She had seen the poor road conditions. Even riding in the best car was still a rough experience. Sheng Wanyan went to her space and drank some spring water, which eased her fatigue a bit. After thinking for a moment, she decided to rest in her space tonight, wanting to sleep in her big bed. As soon as her head hit the pillow, she fell asleep, and when she woke up, it was still early outside. After some thought, she went to the storage room and found a set of hydrating skincare products for Secretary Zhang. The toner, essence, and cream were all ready, but she transferred them into clear glass jars. After all, the original jars had brand logos, which would be hard to explain if anyone asked. She had stocked up on many skincare products, including some from the supermarket and even big brands. Any set she took out would be better than what was available in this era. Sheng Wanyan planned to go to the city in a week, which would be a good opportunity to sell some cotton in the black market there. The city market was too small and easy to be noticed. Selling cotton as a newcomer in the city's black market would be much safer. At least if she attracted attention, they wouldn't be able to find her since she wouldn't be in the city. Sheng Wanyan's plan was well thought out. She just needed to rest and execute it. The next day at the factory, everyone pulled her aside to ask what it was like to ride in a car. It felt like sitting in a metal box, she replied. Did the factory manager ask you anything? Did he talk to you? Everyone was very curious, since he was the highest-ranking official they had ever met. He asked a few casual questions, and that was it. Really? That's all you talked about? Sheng Wanyan nodded. She couldn't exactly say that the manager thought highly of her, could she? That would just create jealousy. Other factory managers are very busy. Just being able to ask a few questions is already quite good. Are you still thinking about trying to win over the manager? Niu Fengli said this with a hint of sarcasm, causing everyone to frown at her.
What?
Am I wrong? Niu Fengli rolled her eyes, feeling increasingly uneasy after thinking about it last night. Why should her spotlight be stolen by Sheng Wanyan just because she arrived? Fengli is right. I also had a casual chat with the manager, and he praised my notes from the meeting. Sheng Wanyan's words darkened Niu Fengli's expression. Was she showing off? If she had been there, the manager would have praised her too. Why should it be her turn? The atmosphere between the two was tense, making everyone feel awkward. Niu Fengli shouldn't have said those things. They made everyone uncomfortable. Just because she had more experience, she shouldn't undermine Sheng Wanyan's abilities. Niu Fengli didn't expect Sheng Wanyan to stand her ground and make things difficult for her. After saying this, Sheng Wanyan returned to her seat, prompting everyone else to do the same. Sheng Wanyan realized that a rivalry had formed with Niu Fengli, but she had no reason to accept such passive-aggressive remarks. One person in a position is not her superior or the one paying her salary, so why act like a leader? Seeing Sheng Wanyan not giving in and everyone else looking indifferent made Niu Fengli feel frustrated. However, everyone began to reassess Sheng Wanyan. She seemed easygoing, but she also had a strong personality. If someone crossed her line, she wouldn't hold back. After the meeting, Director Lee started assigning tasks related to publicity. This publicity work is very important to the city, and it must be inspiring. Plus, the government has provided great benefits. Everyone gets a yard of fabric. Everyone was excited to hear about the fabric. With fabric being so scarce, while an adult might not be able to make clothes from a yard, it could be useful for a 1- or 2-year-old. Who wouldn't want something free? Not wanting it would be foolish. This publicity work will be led by Comrade Sheng Wanyan. You all need to cooperate with her so that the leaders can see our department's capabilities. Everyone agreed with Director Lee's arrangement and expressed their willingness to fully cooperate. This time, the publicity work is my responsibility. Niu Fengli pouted unhappily. This was a city-arranged promotion, and such a great opportunity was supposed to be hers. Besides, it was her turn to handle the publicity this month. Why did they change it? Moreover, this kind of publicity assigned by the city government would be checked by leaders from the government later. If any factory performed well, they would receive significant praise, and the person in charge would also be recognized. Niu Fengli looked at Sheng Wanyan with some resentment. Why did this person always steal the spotlight? This task was assigned to Comrade Sheng Wanyan by the factory director. If you have any objections, go talk to the director, said Director Lee. Niu Fengli shut her mouth. She didn't have the ability to oppose the director's decision. She only saw the director during meetings or when they passed each other in the factory. If she argued, wouldn't that create animosity towards herself? Would she risk her job over this? I have no objections. Niu Fengli kept a serious face and managed to squeeze out that one sentence after thinking for a moment. Then cooperate well with Comrade Sheng Wanyan's work. This time, we cannot afford any mistakes. If something goes wrong, our publicity department will face serious consequences. Everyone nodded in agreement. This was a matter of the publicity department's survival, and they couldn't afford to mess around. All right, let's hold a meeting to discuss how to handle this publicity effectively. Director Lee had them close the door and began the meeting, where everyone shared their opinions and ideas. Comrade Sheng Wanyan, do you have any suggestions? Called upon by Director Lee, Sheng Wanyan had to think and finally came up with an idea. This time, the government hopes to inspire people. Can we turn the text into images? Director Lee's eyes lit up, and he became energized. Please elaborate. We can draw scenes of people working on the bulletin board. Whether it's farmers laboring in the fields, workers sweating at their jobs, or women taking care of their families, we can express these through drawings. We could also create small stands with illustrations of labor scenes and place them in the open areas we all pass by on our way to and from work. This way, everyone can stop and take a look on their way home. And this won't be wasteful. After the publicity is over, the wood and paper can be used for firewood. Very good, very good. Director Lee listened to the continuous nodding and was eager to implement the plan immediately. But we can't draw. Wu Jieshio raised a very practical concern. They truly knew nothing about drawing, making the situation even more complicated. I can do a little sketching. Chun Kongming raised his hand. He had learned some sketching from his family when he was young, but he wasn't very good at it. I can draw lines. I can draw straight lines very steadily. Lin Hongjia also raised his hand. His skill was quite unique. I can write. Niu Fengli also shared her opinion, as she was worried about losing her job. Director Lee clearly had some issues with her. If there were problems with this promotion, wouldn't her efforts go to waste? She didn't want to lose her job, as finding another one wasn't easy. I can't do anything. Wu Jieshio was almost in tears. She couldn't sketch, couldn't draw lines, and her handwriting wasn't as nice as Niu Fengli's. Ahem, Comrade Wan Yen, you see. Director Lee felt that everyone's skills were not impressive. He was embarrassed to admit these were the skills of his publicity department staff. He couldn't afford to lose face. Comrade Chen Kongming can do simple sketches, including basic outlines of people, objects, and scenes. I can add details later. Comrade Lin Hongjia is good at drawing lines. He can handle that part, and he can communicate with Comrade Chen Kongming. Sister Fengli will be in charge of the writing. The people in the drawings can have some simple and inspiring dialogues. The three nodded, and Director Lee felt this arrangement was quite reasonable. As for Sister Jieshio, Wu Jieshio looked at her nervously. She felt like a lazy person who only knew how to muddle through, unable to do anything well. She wished she had studied harder before and learned some other skills. Sister Jieshio can do the coloring. I will mark the areas that need color with numbers, and I will label the color pens with corresponding numbers. Just color according to the numbers, but it will be a big project. I can do it, I can do it. Wu Jieshio quickly expressed her willingness. The size of the project didn't matter. What was worse was not being able to show her value. Then what will I do? Director Lee was very interested in this promotion and wanted to get involved. The director can help apply for the necessary drawing paper, color pens, pencils, and so on, and can also help with the coloring.
Sure.
Director Lee agreed readily, as if he could already see success beckoning to him. After Sheng Wanyan finished speaking, she looked at Director Lee, who immediately started clapping.
Great.
The arrangements are excellent. Everyone, let's execute this seriously. I hope next month's promotion will impress the leaders. As long as the factory does well, the publicity department will do well. If the publicity department does well, then you all will do well. Director Lee began to motivate everyone, and they all enthusiastically agreed, filled with energy. Seeing through it all, Sheng Wanyan thought, Director Lee is really something. I'll go apply for paper and colored pens. Everyone else, just get back to your work. After Director Lee finished speaking, he left, walking with a confident stride. It was as if a promotion and wealth were right in front of him. Everyone tried to hold back their laughter, fearing that one person might burst out. If Director Lee heard them, they would probably get scolded again. After Director Lee went to the logistics department to request the materials needed for publicity, Director Wang was evasive and refused, clearly implying that whoever came up with the idea should make the request. He had just heard the factory manager appoint Sheng Wanyan to be in charge, and now was his chance to be alone with her. Such a good opportunity. How could he let it slip away? Director Lee was furious upon hearing this. He knew very well what Director Wang was up to. After all, he could easily find out about the sudden changes in management. Director Wang, the manager, said all departments should cooperate fully. Director Li was not going to let him play his little games, especially since Sheng Wanyan was his subordinate and a talented one at that. He had to protect her. As a decent man, he felt it was his duty to intervene in such matters. Director Li, I am cooperating. Change to someone else, and I will comply immediately. Director Wang stood up, and their eyes locked, neither willing to back down. The atmosphere made the logistics staff tense. They were confused about why things had suddenly escalated. Director Wang, I believe the manager would prefer to handle this matter personally. After saying that, Director Li walked away, leaving Director Wang looking furious. Director Li, your words are quite sharp. Hearing this, Director Li paused and smiled at him. Likewise. Director Wang waved his hand, signaling his subordinates to give the materials to Director Li. Director Li, I hope you can always be this kind-hearted. Director Li was not bothered by these words at all. After so many years as the director of this factory, did he really think he was a pushover? Although Director Wang came from the capital, this was Rongqing, the place where he grew up. A newcomer from far away thought he could intimidate a local like him? The outcome was uncertain. Director Li wasn't worried about being set up. He knew he had support. He was well-liked and wasn't afraid of such tactics. He left the logistics department humming a cheerful tune, and everyone could tell he had just won another verbal sparring match with a new logistics director, Wang. This wasn't the first time. Director Li was quite formidable. Come on, let's discuss what kind of scene to draw, said Sheng Wanyan. Lin Hongjie, you and Wu Jieshou go to the lumber factory to find someone to make the stands. Sheng Wanyan handed them a drawing for a simple display rack, similar to those from the future. Although it was simple, she wasn't sure if such a design existed in this era, so she quickly sketched it out. Director Li was delighted to see this simple yet innovative stand. It would be great to have one in the office for meetings. This is the purchase request. Take it to the finance department for an advance to make 30 of them, he instructed. Okay, Director, replied Lin Hongjie. He and Wu Jieshou took the funding request to the finance department. With the factory manager's instructions from the morning meeting, the finance department quickly approved it. They weren't worried about overfunding since the factory would provide a receipt with the lumber factory's stamp. They discussed what scenes would be best for the 30 stands and decided to add 5 bulletin boards. How about 2 boards showing farmers at work and 3 showing workers? Suggested Chen Kongming. The others agreed, but Sheng Wanyan had a different idea. I think we should have 2 boards depicting women at work, and the rest should be 2 for workers and 1 for farmers. Sheng Wanyan wanted to highlight the hard work of women, hoping to prevent the men from thinking that earning money made them superior. The contributions of women were often overlooked and taken for granted. After considering her perspective, Director Li agreed, recognizing that as the person in charge, her opinion mattered. Sure, everyone can choose some scenes to draw for their respective brackets. Let's get started. Chen Kongming thought about the factory workers at work and began sketching simple lines. Niu Fengli was struggling with how to write the dialogues. It was a tough task for her. She felt overwhelmed and wished she had just followed Wu Jieshou's example and colored instead, which seemed much easier. But now it was too late to change her mind. Everyone had already made their decisions. Sheng Wanyan was unaware of her concerns. She just wanted to complete the promotional task beautifully to secure her position in the factory. At least she didn't want to be in a situation where she could be easily dismissed, especially with Director Wang keeping a close eye on her. Sheng Wanyan's serious attitude pleased Director Li even more. He appreciated this kind of dedication from his subordinates, which made him happy. If he got promoted, he would be even happier. But that was a bit difficult. His current position didn't have much room for advancement. Director Li pushed that thought aside and decided to focus on the task at hand. Wu Jieshou and Lin Hongjie returned after 3 hours, reporting that it would take 3 days to complete the work. Director, the craftsmen from the lumber factory want this blueprint, but I didn't agree. They also want to use this bracket for their promotion next month. Wu Jieshou whispered to Director Li, who told her to keep it quiet. After all, this blueprint belonged to Sheng Wanyan, and it depended on her willingness to share it. Moreover, how could they give it away for free? They should offer some benefits or convenience to the cotton factory, right? He needed to think carefully about how to discuss this with Sheng Wanyan. Unbeknownst to her, the lumber factory had taken an interest to her design, while she was focused on contributing to the promotional task. However, Director Li hadn't mentioned this to Sheng Wanyan yet, but the factory manager was already aware. Once the lumber factory manager learned about it, he couldn't sit still. This bracket looked simple yet innovative, and if produced and sold at the supply and marketing cooperative, the sales would surely be impressive. This would mean significant profits for the lumber factory, which had many workers, including those making furniture, transporting wood, and handling logistics. With so many workers, the labor force was large, and the monthly wages were substantial. However, they kept producing the same few items, which made it hard to increase sales. They also want to achieve results by the end of the year to show the leaders their perseverance and contribution from the lumber factory. So, they made a call to the cotton factory manager to see if he could hand over the blueprints to the lumber factory. Although their skilled workers already know how to do it and could make it directly, this is something from the cotton factory. If they were to take it without permission, the cotton factory might have many complaints. Moreover, food and shelter are essential for everyone, so they must not offend anyone. The cotton factory manager was confused at first, but as he listened, he began to understand the situation. After hanging up the phone, he instructed Secretary Fong to call Director Li over to clarify what was happening. Go get Director Li. Okay, manager. Secretary Fong put down his work and quickly went to the publicity department to find Director Li. Upon hearing this, Director Li eagerly followed him. Director Li, the lumber factory said your department has a blueprint. What's going on? Director Li thought to himself that the carpenters from the lumber factory were quite clever. It hadn't even been half a day, and the manager already knew. Manager, I can't do anything about the blueprint. Director Li's words made the manager frown. As the director, he naturally couldn't control what the publicity department had released. Seeing the manager's displeasure, Director Li quickly explained the current situation. This blueprint was drawn by Comrade Sheng Wanyan. It belongs to her personally. Comrade Sheng Wanyan drew it herself? The manager was surprised to hear this. He didn't know she could draw blueprints. Yes, she drew it herself. This is Comrade Sheng Wanyan's personal work. I can't just take advantage of my position and ask her to give it up. The manager was silent for a while. The blueprint's importance was significant, and he understood why the lumber factory wanted it. It was a chance for recognition, and they wouldn't want to miss it. Now, the lumber factory needed something from the cotton factory, which was a good opportunity for the cotton factory to propose a cooperation agreement, such as providing furniture at no cost or at a low price in the future. However, the challenge was that the blueprint was created by Comrade Sheng Wanyan, and they couldn't use her personal work for trade unless she agreed to hand it over. Have Comrade Sheng Wanyan come here. Okay, manager. Director Li returned to the office and glanced at Sheng Wanyan, who understood and followed him outside. Director, did you need to see me? Wanyan, your design for the bracket has caught the attention of the lumber factory. They contacted the factory manager, and he wants you to visit his office. I understand, Director. Li waved his hand, urging her to go see the factory manager, knowing that her position in the factory would change significantly. This was Sheng Wanyan's first visit to the factory manager's office, located on the second floor. This floor only had the manager's office, the deputy manager's office, and a document room. The secretaries worked in a simple area set up in the hallway outside the office, with just a table and chairs. Secretary Fong saw Sheng Wanyan arrive and immediately led her into the office. This time, the factory manager was not as serious as when she met him at the city meeting. He seemed more approachable. Sheng Wanyan understood that a leader's attitude towards you depends on your value. Hello, factory manager. He nodded and pointed to the chair across from him, inviting her to sit. Please take a seat. Sheng Wanyan sat down, and Secretary Fong poured her a cup of tea. Wanyan, I believe you know why I called you here. I won't beat around the bush. The factory manager spoke directly, indicating that this matter could be discussed reasonably. Factory manager, go ahead. Your design is very beneficial for the lumber factory, and it also helps the cotton factory. The lumber factory wants to buy your design. What do you think? They are offering 300 yuan. Sheng Wanyan was surprised, feeling a mix of emotions. The lumber factory leaders were experienced and not easy to deal with. They wanted to buy the ownership of the design for just 300 yuan, then sell it for about 5 yuan each at the supply and marketing cooperative, making a significant profit by the end of the year. Not to mention the government's interest in this design, which couldn't be measured in money. In the future, such brackets would be common in every household. She planned to create her own furniture brand in a few years, making much more than 300 yuan. But she also knew she couldn't refuse. In this era, people were eager to contribute to the country for little or no cost. Moreover, this situation might not be a bad thing for her. She brought benefits to the factory, so would the manager really let her suffer? Manager, I am willing to contribute to the country in any way I can. Sheng Wanyan spoke sincerely, and the manager immediately gave her a thumbs up.
Great.
The factory needs someone like you, Comrade Sheng Wanyan, who is selflessly dedicated. Don't worry, your contributions will not be taken by anyone else. When it's reported to the government, your name will be at the top. The manager felt very pleased with her words. Comrade Sheng Wanyan understood the bigger picture without needing much explanation. Of course, the factory will not treat you unfairly as long as you work hard. Sheng Wanyan nodded seriously, but she vowed to herself that once her position in the factory was stable, she would no longer seek the spotlight. She had no power or influence and couldn't play games with these seasoned individuals. Keeping her job and getting by was the most important thing. Thank you, manager. I will definitely work hard in my position. Sheng Wanyan was aware of her role as a subordinate, and the manager nodded in satisfaction before letting her leave. Before she went out, she kindly closed the office door, and this thoughtful action greatly reduced unnecessary troubles for her in the future. Secretary Fong saw her come out and immediately put down his work, smiling at her. Remembering the meeting notes from the last meeting, he quickly called out to her. Comrade Sheng Wanyan, may I have a word with you? Sheng Wanyan looked at him in confusion, wondering what was going on today. Did she accidentally offend a leader? Of course. Secretary Fong led her to the stairwell, which was just a short distance away. This step aside to talk turned out to be quite a few steps. Comrade Sheng Wanyan, it's like this. I would like to ask how you took the meeting notes. Secretary Fong felt a bit awkward, as this was someone else's skill, and he felt a bit embarrassed to ask so directly. But he couldn't help it. Ever since the meeting, he had been thinking about it. He was also worried that the manager might think less of him, feeling that as a secretary, he couldn't compare to the new employee from the publicity department. Seeing Secretary Fong's embarrassed expression, Sheng Wanyan understood what he was thinking. If it's not convenient to discuss, then never mind. Secretary Fong also knew she was being a bit forward. Who would willingly teach someone else their skills without any conditions? There's nothing I can't share. It's actually quite simple. It's a method called partition memorization. Partition memorization? Yes, I can write down the method for you.
Oh.
I feel a bit shy about that. Secretary Fong scratched her head awkwardly. She was already very satisfied that Comrade Sheng Wanyan was willing to share with her. Now, to write down the method for her, it felt a bit embarrassing for a 25-year-old man. We're all comrades, helping each other out. Could she be so obvious about wanting to build a good relationship because he was the factory director's secretary? Hoping he would speak well of her in front of the leaders and share any good news with her? Did she think he was an easy target? Sheng Wanyan smiled at her, completely unaware of Secretary Fong's little thoughts. Secretary Fong only knew that Comrade Sheng Wanyan was a helpful and kind colleague. Then I'll trouble Comrade Sheng. Secretary Fong felt very grateful to Sheng Wanyan and decided to tell her first about any good news next time. You're too polite. In the end, Sheng Wanyan left the director's office building with a bright smile. This trip was definitely worth it. She had built a good relationship with both the director and the secretary, so as long as she didn't make any major mistakes, she could work there until retirement. Sheng Wanyan checked the time. It was already time to get off work, and her colleagues were heading home. After packing her things, she also went home. Her parents knew that the publicity department had been busy lately. After all, They had been putting in a lot of effort to gain the approval of government leaders for next month's promotion. Whenever her parents saw her coming home a bit late, they would keep her dinner warm. Since Sheng Wanyan agreed to let the factory use her designs as a favor, the director had Secretary Fong give her the 300 yuan the next day. That quick response likely meant the director had paid for the designs himself first. He was probably worried that Sheng Wanyan would change her mind after thinking about it for a few days, so he had to act quickly to secure ownership. Sheng Wanyan accepted the money swiftly, and her promptness made the director very satisfied. From then on, she focused mainly on publicity, translating at home in the evenings and helping everyone draw during the day. This dialogue is so hard to come up with. As the end of the month approaches, more than 10 days have passed, and Niu Fengli still can't come up with the dialogues. Everyone has their own tasks and is too busy to pay attention to her. Niu Fengli doesn't dare to ask for help. She has tried to get Director Li to change her task, but she was scolded. She chose to write herself, so how could she say she wouldn't do it? It's frustrating that she waited until the last moment to speak up. In 3 days, the city leaders will come for an inspection. It feels like they're just looking for trouble. Niu Fengli, having been scolded, can only keep thinking about the characters' dialogues. Comrade Niu Fengli, you must finish your dialogues by tomorrow. Director. I still have half left. Why don't we all brainstorm together? Director Li looked displeased and glanced at her. Fine. Really? Director? Niu Fengli didn't expect Director Li to suddenly agree, and she was so excited she almost handed over her work. Of course. When the leaders praise us, I will say that everyone in the publicity department is responsible. Niu Fengli's face turned pale upon hearing this. If the credit goes to everyone, what was the point of her hard work? Comrade Niu Fengli, think it over. Director, I'll do it myself. Hearing this, Niu Fengli decided to focus on her own work. She didn't want her credit to be taken away. Sometimes, people need a little push. After being urged by Director Li, Niu Fengli managed to complete her task in the last 3 days. The dialogues were just everyday conversations. With a little thought, they could be created. If all else fails, she could write phrases like work brings me joy, work is honorable, or I love to work. It really comes down to whether you are willing to put in the effort. Everyone can see that. Come in half an hour early tomorrow to put these up. Director Li turned his neck, having been bending over to color for so long that it hurt. Okay, Director. Director Li waved his hand, asking them to hand over their artwork, which he locked in a cabinet. He needed to take good care of these items that could earn them recognition. Early the next morning, Sheng Wanyan left home, and as soon as she arrived at the publicity department, Director Li had them start working. Sheng Wanyan, along with Wu Jiaxiu and Lin Hongjie, began sticking the pictures onto 30 stands. Director Li originally planned to arrange them in 2 rows at the entrance to create an impressive display. Kush Shengwan thought that the lumber factory must have considered this idea, and they should write some slogans on it. So she suggested placing a few at key locations like the cafeteria entrance, the office building entrance, the workshop entrance, and the factory entrance. Director Li thought about what she said and agreed that it made sense, and it also seemed more attractive. He took Chen Kongming and Niu Fengli to put up the posters in the 5 promotion boards around the factory. The 3 of them worked quickly, and when the workers started arriving for their shifts, they noticed something different about the factory. As soon as they entered the factory gate, they saw 2 stands on each side, decorated with very interesting images. They quickly recognized that the pictures showed scenes from their workshop, and everyone stopped to take a look. Hey, isn't that our old class leader from the workshop? Is that me? Is that really me? It must be you. The baldest one is definitely you. Quick, where am I? Is there a picture of me? What about me? What about me? Isn't that our workshop director? Look, I'm here. This drawing is so lifelike. Everyone has their own features. Even my big mole on my nose is shown. Are you really going to mention that hairy mole? Shameless, aren't you? Ha ha ha. Everyone entered the factory and started chatting excitedly, like it was a festive occasion. There's more inside. The posters are even better. Someone shouted, and everyone rushed to the nearest promotion board, gathering around it. This woman has so much to do at home: cooking, taking care of the kids, cleaning, grocery shopping, sewing, putting the kids to sleep, feeding them. Yeah, I never noticed. I thought my wife was just relaxing at home.
Exactly. Who doesn't think that way?
Seeing these images, the big men who usually collapsed on the couch and ordered their wives around felt a bit embarrassed. These were visible tasks, but who knows how many more invisible ones there are. It must be said that Sheng Wanyan's 3 paintings depicting a woman's daily life made the men in the factory reflect on themselves. There were also 2 other unique paintings of women, one showing the day of an independent woman in the new era, and the other depicting a day in the life of a rural woman. Sheng Wanyan initially wanted to speak up for women, as women in this era are suffering too much and should be protected. The tragedy of being a woman should not happen again. The factory director and the deputy director entered with city leaders and saw this scene. What's all this excitement about? Several city leaders arrived, all dressed in slightly ill-fitting but very clean suits that were a bit faded. In this era, having a suit was something to be admired. It's the beginning of the month, and everyone is looking at the bulletin board, Secretary Fong said as he checked on the situation and quickly reported back to the director. The bulletin board? Your factory's promotion is quite impressive. Hearing the city leader's words, the director immediately humbly nodded in agreement. Not at all. It's all for serving the people and contributing to the country. Let's go take a look. After you. The director slightly bowed to gesture for the city leaders to go ahead. When everyone saw the city leaders arrive, they quickly made way for them. This was the first time they had seen officials even higher than the director, and they were extremely excited. They didn't even dare to speak, unsure of where to put their hands and feet. This painting is nice. It even has text. You have talent in your publicity department. The director immediately praised the publicity department upon hearing this, complimenting their work. It's all the ideas of the young people. We definitely support anything good. Oh, which young person is so creative? It's Comrade Sheng Wanyan from our publicity department. The support frame just reported by the lumber factory was designed by her. The director, true to his role, showcased Sheng Wanyan's value perfectly. Oh? She is quite talented. Which one is Comrade Sheng Wanyan? The director wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and quickly scanned the area, finally spotting Sheng Wanyan in a corner. That young person in the corner is Comrade Sheng Wanyan. She has been here for less than 4 months. Everyone looked in the direction he pointed and saw Sheng Wanyan standing in the corner, watching the crowd. She's so young? A woman? The city leaders couldn't believe that such a young and beautiful woman could have such great abilities. Yes, Comrade Sheng Wanyan is only 20 years old this year. The factory director was not very happy that the city leaders' attention was drawn to Sheng Wanyan, but he knew that whether the cotton factory would be remembered by the city leaders depended on her. That's right. Women are now half the sky. The new era of women. Indeed, very good. Let's nurture them well. Yes, yes, yes. Hearing this, the factory director quickly nodded in agreement and then took the city leaders on a tour. Workers, the country and city leaders care about your hard work. We have prepared benefits for everyone. Each worker will receive an extra yard of fabric when they get their wages. Flawless fabric. Everyone gets a share. Director Lee shouted from the platform, and everyone immediately cheered. Brilliant leadership. Great, great, great. Thank you, leaders. Director Lee quickly raised his hand to quiet them down and began to inspire them with motivational words. The country and city leaders are always thinking of us. We must continue to work hard to contribute to our country. We must live up to the trust that the country and leaders have in us. Yes, we will definitely contribute. The city leaders, watching the promotional posters, felt very satisfied. The compliments from the workers satisfied their little vanity. Sheng Wanyan silently observed everything, realizing that Director Lee really knew how to seize opportunities. Not only did he motivate the workers, but he also flattered the city leaders. What a 2-in-1 achievement. She couldn't help but admire Director Lee in her heart. He was quick-witted. However, the script in his hand, wasn't it the one he said he would study and wanted her to submit before leaving yesterday? Sheng Wanyan felt a bit deceived. The city leaders stayed at the cotton factory for a full hour before leaving, which proved that the factory's promotion was enough to attract them. Once the city leaders left, both the factory director and the deputy director breathed a sigh of relief, feeling a bit excited. Now, the cotton factory had truly caught the attention of the city leaders, and in the future, they would think of them for any good policies. The publicity department did a great job this time. Comrade Sheng Wanyan must be retained. The deputy director sighed, acknowledging that Comrade Sheng Wanyan had been a great help. Secretary Fong, have the finance department give Comrade Sheng Wanyan an extra 10 yuan in salary and 5 ration tickets. Yes, director. Secretary Fong nodded and immediately went to the finance department. When Sheng Wanyan received her paycheck, she was confused to see an extra bonus. This is a bonus from the factory for you. Your promotional efforts were quite impressive this time. Yes, yes. I hope this is the standard from now on. The finance department staff started chatting with her. Once someone achieves a little success, everyone wants to be friendly. She used to worry about upsetting the finance team, as they often looked down on everyone except the leaders. Now that they were approaching her, we'll do our best. Sheng Wanyan wouldn't be responsible for such a big workload in the future. It left her feeling exhausted. Sheng Wanyan, would you like to join us for dinner after work? Yes, let's get to know each other better. The ladies from the finance department were very enthusiastic, so much so that Sheng Wanyan felt a bit overwhelmed. No, I need to go home and cook. How about tomorrow? Yes, tomorrow works too. Sheng Wanyan checked her schedule and realized she actually had plans for tomorrow. We're having a gathering in the publicity department tomorrow. We'll definitely catch up next time. Sheng Wanyan just wanted to maintain a good relationship with her colleagues. Being too close wasn't necessary. After all, many of them were already married with kids, around her mother's age. How could they relate? There was a generation gap. Upon hearing about the gathering, the finance team lost interest and decided to wait for another opportunity to connect with Sheng Wanyan. Then, next time. Okay. Sheng Wanyan signed her name on the paycheck and quickly left the finance department. On her way home, she bought 2 pounds of meat. When she handed her paycheck to her mother, Sheng Mu noticed the extra money and kept asking what happened. Sheng Wanyan explained, and her mother looked at her in surprise. Your promotion was personally assigned to you by the factory director? Yes. After the city leaders visited today, the director specifically ordered a bonus for you? Yes. Sheng Mu couldn't believe it and pinched Sheng Wanyan's thigh. That hurts. Sheng Wanyan rubbed her thigh, wondering why her mother would pinch her like that. It really hurts. Sweetheart, you've done well. Her mother happily patted her thigh and immediately ran out to share the news with the family. When the family heard, they got excited and kept asking her for details. Do the leaders in the city know you now? Sheng's mother was lost in thought. Mom, I'm just an ordinary worker. Sheng Wanyan's words brought her mother back to reality, and Grandpa Sheng tapped the table. This is a good thing, but Wanyan is just an ordinary worker. Don't spread it around. Don't make a fuss. Don't attract unnecessary trouble. Grandpa Sheng's words calmed the family down, and Grandma Sheng patted Wanyan's hand. Your grandpa is right. You are too outstanding at the factory right now. You need to be steady and low-key for a while. Grandpa and Grandma, I understand. Dear, listen to your grandparents. Sheng's father also understood the complexities involved. Although this was something to be proud of, it could also make others envious. I will definitely keep a low profile from now on. Sheng Wanyan truly meant what she said. From then on, she started to knit sweaters at work. When Wu Jieshio saw her knitting, she also brought her own yarn from home the next day to start knitting. One led to another, and the style of the publicity department quickly returned to its old ways of being unproductive. Since Sheng Wanyan became known among the city leaders, Director Wang had to suppress his thoughts. He knew he couldn't provoke Sheng Wanyan now. If anything happened to her, the factory wouldn't let it go easily. So, for now, he had to shift his focus and wait for the storm to pass. He would get the beauty eventually. Without the chance encounters created by Director Wang, Sheng Wanyan had a wonderfully comfortable month. In just 1 month, She not only finished the remaining sweaters but also received books and payment for translation from the Kyoto newspaper. Moreover, she received a letter and a large package from Gu Tingxiao. In the letter, besides money, he wrote her a note. He sent 50 yuan, with 40 as salary and 10 as a bonus, along with some receipts. The most significant part was the large package he sent, which contained a pair of rabbit fur gloves, a rabbit fur scarf, and a large piece of mink fur. This mink fur was incredibly rare, even in later times, considered a luxury item, providing warmth that ordinary clothing couldn't match. Sheng Wanyan opened the letter he wrote. Gu Tingxiao's handwriting was sharp and bold, unlike her delicate script. To Comrade Sheng Wanyan, I have been back for a while now, and I miss you very much. I wonder how you have been lately? I have received the food you sent and shared it with my future brother-in-law, as you instructed. He found out about our relationship and challenged me to a duel. Although I lost in the end, I accepted it willingly. I still have to give him some respect. Seeing that you wrote a lot about what has been happening in your life, I can imagine you are living quite a fulfilling life. This makes me feel more at ease. I sent half of my salary and receipts to you, and the rest I sent home for household expenses as you instructed. I have already told my family about our relationship, and they are very happy and hope our families can meet soon. I know we haven't spent much time together, but if we aren't aiming for marriage, it feels like we are just playing around. I have managed to keep my family in check, so please let me know whenever you think we can discuss marriage. I am always preparing to marry you. I hope to take a break soon to see you, so please take care of yourself and don't worry. Best regards, Gu Tingxiao. Sheng Wanyan was left in deep thought after reading the letter. Gu Tingxiao had only spent one day with her, and the rest was through letters. How did they get to the point of discussing marriage so quickly? I must say, in this era, marriage happens really fast, unlike in later times when people can easily change partners if things don't work out. Sheng Wanyan would not disappoint someone who has genuine feelings for her, and she clearly stated in her letter that she was not playing around. However, they had spent too little time together, and there were still many things they didn't know about each other. They needed to spend more time together before discussing marriage. Sheng Wanyan also shared some recent events with him and proudly boasted about the publicity work she was responsible for. As she wrote, she ended up filling 5 sheets of paper, making the envelope quite bulky. She also included 5 yuan and a few national grain tickets in the letter, saying it was for his pocket money. After all, a grown man should have some money. It makes everything easier. She believed that some expenses are necessary and that it's not worth it to sacrifice health for a little money. After all, a grown man should have some money. It makes everything easier. She believed that some expenses are necessary and that it's not worth it to sacrifice health for a little money. Sheng Wanyan set the letter aside and opened the envelope and package from the Kyoto newspaper office. Inside the package were 2 books, one of which was quite thick and surprisingly a technical book on machinery. It was in a foreign language, and she hoped she stored them safely in her space, being careful not to let anyone see them. Inside the envelope was her payment for the last batch of articles. She had sent 40 pieces, totaling 30,000 words, which meant she earned 300 yuan. Tomorrow, she planned to send the remaining 40 articles along with a letter to Gu Tingxiao. She would also send him a few items, as Sheng Wanze would be back next month for their wedding, and she wouldn't need to send him anything then. Sheng Wanyan organized the cash on her table and put it into a box in her space before extinguishing the coal lamp to rest. The next day, she planned to go to the city and deliver a hydration set to Secretary Zhang. After breakfast, she left and found a quiet spot near the post office to take out the items she needed to send. She prepared some walnuts and chestnuts for Gu Tingxiao, which he could enjoy as snacks. The rest included several packs of jerky, handmade spicy strips, and 3 cans of beef sauce and chili sauce. After sending everything off, Sheng Wanyan headed to the city by bus. Riding a bike would be too far, and the road was bumpy, making it uncomfortable. However, once she got on the bus, she regretted her decision. The bus was crowded with all kinds of people, each carrying different items. The smell of sweat and other odors filled the air, making her feel nauseous. Now that she was on the bus and the doors were closed, she couldn't get off. She quickly found a seat, knowing that if she waited too long, there might not be any left. She was hesitant to breathe deeply, fearing the unpleasant smells would invade her nose. Instead, she took out an orange, peeled it quickly, and ate it, holding the peel to her nose to mask the smell. Others on the bus noticed her eating the orange and looked at her with envy, clearly city dwellers who could afford such a precious fruit. Meanwhile, the older women around her carried live chickens and ducks, with droppings falling right there on the bus. Sheng Wanyan closed her eyes to rest, trying not to think about the unpleasantness around her. Finally, after 2 hours, they arrived in the city. She quickly got off the bus and found a corner to take a few deep breaths. After drinking some water from her bottle and eating a piece of preserved plum to settle her stomach, she followed the address Secretary Zhang had given her, which was in the family quarters of the grain factory. Her husband must have a high position, living in a private courtyard. Sheng Wanyan also wants to live in such a place for more privacy. Unlike the apartment they currently live in, where everyone can tell how well you're doing just by the sounds around. Sheng Wanyan knocked on the door, and immediately she heard Secretary Zhang's voice.
Coming, who is it?
Secretary Zhang opened the door and was surprised to see Sheng Wanyan. Comrade Sheng Wanyan? You finally made it. Secretary Zhang had been wondering when Sheng Wanyan would come and bring the moisturizing set she mentioned. She had been worried that Sheng Wanyan wouldn't show up, especially since the publicity department had been very busy recently, and she felt awkward about reminding her. Sorry to disturb you, Sister Zhang. Come in quickly. Secretary Zhang led her inside. The courtyard had 4 rooms. One was the living room, and the others were bedrooms. Her in-laws had 1 room, the children had another, and she and her husband had 1. The main feature was the large courtyard, with a kitchen in the back and some vegetables planted. In the front yard, there was a bicycle parked, and freshly washed clothes were hanging out to dry. Secretary Zhang took her to sit in the living room and poured her a cup of tea. Comrade Sheng Wanyan, have some tea. Secretary Zhang sat across from her, offering her snacks like sunflower seeds and candies. Sister Zhang, you don't need to fuss. I came to bring you the moisturizing set. The factory was too busy before.
No rush, no rush.
Although Secretary Zhang said that, her eyes never left the moisturizing set in Sheng Wanyan's hands. This is what I prepared, all safe ingredients, so you can use it with confidence. I wrote the usage instructions on paper, and I'll demonstrate the technique for you. The skincare technique is very important. Applying it carelessly could have the opposite effect. Okay. There's a technique to it? Secretary Zhang thought she was quite professional. If it really works, she should build a good relationship with Comrade Sheng Wanyan. The technique is very important. Sister Zhang, wash your face, and I'll show you. All right, wait for me. Secretary Zhang quickly went to the kitchen, washed her face thoroughly, grabbed a mirror, and returned to the living room. Sheng Wanyan took the toner, poured some into her palm, and gently patted it on her face from the inside out and bottom to top. She took her time with each step to ensure Secretary Zhang could see clearly. Just be gentle. Your skin will absorb it. Secretary Zhang felt her face was very comfortable. It was a completely different feeling from using regular cream. The other 2 lotions and the cream should be warmed in your palms, then applied to your face using a gentle upward and outward pressing motion. Sheng Wanyan's hands were very soft, and Secretary Zhang closed her eyes, enjoying the moment. Every woman loves to be beautiful, and the process of enhancing beauty is truly enjoyable. First use the water, then the lotion, and finally the cream, once in the morning and once at night. Thank you so much, Comrade Sheng Wanyan. Secretary Zhang saw hope for the first time. She had spent a lot of time and money on her face without results. I'm glad to help you. Secretary Zhang understood why Sheng Wanyan was helping her. It was a mutually beneficial relationship, and they just needed to maintain it well. This set should last you through the winter. Secretary Zhang quickly took out 5 yuan to give her and warmly invited her to stay for lunch. Keep this 5 yuan. You must stay for lunch, no refusals. Secretary Zhang was in a good mood and knew how to handle social situations well. Then I will gladly accept. Sheng Wanyan was not being difficult. Her purpose for coming was to strengthen their relationship. Both needed each other, and Secretary Zhang was generous with lunch, preparing 2 meat dishes. Secretary Zhang had 4 children, 2 sons and 2 daughters. The oldest was 10 years old, and the youngest daughter was 4. Sheng Wanyan brought 8 large milk candies and gave 2 to each of them.
Thank you, sister.
Thank you, sister. All 4 of Secretary Zhang's children were very polite, receiving the candies with both hands. Her in-laws were also good at reading the room. Seeing the factory manager's daughter-in-law treating Sheng Wanyan with such importance, they made sure to serve her plenty of food. Comrade Sheng, please don't be shy, eat more. Secretary Zhang's mother-in-law served her 2 more pieces of braised meat, and Sheng Wanyan was starting to feel full.
You're too kind, ma'am.
I have enough in my bowl. I have a small appetite. Dear, Comrade Sheng is not lying. You should eat more. Yes, ma'am, if I need more, I will take it. Sheng Wanyan was taken aback by their warmth and quickly assured them she wouldn't be shy. All right, then help yourself. Don't hold back.
Okay, ma'am.
After lunch, Sheng Wanyan wanted to help clear the dishes, but Secretary Zhang stopped her. Sheng Wanyan only brought a hydration set for Secretary Zhang and didn't even bring a gift, yet she had eaten so much meat. Will you help my son with his homework?
Sure.
Although Sheng Wanyan had not studied the knowledge of this era, she graduated with a doctorate, so teaching an elementary school student should not be a problem. Secretary Zhang's eldest son is in 3rd grade this year, and the questions are mostly simple addition and subtraction. Sheng Wanyan explained them in a clear and easy-to-understand way, and for the first time, Secretary Zhang's son found math interesting. Sheng Wanyan did not stay long. She wanted to visit the black market. After saying goodbye to Secretary Zhang, she relied on the original owner's memories to find her way to the black market. The original owner had visited as a child, and she was surprised that after so many years, the black market had not moved. This made it easier for her, saving her from asking around. Seeing that there was no one around, Sheng Wanyan quickly entered her space to apply makeup, transforming herself into the appearance of a sharp-tongued woman. She filled her basket with 3 pounds of cotton and 5 wild chickens and rabbits, planning to take out the rest once she was inside. When she arrived at the black market, the guard stopped her immediately. Going up the mountain to hunt tigers. Sheng Wanyan was surprised to hear a code phrase. After thinking for a moment, she replied, coming down the mountain to hunt straw? Feeling a bit nervous, she realized that was the only thing she could think of that fit the era.
Go on in.
Sheng Wanyan felt relieved and entered the black market with her basket. This black market was different from the one in the city. It was busier and had more goods. She found a spot with a lot of foot traffic and squatted down. By simply sitting there, people would come up to her to ask what she had. When they heard about the cotton, everyone wanted it. Every household was preparing for winter, and cotton, fabric, and meat were essential items. I have 3 pounds of cotton and a few pieces of game. Ma'am, I'll take it all. Hearing the quick response, Sheng Wanyan happily gave everything to him. After he left, she moved to another spot and continued to squat, this time bringing out more items. She decided to sell a little at each place, accumulating her sales. After more than an hour, she left. She felt that the people in the city's black market were smarter than those in the town, and if she didn't leave soon, she would be discovered. Sure enough, as soon as Sheng Wanyan left, the black market people noticed something was off, but by the time they tried to find her, she was already gone. She got away. We couldn't stop her. Be more careful next time. Unaware of what was happening in the black market, Sheng Wanyan changed back into her own clothes and took out a new bicycle from her space to ride home. She never wanted to feel the discomfort of public transportation again. She would rather endure a bit of discomfort on her bike. Sheng Wanyan returned to the city at 5 o'clock. As she approached the apartment building, she put her bicycle away and walked back home. That evening, she calculated her earnings for the day. Selling cotton was indeed profitable. She sold 200 pounds and made an additional income from hunting and brown sugar, totaling 958.34. This amount was comparable to what she would earn from 3 or 4 trips to the black market. For the entire winter, she decided not to visit such a dangerous place again. Sheng Wanyan then began knitting a sweater for Gu Tingxiao. choosing gray yarn since it was both practical and stylish. Her knitting speed had improved significantly. She no longer worked slowly like before. Sheng Wanyan settled into a comfortable routine, knitting at work and translating books at home. The book she was working on was about machinery and contained many technical terms, requiring her full attention. She understood that the technology in this era was outdated, and much had to be borrowed from abroad. She felt happy that her translations could assist the scientists. Sheng Wanyan was very positive about translating these two books. The sooner she finished, the sooner she could send them to those in need. The books were quite thick, and the technical terms made her head hurt. It was really challenging. She decided to pull out her English dictionary for help during this crucial time. Life continued at a steady pace for Sheng Wanyan, and after half a month, a letter from Sheng Wanza arrived at home. The letter stated that Sheng Wanza and Pan Yu had returned by bus and would arrive in Rongqing by mid-month. Pan Yu's family would also make time to visit, and both families planned to have a meal together. Sheng's mother felt relieved upon reading the letter, knowing they had bought plenty of meat recently, especially since Sheng Wanyan often brought home 2 or 3 pounds. They wouldn't have to worry about not having enough to serve guests throughout the winter. Although we can't host a big banquet, we must not skimp on what's necessary, Grandma Sheng reminded Sheng's father and mother. Not having a banquet would already be disappointing for Pan Yu, so they shouldn't let her feel unwelcome in other ways. Of course, we will provide new bedding, pillows, wash basins, and wardrobes. We have prepared new bicycle tickets, watch tickets, and radio tickets, Grandma Sheng added thoughtfully. Make sure the settling in funds for the children are fair and just. Don't show favoritism. Of course, it will be just as we discussed before. Everything was ready for the celebration, and they were just waiting for Sheng Wanza and Pan Yu to return. All right, let's make it presentable. Sheng Grandma saw nothing to worry about and kept quiet. As long as Sheng Mother treated the two children fairly, Sheng Wanza came back late at night. He first settled Pan Yu's family at a guest house before returning home. Sheng Father heard the noise and opened the door, startled to see his son looking like a homeless person. Sheng Wanza had grown a beard, and his eyes were so red they looked like they could smoke.
Come in quickly.
Sheng Mother also came out upon hearing the noise and hurried to prepare noodles for him. Hurry, eat some noodles to warm up. Why are you coming back so late? You really make us worry. Sheng Mother began to scold him while Sheng Wanza wolfed down a big bowl of noodles. That's enough. The child is tired. Let him rest well. Seeing his son eat so hungrily, Sheng Father couldn't bear to scold him further. Is that enough to eat? If not, Mom can make more. Sheng Mother felt sorry for him, knowing he must have had a tough journey. That's enough, Mom and Dad. You should rest first. Sheng Wanza was supposed to arrive in the afternoon, but something happened on the train, delaying him until night. After settling Pan's family, it was already very late, and everyone was tired. All right, I won't ask more. Finish eating and get some rest. There's hot water in the pot. Okay. Sheng Mother looked him over to make sure he was unhurt before feeling relieved and going back to her room. Sheng Wanyan was sound asleep, and the next morning, while brushing her teeth, she realized Sheng Wanza was back. Brother, when did you come back? Sheng Wanza stood by watching her brush her teeth, thinking how she could say such a thing. Ever since she started dating Gu Tingxiao, she seemed to have forgotten about him. She didn't even write him a letter among the things she sent. It was as if she only remembered her brother was in the army, when it was convenient. Last night. Sheng Wanyan glanced at him, wondering why he was being so sarcastic this early in the morning. Was he having pre-wedding jitters?
Oh.
Sheng Wanyan didn't bother to engage with him. Seeing her indifferent attitude made Sheng Wanza feel even more upset. It was true that once someone had a partner, they could forget their brother. No matter how well he treated her before, now she seemed ungrateful. He felt like a deflated balloon, only making himself more unhappy. What's going on between you and Gu Tingxiao? Sheng Wanza asked the question he wanted to know, and Sheng Wanyan looked at him in confusion. Didn't you already fight with him? Why are you asking me? Sheng Wanza felt a lump in his throat. These two probably said a lot of bad things about him in their letters. How did you two end up together? Brother. Be careful with your words. We are in a serious relationship. Shum Wanyan thought he was being too blunt. What does end up together mean? It sounds so harsh. Shum Wanza felt like she was defending that guy after he brought him home for dinner, and now he had taken his sister away. And he didn't even realize it until her package was sent. I didn't agree to this. Grandma, Grandpa, and our parents all agreed. Your disagreement doesn't matter. Shum Wanza. So, I'm the only one left in the dark? Gu Tingxiao is so cold, sis. Think it over. How can you live with someone so icy? What kind of life would that be? Brother. He's not cold. He takes me to the movies, picks me up from work, and even gave me his salary. Shum Wanyan listed all the good things about Gu Tingxiao, and Shum Wanza felt like he didn't know the same person she did. That guy, Gu Tingxiao, is so obedient around his sister? Are they talking about the same person? Gu Tingxiao only trains with a serious face and goes on missions. The rest of the time, he's in the dorm or cafeteria. He hasn't even smiled in front of Shum Wanza. This comparison is just ridiculous. Suddenly, Shum Wanza looked at Shum Wanyan differently, as if she had grown taller. That still needs to be checked out. Shum Wanyan didn't want to expose his little thoughts. They had already fought, and he even let him win. He clearly accepted it in his heart, but pretended otherwise. Shum Wanyan smiled and shook her head, then went to her room to change clothes for work. She knew Shum Wanza cared about her, and she wouldn't interfere in the future relationship between her brother-in-law and her brother. As long as no feelings were hurt and no one got hurt, they could do whatever they wanted. Son, invite the in-laws over for dinner tonight. Their mother knew the Pan family would be tired from the train ride, and since they came all this way with such sincerity, they had to be well received. What relatives are coming from the Pan family? Pan Yu's grandparents, parents, and both older brothers and their wives all came. The sister didn't come because the eldest sister just had a baby not long ago. Altogether, there are 8 adults and 3 children. Both of Pan's brothers have their own children, and since there's no one to take care of them at home, they had to bring the kids along. Luckily, all 3 children are old enough. The youngest is 5 and can sit on the train, otherwise they wouldn't have been able to come. Okay, I understand. Shum Wanza opened the package he brought back. Inside were 5 packs of white rabbit milk candies, 5 jars of fruit preserves, and a large piece of red fabric that could be made into a quilt cover. He also brought wine for Grandpa Shung and Father Shung. He even managed to get 2 light blue long dresses, winter styles, especially for Mother Shung and Shum Wanyan. For Grandma Shung, he prepared a coat and gloves made of rabbit fur, which will keep her warm in winter. Mom, these leather shoes are from Pan Yu for my little sister, size 36. Mother Shung picked them up and looked at them. The shoes from Kyoto really do look different. She couldn't quite explain how, though. These 2 red wool coats are from Pan Yu for you and Grandma. This is a Zhongshan suit that Pan Yu bought for Grandpa. The elderly in Kyoto really like to wear them. Seeing all these, Mother Shung felt that this future daughter-in-law is very thoughtful, making sure no one was left out. Next time, don't let Pan Yu spend so much. In the future, we're all family, so there's no need to be so polite. Mother Shung felt happy, but also worried that Pan Yu might spend all her salary. A family should buy more. Xiao Yu said that since I'm rarely home, I should make sure to get things for all of you when I do come back. Shum Wanza handed everything to Mother Shung, and hearing this made her heart warm. Having a daughter-in-law really makes a difference. She thinks of things more carefully than her son. Before, when Shum Wanza came back, he never thought of these things. He usually just brought back some white rabbit milk candies, fruit preserves, and military water bottles. At most, he would ask to buy 2 skirts for Shum Wanyan, but he never thought about getting clothes for the family. So, it really is important to marry a good wife. Having a wife makes many things more thoughtful. Girls are really considerate. Treat Xiao Yu well in the future. Otherwise, I won't recognize you as my son. Mother Shung glared at him, and Shum Wanza quickly promised that he would treat Pan Yu well after they got married. In the future, when you're married, this family will be yours. Some responsibilities you should take on yourself. Mother Shung felt a bit emotional. Her son had finally reached the age for marriage, and time seemed to pass too quickly. Mom, I understand. As long as you have plans in your heart, that's enough. I just hope you get married soon and have a few children. Having children gives us something to hold on to. Mother Sheng's words made Shengwanza nod. He always understood his family's worries. Every time he got hurt on a mission, he hesitated to tell them, fearing they wouldn't handle it well. Perhaps when he has grandchildren, even if something happens to him, his parents would find some comfort. Mother Sheng didn't say much more and quickly prepared the ingredients for today. She had taken a day off to host the Pan family. As for why she didn't let Sheng Wanyan take a day off to help at home, Mother Sheng thought this was her son's responsibility, and there was no reason for his sister to run around. Usually, Sheng Wanyan already worked hard taking care of their 4 elders, and she didn't want Sheng Wanza to take that for granted. Moreover, she didn't want the Pan family to look down on her daughter, thinking she was someone who just worked without complaint. Additionally, taking too many days off would be bad for her daughter's job. Now, her daughter should focus on working well and contributing to the country.
Help me chop the meat.
Mother Sheng assigned the heavy tasks to Sheng Wanza. It would be foolish for a grown man not to help. After all the hard work she put into raising him, it was only fair to ask for his help. Grandpa Sheng and Grandma Sheng were also helping with small tasks like washing and picking vegetables. They were still quite capable at over 60 years old. In the countryside, women in their 60s still worked in the fields. Plus, with Sheng Wanyan giving them health tonic, they were in good shape. Sheng Wanza took down 2 pounds of fresh meat from the wall and began chopping as instructed by his mother. Today, Mother Sheng planned to make braised fish, braised pork, meatballs, steamed eggs, a cabbage and tofu soup, and a couple of cold dishes along with stir-fried greens. That should be enough. Mom, I'm done chopping. Smash the cucumber for me, and prepare the ginger, garlic, and scallions. Mother Sheng took the chopped meat to make meatballs, which also required quite a bit of effort. Sheng Wanza didn't dare complain and continued working as instructed. Sheng Wanyan didn't leave work early today. Mother Sheng hadn't asked her to come home sooner, and she could guess her mother's intentions. Mother Sheng is making plans for her 2 children, and as her daughter, Sheng Wanyan will not waste her mother's efforts. She has responsibilities towards her elders, but those do not include taking on the duties of Sheng Wanze. The Sheng family has sons. She is not so selfless as to shoulder such a heavy burden alone. Unless one day something happens to Sheng Wanze and he becomes unable to care for himself, he must fulfill his responsibilities as a son. She is not a saint. Because they are family, some things must be clear to avoid affecting their sibling relationship. Sheng Wanyan returned home with 2 pounds of pastries and 2 pounds of sunflower seeds. When she got home, the living room was already full of guests. The small living room was packed with 11 people, both adults and children. Mother Sheng kindly closed her bedroom door, as well as the doors to Grandpa and Grandma Sheng's rooms. It wasn't to keep anyone out. Rather, a bedroom is not a place for others to see. Besides, as a girl, Sheng Wanyan's room deserves some privacy. Mom, I'm back. Rest for a bit now that you're home. Mother Sheng instinctively wanted her to help in the kitchen, but she stopped herself when she saw the Pan family was there. Hello, Uncle Pan, Aunt Pan, and Sister Yu. Sheng Wanyan politely greeted them, and Pan Yu warmly took her hand and led her to sit down. Sister Yan, are you tired after work? Not tired. I bought some pastries for everyone to enjoy. Sheng Wanyan placed the items on the table and specifically took 3 pieces for the Pan family's children. Thank you, sister. Thank you, sister. Thank you, sister. You are so pretty. The second son of the Pan family, only 5 years old, was the youngest child there, and he looked at her with bright eyes. Sheng Wanyan was taken aback by his sudden compliment. How was she supposed to respond to that? You little rascal, just likes pretty girls. Pan family's second sister-in-law poked her son's head, but little Pan Linwu was not upset. He continued to stare at Sheng Wanyan. Sister Sheng, this child speaks without thinking. I apologize on his behalf. Hearing this, Sheng Wanyan smiled and shook her head. She quite liked the compliment. It's okay. Children just like to speak the truth. Sheng Wanyan took out 8 large white rabbit milk candies from her pocket and shared them with the 3 children. The eldest son of the Pan family had a son and a daughter, the son being 10 years old, and the daughter 7. The eldest son, Pan Linwen, appeared very polite, sitting quietly beside her and thanking her for the treats. The youngest daughter, Pan Linshin, looked shy and was peeking at her from the side. Sheng Wanyan noticed her gaze and felt a bit helpless. When Pan Linshin saw her looking over, she quickly hid behind her brother, feeling shy. Sheng Wanyan found it somewhat amusing and thought for a moment before taking out a cherry hairpin from her pocket and handing it over. Pan Linshin, at the age where she loves pretty things, brightened up upon seeing the beautiful cherry hairpin. She really wanted it, but kept glancing at her mother. Pan's sister-in-law nodded, and only then did she go to take it. "Thank you, sister. You're welcome." Sheng Wanyan liked these children. They were not like those unruly kids who would just rush in and grab what they wanted. She found those wild children quite bothersome, as they would throw tantrums if they didn't get their way. "Pan, it's been a long time since I've seen you. Yenner has grown up and looks even more lovely. You truly are blessed as a mother-in-law." Pan's mother liked her more and more, but unfortunately, both of her sons were married. Otherwise, she would have definitely wanted to marry Sheng Wanyan into their family as a daughter-in-law. Not at all, it's all her own doing. Sheng's grandmother felt happy hearing the praise for her granddaughter, but she still had to be modest. "Dear mother-in-law, you're being humble. I haven't seen a girl in Kyoto as lovely and graceful as Yenner. Does Yenner have a partner? Someone so beautiful should find a good family." Pan's mother thought that such a beautiful girl should not end up in a troublesome household. If Sheng Wanyan's sister-in-law had a hard time in the future, her daughter, as the older sister-in-law, would also feel troubled. She already has a partner. He's also in the military. Sheng's grandmother understood Pan's mother's concerns. Sheng Wanza was in the same unit as Gu Tingxiao, and Pan's father was Sheng Wanza's superior, so they might even know each other. Oh, what a coincidence. The men of the Pan family became interested, especially Pan's father, who, upon hearing that he was also in the military, couldn't help but look over while chatting with Sheng's grandfather. "What's his name? Maybe old Pan knows him. We'll ask someone to help find out about Yenner's partner and see what his family is like." Sheng's grandmother thought this made sense, as they only knew a few details about Gu Tingxiao's family, but nothing specific about what they did. "After thinking it over, I still declined. The kids are dating, and it feels a bit rude to ask about it behind the scenes. Let the two kids date freely. There's no need to inquire. I'll ask the in-laws to help me find out more before the engagement, but please don't make excuses then." When Mrs. Pan heard this, she paused and realized she had been too forward. After all, this is a matter for the Sheng family, especially concerning their daughter, and she shouldn't interfere. "No problem. If you need anything, I will definitely help." Mrs. Pan smoothed things over, and just then, Mrs. Sheng came out to call everyone for dinner. Sheng Wanyan went to help serve the dishes and washed her hands. When she sat down, she returned to her spot next to Sheng Wanza and Pan Yu. She felt like a bright light bulb, standing out a bit too much. "Thank you for your hospitality, mother-in-law." "Not at all. You all traveled a long way. I just made a meal." Both families were being modest, and they all raised a glass together, with the kids and women drinking soda. "From now on, we are one family, so let's take care of each other. Tomorrow, the two kids will get their marriage certificate, so we'll be counting on you for our you." Mrs. Pan felt a bit emotional. Her youngest daughter was getting married. "You're too kind, mother-in-law. Once Yu marries into our family, she will be one of us. There's no trouble in family." Mrs. Sheng's words reassured Mrs. Pan, and the Sheng family's attitude made her feel at ease. "You're right. We will all be one family. We won't speak as separate families." Mrs. Pan was certainly satisfied with the Sheng family, but she still felt a bit sad about her daughter moving far away. The meal was satisfying for both families, and tomorrow, Sheng Wanza and Pan Yu would get their marriage certificate, marking their wedding day. The Pan family didn't linger after dinner. They needed to prepare for the wedding tomorrow. Although they couldn't hold a banquet due to circumstances, they still had to get ready. After sending their guests off, the Sheng family began cleaning the house to ensure everything was tidy for the next day. The next day, no one in the family went to work, as the newlyweds would be getting married in front of a portrait of a great leader. Early in the morning, Shum Wanza dressed in military uniform and took the household registration book with him. Pan Yu also wore a military uniform and followed him to the marriage registration office. After they got their certificate, Shum Wanza took her to a photo studio to take pictures, and Pan Yu nervously sat beside him. Shum Wanza glanced at her, and Pan Yu shyly looked down as the photographer asked them to look ahead. Okay, look here. Click, click. The photos of the two were taken, and they could pick them up in a week. Shum Wanza paid, and took Pan Yu home. Pan Yu's family also moved her things over, including a large box of her dowry, which was prepared especially for her by her family. You're back? Shum's mother grabbed their marriage certificate and, seeing their names on it, smiled widely. Don't you want to call me Mom? Her words made Pan Yu blush. She lowered her head and carefully said, Mom.
Ah.
Good daughter-in-law, come in, come in. Grandma, Dad, little sister.
Ah.
I finally have a granddaughter-in-law. Shum's grandmother held her hand, looking her over with great satisfaction. Hurry up and take your vows. The auspicious time is almost over. Pan's mother reminded the newlyweds, and Shum Wanza and Pan Yu immediately stood in front of the portrait and took their vows. I vow to respect each other, work hard together, and contribute to the country. Shum Wanyan stood aside, observing the simplicity of weddings in this era. Once the vows were completed, the wedding was over, and the two families enjoyed a lively meal together before Pan's family had to leave. As the bride, Pan Yu was not allowed to leave the room during this time. Shung's mother asked Shung Wanyan to bring her some food. Today was a joyous occasion for the Shung family, so the door was open to let neighbors join in the celebration. Each household received some candies, but upstairs, Mrs. Chun from the Chun family saw that the Shung family was marrying off their son and threw the candies she held away. She had a feud with the Shung family, as her son had gone to the countryside because of them. Those candies felt unlucky. The Shung family was unaware of this. They had plenty of candies for everyone, and it was up to them whether to eat them or not. A grandson from the Chin family picked up the candies from the ground, thinking his grandmother was too wasteful. If she wouldn't eat them, he would. Shung Wanyan knocked on the door with the food, and Pan Yu quietly said, "Come in." Seeing her enter, Pan Yu sighed in relief, thinking something might have gone wrong.
Sister.
Sister-in-law, this is food Mom asked me to bring you. Please eat a little.
Thank you, sister.
Pan Yu felt touched. The Shung family was so kind to her and even worried she might be hungry. Inside the food, there was plenty of fatty meat, which her mother-in-law had chosen just for her. Pan Yu took out a jar of cream from her luggage and handed it to Shung Wanyan. Sister, this is for you. Sister-in-law, you don't have to. I have some myself. Shung Wanyan refused, but Pan Yu quickly put it in her pocket, knowing that Shung Wanyan had her own salary and didn't need it. However, this was her way of showing kindness as a sister-in-law, and she wanted to get along well with her future sister-in-law. The relationship between sisters-in-law can be tricky, and she felt a bit worried. After all, the younger sister-in-law played an important role at home. Just one careless remark could make life difficult for her. Take it. I bought it just for you. From now on, there won't be another chance for me to buy you something. Shung Wanyan decided not to be difficult anymore, knowing she would find another way to return the favor. She went next door to get the wedding gifts she had prepared for them, a black sweater for Shung Wanza and a red sweater for Pan Yu. I knitted these sweaters for everyone in the family. Pan Yu grew fonder of the bright red sweater the more she looked at it. Red yarn was rare, especially a whole set. Shung Wanyan's knitting was excellent. The loose style allowed for layering with another shirt underneath, and it looked great with a skirt. Thank you, sister. Your skills are amazing. This color is beautiful. Pan Yu couldn't put it down. Seeing her sister-in-law happy made Shung Wanyan smile. It felt good to know her efforts were appreciated. Sister-in-law, you should eat and rest for a bit. I'll go help with the guests. Okay? Thank you for your hard work. Pan Yu really liked this younger sister-in-law. She was considerate and easy to get along with. Shung Wanyan went out to help Mother Shung, making things much easier for her. They worked together to prepare dinner, as it was a special occasion, and the meal had to be perfect. Mother Sheng showcased her culinary skills, while Sheng Wanyan simmered chicken soup. She put in a whole chicken to make the broth, which would then be cut into pieces and served with sauce as a dish. Cooking the whole chicken this way ensured the meat wouldn't be tough. Sheng Wanyan added red dates, angelica, and goji berries to nourish everyone. Once the heat was just right, she went to help Mother Sheng with the fish, as they needed to have fish for the celebration, specifically braised fish. On such a joyful day, everything had to be vibrant and festive. Mother Sheng and Sheng Wanyan spent the entire afternoon preparing. Come on, everyone, eat and drink well. On this happy day, let's raise a glass together. Grandpa Sheng spoke up, and everyone picked up their glasses, toasting with wine or soda. Joyful union, and the in-laws are well-fed and happy. The Pan family nodded with smiles, noticing how much the Sheng family valued their daughter over the past 2 days. Every meal was a feast, showing their care for Pan Yu. Don't just stand there. Dig in. Grandma Sheng welcomed everyone, and they truly enjoyed the meal. Wasn't this better than those banquet meals? All the meat was from their own supply, and it had been a long time since everyone had such a hearty meal. Thanks to their little sister, they had been eating well at the Sheng family for 2 days. Although it was called a banquet, it was just 2 families sharing a meal, and after eating, the Pan family went home. Sheng Wanyan helped clean up the house, took a shower, and went to her room to rest. She decided to sleep in her space tonight. With newlyweds living nearby, she was a bit worried about the noise. Sheng Wanyan was quite self-aware, and at that moment, the newlyweds in the room looked at each other with shy eyes. I've prepared the bath for you. Everyone is asleep. Sheng Wan's words made Pan Yu blush, and she hurried to find her pajamas. I'll go wash up now. Pan Yu quickly grabbed her pajamas and ran to the bathroom, her face so red it felt like it could catch fire. As for what happened next, Sheng Wanyan had no idea. She only knew that the next morning, Pan Yu woke up with a rosy face, but walked a bit strangely. As for Sheng Wanza, he felt refreshed and thoughtfully prepared breakfast for Pan Yu. When Sheng's mother woke up, she quickly told them to go rest. As women, she understood how uncomfortable the first time could be. Besides, their family didn't have strict customs for daughters-in-law, so Pan Yu wouldn't face any pressure. Go rest a bit longer. You really don't care about your wife at all, Sheng's mother said, playfully slapping Sheng Wanza. He rubbed his nose, feeling wronged. He had told Pan Yu that there weren't many rules at home, but she didn't believe him. She was worried about sleeping in, and what others might say. What if people said Sheng Wanza brought home a lazy wife? In this era, women didn't sleep in right after getting married. Not only would people think she was lazy, but her mother-in-law wouldn't be happy either. On the first day after marriage, it was crucial to make a good impression. Mom, I'm well rested. I can make breakfast. No need, you young people should rest a bit longer. Mother Sheng took the spatula from her hand and pushed them out of the kitchen. She knew how it felt to be tired. Besides, her son was strong and had probably been quite active last night. Pan Yu was already feeling weak standing there. She noticed everything. Pan Yu looked confused at Sheng Wanza, who shrugged. He had told his wife that his mother wouldn't let her get up early and wouldn't blame her. But his wife didn't believe him and insisted on getting up before dawn to show her intentions. When Sheng Wanyan got up and brushed her teeth, she saw the scene. She squinted while washing up, ate an egg and a sweet potato, and then left for work. Pan Yu definitely wouldn't go back to sleep and followed Mother Sheng to help. Seeing Pan Yu's nervous expression, Mother Sheng understood. This girl really
doesn't take the time to rest.
Sheng Wanza could only follow her, worried that she might not manage if her legs hurt. How had he not noticed his wife was so stubborn before? Xiao Yu, can you help me pick the vegetables? We can stir-fry them for dinner tonight. Okay. Pan Yu felt energized with her task and sat on a small stool to start picking vegetables. Mother Sheng quickly ate a few bites and then left for work, reminding them to keep an eye on the house.
Mom, don't worry.
Pan Yu quickly assured her that she would take good care of the house. Grandma Sheng came out after changing her clothes and noticed Pan Yu's hurried appearance, understanding her anxiety. Xiao Yu, let's go buy some meat together. Sure. I'll go change my clothes. Pan Yu hurried back to her room to change, while Sheng Wanzi stayed home, worried about Grandpa Sheng. Aunt Sheng, is this your granddaughter-in-law? Oh my, she's really lovely. Just look at that pretty face. Have more kids in the future, so Aunt Sheng can enjoy 4 generations together. Surrounded by these ladies, Pan Yu felt embarrassed hearing them talk about having more children and wanted to hide her face. Grandma Sheng brought her out to meet the neighbors so she wouldn't be clueless in the future. This is my granddaughter-in-law. Please take good care of Xiaoyu. How many kids they have is up to them, as long as they raise them well. I need to go buy groceries with Xiaoyu. I'll talk to you all later. Grandma Sheng took Pan Yu away from the crowd and headed toward the supply and marketing cooperative. The others wanted to tease a bit more, but Pan Yu was taken away by the protective Grandma Sheng. Pan Yu let out a sigh of relief. These older women were quite intimidating. She had never encountered such a situation in the military district. Xiaoyu, once you're married, people will tease you, and many things will happen. So you need to stand your ground. If you can stand firm, no one will bully you. Pan Yu nodded obediently. As a new wife, she didn't understand many things, but she would listen to her elders. I understand, Grandma. Grandma Sheng patted her hand. In this day and age, if a woman can't stand her ground, others will try to take advantage of her. When you go to the military district, you need to manage the household on your own. Stay alert and don't let others bully you. It's okay to be a bit tough with outsiders. Protect your own interests.
Pan Yu nodded.
She grew up in the military family compound and had seen many shameless people. There were many who would come to take advantage, and every military wife had her own battles to fight. Since her father was a commander, more people would be watching Sheng Wanzi, looking for his mistakes. She had to guard the home front and ensure nothing went wrong. She couldn't be a stumbling block for her husband. Moreover, her father mentioned that her husband would likely get promoted within 2 years, so their family needed to be low-key during that time. Pan Yu made up her mind and remembered Grandma Sheng's advice to be a bit tougher. After all, what elders say often has some truth. The Sheng family only had one son, so they wouldn't harm her. Grandma Sheng knew much more than this newlywed, and Pan Yu realized she had a lot to learn. Pan Yu went grocery shopping with Grandma Sheng, who advised her on many things and taught her important life lessons. Pan Yu remembered everything, focusing on key points, like standing up for herself and dealing with difficult people. Sheng Wanzi had no idea that his wife had learned so much during her outing. Later, when he saw her handling a confrontation with others in a way that resembled Grandma Sheng, he was taken aback. When Sheng Wanyan returned home with her parents, Pan Yu had already prepared dinner. With Grandma Sheng's help, the meal turned out well. She had learned where everything in the kitchen was. Pan Yu cooked some cured meat, served each person a steamed bun with meat sauce and cold dishes, which was quite a feast. Even though the Pan family had a good status, they didn't eat meat as often as the Sheng family did. Pan Yu noticed there was a lot of cured meat drying at home, probably around 20 pounds. There are still some sausages and meat sausages. Grandma Sheng said they can last longer. The family has been buying meat little by little, and as the new bride, she asked about it and felt relieved with the answer. It's better to have extra meat at home, so when they return to the military district, they can feel more at ease. Pan Yu counted her meat coupons. She has 5 pounds left. Before going back to the military district, she plans to buy meat for the family to preserve, ensuring they have a good winter. The family spent a lot on her wedding to Sheng Wanzi, so she wants to treat them well. After the family finished dinner, Sheng Wanzi took on the task of washing the dishes, showing he knows his responsibilities. Sheng Wanzi will return to the military district in a week, and his position allows him to apply for housing, including an apartment. Apartments are more desirable than small houses, and everyone wants to live in one because they feel new. Pan Yu also wants to live in an apartment, as Sheng Wanzi's position allows them to apply for a 2-bedroom unit. However, the application was submitted just before returning, so it won't be approved quickly, and they will need to organize it once it is. When they go back, they will have to stay in separate dorms for a while. But since they will be gone for half a month, the housing situation should be settled by then. A week is neither too long nor too short, and the newlyweds have been bringing things home during this time. Sheng's mother has been insisting that Pan Yu not spend money, saving the coupons for their new home in the military district. However, Pan Yu continues to do as she pleases, which makes Sheng's mother both frustrated and proud. This is her way of showing care as a daughter-in-law, and Sheng's mother understands that. Sheng's mother took out an iron box from the room, and the family sat in the living room. Now that Xiaozhe is married, your new home will depend on you both. Inside this box is Xiaozhe's salary from all these years, along with our combined earnings. Xiaozhe joined the army at 18, and his salary as a company commander has been quite good for the past 2 years. After covering household expenses, there is still 2,200 yuan in there. You can take 1,100 yuan as a moving-in fee. Your father and I have saved about 3,000 yuan over the years, and you don't need to worry about your grandparents. They buy their own snacks. We agreed that your brother's salary would be split evenly, so he can take half and leave half at home for emergencies. I won't divide the small change. It will be used for groceries. Together, Xiaozhe, you are taking 2,600 yuan to support your little family. From now on, you also need to take on responsibilities at home. Don't send your salary back every month. You can manage it yourself. Just send back 15 yuan for elder care. Mother Sheng has distributed everything in the house and has given all the betrothal gifts she promised to Pan Yu to the young couple. Here are the receipts for the bicycle, sewing machine, and watch. You can use them to get what you need from the military district. The rest of the items are your sister's dowry. You don't need to worry about them. It will be arranged the same way. Your father and I only have you two as our children. You share a deep bond, so after your father and I are gone, you will only have each other as family. You must help and take care of one another.
Mom, what do you mean by gone?
Hearing this, Sheng Wanze felt sad. He hadn't been very filial and wanted to take good care of his parents in the future, so they could enjoy life more. All right, stop looking so gloomy. Can I say a few words? Is that too much to ask? Sheng Wanyan stepped forward, hugging her arm and looking into her eyes with a hint of moisture. You must live long and enjoy life in the future. Comrade Huafu, that kind of thinking is not right. Mother Sheng, hearing Sheng Wanyan's playful words, lightly tapped her head. Sweet words won't help now. You aren't married yet, so this money won't reach you for a while. Sheng Wanyan looked at the remaining 1,500 yuan and couldn't help but feel tempted. Mother Sheng closed the iron box, not giving Sheng Wanyan a chance to look at it again before taking it back to the room. Pan Yu held the bankbook given by Mother Sheng like it was a hot potato. With so much money from the family, she felt nervous. Although her family was well off, there were many siblings, and their resources weren't as abundant as the Sheng families. Moreover, it's rare for a mother-in-law to give money to her daughter-in-law right after marriage. She had never managed a household before and felt uncertain. Pan Yu quickly returned the bankbook to Mother Sheng, saying, Mom, I've never handled this much money.
I'm scared.
Pan Yu was genuinely afraid. She worried about not being able to resist temptation and being misled by others, causing her to misuse the money. What's there to be scared of? It's just about daily necessities. Pan Yu looked at Sheng Wanze for help, and he thought for a moment before making a decision. Mom, we will take 600, and you can keep the rest for us. If we need anything, we will ask you. When I go on missions, Pan Yu is home alone. Having too much money at home can attract unwanted attention. Our combined salary is 90 yuan, which is enough to support our little family. Even if we send 15 yuan home, the couple still has 75 yuan left each month. With 75 yuan a month, they can manage their lives well. Yes, Mom, please keep it safe for us. There are many families in the military compound, and it's not very safe. Pan Yu agrees with her husband. The Sheng family only has one son, so she is not worried about her mother-in-law favoring Sheng Wanyan. If her husband had siblings, she would be more careful, but the Sheng family only has 2 children. Moreover, the money has already been divided fairly and both Sheng father and mother are not biased. She feels more at ease having them keep the money. Although the military compound is secure, there are many families and all kinds of people live there. As a newlywed, she doesn't have the skills to hide money well. What if a thief comes? Hearing Pan Yu's words, Sheng mother agrees. If the steel factory compound is chaotic, the military compound must be even worse. And since the couple earns a decent salary, she can keep the money for now and send it to them if they need it later. All right, you can take 600 and the remaining 2,000 will stay in the savings account. If you face any difficulties or need money, just send a telegram. Just focus on your little family. Your dad and I won't be working for many more years before we retire. You don't need to worry about our salaries. That money is for our retirement. What you have now is what you will always have. It's fair for everyone. Shung's mother doesn't want to divide the money now, as others might be concerned about their retirement funds. It's not that she's overly cautious, but people's intentions can be unpredictable, especially when larger interests are involved. She can't ensure that everyone will always act perfectly. She can only strive to keep the family balanced. Mom, your salary is the result of your hard work. Just wait for us to take care of you and Grandma in the future. Shung Wanyan's words make Shung's mother very happy. Such thoughtful words only a daughter can say without being bothersome. Her daughter-in-law wouldn't dare to say it, and her son is too clumsy to express it. Isn't this where the daughter's role shines? Just remember, this is what you promised. Yes, 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 Mom, just enjoy your life. Shung Wanza felt lucky to have a sister. Whenever their mother was in a bad mood, Shung Wanyan could always cheer her up. Wanza struggled to find the right words, so he was grateful for Wanyan's help in easing their mother's temper. When their mother was in a good mood, she finished her tasks and brought out food and supplies for the couple. Xiaoya, here are 10 bottles of meat sauce, 10 pounds of pickled pork, and 3 dried wild chickens.
Take all of these with you.
This is a cotton coat made by your grandmother for both of you. It's warm and new. Also, take the new quilt and new pillows. Your sister knitted you both sweaters to keep you warm in winter. When you get to the new house, remember to buy 2 coal stoves to keep warm at night. Their mother carefully reminded Panyu, worried that they might not have enough supplies. Mom, I'll remember, Panyu replied, keeping everything in mind as their mother packed the items into their luggage. Tomorrow you two should come with me to get money. Once we reach the military district, we'll buy everything you need. Okay, Mom. After thinking for a moment, their mother ran to the kitchen and brought out 5 pounds of brown sugar. Take this too. In winter, you can make some brown sugar water to keep your health up. Panyu felt touched by her mother-in-law's thoughtfulness. Mom, please keep the brown sugar at home. You and Grandma should use it to stay healthy. She knew that this was the only brown sugar they had left, and if they took it all, what would happen at home? She was young and healthy, while her mother-in-law and grandmother needed it more. Brown sugar was precious, and she wondered how long it had taken her mother-in-law to save up to buy it. But their mother insisted, worried that she wasn't giving them enough. Sister-in-law, just take it. We still have brown sugar tickets at home. I'll buy more from the supply store tomorrow. Their mother glanced at Shung Wanyan, realizing there was no brown sugar ticket at home. Her daughter was getting better at telling little lies. Yes, we have some at home, Wanyan said, trying to sound convincing. Just take it, Shung Wanza said, noticing that both his mother and sister had the same expression when they lied. If they didn't take it, their mother would worry. He could always find a way to exchange tickets with his friends at the military district and send some back. Shung Wanza spoke up, and Panyu had no choice but to comply. However, she planned to have a good talk with him tonight. The brown sugar was too precious, and they needed to find a way to return it before they left tomorrow. The grandparents at home needed nutrition. They couldn't take all the good things with them. Shung's mother went to the room and brought out 2 cans of malt extract and a bag of white rabbit milk candy. Panyu saw these and insisted they couldn't accept them. These were meant for honoring their elders, and the grandparents needed malt extract to stay healthy. Mom, these are for you to supplement your nutrition. Shung Wanza's expression changed when he saw the items. He felt that not being by his parents' side to care for them was already a big mistake. If they took away the nutritional products he bought for them, wouldn't that make him feel like a sinner? I'm fine, I don't need these. You both work hard. You should take care of yourselves, Shung's mother said, focusing solely on her son and daughter-in-law. Unfortunately, they were both very filial and wouldn't agree to her request. Mom, your son is being filial. If I go back and don't come again for a long time, won't it worry you if you don't eat these? Hearing this, Shung's mother felt a bit comforted. Her son really hadn't been raised in vain. Please eat more regularly. If you run out, just write to me so that I, as your son, can feel needed. Being far away in the military, it will ease my mind a bit. Shung's mother looked at him, as if he were silly. Why wouldn't he eat the good things? In the end, she had to take the items back to her room. If her son and daughter-in-law wouldn't take them, she would enjoy them herself. Pan Yu sighed in relief when she saw Sheng Wanzi coaxing his mother back to her room. Mom really scared me. She worries about us, Sheng Wanzi replied, ruffling her hair. Pan Yu smiled and nodded, then took out the 5 pounds of brown sugar for him. Once everyone is asleep, you can return this brown sugar. We can find someone to exchange it for tickets in the military area, which is much easier. The tickets at home are running low, so it's better not to leave any debts. Okay, I'll return it later. Pan Yu opened her dowry box and took out her belongings. Her dowry included 3 new outfits. Initially, the Pan family agreed on a dowry of 500 yuan, and Pan Yu had saved her wages and some scattered tickets from her work. Of course, it's not just that. The wardrobe in their new home is part of the dowry that Pan Yu received from the Pan family. Pan Yu took out some useful coupons. These 5 national grain coupons and these 3 sugar coupons will also be sent home tomorrow. She thought for a moment and handed over 15 yuan to Sheng Wanzi. This is for Mom and Dad's household expenses. We'll start sending it this month, and every month you should send most of your coupons home. We can't have the family without them. I also earn 35 yuan a month along with the coupons. If we save a little, we won't starve. Pan Yu explained to Sheng Wanzi, who looked at her in silence. She frowned and looked up. When she looked up, she saw tears in Sheng Wanzi's eyes. Is he going to cry? Wife, you are so wonderful. Marrying such a good wife like you is a blessing I earned in my past life. Pan Yu felt a bit shy from his sudden compliment, especially since her mother-in-law is also quite nice. There's no need to be so moved. It gave her goosebumps. Don't touch your dowry. This 15 yuan can come from my money. Do you have money? Pan Yu's words made Sheng Wanzi pause. He doesn't have money. He gave all his money to his mother, who will take it out tomorrow for Pan Yu to manage. He is completely broke. I'll manage the money at home from now on and give you 5 yuan for pocket money each month. So, it seems like this money is all going into my pocket. Whether or not she uses her dowry, Pan Yu isn't losing out since she holds the financial power. Wife. Is 5 yuan really enough? Sheng Wanzi glanced at her. 5 yuan is quite a lot in this era. Do you think it's too little? Pan Yu squinted at him, making Sheng Wanzi feel nervous under her gaze, and he quickly expressed his stance. It's not too little. Thank you, wife. Pan Yu laughed at his timid reaction and took out another 10 yuan along with 2 pastry coupons for Sheng Wanzi. Your sister often uses her own money to buy things for the family. Since she's not married yet, it's better for her to keep some money. As older siblings, we shouldn't overlook her. If she wants to spend money on the family, that's her way of showing respect, and we can't stop her. By marrying you, I'm ready to share the responsibility of taking care of our parents and grandparents. As the only man in the family, you shouldn't always let your sister take on that burden. She's been taking care of the elders for you all these years, so as her brother, you need to compensate her. Take this money and give it to her without saying too much. If you say too much, she might refuse it. My sister can be a bit stubborn. Just say it's pocket money from you and your wife. From now on, send her some pocket money every month. It will help her buy things for the family. When I go back, I'll see if I can get her a couple of nice dresses. Although Pan Yu only stayed at home for a week, Sheng Wanyan always returned with something for the family. Everything she brought back was food for the family. Nothing was bought just for herself. Sheng Wanyan's monthly salary is only 20 yuan, and she gives half of it to her mother. Seeing all these things bought with her own money, as her sister-in-law, I notice it. The family will rely more on Sheng Wanyan in the future. So, she shouldn't lack anything. Without Sheng Wanyan taking care of the in-laws, how could I, as a daughter-in-law, Just returned to the military district to live my own life after getting married? What daughter-in-law has it as easy as she does? Her older sister, Pan Xing, married her husband and lives with her in-laws, where she is constantly pressured. I see how my sister is treated. In the family compound, this is the case for almost every household, so she is really lucky. Only the Sheng family is like this. Sheng Wanja nodded, realizing he has always owed her in this regard. He took the money and knocked on Sheng Wanyan's door. Sheng Wanyan was translating and immediately opened the door when she heard the sound. She was a bit confused to see her newlywed brother at this hour. Why wasn't he with his wife? Why are you up so late? Sheng Wanja didn't enter her room. He just glanced around. After all, Sheng Wanyan is grown up now, and it's better not to invade her private space. As siblings, they need to be mindful of their influence on each other. His gaze landed on the English mechanical book on the table, which stood out too much. Sis, this money is pocket money from me and your sister-in-law. I'm going back to the military district tomorrow, so I'll need your help at home. Sheng Wanyan rolled her eyes at this. She takes care of her grandparents and parents. What trouble is there? They are my grandparents and parents too. What? Do you want to take over the Sheng family all by yourself? I knew you had bad intentions. Now that you're married, you want me to hurry up and leave, right? Sheng Wanja lightly tapped her head, wondering what she was saying. However, after Shen Wanza's playful antics, the heavy guilt in his heart lightened a lot. I wish you would honor our grandparents and parents every day. All right, give me the money, and then turn right. Shen Wanza handed her the cash, and then remembered something to remind her. Take care of that book. Don't let anyone see it. Shen Wanyan turned to look at her desk, walked over, picked up the book and her translated notes, and approached Shen Wanza. She hadn't planned to hide this from her family, but she was worried about them finding out. Now that Shen Wanza had seen it, she could bring back more things for her family and have a good reason for it. This is the translation I took on. It has a work certificate and a stamp. Shen Wanza looked at the stamp from the Kyoto News Agency on the back of the book and the translation work certificate. The certificate stated National Translator, with Shen Wanyan's name below. If these books didn't have the national stamp and were discovered, it could be a serious crime. Seeing this, Shen Wanza finally felt at ease, but he looked at Shen Wanyan with some suspicion. When did you learn a foreign language? Shen Wanyan had already thought of an excuse. Shen Wanza had been away for so long that he didn't know about her daily life. I went to a bookstore in high school and met a teacher who spoke a foreign language. He saw I was interested and taught me for 2 years. I liked it, so I kept at it. Shen Wanza nodded. He hadn't expected his sister's grades to drop, but she was so dedicated in this area. Don't worry about home. Besides my salary, I also have manuscript fees, so I can take care of things. After all, my manuscript fees are quite a bit, and you don't need to say that. It's your own money. You don't have to tell Mom and Dad about this. Keep your manuscript fees for yourself. Don't contribute to household expenses. Shen Wanza was not naive. He had comrades in Kyoto and had a rough idea of how much manuscript fees were. His sister translated such a large book. She should be able to earn about 50 yuan in manuscript fees a month. Make sure you don't overwork yourself translating at night. Get enough rest. Your health is the most important. I know. Shen Wanyan looked at him and remembered her past life. In her previous life, Shen Wanza was the same, never asking how much money she had, only worried that she wouldn't have enough to spend. In this life, Shen Wanza was still like that. Although their personalities and interests differed, he always cared about her well-being. Shen Wanja sighed and gently ruffled his sister's hair. He noticed how mature Shen Wanyan was for her age. At just 20, she hadn't married yet, but she acted like an old person, so responsible and independent. She lacked the youthful energy typical for someone her age. She had grown up too quickly. Children who are too responsible miss out on the fun. If the Sheng family had more children, would she be overlooked? You better not mess up my hairstyle, she said playfully. Sheng Wanja paused, quickly pulled his hand away, and turned to go back to his room.
Get to bed early.
Sheng Wanyan returned to her room with the money her brother and sister-in-law had given her, smiling at the bills in her hand. She knew who had told Sheng Wanja to give her the money. It was well known that he didn't have any money himself, so it was clearly a suggestion from Pan Yu. Her sister-in-law was thoughtful and handled things well. Even when giving money to her sister, she found the best excuse, just calling it pocket money, which put no pressure on her. The next morning, Sheng's mother woke up early, took a day off work, and went with Pan Yu and Sheng Wanja to withdraw 600 yuan. She also deposited 400 yuan from her savings account. The account holding Sheng Wanja's salary had exactly 2,000 yuan, money she was keeping safe for the couple, which no one else could touch. After returning home, she cooked 2 meat dishes. Once the family had eaten, Sheng's mother began preparing food for their train journey. She was generous with her family, boiling 10 eggs and preparing 10 steamed buns. She also made 6 egg pancakes and packed some cornmeal flatbreads for snacks. They would be on the train for about half a month, so she prepared a lot but worried it might spoil. They could always buy more food if needed. Once everything was ready, she and Sheng's father took them to the train station. Sheng's grandparents felt reluctant to say goodbye and insisted on seeing them to the entrance. Sheng's father and mother gave a few reminders, and Pan Yu felt a bit emotional. Her mother-in-law treated her so well, and she enjoyed her time in the Sheng family. She didn't want to leave. "All right, hurry and get on the train," said Sheng's father. "Keep an eye on your things. There are many people around, so stay alert." Sheng Wanja, who had taken the train before, understood the drill.
Dad, I know.
With bags in hand, both Sheng Wanja and Pan Yu carried a lot of items. "Okay, take care of your little family," Sheng's father said. Mr. and Mrs. Sheng felt sad inside, but they still smiled on the outside. They watched until the figure disappeared before lowering their heads and heading home. They didn't know when they would see each other again. "Let's go home," Mr. Sheng said. Seeing Mrs. Sheng's sad expression made him feel uneasy. If only they had had one more child, they wouldn't feel so lost now. Mrs. Sheng sighed and returned home. The atmosphere in the house was a bit low, and everyone went straight to their rooms to rest. Instead of sighing at each other in the living room, it would be better to lift their spirits and enjoy life. When Sheng Wanyan got home from work, she quietly went to prepare dinner, knowing her family was unhappy. "Grandpa, Grandma, dinner is ready," she called out, and Mrs. Sheng finally came out of her room. Today, Sheng Wanyan didn't cook meat. She made a bowl of steamed egg custard, tomato and potato soup, and a steamed bun for each person. The tomato and potato soup was tangy and sweet, which really whetted their appetites. The family's mood quickly improved. After a few days of feeling down, the Sheng family returned to their usual selves. Mrs. Sheng knew that the couple had saved some brown sugar, which made her feel both angry and warm inside. She was now focused on hoping that Sheng Wanza and Pan Yu would have children soon, as she was still young enough to help. By November, it had started to snow in Rongcheng. The weather turned cold, and Sheng Wanyan wore a cotton jacket and pants. The roads outside were covered in snow, but there were street cleaners out early every morning, so getting to work was not a problem. The street cleaners were mostly elderly people doing the hardest work, often struggling. Sheng Wanyan once saw an old man wearing thin clothes with several holes in them. His clothes barely kept him warm, and he fainted on the ground from the cold. Sheng Wanyan didn't say anything. She helped him to the side, woke him up, and gave him a steamed bun before leaving. She wasn't a saint, but she couldn't just watch an elderly person suffer in front of her. She had seen too much indifference in humanity. There was only so much she could do. She didn't want to be overly kind and unappreciated. She couldn't change the world, and she was learning to accept the rules of this era. Sheng Wanyan spent the entire winter feeling quite lazy, only going to work and sending letters. The family relied on a coal stove for warmth, as they couldn't have a heated bed like in the countryside. Fortunately, the blanket is thick enough. Grandma Sheng is afraid of the cold and even wears socks to sleep. Seeing that Grandma Sheng looked a bit pale, Sheng Wanyan quickly made ginger soup for the family to drink. If a person's body isn't warm, no matter how many clothes they wear, they'll still feel cold. When the weather gets cold, both Grandma Sheng and Mother Sheng catch colds and often have runny noses. Sheng Wanyan can only find ways to keep her family warm. This weather is too cold, The snow is so thick every day, Mother Sheng sighed while holding a bowl of warm ginger soup, looking at the high snow outside. She wondered how Sheng Wanza and Pan Yu were doing at the military base, whether everything was set up at home, and if they were living well. Whenever she had free time, she thought about her son, always worried that the young couple might be struggling. Sheng Wanyan was hiding under the blanket, planning to bring back 3 coal stoves the next day. The room was not warm enough, making it hard to sleep well. In this era, not having a wool blanket and just having a warm quilt was something to be envied. She wanted to take one out from her space, but it would attract too much attention. The next day, after work, she returned with 3 coal stoves and was shocked to see the house surrounded by people. In a panic, she pushed through the crowd and rushed inside, only to find Grandma Sheng sitting on the floor, crying and gasping for breath. "Were you crying, Grandma? What happened?" "Your grandpa fainted." "Wan Yan." Sheng Wan Yan was startled. Grandpa Sheng was usually healthy, and she often made him drink spring water. How could he faint? She quickly searched the house for Grandpa Sheng but found he was not there. "Where's Grandpa?" The neighbor just helped take him to the hospital. He suddenly fainted. "Grandma, I'm going to the hospital. Please wait here for Mom and Dad. Also, please pack some of Grandpa's clothes to take with you. He might need to stay for observation." Grandma Sheng nodded through her tears. Sheng Wanyan helped her sit on a chair and, as she stepped outside, saw the kindest aunt in the building. "Aunt Lu, could you please watch over my grandma? I need to go to the hospital." "Of course. Hurry up. My husband has already gone to inform your parents." Aunt Lu worked at the Women's Federation and was always eager to help. Sheng Wanyan didn't have time to say much. Once Grandpa was better, she would come back to thank her. Sheng Wanyan quickly went downstairs and rode her bike towards the hospital. Upon arriving, she asked the nurse at the front desk, "Nurse, was an elderly person just brought in who fainted?" "Yes, they are in the surgery room on the 2nd floor." Hearing this, Sheng Wanyan rushed upstairs. When she reached the surgery room, she saw a doctor arguing with a man and a woman. "The patient needs surgery now. It's appendicitis. You family members can't hesitate like this. It will only delay the patient's recovery. It's best to pay quickly and start the surgery. The elderly person's health can't wait." The woman's expression darkened upon hearing the doctor's words. She saw her partner eager to help and worried he might impulsively pay the bill. Although the Sheng family was well off, they couldn't afford such a large sum up front. "How much is the surgery fee?" The woman shot a glare at her partner, thinking it was unnecessary to ask so many questions since they weren't family. "The surgery fee is at least $10, plus hospitalization and medical fees." "We are just their neighbors. We can't make that decision." Hearing the amount, the man started to back down. All his money was with his wife, who had just glared at him. "Then where is the family?" "They're all at work." He suddenly felt unwell, and I kindly brought him here. The doctor was at a loss for words. The person had already shown kindness. It was unreasonable to expect them to cover the costs. The payment must be made for the surgery. Delaying it poses a significant risk to the patient. "That's not our concern. We won't pay. If there's no money, then no surgery. After all, at that age. What if he dies?" "That's not my problem." "Be quiet. Can you say something nice?" The woman was yelled at by her partner and could only remain silent, blaming him for being overly kind and now facing this situation. "I am a family member. I will pay for the surgery immediately." Sheng Wanyan rushed over, panting. The doctor felt relieved to see a family member had arrived just in time. "Doctor, I am his granddaughter. Please arrange the surgery right away. I will pay whatever it costs." "All right, here's the bill. Take it to pay." Sheng Wanyan took the bill and hurried downstairs to pay. The total for the surgery, hospitalization, and medication came to $20. The hospital would adjust the fees upon discharge. After paying, Grandpa Sheng's surgery quickly began. Sheng Wanyan took a deep breath and walked over to a couple in their 30s standing across from her. The man, named Liang Shandong, worked in the logistics department of a steel factory. His family had just moved into the building not long ago. Even though his wife's words were a bit harsh, They were kind enough to help bring Grandpa Sheng to the hospital, which was very generous in this day and age. Sheng Wanyan was not someone who forgot kindness. Without their help, Grandpa Sheng would have suffered more. She would repay their kindness and make sure they didn't regret helping. Thank you for your help. If it weren't for you, my grandpa would have been in trouble. I'm the daughter of the Sheng family. I will handle the rest, and we will definitely come to thank you later. You are Shengong's daughter? Then the one inside is Shengong's father? They had just moved in, and were not familiar with the situation in the building. Liang Shandong didn't know which family he was helping. He just happened to see a group of women, and decided to lend a hand after work. Yes, don't worry. Once my grandpa is better, we will come to thank you. No need, it was just a small favor. Liang Shandong knew Sheng's father was a model worker at the factory and admired him. His wife, hearing this, thought that this family seemed decent and had good manners, so they wouldn't take advantage of them. When they came to thank them, she wondered how much they could bring as a gift. She had heard of the Sheng family. They were all workers, and their son was a battalion commander. She didn't expect her husband to accidentally help the Sheng family. Now, the Sheng family owed them a favor, and they could ask for help in the future. Sheng's parents hurried over, and Grandma Sheng came along, worried. How is he? How is your grandpa? How could he suddenly faint? He was fine last night. Sheng's parents were out of breath. They were both over 40 and running was exhausting. He is in surgery. The doctor said it's appendicitis. Appendicitis? He needs surgery? Why is he having surgery all of a sudden? When Grandma Sheng heard the word surgery, she was shocked and turned pale. To them, any surgery meant a serious illness. Grandma, please don't be upset. The doctor said it's a minor surgery and after some rest, he'll be fine. Really? You're not lying to me? Grandma Sheng tightly held her hand, looking at her with a confused expression. Really, it's not a big problem. Sheng Wanyan helped her sit down, and hearing her words, Sheng's father and mother also sighed in relief. As long as she could recover, it wasn't a big issue. But the elderly suffer, and it always makes one anxious, fearing something unexpected might happen. Mom and Dad, it was Comrade Liang Shandong, who brought Grandpa to the hospital. Sheng's father and mother looked over and quickly approached Liang Shandong and his wife. There's no need to be so polite, Sheng. I was just helping out. Of course, of course. Once my dad is better, I will definitely come to visit. Sheng's parents chatted with them for a bit, and when Liang Shandong's wife heard about the visit, her eyes crinkled with a smile. The couple didn't stay long, and Sheng Wanyan watched them leave, deep in thought. It was a full hour before the doctor came out of the operating room, immediately surrounded by Sheng's parents asking about the situation. Doctor, how's my dad? The patient has a partial blockage of the appendix, and waste was not expelled in time, which caused pain and unconsciousness. Please pay attention to the elderly's bowel movements and ensure they eat easily digestible food. They should stay in the hospital for a week for observation. If there are no issues, they can be discharged. Okay. Thank you, doctor. Thank you. Sheng's parents breathed a sigh of relief. As long as there were no major problems, it was good. Grandma Sheng also relaxed, leaning against Sheng Wanyan, feeling a bit weak. Sheng Wanyan supported her, gently patting her back to help her catch her breath. It's okay, it's okay. Yenner, take your grandma home to rest. I'll stay at the hospital tonight. Wife, you should go home too. Please help me take a week off. You've been working hard at home.
What are you saying?
We're family, there's no need to worry about that. Sheng's father spoke up, and Sheng Wanyan looked at her pale-faced grandma, finally nodding in agreement. Staying here today wouldn't be helpful. She should go home and take care of Grandma Sheng. The two elderly people at home needed special attention. With Grandpa Sheng in the hospital, Grandma Sheng couldn't have any more issues. Sheng Wanyan and her mother helped Grandma Sheng back home. Once there, her mother started cooking, as the family hadn't eaten yet. She needed to prepare food to take to the hospital. Otherwise, how would Sheng's father manage all night? Sheng Wanyan poured a glass of spring water for Grandma Sheng, who drank it and looked much better. According to reason, she often adds spring water to the meals, so Grandpa Sheng shouldn't have suddenly fallen ill. Grandma, did my grandpa sneak a snack last night? Your grandpa was a bit hungry last night and got up in the middle of the night to eat a raw sweet potato. People in this era don't have many food restrictions. As long as it fills their stomachs, it's fine. Eating raw sweet potatoes is something they often do. They don't think raw food is hard to digest. In fact, they prefer it to stay in their stomachs longer. Although there were pastries at home, Grandpa Sheng wanted to save them for the family, so he just had a few bites of the sweet potato. Last night, after eating, he couldn't relieve himself, which caused a blockage. Today, he woke up with stomach pain, thinking it would pass, but he ended up fainting from the pain. Hearing that Grandpa Sheng had eaten a raw sweet potato, Sheng Wanyan felt a bit helpless. This time, Grandpa Sheng probably wouldn't dare to eat raw food again. She had warned him several times before, but he didn't take it seriously. Don't eat raw food casually. Your stomach can't handle it. If you're hungry, cook something warm to eat. Don't skimp on coal. It's not good for your health. Grandma Sheng nodded, realizing that even not being able to relieve oneself could lead to surgery. Grandma, hide the alcohol before he comes back. Otherwise, he'll look for it as soon as he returns. He needs to take care of himself for a while. Right, I need to hide it quickly. He might sneak a drink when he gets back. Grandma Sheng hurriedly found all the alcohol in the house and hid it where Grandpa Sheng couldn't find it. As for where she hid it, no one knew except her. The three women at home had a little to eat, and Sheng's mother made warm egg noodle soup for Sheng's father. In this cold winter, it's important to eat something warm, otherwise, Sheng's father wouldn't be able to handle the night. Mom, I'll go deliver this and bring Dad's military coat. Also, take a military water bottle for Dad. You stay home and keep an eye on Grandma. Let her rest early. Hearing this, Sheng's mother quickly got the military coat and water bottle, while Sheng Wanyan put on the coat and took her father's dinner and water bottle to the hospital. As soon as she left the building, she put her father's dinner and water bottle into her space. In this weather, the noodles would get cold if left outside. At this time, the streets were empty. Everyone was full and staying warm in their beds, making the whole road quiet, and snow began to accumulate. Riding a bike on the unplowed road was inconvenient, so after a while, Sheng Wanyan put her bike into her space. After thinking for a moment, she took out the electric bike from the space. Luckily, she had prepared a few things, so she wouldn't be caught off guard when she needed them. If she walked to the hospital, it would take at least half an hour, and the snow was getting heavier. The electric bike was more convenient. It had more power. She drove carefully, and if she saw anyone in the distance, she would hide with the bike in the space. Others would just think they were seeing things and mistaken her for someone else. Sheng Wanyan decided to ride the electric bike to the hospital immediately. When she arrived near the hospital, she parked the bike. Her face was flushed, and her nose was almost running. Thankfully, Sheng's mother wasn't out. Otherwise, it would have been a tough journey for her. Sheng Wanyan didn't go to the hospital right away. Instead, she went into the space and added 2 chicken legs to her father's noodles. She also filled the military water bottle with hot water and added a couple of drops of spring water. Only then did Sheng Wanyan bring dinner into the hospital. When she found Grandpa Sheng's room, she saw her father sitting there watching over him. There were 3 patients in the room, which her father had paid extra to secure. Other rooms had even more people, with 5 beds and noisy family members. Her father worried that Grandpa Sheng wouldn't rest well, so he paid for a room with fewer people. He worked hard to make life easier for his family, and there was no need to suffer during such times. Currently, there were no private rooms available unless for special personnel, and most people wouldn't spend extra money for that. When her father saw Sheng Wanyan out so late by herself, it scared him. "Why are you out so late? It's very dangerous at night." He always thought his daughter was too delicate and feared she would be targeted while walking alone at night. So, if it was dark and she hadn't returned home, he would go to pick her up. "I ride my bike quickly." "How is your grandma?" "She's fine now. Mom is with her talking." "This is dinner that Mom made for you, and here's this." Sheng Wanyan secretly handed him 50 yuan, which her father quickly tucked into his coat pocket. After all, there were other people in the room, and that 50 yuan was a significant amount that needed to be kept safe. "Quickly go back. It's dark, and you can't see the road." Her father was worried about her safety and kept urging her to leave. Okay, I'll head back now. Cover yourself with a military coat tonight. I'll come to take over your shift tomorrow. Sheng Wanyan planned to take a leave of absence, as she and her father had been taking turns caring for Grandpa Sheng. Okay, be careful on the way. Sheng's father was very worried. Although people are honest these days, his daughter is so beautiful that he feared someone might take an interest in her. Having no extra man at home was troublesome. The women had to handle everything, which is why Sheng's mother hoped Sheng Wanze could stay home. When Sheng Wanyan returned home, it was already past 9. Sheng's mother had been waiting for her. She hadn't realized it was a bad idea to let her daughter go to the hospital alone so late. It was dark outside, and what if something happened? Sheng's mother paced the living room, and when she heard the door open, she rushed to greet her. Seeing her daughter return safely, she let out a sigh of relief. You're back. Next time, I'll bring you dinner. Mom, I'm taking a week off from the factory tomorrow. Dad, and I will take turns. Okay, I'll take a leave too and cook for you. It wasn't right for Grandma Sheng to be alone at home. She was already feeling unwell from worrying, and there was no reason to make her cook all the meals by herself. If your brother were here, we wouldn't have to let you run around at night. Sheng's mother sighed and sat down, feeling a bit regretful about not having another child. Mom, my brother is so capable, and it's just this once. It's fine. Think about it, your brother is serving the country. As a mother, you shouldn't have such thoughts. Sheng's mother sighed again. Though she said that, her daughter was still thinking too simply. Eventually, her daughter would get married, and Gu Tingxiao was also in the military, so she would likely follow him. There was no reason for her daughter to stay with them forever. The in-laws would surely have opinions. If they were left with just 4 elderly people at home, what would they do if something happened to them? Both she and Sheng's father were already in their 40s. How many more years could they manage? Right now, they had their daughter to help, but if something happened later, they wouldn't know who to turn to for help. Was there really any difference from being 4 empty nesters? The more Sheng's mother thought about it, the more uneasy she felt. Her son was her pride, but he hadn't taken on the responsibilities he should have as a son. Mom, don't think too much. Just go to sleep. Mother Sheng nodded. There was no use thinking too much now. With the situation at home, they could only take it one step at a time. You should rest early too. Sheng Wanyan nodded, feeling tired after a night of worry. The next day, Sheng Wanyan went to the factory to ask for leave. When Director Li heard that someone in her family was sick, he immediately approved her leave request. After breakfast, Sheng Wanyan took the meal she prepared for her father and headed to the hospital. Upon arrival, she saw her father dozing off in a chair by her grandfather's bed, with stubble on his face. Dad, you should go home and rest. Her father woke up and felt relieved to see her. He had been worried all night about whether his daughter would be safe on the way. How is everything at home? Everything is fine. Mom is on leave to take care of things. You should go home and rest and come back in the evening. Okay, you stay with your grandfather. I'll come back in the afternoon to take over. Her father's eyes were bloodshot. He had only slept for 2 hours the whole night. Sheng Wanyan nodded and urged him to eat breakfast and leave quickly. He took the lunchbox with him and went home to rest as soon as he could. Mother Sheng didn't want to disturb him and let him rest well. She prepared lunch and, after having a few bites with Grandma Sheng, took lunch to Sheng Wanyan. Sheng Wanyan sat by the hospital bed and discreetly checked her grandfather's pulse. The surgery had gone very well, and as long as he rested properly, there would be no issues. They just needed to be careful with the wound to avoid infection. Grandpa Sheng's bed was in the back, while the other 2 patients were an elderly lady and a middle-aged man. Dear, what illness does your grandfather have? Why is only his granddaughter here to take care of him? The elderly lady in the next bed looked her up and down, as if evaluating an item. Out of politeness, Sheng Wanyan replied briefly, just a minor issue. The elderly lady clearly didn't believe her, having heard this morning that the person next door had undergone surgery. How could surgery be just a minor issue? This young girl must be exaggerating. Where's your grandfather's grandson? Why isn't he here to help? It's not convenient for a girl like you to take care of an elderly person. Shum Wan Yen ignored her. The lady kept asking questions like she was conducting a census, and since they weren't relatives or friends, there was no need for her to answer so much. The elderly lady noticed that Shum Wan Yen didn't want to engage and muttered a few things under her breath. Grandpa Sheng was still asleep, and Shum Wan Yen couldn't stand the hospital smell. It made her feel nauseous. Shum Wan Yen took an orange out of her bag and sat on a stool beside Grandpa Sheng's hospital bed to peel and eat it. The patients in the two beds next to her were watching. In this day and age, only wealthy people could afford fruit. The old lady in the adjacent bed saw the orange in her hand and instinctively swallowed. "Young lady, do you have any more of those oranges? I've been lying here all day, my mouth feels bland, and I'm uncomfortable all over. Could you spare me a slice to taste?" The old lady's eyes sparkled at the sight of the orange. She had never eaten something so precious in her life. This young girl was wearing clothes without a single patch, so her family must be well off. She had several grandsons who were not yet married, and it would be a good opportunity to inquire about matchmaking. If she could get a city girl for her grandson, wouldn't all the good things come to her family in the future? "I don't have any left. But you still have half in your hand. You can't eat that much. Share a slice with this old lady." Shum Wan Yen ignored her. It was the first time they met, and she was already asking for food, acting all entitled just because she was older. Oh dear. Young people today have no compassion. Here I am, a patient, and you won't even help me. A middle-aged man lying in the bed near the door frowned at her words. This old lady was trying to take advantage of someone again. His son and daughter-in-law had come to visit, bringing something nice, and she was trying to get a share. If they didn't give her anything, she would complain about no one feeling sorry for her. Shum Wanyan scoffed and ate the remaining half of the orange in one bite. Seeing that she had no intention of sharing, the old lady immediately clutched her stomach and started to complain. "Oh, dear, my stomach hurts. How can young people be so heartless? They just watch this old lady suffer. Everyone come and see. This young person has no compassion and is just letting me, an old person, suffer." People passing by the hospital room stopped to look inside. Young people today are so selfish. They won't even share a slice of orange with this old lady. My stomach hurts, and no one comes to help me. Oh, dear. People at the door pointed at Sheng Wanyan, who stood up and started to walk out. Oh, dear, this young person is leaving. Sheng Wanyan looked at her coldly, her tone very indifferent. Old lady, didn't you say your stomach hurts? Should I go get you a doctor? I'm not a doctor. How can I help you? Let the doctor check your stomach. If you're sick, get treated quickly. The old lady glared at her. She didn't want a doctor to come and expose her. She just wanted to share a piece of orange with her and taste this precious fruit. Oh, I don't need a doctor. Just give me a slice of orange and I'll be fine. That will whet my appetite. Sheng Wanyan walked over and reached out her hand, but the old lady looked confused. What are you doing? Pay me. How can I buy you an orange without money? Pay for what? What nonsense are you talking? You just ate an orange by yourself. Can't you share a slice with me? Sheng Wanyan looked at her coldly. Did she think she could bully her because she was younger? Old lady, so you wanted to eat for free without paying. Are you trying to get a free meal? People near the hospital door understood. This old lady was trying to take advantage of her age. You young people have no respect for the elderly. You won't even share an orange with me. If you want to eat, go buy one yourself or have your family buy it for you. You're not related to me. Why should I share with you? The old lady was so angry she couldn't catch her breath and jumped off the bed, sitting on the floor and throwing a tantrum. How can you be so heartless? Oh my, today's young people really have no conscience. Sitting on the floor, the old lady kicked her legs and slapped the ground. Oh, old lady, aren't you in pain anymore? Hearing this, the old lady immediately covered her stomach. That girl had exposed her. This old lady really has no conscience, pretending to have a stomachache. If she's craving it, she should have her children buy it for her. What does it matter if someone from the next bed gives it to her? If she can afford a hospital room, can't she buy a piece of fruit? The old lady heard this and quickly stood up, pointing at them and shouting. What's it to you? Shut up. Do you believe I won't hit you? The old lady's hospital stay wasn't paid for by herself. She was trying to take advantage. Someone had bumped into her with a bicycle, and she insisted on coming to the hospital for a checkup. The doctor said it was nothing serious, just a small scrape, and she would be fine in a few days. Yet, she kept insisting on being hospitalized and wanted the best room. The cyclist was taken advantage of by the old lady. No matter what she said, the lady wouldn't listen, so they had to admit her to the hospital. She has been in the hospital for a week now, and every day she demands that the person who bumped into her buy her meat and nutritional supplements. In the ward, she sees something good in the next bed and, relying on her age, asks for it. If she doesn't get it, she pretends to be in distress or throws a tantrum. This tactic has worked for her many times. After all, she has food and a place to stay in the hospital, and she doesn't want to be discharged. It also saves her family some groceries, plus she gets to eat meat every day with someone else paying for it. She definitely doesn't want to give this up easily. However, she didn't expect to encounter Sheng Wanyan today. This girl is truly heartless. Despite all the fuss she made, she still wouldn't share any fruit with her. That stubborn girl doesn't even care about her reputation. She really is a waste of space. Sheng Wanyan doesn't indulge her. They are not related, so why should she provide free food and drinks? The old lady chased her away and glared at Sheng Wanyan from her hospital bed. Sheng Wanyan took another orange from her bag and continued to peel it for herself, eating it slowly and elegantly, one segment at a time. The old lady trembled with anger as she saw her eating another orange. This girl is definitely doing it on purpose, eating oranges right in front of her. A middle-aged man lying on the bed by the door couldn't help but laugh. This young girl is quite amusing. It's truly infuriating. Sheng's mother brought lunch, which included a fried egg and stir-fried cured meat. The old lady next door was shocked to see such a feast. What a waste to feed a useless person so well. They must be out of their minds. How is your grandfather? The doctor checked on him. Everything is normal, and he will wake up in the afternoon. That's good. I made you some malted milk drink. It's in this thermos. Don't forget to drink it. After Grandpa Sheng's illness, Sheng's mother suddenly became more concerned about the family's nutrition. Before leaving, she made sure Grandma Sheng finished a cup of malted milk drink, worried that someone else might get sick. I'll go ask the doctor what your grandfather can eat when he wakes up. I need to prepare something. After saying this, Sheng's mother hurried to the doctor's office and learned that he should eat nutritious food and avoid fatty meat, as it's not good for the intestines. She could only go back and make some lean meat porridge and steam an egg custard for Grandpa Sheng. Grandpa Sheng woke up around 4 in the afternoon. As soon as Dad woke up and had something to eat, he rushed to the hospital. Dad, you're awake? How do you feel? Grandpa Sheng looked at them and recalled how he fainted. He had a stomach ache, but tried to endure it until he passed out. Water. Sheng Wanyan quickly poured him a cup of warm water, and Dad helped him drink it. What happened to me? Dad, you have appendicitis. You ate raw sweet potatoes late at night. Hearing this reason made Grandpa Sheng feel a bit embarrassed, and he lowered his head. How could eating a sweet potato land me in the hospital? He felt guilty and didn't dare to look at his son and granddaughter. Grandpa, I've told you many times not to eat cold food. If you get hungry at night, just wake me up and I'll cook for you. You both work hard during the day. I just got a bit hungry after getting up to use the bathroom and didn't want to wake you, so I just ate it. When we were young, we ate raw food directly and nothing happened. Sheng Wanyan looked at him seriously, and Grandpa's voice got quieter. His granddaughter had warned him many times, and he had promised her he wouldn't eat cold food. Now he felt embarrassed. From now on, I won't eat cold food again. You said it, so remember, or you won't be able to drink your wine anymore.
How can that be?
Grandpa Sheng felt upset at the thought of not having his wine and immediately protested. Anyway, Grandma has already put it away. You're not well, so you can't drink. You can't drink alcohol. You need to take care of your health. Hearing this, Grandpa felt deflated. Losing his wine over a sweet potato was too much. The doctor said you can't eat fatty meat or spicy food either. Grandpa Sheng got a little upset. His favorite fatty meat and spicy food were off the table, and now no wine either. Wasn't this asking for trouble? If you don't listen to the doctor, Grandma will definitely cry for you. How is Grandma? She saw me faint. She must have been scared. Grandpa was worried about Grandma Sheng, knowing she would be upset. Of course, she was scared. Grandma turned pale and cried. Woo 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 as Sheng Wanyan's voice faded. The sound of crying filled the room. Grandma Sheng rushed in and hugged Grandpa Sheng, crying hard. Wife, I'm fine really. What's there to cry about? Hearing this, Grandma Sheng got angry. If she didn't see that old man lying in the hospital bed, she would have given him a few punches. How can you say that? I told you not to eat cold food, but you never listen. If it weren't for the kind neighbors helping, I would have had to watch you die right in front of me. At your age, you should be more careful. Grandma Sheng kept nagging, while Grandpa Sheng didn't dare to say a word, as her tears flowed like a waterfall. Shengmu came in with Grandpa Sheng's porridge. Realizing he hadn't eaten since waking up, Grandma Sheng stopped crying. I'll go call the doctor. Sheng Fu remembered the important matter. Now that Grandpa Sheng was awake, the doctor should check on him. The doctor came to examine Grandpa Sheng and found no signs of infection or fever. Everything is normal. Just take good care of him. Thank you, doctor. The doctor waved and left, while Shengmu opened Grandpa Sheng's food. Worried he might hurt his wound while eating, Sheng Fu carefully fed him spoonfuls. The elderly lady in the next bed saw the meat and rice in the porridge, along with the egg custard, and felt envious. This family really spends money. They treat the old man so well, as if it costs nothing. Last night, she clearly saw that Sheng Fu had 2 big chicken legs for dinner. Today, that little girl had lunch with eggs and meat, plus a sweet drink that filled the whole room with its aroma. She could only watch, not being a patient herself, yet eating better than the patients. Shengmu initially wanted to wash Grandpa Sheng's dirty clothes from yesterday, but Sheng Fu had already done it and hung them up to dry by the window. Sister, is this your granddaughter? Hearing the voice, Grandma Sheng looked over and nodded at the elderly lady in the next bed. Your granddaughter is something else. She sneaked in here and ate 2 oranges this afternoon. Grandma Sheng's face darkened upon hearing this, while the elderly lady next door felt a sense of satisfaction. Letting the little girl eat oranges while she didn't get any? She would surely be scolded by her family for that. That little girl thought she could outsmart her, but she was still too young. Don't blame her, young lady. Nowadays, fruits are precious, so it's normal for someone to enjoy them alone. The middle-aged man by the bedside put down his newspaper and looked over. What's wrong with my granddaughter eating 2 oranges?
Huh?
Are you trying to cause trouble for her? She's not eating from your house, so why do you care so much? Grandma Sheng had lived long enough to see all kinds of people and wasn't easily intimidated. It was ridiculous for someone to try to create problems for her granddaughter. If a girl from another family stole food, wouldn't her family scold her? This old lady was really too cunning. Wasn't she just trying to harm others? Hey, I'm just trying to help you. Why don't you appreciate it? My granddaughter can eat whatever she likes, even every day, and I have no problem with it. You're an outsider, so why do you care? You. The old lady pointed at Grandma Sheng, thinking this family was foolish for being so kind to someone who brings trouble. Girls will eventually marry and can't carry on the family name. This family really didn't know how to think. With so much money, they should be taking care of their own grandson instead. That milk powder? Her grandson hadn't even tried it, so why should a girl get it? What do you mean? My child doesn't need your opinions. Grandma Sheng could be quite intimidating when she was angry, and this was the first time her family had seen her upset. Grandma, don't be mad. Have a piece of orange. Is it sweet? Grandma Sheng instinctively chewed on a piece of orange that was offered to her. It's sweet. Then eat more. This one is all for you. Sheng Wanyan proudly placed a whole peeled orange in her hand, her voice unconsciously rising. Seeing Sheng Wanyan's delighted expression made Grandma Sheng smile inside. But she had to keep a serious face, otherwise, people might think they were easy to bully. The old lady in the next bed saw Sheng Wanyan take out another orange and was genuinely furious, shaking with anger. Sheng Wanyan pulled out 3 more oranges from her bag, one for Grandpa Sheng, one for Dad Sheng, and one for Mom Sheng. The family began to eat in front of the angry old lady. The middle-aged man by the bedside couldn't help but smile at the scene. This family was quite amusing. Dad Sheng stayed to take care of them that night. Before leaving, he had already eaten well, and Mom Sheng brought him a bun and an egg for later. Sheng Wanyan, Grandma Sheng, and Mom Sheng went home, and after finishing their porridge, the three women went to bed early. The next day, Sheng Wanyan met Gu Tong, Gu Tingxiao's aunt, in the hospital room. As soon as Gu Tong saw her, she rushed over and took her hand, asking about her situation. Yenner, what are you doing here? Did someone at home get sick? Gu Auntie, my grandfather is ill. What are you doing here? She hadn't seen Gu Tong all day yesterday. Gu Tong patted her head and introduced her. This is Lao Ning, Gu Tingxiao's girlfriend, Sheng Wanyan. This is my husband, you can call him Uncle Ning. Her husband was a middle-aged man in the hospital bed by the door. Ning Weigua sat up immediately upon hearing his wife's introduction. Ning Weigua was a soldier and the commander of the military district in Rongqing. He was hospitalized due to a recurrence of an old injury. Since someone in the family was the director of this hospital, he was brought here by his wife. Hello, Uncle Ning. Hello, so you are that kid's girlfriend?
Yes.
She felt a bit flustered to unexpectedly meet the Gu family's elder in the hospital. Yenner, what happened to your grandfather? Do you want me to contact the director for you? Gu Auntie, no need. My grandfather is not seriously ill. Really? We will be family from now on, so don't be polite with me. Really, he can be discharged in a few days. Seeing that she didn't seem to be lying, Gu Tong felt relieved. Her nephew wrote to her every month asking her to take care of Sheng Wanyan. With the Sheng family in trouble, her nephew must be very worried. It seemed she needed to send a telegram to him soon. Her boyfriend worked so hard to care for his grandfather. Shouldn't he be concerned as well? All right, if you need anything, just let me know.
Don't be shy.
Gu Auntie, I will. Please don't worry. Gu Tong patted her hand and gave her the apples she had brought. Give these to the old man to help him recover. Gu Auntie, I don't need them. I brought fruit for my grandfather. It's fine. Just consider it a small gesture from me. Hearing this, Sheng Wanyan accepted the offer and took out 2 pears from her bag to give to her. Gu Tong accepted them without hesitation. This girl really didn't want to owe anyone anything. She needed to come here often to build a good relationship with the Sheng family, so her nephew could marry soon. Uncle Ning, Gu Auntie, I'll head over now.
Okay.
Sheng Wanyan checked on her grandfather's condition. He was still asleep and resting well. With nothing else to do, she took the fruit to wash it. When she returned, she saw her grandfather waking up. Grandpa, have some fruit. Sheng Wanyan brought a fruit knife and handed it to Grandpa Sheng after peeling an apple. Grandpa Sheng asked a couple of questions when he saw the apple. Gu Tingxiao's aunt? What a coincidence.
Yes.
As soon as Grandpa Sheng finished speaking, Gu Tong came over to greet him, followed by Ning Weigua. Hello, old man. I am Gu Tingxiao's aunt. I didn't expect to meet you here. How is your health? Are you feeling okay? Gu Tong was very warm and friendly, and Grandpa Sheng sat up to chat with them. Sheng Wanyan went to get 2 stools, and Gu Tong and Ning Weigua sat down. I can't believe we have such a connection. I'm doing quite well. No need to worry. Gu Tong nodded and then started to share her strengths, making Grandpa Sheng very happy. I liked Wanyan the first time I met her. I didn't expect her to be connected to my nephew. My nephew is already 26 and has been single for a long time, which worries the family. All the older siblings and younger brothers have settled down, and he is the only one left alone. Now my brother and sister-in-law don't have to worry anymore. A girl as wonderful as Wanyan will surely make my sister-in-law very happy. Gu Tong kept praising Sheng Wanyan and shared some family details with Grandpa Sheng. She wanted Grandpa Sheng to know that the family was very pleased with Sheng Wanyan and hoped for an early marriage with Gu Tingxiao. Grandpa Sheng understood this message clearly. Gu Tong was indicating that the Gu family was very satisfied with the match and was just waiting for the Sheng family to agree. Children should be free to date, and if they are ready to marry, we elders will naturally be happy. The most important thing for us elders is that the two children are happy together. Grandpa Sheng's words made Gu Tong nod in agreement. She knew that the Sheng family had not yet given their approval, and everything depended on Sheng Wanyan's decision. The Sheng family does not seek wealth through marriage. The daughters decide their own futures. Her nephew's eagerness could be seen in the letters he wrote her every month. It seemed that Sheng Wanyan had not yet agreed, and her nephew would have to keep trying. You're right, old man. As elders, we all hope for our children's happiness. Since the two kids are dating and both families are in Rongqing, we should spend more time together. Grandpa Sheng nodded. It was indeed good for the two families to get to know each other better, as they would soon be relatives. All right, let's make sure our families stay in touch. My wife cooks delicious meals. You should come over for dinner sometime. Gu Tong happily agreed, knowing she had to visit to help her nephew make a good impression with the Sheng family. Please don't mind me dropping by. Not at all. It's usually just the two of us at home. Your visit will brighten our day. As long as you don't mind having us old folks around. What are you saying, old man? I could never mind. When I moved to Rong City alone, it was tough. I'm glad to have more family now. Hearing that Gu Tong had been alone in Rong City for so many years made Grandpa Sheng feel a bit sympathetic.
Great.
From now on, the Sheng family will be your relatives in Rong City. You can come by any time, just like family. Thank you, Grandpa. I'll visit often. Gu Tong knew how to brighten up a room. She went from being a guest to a regular in no time. Ning Weigua, listening to his wife, felt a bit embarrassed and turned away. His wife had become quite the talker, even though she had moved to Rong City alone. With her fiery personality and strong family background, no one dared to cross her, even after all these years. Those who did, well, they learned their lesson, didn't they? Gu Tong continued to share her struggles with Grandpa Sheng, and the more Ning Weigua listened, the lower his head sank. Sheng Wanyan watched as Grandpa Sheng was charmed, realizing how skilled Gu Tong was at winning hearts. She felt a bit sorry for Gu Tong herself. After chatting for a while, Gu Tong affectionately held Grandpa Sheng's hand and exchanged a few more words. After finishing his fruit, Grandpa Sheng drank a cup of spring water that Sheng Wanyan brought him. Staying in the hospital too long isn't good. It's full of germs, and at his age, he would be more comfortable at home. After drinking, Grandpa Sheng felt a bit better, and the doctor came to check his wound, giving a few instructions before leaving. What Grandpa Sheng needed now was a good rest, so he took a nap in the afternoon. Sheng Wanyan went to get hot water, and Gu Tong immediately followed with her own water jug. Yenner, let's go get water together. Gu Tong joined her in the line for hot water, which now had to be fetched from a designated spot. By the time they arrived, there were already many people waiting, and the two of them stood in line with their jugs. Yenner, are you working at the cotton factory now? Yes, I work in the publicity department of the cotton factory. Gu Tong felt that her nephew was being unfair. The young lady had a job, a salary, and a bright future ahead. If they got married, she would have to follow her nephew and give up her job. Being a housewife, busy at home every day, was not any easier than working. No wonder the young lady was hesitant to agree to marriage. It seemed like it would force her to give up everything. If it were her, she wouldn't want that either. Gu Tong was really frustrated with Gu Tingxiao. That brat was being unreasonable. It made her hesitant to encourage Sheng Wanyan to marry early. She just couldn't bring herself to say it. Yenner, you're already 20 this year, right? Yes, I am. Sheng Wanyan understood what Gu Tong was hinting at, but she wasn't ready to marry so soon. She had only met Gu Tingxiao a few times, and he left for the army after just one day of getting to know each other. She didn't want to make a hasty decision that could affect her whole life. This was a military marriage, and it wouldn't be easy to get out of it. As long as Gu Tingxiao didn't make any serious mistakes, they couldn't divorce. Unless both agreed, she would be stuck for life. Even though she had ways to escape, no woman wanted to carry the label of divorced. Although she was carefree and understood things clearly, she was still a woman and couldn't help but care. No woman wants to bear a serious stain on her reputation. Especially in these tense times, she didn't want to create unnecessary trouble for herself. If she was going to marry, she needed to be fully prepared, and her partner must provide her with enough trust and security. Otherwise, their marriage would face problems sooner or later. Marriage should be approached with caution, not rushed into impulsively. My nephew has always been a principled person. This is the first time I've seen him care so much about someone. I know what you're thinking. It's wise for a woman to consider herself. Sheng Wanyan looked at Gu Tong in surprise. It was rare for women in this era to express such open-minded thoughts. Surprised? Seeing her surprised expression, Gu Tong knew she had spoken correctly. Indeed, Aunt Gu's views are different from other elders. There's nothing surprising about it. When I was young, I rushed into marriage and only later realized that things aren't as simple as they seem. Once married, there are issues between couples, with in-laws, siblings-in-law, and children. Thankfully, my family is strong, and your uncle knows how to care for people. Otherwise, my life would be no different from those daughters-in-law who are constantly worn down by their in-laws. So I consider myself lucky to have met your uncle, who knows how to treat his wife well. If I hadn't been so fortunate, I might have regretted it deeply. Being clear-headed and rational is very important for women. At least it prevents them from getting stuck in difficult situations. How many women ruin their lives because they rush into things? They work hard for their in-laws but still face disdain, have indifferent husbands, and feel looked down upon by their children. If a woman makes one wrong step, it can lead to many more mistakes. Hearing what Gu Tong said, Sheng Wanyan admired this woman. She lives with clarity and has found herself in this era. So, I really appreciate your calm and steady nature, she said. Living well without rushing, avoiding unnecessary worries, and knowing what you want is important. Gu auntie, you're joking, Gu Tong replied. I believe marriage is a significant matter. You need to understand each other's character before getting married. If two people have different values, rushing into marriage could lead to disaster afterward. Gu Tong nodded in agreement. Isn't that the truth? Once married, everything becomes more complicated. Moreover, Sheng Wanyan moving to the Gu family alone is no different from how she felt when she first got married, alone and without support. Gu Tong thought about it and decided not to urge her to marry soon. Instead, she resonated with her and discussed ways to make their lives more comfortable. Sheng Wanyan was surprised that just a few words from her changed Gu Tong's long-held beliefs. Now, Gu Tong was focused on how to be happy, which made her too independent, worrying Ning uncle that his wife might leave. Sheng Wanyan felt no guilt about influencing her thoughts. When Sheng father came to switch shifts, she went home to rest. After Sheng grandpa was discharged from the hospital, Sheng Wanyan returned to work. However, she didn't expect Sheng mother and Gu Tong to become such good friends. But this could be a good thing. Perhaps Sheng mother would be subtly influenced by Gu Tong and find life less burdensome. On the day Sheng Wanyan accompanied her father to the hospital to help Grandpa Sheng get discharged, the elderly lady in the next bed was arguing with the person who bumped into her. She wasn't alone. She had brought the police with her. The lady had been hospitalized for half a month, and her daily hospital and meal expenses were quite high. The man who bumped into her could no longer tolerate it. She was using his guilt to take advantage of him. Every day, she demanded meat, white buns, meat dumplings, and even new clothes, treating herself like a cash cow. Her wound had healed for several days, yet she refused to leave the hospital, insisting on having good food and drink every day. The man had already spent his entire month's salary, and she could easily eat 30 yuan worth of meat in a month. Ma'am, I did bump into you, but you've been taking advantage of me for too long. If you don't leave the hospital, I won't hold back anymore. Upon hearing this, the elderly lady immediately sat up in bed, throwing a tantrum and pounding her chest while crying. Oh my goodness! This person hit me and is now refusing to take responsibility. Young people today are so heartless, making this old woman wait to die. The man's face turned dark. He felt that his efforts over the past 2 weeks were already enough compensation. He didn't want to continue arguing with someone so unreasonable. This matter had to be resolved today. She had to leave the hospital. Ma'am, the doctor said from the start that you only had a minor injury, yet you insisted on staying in the hospital, demanding meat and fine food every day. You were the one who bumped into me, and I braked in time. If you want to be taken care of, go back to your children instead of using my guilt to pretend to be sick here. I won't pay any more. What you've consumed over the past 2 weeks is already enough compensation for you. The police are here today, and I am not at fault. The doctor has your medical records. It will be clear who is right and who is wrong. Seeing his firm attitude, the elderly lady felt even more agitated, crying on the floor and kicking her legs. You can't ignore me. You hit me. How can you not take responsibility? You can be discharged, but you must pay for lost wages, nutrition costs, and compensation. Just give me 200 yuan in total. The onlookers gasped when they heard her demand for 200 yuan right away. She had already spent so much money on food and care over the past half-month, and now she wanted to take advantage of the situation again. I don't have any money. We'll let the police handle this, and whatever they decide is how it will be dealt with. The old lady became anxious upon hearing this. How could they just listen to the police? The police officer nearby quickly stepped in to mediate, as they had seen many similar cases and were very experienced. Ma'am, if you accuse someone falsely, you could end up in jail and have a record. You've spent a total of 116.50 yuan in the past 2 weeks, and you only have a small injury. The person who bumped into you shouldn't have to pay for that. The old lady panicked at the thought of having a record, worrying that it would affect her son's and grandson's future. Ma'am, you need to cover your own expenses from the past 2 weeks and pay 110 yuan to this young man. The remaining 6.50 yuan is for your compensation. When the old lady heard she had to pay, she was taken aback.
Ugh, what did you say?
I have to pay him? Officer, I'm a victim. He bumped into me. 110 yuan. That's too much for me. He's a young man with a job and a salary. Why should I pay him? The old lady, furious, tried to confront him, and the police officer's expression darkened. Enough. If you don't pay, you'll be taken away. The police officer wasted no time and grabbed the old lady's arm to take her to the station. Seeing the seriousness of the situation, the old lady immediately became frightened.
I'll pay.
I'll pay. She realized she had no other choice. Initially, she thought she could take advantage of the situation, enjoying free food and shelter while saving on household expenses. She had planned to escalate things further, hoping the person who bumped into her would be responsible for her future care. But this young man seemed determined. Officer,
I don't have any money on me.
how about you give it to us in a few days? The old lady was full of tricks. Since she had no money, she thought she could return to the countryside where no one would know where she lived, and they wouldn't find her. No way. The young man was the first to disagree, and the police officer realized the old lady was trying to escape. I'll go with you to your home to get the money. The old lady felt disheartened. Why was this officer being so difficult? I don't have that much money. 110 yuan is what a whole family works hard for all year and still might not earn back. I don't care about you. Whether you borrow or do anything else, you must return this money to me today. Hearing his words, the old lady quickly ran to grab Sheng Wanyan's hand. Dear, can you lend me 110 yuan? Sheng Wanyan frowned and pulled her hand away. What was this person thinking? Seeing this, Sheng's father stepped forward to protect Sheng Wanyan. This old lady was really shameless, trying to take advantage of his daughter. I'm not lending you anything.
I don't know you well.
The old lady was furious. This family was clearly wealthy. They ate well every day, always having meat or eggs, and they fed the old man in bed fine grains as if they were free. They even had fruit and milk powder every day. Especially this girl. Drinking milk powder in the hospital every day made the old lady want to snatch it away. How can you young people be so heartless? A whole family enjoying good food and drink, yet unwilling to help this old lady. Every day eating fine grains, meat, fruit, and milk powder, and not giving anything to me, an old lady, while I'm about to lose everything. Oh, heaven really is blind. How can there be such a cruel girl in this world? Whoever marries her will be unfortunate. Sheng Wanyan ignored her and turned to pack up Grandpa Sheng's things. With her father around, the old lady couldn't pull any tricks. But the old lady wouldn't give up. Ningwei was lying in a hospital bed abroad, and she still came to check on the situation. Usually, Gu Tong would go back to cook, and Ningwei would help by pouring water or cutting fruit. Shen Wanyan knew he came to the hospital because of old battle injuries flaring up. When pouring him water, she would secretly add a drop or two of spring water, as he was a national hero, and she admired him. She felt proud that her spring water could contribute to a national hero. Angered by the old lady's words, Shen Wanyan shouted, "Police! Someone is trying to scam me, and I want to report it." The police, who had unexpectedly taken on extra work, were confused. Are they really coming to deliver results? Is it really this easy? With hopes for a promotion next year, they might even have to thank the old lady for her contribution. The police immediately approached to take the report and confirmed with Shen Wanyan if she truly wanted to file a complaint. Shen Wanyan nodded seriously. The old lady was trying to scam her. Should she just let it happen? I'm absolutely sure. This old lady is trying to scam me because of her age.
Police, you saw it.
I don't accept any private settlement. The police nodded when they heard. Now that both people had reported the same person, the old lady couldn't settle the matter privately. In front of everyone, the police held the old lady's arm and took her away.
Ah!
Let go of me. I'm not trying to deceive anyone anymore. I was wrong. I'll go home and get the money right away. You have no conscience. No matter how much the old lady shouted, the police did not let her go and took her directly to the station. As for what happened next, Shen Wanyan didn't care. After helping Grandpa Sheng pack up, she chatted with Ning Weigua for a bit and learned that he would be discharged in a couple of days before leaving. Ning Weigua watched them leave. Young people who know how to protect themselves without being troublesome are rare. He noticed how Shen Wanyan had carefully taken care of Grandpa Sheng for days. She showed no impatience, didn't mind the elderly, and even thought of ways to make Grandpa Sheng happy. A young girl with such filial piety and kindness towards the elderly is truly hard to find. That Gu Tingxiao kid is really lucky. After Grandpa Sheng returned home, he immediately wanted to find some alcohol, but Grandma Sheng was excellent at hiding things, and no one could find them. Even after searching the whole house, Grandpa Sheng couldn't find a single bottle. He sniffed around but couldn't smell anything. Grandma Sheng had already anticipated this, and the family just watched him wander around the house. "Dad, what are you doing?" Grandpa Sheng was confused. Wasn't he dizzy from all the wandering? But he felt dizzy just watching him. "Mind your own business." In the kitchen, Grandpa Sheng sniffed again but found nothing, so he went back to his room to rest. Grandma Sheng glanced at him, focused on her sewing machine, and ignored him. Just out of the hospital and still wanting to drink?
Dream on.
The next day, Shen Wanyan returned to work and received a warm welcome from Wu Jiaoxiu. After not seeing Shen Wanyan for a week, she had no one to share her thoughts with. Niu Fengli was quite happy. With Shen Wanyan gone, no one was there to threaten her position. This past week, Director Li had taken her to meetings, and she had become his favorite. With a proud expression, Niu Fengli tried to show off to Shen Wanyan, who could only smile and remain silent. Surprisingly, she didn't feel bad at all. In fact, she was quite happy. The long journey to the city for meetings was tiring, and the competition among secretaries was fierce. She preferred to relax in the office all day instead. Director Li smiled brightly when he saw her return. Without Shen Wanyan around, he sometimes struggled to find someone to help him. He could only turn back to Niu Fengli, but without comparison, there is no harm. Niu Fengli is a bit stubborn and doesn't think outside the box. Unlike Shen Wanyan, who prepares all the materials and highlights any important points separately. She can guess what he is thinking without him saying a word. That's the kind of assistant he wants. "Comrade Shen Wanyan, come with me to the city meeting tomorrow." Niu Fengli's previously cheerful expression instantly fell. She had done so much more this week. Why was Director Li taking Shen Wanyan to the city again? "Okay, Director." The people in the office instinctively looked at Niu Fengli. Seeing her composed face, they understood, as she had been trying to make her presence known to Director Li all week. They thought Niu Fengli would become his favorite, but once Shen Wanyan returned, it seemed like Niu Fengli was forgotten. Sheng Wanyan could sense the resentment behind her, but she wouldn't let it affect her. This support was hard-earned, and she needed to maintain good relationships. Sheng Wanyan attended the meeting with Director Li, which was routine with only the publicity department present. Although there was nothing special, she took notes seriously. Even if they might not be useful, her attitude had to be right. Director Li found her notes enjoyable to read. They were concise and clear. Unlike Niu Fengli's, which were messy and missed some key points. It was better to rely on herself than to struggle with unclear notes. Hearing his praise, Sheng Wanyan smiled modestly and didn't respond. She hadn't expected Director Li to enjoy having her at meetings so much. She just felt uncomfortable from the bumpy road. Sheng Wanyan finished translating a book and sent it out the next day. She calculated that she had translated a total of 50,000 words, and at 1.5 cents per word, she would earn 750 yuan for this book. Although it took her nearly 2 months, she made a good amount. She still had another book to finish and planned to send it out once the new materials arrived. The days for Sheng Wanyan had become quiet. Every day, she either goes to work or returns home. Recently, Wu Jieshio asked her for help buying meat, but she declined. She was afraid that if she always provided resources, Wu Jieshio would start to doubt her. Sometimes, she needed to refuse to prevent Wu Jieshio from overthinking. It was also to protect herself. She didn't want Wu Jieshio to feel that she could always help her get things. If Wu Jieshio became too dependent, things would not be so simple in the future. When Wu Jieshio heard that it was hard for her to buy meat, she sighed in regret but understood that it was the end of the year, and every household was stocking up, so it was normal not to find any. It's okay. I'll check the supply and marketing cooperative to see if I can get some, Wu Jieshio said hurriedly before rushing off. If she didn't go early, all the good meat would be gone. When Sheng Wanyan returned home, she found a letter from Sheng Wanza. The letter said that the house had been organized and had 2 bedrooms and a living room. It also mentioned wanting to bring Grandpa Sheng and Grandma Sheng over to live with them. This idea was suggested by Pan Yu, as the family members were all busy with work, and the 2 elders were often unaware of many things at home. Living near the military district, there were many supportive families and soldiers, as well as military doctors. This way, the family would have an easier time, but Grandpa Sheng and Grandma Sheng remained silent upon hearing this. In a few years, when Sheng father and Sheng mother retire, they could also move to the military district, and the whole family could live together. Sheng Wanza would likely get promoted in 2 years, and then he could apply for a 3-bedroom apartment. It wouldn't be a problem for the whole family to live together, so Grandpa Sheng and Grandma Sheng were somewhat tempted. They were also considering this matter, and since Sheng Wanza and Pan Yu were married, if Pan Yu became pregnant, they could help out. Cooking meals wouldn't be an issue, but the elderly couple was worried about moving to a new environment.
Mom, Dad, what do you think?
Sheng father and Sheng mother looked at Grandpa Sheng and Grandma Sheng, who exchanged glances. If we go, we will miss you both. And going now would just add trouble for the young ones. But we also want to see how Xiao Zhe and Xiao Yu are doing. Grandpa Sheng and Grandma Sheng wanted to go, but even if Sheng Wanza wrote beautifully in the letter, as elders, they still felt uneasy without seeing it for themselves. However, they preferred to stay close to their son and daughter-in-law. Without their son nearby, they felt insecure. Father Sheng nodded upon hearing this. The elderly couple didn't want to go now, so they would wait until later. Grandpa and Grandma, please don't leave. What will I do if you go? If you really worry about my brother, then wait until my sister-in-law is pregnant to lend a hand. For now, just spend more time with me. Sheng Wanyan clung to Grandma Sheng's arm and acted cute, and the elderly couple understood what their family was thinking. Going now would only cause trouble. Pan Yu had to work, and they were unfamiliar with the area, which would make them uncomfortable. Yenner is right. We can help out when Xiaoya is pregnant and see how that rascal is doing, said Mother Sheng, agreeing that the elderly couple shouldn't go now. Grandpa Sheng was in good health and shouldn't be worn out by travel. Besides, if they went, there would be no one to take care of them, and it would only add to Sheng Wanza and his wife's burden. It wasn't like they couldn't manage on their own. It was better to wait until Pan Yu was pregnant to help out. We'll listen to our daughter-in-law and go when Xiaoya is pregnant. Once Grandpa Sheng spoke, the matter was settled. After all, a year or so wasn't a big deal. Father Sheng wrote a letter to Sheng Wanze, sharing some family news, including Grandpa Sheng's recent hospitalization. The next day, Sheng Wanyan sent the letter while going to work. She hadn't written to Gu Tingxiao this month since Grandpa Sheng's hospitalization, so it was convenient to send it all together. Sheng Wanyan was living a simple and comfortable life, while Sheng Wanze felt anxious upon receiving the letter about Grandpa's illness. Pan Yu touched her belly as she read the letter. She had been married to Sheng Wanze for 3 months and wondered when she would get pregnant. Once she was pregnant, Grandpa and Grandma could come over. The family compound had military doctors, which was much better than being in Rongqing. Even if someone had a headache or a fever, they could get treated in time, and she missed her grandparents. When she was in Rongqing, Grandma Sheng taught her many things. Now, being alone in the family compound while Sheng Wanze was on duty made her feel lonely. There were also some neighbors who liked to gossip, and she found it hard to deal with them. It seemed she needed to get pregnant soon. Having Grandma Sheng around would make her life in the family compound much easier. Time quickly moved to the end of January 1974, and she welcomed her first new year in this era. In this time, they didn't put up couplets or set off firecrackers, as they couldn't engage in superstitious practices. So, every household could only close their doors and secretly pay respects to their ancestors, and the Sheng family was no exception. Grandpa Sheng secretly took out the hidden spirit tablet, placed it on the table, and lit 3 incense sticks. Sheng Wanyan followed her elders and knelt on the ground to bow 3 times. Grandpa Sheng said a few words, asking the ancestors to bless the family with peace, and then it was over. May the ancestors bless us. May the children be healthy. May the family be harmonious, and may there be no disasters. Grandpa Sheng led them in bowing 3 times, poured 3 cups of wine on the ground, and quickly packed everything away. These items must not be seen by others, or it would cause big trouble. Sheng Wanyan also took a break for the new year. In the past 2 months, she translated a book and sent it to a newspaper in Kyoto. During the new year, she planned to spend quality time with her family. Grandpa and Grandma Sheng would take them back to the countryside to visit relatives, as Grandpa still had family there. Grandma Sheng had very few relatives left, and Sheng's mother had a troubled relationship with her family when she was younger. Her grandmother favored boys over girls and wasn't very fond of Sheng Wanyan. When Sheng's mother gave birth to her, her grandmother directly said she had brought a burden into the world. It was only because Grandma Sheng was upset and Grandpa Sheng scolded a bit that her grandmother dared not say more. After all, her son-in-law was quite successful, working in the city and helping her daughter find a job. However, this daughter was quite frustrating, unwilling to help her brothers at home. But since the Sheng family was doing well, her grandmother didn't dare to ruin the relationship and could only maintain a facade of harmony. Now, seeing the Sheng family thriving and her grandson being a company commander at such a young age made her very happy, and she often boasted about it. Hearing that Sheng Wanyan was also working in the city made her regret deeply. If she had known to treat her daughter better back then, she wouldn't feel so distant now. Moreover, her sons combined didn't match their daughter's capabilities. The family often argued over basic needs, and the daughters-in-law frequently quarreled. No matter how strained her relationship with her daughter was, blood ties could not be severed. So this year, Grandma Sheng planned to express her grievances to her daughter, hoping she would support her brothers and find a few jobs for them. Nowadays, Sheng's mother only sent gifts during holidays and didn't keep in touch much. However, it was essential to return home for the new year. Parental favoritism was her issue, but as a child, she couldn't let others think she was ungrateful or give them something to gossip about. Moreover, Sheng's mother was aware that if she didn't put in the effort to maintain appearances, her mother could easily spread rumors about her in the village. The most important thing is that my son's and daughter's future cannot be affected by these rumors. Especially because of Sheng Wanze's profession, he cannot be labeled as unfilial. On the first day of the new year, the whole family took the bus back to the countryside early in the morning. There were only 2 bicycles at home, not enough for 5 people, so they had to take the bus. The journey was even harder than going to the city. This was also Sheng Wanyan's first time visiting the countryside in this era. Grandpa Sheng and Grandma Sheng originally had a house in the countryside, but later, when Sheng's father moved to the city, the family moved away. They rarely returned, and the house had become a bit old. Fortunately, the village chief of Hongqi Team 2 was kind-hearted and would often ask his wife to help clean it up. Even Uncle Sheng, who is the elder brother, was not as helpful. He had even suggested several times to Grandpa Sheng that he could lend the house to his eldest grandson's family. After all, Grandpa Sheng only returned once a year and stayed for about 5 or 6 days. It seemed that Grandpa Sheng, as a second uncle, was less willing to lend it to his nephew's family, even though it would be convenient for him to keep an eye on the house. However, Grandpa Sheng refused each time, saying that the house was built with great care in his youth. When the family was divided, Grandma Sheng favored him and gave him an old house that was nearly falling apart. Later, Grandpa Sheng and Grandma Sheng worked hard to tear down the old house and rebuild it. Although it was a mud house, it was clean, and over the years it had only developed a bit of mold. It was said to be a temporary stay, but who knew it might end up becoming permanent? Shouldn't your own grandfather find a way if there's no house to live in? Besides, your grandson still has his own parents, so why should it concern his second uncle? Does he have the right to interfere? It took Sheng Wanyan's family over 3 hours on the bus to reach Hongqi Commune, and from there, they could only take an ox cart back. Sheng Wanyan looked around at the Hongqi Commune of this era. The countryside was really quite backward, and everything was inconvenient. On this New Year's Day, many villagers were waiting at Hongqi Commune for the ox carts. "Dad, is that Uncle Sheng from our village driving the ox cart?" Sheng's father recognized him immediately. He had often taken rides on Uncle Sheng's cart before. He was surprised to see that Uncle Sheng was about the same age as his father and was still driving the ox cart. Grandpa Sheng looked over and nodded. He and Uncle Sheng were good friends and had a very good relationship when they lived in the village. "Yes, hurry over, don't keep him waiting." Grandpa Sheng hadn't seen his old friend for a long time, and his heart was already flying with excitement. As soon as he spotted him, he walked toward the ox cart, and Uncle Sheng burst into laughter upon seeing him. "I was worried. I thought you weren't coming back this year." The members of the second team, all surnamed Sheng, belonged to the same clan and were usually very united. "How could I not come back? This is my home." Hearing this, Grandpa Sheng felt a bit annoyed. Who did he think he was? He was not someone who forgot his roots. "Is this your granddaughter? She's grown so much." Uncle Sheng looked at Sheng Wanyan, who had spent 2 or 3 years in the village as a child before her family moved to the city when she was 3. She used to visit his house often, and now she had turned into a lovely young lady. However, since she only returned every few years, she had long forgotten her childhood memories. It was surprising how quickly she had grown into such a beautiful girl. His old friend was indeed lucky. All his children were doing well. "Yes, this is my granddaughter. Wanyan, you can call him Uncle Sheng. You used to go to his house for candy." In his youth, Grandpa Sheng and Uncle Sheng called each other brothers, so she had to address him as Uncle Sheng. "Hello, Uncle Sheng." Sheng Wanyan greeted him politely, and Uncle Sheng's eyes squinted with joy. "Good, good. What a nice child. Hurry up and get on. Let's go back to the village." Seeing her obedient and understanding demeanor made Uncle Sheng very happy. Unfortunately, his own grandson was already married. Otherwise, he would have liked Wanyan to be his granddaughter-in-law. Sheng father and Sheng mother helped Grandpa and Grandma Sheng onto the cart, and once the 2 elders were settled, Sheng father climbed up as well. He helped Sheng mother and Sheng Wanyan onto the cart, and the family rode back to the village. On the way, Sheng Wanyan enjoyed the scenery, but sitting on the ox cart was uncomfortable, and there was nothing to see except mountains. They passed a few villagers on the road, and Uncle Sheng brought them along. Everyone knew Grandpa and Grandma Sheng, and they were curious about life in the city. They were especially interested in the marriage prospects of the Sheng family's 2 children. When they heard that Sheng Wanza had already gotten married, they could only sigh in regret. Sheng family daughter-in-law, your daughter is really lovely. She must be 20 now, right? Sheng mother smiled and nodded, knowing this question would come up.
Yes.
After the new year, she'll be 21. Why hasn't she found someone yet? If you don't get married soon, you might really miss your chance. Aren't you worried? Yes, my daughter got married at 16. As women get older, they seem to lose value. Everyone started gossiping, and Mrs. Sheng couldn't say much. After all, this was how people thought in this era. My son is 22 and works at the commune. How about we set up a blind date? My grandson is also good. He's about the same age as your daughter and works as a teacher at the commune. Everyone chimed in, almost ready to invite a matchmaker to propose. With such a good match, who wouldn't want to marry into the Sheng family? Hearing this, Mrs. Sheng had to reveal that her daughter, Sheng Wanyan, already had a partner, worried that people in the village might take an interest in her daughter. My daughter has a partner, so there's no need for you all to worry.
What?
She has a partner? Last time you came for the wedding, didn't you say she was single? My daughter has only been dating for a few months. My son's friend likes her, and after the new year, they might talk about marriage. Mrs. Sheng didn't want anyone in the village to pursue Sheng Wanyan. She would never agree to her daughter marrying someone from the village. Having lived in the village when she was young, she knew that while the people were simple, conflicts over food could disturb a whole family. Moreover, she didn't want her daughter to suffer under a mother-in-law who would be difficult. Such mothers-in-law were rare in this day and age. Especially in a village where many lacked education, her family had the means. So why should her daughter endure hardship? Is your future son-in-law in the military? What position does he hold? I heard your son has become a company commander. Is that true? Everyone was asking questions, and Mrs. Sheng answered what she could. Yes, he's in the military. The position isn't important. What matters is that he treats my daughter well. Is it true that your son has become a company commander? There was nothing to hide, and Mrs. Sheng nodded in acknowledgement. Everyone gasped in surprise. They didn't expect this to be true. There was no one more accomplished than Sheng Wanja among the young people in their village. At such a young age to be a company commander, he must be quite capable. The village chief's grandson had served for 5 years and became a platoon leader, and they already thought that was impressive, especially since he married a city girl. I didn't expect that the son of the Sheng family was even more impressive, directly a camp leader, and he married a girl from the capital. The capital is the country center. Everyone has heard of it, but never visited. The Sheng family must have had some incredible luck. When she was young, Grandma Sheng was bullied the most by her mother-in-law, but now she has become the most envied elder in the village. After an hour and a half on the ox cart, Uncle Sheng took them to the village chief's house to get the keys. When the village chief of Red Flag team saw them return, he immediately asked his wife to bring out the keys. This year, your whole family is back. It will be lively for the new year. How many days are you staying this time? The village chief and Grandpa Sheng were friends, so they started chatting at the door. The village chief's wife came out to greet them and generously poured 5 cups of sweet water. Auntie, you are too kind. We can just have plain water. Seeing the village chief's wife being so polite, Grandma Sheng quickly declined when she offered some sunflower seeds and walnuts. It's nothing. The village has plenty of mountain goods. We're dividing pork in the village later. Would your family like to buy some? Today is the first day of the new year, a good day for distributing pork, and everyone is waiting in the village square. Grandma Sheng nodded. Their household is not registered in the village, so they can't participate in what the village has. However, they can buy things with their own money without any objections. All right, let's buy some meat. It will be lively for everyone. The village chief nodded, noticing how tired they looked, and quickly told them to go home and rest. Here are the keys. My wife and daughter-in-law cleaned the place a few days ago, so you can just move in. Thank you, village chief. Grandma Sheng knew she should bring some gifts to the village chief's family before they left, as they had helped take care of the house all these years. Sheng Wanyan followed her family back to their house at the end of the village. It was a small courtyard with 3 rooms and a storage room, along with a front and backyard. The backyard had the kitchen and storage room, while the front yard was empty. usually used for drying clothes. The storage room had firewood neatly stacked. Grandpa Sheng had given some money to the village chief last year to help prepare firewood for this year. Fortunately, Grandpa Sheng had the foresight. Otherwise, where would they find firewood on such a snowy day? This was Sheng Wanyan's first time sleeping on a heated bed. The family had bedding in the wardrobe, which was from before. Although the bedding was no longer soft, it could still be used to cushion the bed, making it more comfortable to sleep on. Sheng's parents brought back 3 quilts and prepared the bed, tidying up the things they had brought. The whole family then went out to see the excitement. This was also Sheng Wanyan's first time witnessing a pig being slaughtered, and she was very curious. When they arrived, they saw the butcher using a knife to cut the pig's neck, collecting the blood in a large basin. Once the blood was drained, the butcher began to cut the pork, and the village women lined up to get their share, all wanting the fattier pieces. Oh, I want the pig's belly, but not the trotters. The trotters were mostly bones, and no one wanted them. Everyone just wanted the juicy meat. Sheng Wanyan actually wanted to eat the trotters. Braised trotters are so delicious. Mom, let's buy some pig offal, pig lungs, and trotters. We can make soup. Upon hearing this, Sheng's mother nodded and took out money to buy a trotter, taking the offal that others didn't want. Let's get 2 more pounds of meat. Sheng's mother didn't miss the chance to buy meat since it was convenient, and she didn't have to wait in line at the supply store. Village Chief Sheng wondered why she was spending money on offal, but it was her choice, and he couldn't interfere. That'll be 2 yuan in total. In the village, buying things didn't require tickets, which was a benefit, and the prices were local. Sheng's mother paid, and everyone was surprised to see her spend 2 yuan on these items, not knowing what to say. Some thought it was better to buy more meat instead of these useless things. However, most felt jealousy, envious of the Sheng family's generosity in spending money on what seemed unnecessary. They wondered how they could afford to spend money like that, especially since 2 yuan was what a whole family could earn in a day of hard work. It really made people feel inferior. But Sheng's mother knew her daughter could turn these ingredients into delicious dishes, and she was already craving her daughter's stir-fried pig intestines. Not to mention making a pig trotter and goji berry soup, which would be so tasty. Ignoring others' opinions, Sheng's mother thought, isn't the new year a time for the whole family to be happy? After buying the meat, she planned to have dinner with Grandpa Sheng's family on New Year's Day, so she carried the 2 pounds of meat along with 2 pounds of sunflower seeds and 2 bottles of wine. After all, Grandpa Sheng and Uncle Sheng are brothers, so it doesn't make sense to be awkward during the holidays. When Uncle Sheng's family saw them arrive with meat in hand, they were very welcoming. Although there was jealousy in their hearts, they had to maintain appearances. After all, Sheng's parents worked in the city and might help their own children in the future. Grandma Sheng smiled politely at her sister-in-law, and Grandma Sheng De could only nod in welcome. They had their share of conflicts when they were younger, but now they could sit at the same table for a meal, all because of the new year. Grandma Sheng noticed that Grandma Sheng De looked healthy and was wearing new clothes. They were about the same age, yet Grandma Sheng felt like an old woman. In her youth, she was proud because she had many sons, but now, in front of her sister-in-law, she felt far from her former confidence. She still had to curry favor with their family to secure a good future for her grandsons. At the very least, having a connection could help in times of need. Grandma Sheng understood this, but felt uneasy about it. Now that she was at this age, she couldn't compare herself to others, so she could only compare her family's younger generation. Unfortunately, none of her children worked in the city. There wasn't a grandson who was a camp leader, nor a granddaughter working in the cotton factory in the city. Uncle Sheng gave her a warning glance, urging her not to make things awkward again. Her brother's family was thriving, and if they offended them, they wouldn't gain anything. She couldn't forget that they might need help in the future. Seeing her husband's expression, Grandma Sheng understood his meaning. She could only smile and prepare 5 cups of sweet water to warmly welcome them. Grandma Sheng took a sip and said nothing, while Grandpa Sheng and Uncle Sheng chatted. No matter how much they argued, they couldn't treat each other as strangers. I heard your yen is also working in the city. Sister-in-law, you are truly fortunate. And you have a grandson who is a camp leader. You won't have to worry anymore. Grandma Sheng smiled at the compliment from her sister-in-law, knowing there must be a reason behind it. Sister-in-law, you flatter me. This is all thanks to the children's own efforts. As elders, we just hope not to hold them back. Yes, yes, yes. Grandma Sheng felt a bit uncomfortable hearing this. Didn't her sister-in-law clearly say that she wouldn't let her grandchildren help her? Today, it's rare for us brothers to gather, so we should drink a bit more. Yes, I brought some good wine this time. Let's enjoy it together. Grandpa Sheng specially brought wine from home just for this trip to the countryside. Sheng Wanyan glanced at Grandpa Sheng. Noticing her warning look, he immediately dropped the topic of drinking. After all, since he was hospitalized last time, his granddaughter had been very strict about his diet. Grandma Sheng took her 4 daughters-in-law to the kitchen to get busy, while the children played in the yard. Grandpa Sheng was already a great-grandfather, with 3 great-grandsons and 3 great-granddaughters. The 3 great-grandsons were chubby and wore new clothes and warm jackets. The oldest was 8, the second was 5, and the youngest was just 1. The 3 great-granddaughters, however, did not have the same treatment. They wore hand-me-downs from the boys and were shivering from the cold, having to help in the kitchen. Hurry up, are you all trying to be lazy? Grandma Sheng was upset and took it out on the 3 great-granddaughters. The girls didn't dare to speak and quickly went to start the fire and wash vegetables, even in the cold winter water. The oldest great-granddaughter was 6, the second was 4, and the youngest was 3. The 3 girls looked pale, their hair was unhealthy and yellowed. They were so thin that they seemed like they could fall over with a gust of wind. The 4 daughters-in-law also kept quiet. The family hadn't split yet, so they had to listen to Grandma Sheng. She was always so strong-willed. If they dared to argue, they might get scolded. The eldest daughter-in-law, who had given birth to the oldest great-grandson, had a strong voice in the family. The second daughter-in-law had 1 boy and 1 girl, the third had 2 girls, and the fourth had 1 boy. The third daughter-in-law saw her 2 daughters working hard in the cold, but ignored them. She had struggled to have a son and felt very unhappy in her in-law's house. To her, her 2 daughters were a burden, and she often wondered why she had them. If she had known they would be girls, she would have made a different choice. Now, she couldn't hold her head high in her in-law's home and faced judgment from others, being called a mother who couldn't have a son. The other 3 daughters-in-law also stayed silent. They knew that eventually the girls would marry, and being scolded was just part of it. As long as it's not her own precious son being scolded, she doesn't mind. They still need their sons to support them in old age. Sheng Wanyan could hear Grandma Sheng's loud voice scolding from the backyard while sitting in the living room. She ignored it. If others didn't care about their own parents, she wouldn't get involved. She sat in the living room with her mother, listening to everyone chat and observing Grandpa Sheng's house. Grandpa Sheng's house was quite large, mainly because there were many rooms. After all, the family hadn't split up yet, and everyone lived in the same yard. With such a strong-willed Grandma Sheng around, everyone felt pressured, but in this era, families rarely split up. After all, staying together meant they could at least have enough to eat, while splitting up meant having nothing. In the village, just having enough food was considered fortunate. Grandma Sheng prepared a meal with 4 daughters-in-law, including a pot of pork with vermicelli, a pot of braised pork, and a fish, along with some vegetables and cold dishes. The staple foods were common items like steamed corn buns and sweet potatoes. For the village, having 1 meat dish was already a luxury. If it weren't for needing help from her sister-in-law's family and them bringing 2 pounds of meat, Grandma Sheng wouldn't be so generous. Mom, there's meat today. Seeing this, the eldest great-grandson immediately ran to the table, grabbing a piece of braised pork without washing his hands. Grandpa Sheng scolded him, saying it was inappropriate, especially since his uncle's family was visiting today. Oldest son, you need to manage your grandson properly. Aunt Sheng quickly took her grandson away, fearing her father-in-law would get angry. Grandma, I want to eat meat. It's all mine. Wait a bit. We'll eat together later. Aunt Sheng quickly covered his mouth to prevent him from saying anything that might upset his grandfather. Hearing this, Grandpa Sheng's face darkened. Where did this great-grandson get such ideas? Father, the child is still young. He speaks without thinking. The eldest daughter-in-law quickly took her son away from the table. But the great-grandson kept fussing, insisting that the meat was all his because he was the eldest grandson. Grandma had told him that everything in the house would be his in the future. He's already 8 years old. If he does it again, he can go work in the fields. Grandpa Sheng declared, and the family nodded in agreement, feeling frustrated. Aunt Sheng quickly calmed her grandson down to avoid any embarrassment. The child doesn't understand. I apologize for the trouble. Grandma Sheng tried to defend her great-grandson, but Grandma shook her head, unsure of what to say. You didn't educate your family well, and during the new year, you had to create such a joke. What can an outsider say about it? Let's eat. With a command from Grandma Sheng, everyone took their seats. Sheng Wanyan sat next to her father and mother, beside Grandma Sheng. This spot was good for reaching the dishes, as Grandma Sheng originally wanted Sheng Wanyan to sit at the back with the other girls, where it was hard to get any food. But thinking about how Sheng Wanyan worked in the city and how her siblings loved their granddaughter, she decided to let it go. Come on, everyone, don't be shy. Wanyan hasn't been to Grandpa's house in a long time, so just treat it like home. Grandpa Sheng was very kind to her. In fact, his family treated both her and Sheng Wanja with respect, not acting superior. After all, if they offended the only 2 younger members of the family, their relationship would only grow distant.
Okay, Grandpa.
Sheng Wanyan nodded obediently. Everyone knows how to put on a show, and she wouldn't refuse this courtesy. The elders would handle everything. She just needed to stay quietly by their side. Let's eat. Grandpa Sheng picked up his chopsticks first, and the family quickly reached for the meat. He shot a warning glance at the 2 daughters-in-law and 4 granddaughters, who dared not take any meat. Sheng Wanyan noticed that only the men were bold enough to take meat, focusing only on themselves and their sons, without caring if their wives and daughters had enough to eat. Calmly, Sheng Wanyan took a piece of fish. The women in Grandpa Sheng's family looked at her with jealousy. She didn't care. Why should she leave the meal hungry? Seeing her take meat, Grandma Sheng scolded her in her heart for wasting food, but she could only smile on the outside. Sheng's father served everyone a piece of braised pork, remembering that Sheng Wanyan didn't like fatty meat, so he chose a leaner piece for her. Grandpa Sheng immediately started drinking with Grandpa, both of their faces turning red. Little brother, didn't Wanyan want to go to the countryside? Why didn't she go? Grandma Sheng began to inquire, and Grandpa only spoke up after taking a sip of wine. Wanyan was lucky. The cotton factory was hiring, so she went for an interview. Grandpa would never mention that she got the job through money, knowing how harsh his sister-in-law could be, something he had experienced in his youth. The old lady often had conflicts with her neighbor when she was younger, and their families were at odds. Now, how could she possibly find a weakness in her home? When Grandma Sheng heard this, she rubbed her hands and glanced at Grandpa Sheng, who nodded before she spoke. My younger brother is doing well now, and there aren't many kids in the family, so we can enjoy life. They say children are a burden. Your older brother has many kids, and with times being tough, could you help my eldest grandson find a job in the city? As soon as Grandma Sheng said this, everyone in the Sheng family looked at her, and the daughter-in-law of the eldest grandson was especially excited. If her husband could work in the city, wouldn't that make her a city person too? Sister-in-law, what education does your eldest grandson have? Grandpa Sheng asked slowly, and Grandma Sheng proudly lifted her chin. My eldest grandson graduated from middle school. In this village, even graduating from elementary school is a luxury. Sister-in-law, city jobs have requirements. One must have a high school diploma. Besides, I'm just at home now and don't have many connections. Hearing this, Grandma Sheng became anxious. Why couldn't she help her nephew find a job for her granddaughter? Isn't your son working at the steel factory? Your daughter-in-law and granddaughter are both working in the city. You could help out. Besides, isn't your grandson a company commander? You could take my little grandson to the army and help him get a position. When Grandpa Sheng heard his sister-in-law suggest using Shengwanza, he became displeased. Sister-in-law, my grandson Xiaoza earned his position through hard work. Please don't say such things again. Grandma Sheng couldn't hold back. Her grandson became a company commander after countless missions and sacrifices. Now, this sister-in-law was asking for her grandson to sacrifice his future for hers. What a ridiculous dream. Is it wrong for elders to help their nephews? Besides, your Xiaoza is in the army. Who knows what might happen? At that time, Sheng Wanyan, being a girl, won't be able to support you. Sister-in-law, if you help us this time, if anything happens to Xiaoza, your nephews will remember your kindness. Grandma Sheng's words darkened her face, and Sheng's parents were so angry they put down their chopsticks. Grandma Sheng was furious. Was she cursing her grandson? Sister-in-law. I only call you sister-in-law because I respect you, but my little Zay is contributing to the country, while you are here saying these hurtful things. I think the meal is just a cover. It's really a trap. Grandma Sheng threw down her chopsticks and stood up, looking coldly at Grandma Shengda. Seeing her so unyielding, Grandma Shengda became angry. What she said was the truth. Her sister-in-law's family only had this one grandson, who is in the military. It's possible something could happen to him one day. When that time comes, if Sheng Wanyan gets married, won't they need their male relatives to help? This was supposed to benefit both sides, but this sister-in-law is so stubborn. Big brother, if this meal is a trap, then our family won't eat it. Grandpa Sheng put down his chopsticks, surprised that his wife spoke her mind. Their younger brother's family only has this one grandson, and he had told her several times last night to stay calm today since they were asking for a favor. But when his wife got angry, she took on the role of the elder and lost her composure. Why couldn't she keep quiet during the new year? Isn't this clearly offending people? Be quiet. Grandpa Sheng slammed the table in anger, and Grandma Shengda realized what she had said. Grandpa Sheng was frustrated, looking at Grandma Shengda with a dark expression. Younger brother, your sister-in-law often speaks without thinking. Don't take it to heart. Today is the first day of the new year, a day for our family to reunite. Don't let it bother you. Big brother, we are all older now, and I understand you want to secure a future for your grandson. But my little Zay's military achievements were earned with blood and tears, so I hope your family won't say such things in the future. Hearing this, Grandpa Sheng nodded and pulled him down to sit. Apologize to your younger brother. Grandma Shengda had no choice but to hold back her anger and apologize to Grandpa Sheng. Younger brother, I was just too anxious. Please don't be mad at me. Grandpa Sheng sat down, but the meal that followed was not so harmonious. Everyone had their own thoughts and little agendas. Sheng Wanyan lost her appetite after a few bites. This meal felt like a trap, so it was better to eat less. In the end, Grandpa Sheng's family did not bring up the matter again, and when people left, they were all smiles. On the first day of the new year, Grandma Sheng still gave red envelopes to the children. Adult matters should not involve the kids. Every red envelope is worth 5 cents, and the children are already very happy to receive them. After Grandpa Sheng and his family left, his expression suddenly darkened. Your little brother is really heartless. He won't even help his own big brother's family, Grandma Sheng complained continuously, making Grandpa Sheng's face even darker. Shut up. If you can't keep your mouth shut, go back to your mother's house. What did you say? You want to send me back to my mother's house? Grandma Sheng, over 60 years old, never expected to hear such words from her husband at this age. If you offend your little brother's family, and something happens in the future, we won't have anyone to turn to for help. Grandma Sheng is known for being harsh and has upset many people in the village. If something really happens, everyone will likely keep their distance. No matter what, he is still your own brother. Grandma Sheng could only stammer this out, while Grandpa Sheng truly felt there was no hope for her. Just at the dinner table, she cursed his only grandson. If it weren't for the fact that they were brothers, anyone who heard that would have already turned against her. Seeing Grandpa Sheng's serious face, Grandma Sheng could only close her mouth. Back home, Grandma Sheng was so angry that she started to complain. Only her grandson is precious, while mine is worthless. Xiaoze has been in the army for 7 years. Who knows how much blood and tears he has shed to get to where he is today. And now, your big brother's family is dreaming, expecting Xiao Zhe to secure a position for their grandson. Your big brother's family really knows how to calculate. Grandma Sheng was filled with anger and kept venting, as everyone in the family felt the same way. Grandpa Sheng's family treated their own home like a cash cow, expecting their children's futures to be planned out by them. We won't come back next year. In the end, Grandpa Sheng only said this. He was utterly disappointed in his big brother. In his brother's eyes, he was just someone who could help his family advance. For so many years, he had been patient and he only had this one big brother left, so he felt some reluctance. But now, at this age, all his patience had only led to his brother's increasing schemes. Grandma Sheng sighed. She had long wanted to cut ties with this relative. If it weren't for the old couple's nostalgia, she wouldn't even want to return to the village. Gurgle, gurgle, Grandpa Sheng's stomach protested. No one had eaten enough, so Grandma Sheng had to go prepare a late-night snack. The family had a late-night meal, wiped themselves down with warm water, and then went back to their rooms to rest. Tomorrow is the second day of the new year, and Grandma Sheng has to visit her family, which will surely be an eventful day. Sheng Wanyan enjoyed watching the performance today. The village may not have much, but it is lively. I must say, her grandmother is quite strong-willed. She wouldn't speak so sternly in the city. In the city, she is a kind old lady, but in the village, she becomes like a hedgehog, full of prickles. Perhaps she felt too constrained in her youth and no longer wants to hold back. Sheng Wanyan lay on the bed, staring at the ceiling. When she noticed the house had fallen silent, she entered her space. She took a shower and did her skincare routine. Feeling hungry for spicy and sour noodles, she used her mind to take some from the storage and cooked them according to the instructions. After eating and drinking enough, Sheng Wanyan picked some fruit and checked on the herbs she had planted. She dug up a ginseng root, which she planned to use for brewing wine that Grandpa Sheng could enjoy at home. Adding some spring water would be good for his health. She had bought various herb seeds and planted many in her space. Having studied medicine in her past life, she knew how precious herbs could be, especially ginseng and reishi mushrooms that are several years old. These can be life-saving. Since she was in the countryside this time, she could find an excuse to go up the mountain and take the ginseng out without raising suspicion. Determined, Sheng Wanyan decided to rest and wait for the right moment to retrieve the ginseng in a couple of days. On the second day of the new year, Mr. and Mrs. Sheng were going back to her family, and Sheng Wanyan was supposed to go too. However, Grandpa and Grandma Sheng were at home, and Mr. Sheng was worried. So, Sheng Wanyan had to stay behind to watch over the elderly couple. She was actually glad about this, as it gave her an excuse to check the mountain. Her grandmother's house was in the neighboring village, which required crossing half a mountain and walking for over an hour. Grandma Sheng asked Mrs. Sheng to bring back 2 pounds of pork, 1 pound of pastries, and 1 pound of candy, as the villagers were watching, and she didn't want to lose face. Mrs. Sheng carried the items and set off with Mr. Sheng and Sheng Wang toward the neighboring village. Once they left, Sheng Wanyan couldn't sit still. Grandpa, Grandma, I'm going to check the mountain. Grandpa and Grandma Sheng didn't stop her. After all, she was old enough to know what she was doing. Don't go deep into the mountains, just walk around the edge, Grandpa Sheng advised. After all, there are many animals in the mountains, and he's worried about wild boars and packs of wolves. I know. I'll just take a look around the edge, Sheng Wanyan replied. Hearing this, Grandpa Sheng nodded, and she quickly grabbed a basket and a sickle before heading out. It was snowing outside, and not many people were around, just some kids playing. Sheng Wanyan headed straight for the mountains, which were really big, and she couldn't see the bottom. She only used the excuse of going into the mountains because there were many animals and it could be dangerous. As someone carrying a lot of supplies, she didn't need to take risks. She just wanted to find a reason to take out the ginseng, not to put her life in danger. Sheng Wanyan wandered around the edge, but with the snow so deep, she couldn't see much. She found a big rock to sit on and watched the kids playing nearby.
Look.
That's the grandson of the person living in the shed. He lives in the shed. One child shouted.
Hit him.
Hit him. Another yelled. My grandma says people who live in sheds are bad and shouldn't be spared, said another child. Several boys, around 7 or 8 years old, picked up small stones from the ground and threw them. Sheng Wanyan heard the noise and looked over to see a boy, looking about 8 or 9, surrounded by other kids throwing stones at him. The boy didn't fight back. He just clenched his fists and gritted his teeth, enduring it all. His eyes were filled with determination, and he remained silent, resembling a little wild wolf ready to bite.
Kill him.
He's the grandson of a bad person. The boys shouted as they continued throwing stones. Sheng Wanyan frowned and walked over.
Hey,
Hitting people is against the law. You could get locked up,
she said.
The kids throwing stones turned around, looking a bit guilty upon seeing her. After all, they were caught doing something wrong, which made them nervous.
He's
someone who lives in a shed. He's a bad person. One of them stammered. Yeah, his grandpa is a bad person. Don't help him, sister. The others chimed in. Sheng Wanyan glanced at the boy in the middle, shivering and pale. Hearing their words, Sheng Wanyan frowned deeply. The cruelty of this era had destroyed too many lives and stories. Those who were looked down upon were often powerful figures in their fields. No matter what, hitting people is wrong, especially when you outnumber him. Don't you think that's unfair? A few children lowered their heads when they heard this. They had indeed bullied the weaker ones and were caught in the act, feeling ashamed. Big sister, he's not a good person. Stay away from him. 1 or 2 children recognized Sheng Wanyan. The Sheng family had been the talk of the village lately. After all, not every family could go to the city for work and become city folks. Has he done anything bad? The children thought for a moment and shook their heads. He really hadn't done anything wrong. Nothing. If he hasn't done anything wrong, how can he be a bad person? The children looked down, afraid to speak, and Sheng Wanyan sighed. The rules of the world were like this, and she couldn't change everyone's mind. Quickly go home and don't do this again. The children immediately ran off, leaving Sheng Wanyan with the 8 or 9-year-old boy. The boy looked at her, his stubbornness still evident, with a hint of caution. Thank you. When Sheng Wanyan heard his thanks, she glanced at him, but didn't say anything. The boy looked at her nervously. Sheng Wanyan took out 2 apples from her bag and placed them in his hands. Go home. Big sister. I can't take these. He had come to the countryside with his grandfather before the new year, and since arriving, his grandfather had to do the hardest work every day. He was no longer the pampered young master everyone used to admire. He once had a happy home, but everything changed last year. His parents were investigated and then sent away to the south. He hadn't seen them for over half a year and didn't know where they were. Now, he could only follow his grandfather here, with nothing to his name. He had tasted all kinds of delicious food in the capital, but now he faced hunger, and the harsh reality and people's indifference had left him without hope for the world.
Take them.
Life has to go on, and you should welcome a new beginning. Sheng Wanyan gave him the apples and walked away. The boy held the 2 apples, watching her leave. A new
beginning? But when would that be?
He looked down at the apples in his hands, his gaze slowly becoming determined. The big sister was right. Life must go on. He was still so young, and the future was full of possibilities. Sheng Wanyan returned near her home and took out a century-old ginseng to put in her bag. Once home, she acted nervous and quickly closed the door. Grandma Sheng saw her anxious expression and thought something must have happened. What's wrong? Is a ghost chasing you? Why did you take so long? Grandma Sheng felt a bit worried, and Sheng Wanyan quickly pulled her inside the house. Grandma, come quickly and see what I found. Sheng Wanyan took out a 100-year-old ginseng from her basket. Grandma Sheng recognized it right away. She had worked at a distillery when she was young. Where did you get this? Grandma Sheng looked at the ginseng in her hand, almost speechless with excitement. I dug it up in the mountains. Hearing this, Grandma Sheng hurried to find a red string to tie the ginseng stem and leaves. There's an old saying that you should tie ginseng with a red string so it won't run away. Although she was a bit late, it still counted, and at least it made her feel more secure. This looks like it's been around for 100 years. You really have good luck, my girl. Grandma Xing couldn't believe her granddaughter found a ginseng just from wandering around. Grandma, I'll use half of this ginseng to make wine for Grandpa, and the other half for the family to boost their health. Send some to my brother too. If he's injured, it can help him recover. Grandma Xing nodded busily. She was quite experienced in handling ginseng. Half would be used for making wine, and the other half would be sliced, dried, and stored for soup. Dried ginseng could be sent without going bad. Really, half for making wine? Grandpa Xing's eyes lit up. He had never tried ginseng wine before. Should we just save it? We can use it later if there's an urgent need. Grandma Xing thought it seemed a bit extravagant. After all, this was 100-year-old ginseng. Not even wealthy people in the past could have owned one. Grandma, let's use it. Things found by chance shouldn't be kept. After thinking it over, Grandma Xing agreed with Sheng Wanyan. After all, this was something her granddaughter found by chance. Grandma Xing held traditional views, believing that things obtained unexpectedly or through improper means should be used quickly to avoid unease. She trusted old sayings, as they often held some truth. All right, we'll do as you say. Make sure to store it well, and we'll make the wine when we get back to the city. Grandma Xing still felt it was better to keep it, as it was something her granddaughter found herself, which made it special. Her granddaughter was able to bring it out because she was thoughtful and cared for her 4 elders. So it was best to let her decide how to use it. Grandpa Xing was very happy to hear that he had ginseng wine to drink. He had lived in the village for many years and had never seen anyone find ginseng on the mountain. Maybe others found it but wouldn't share, but 100-year-old ginseng is very rare. His granddaughter was definitely the first person ever to find it. This could be a family treasure. Grandpa Xing was so excited that he could already imagine himself drinking the ginseng wine. Grandma Xing wrapped the ginseng in red cloth and reminded Sheng Wanyan to keep it safe. Sheng Wanyan took it back to her room and placed it in her cloth bag. She could imagine how excited her parents would be when they returned and saw the 100-year ginseng. So, she didn't put it in her storage space. She just kept it in the cloth bag to show her mother when she came back. At noon, Sheng Wanyan cooked tomato and egg noodles for the 2 elders, which made them feel warm. Both elders had a habit of taking afternoon naps, and Sheng Wanyan also liked to hide under the covers in winter. Given a blanket, she could stay indoors all day. Her parents returned home during dinner time, but her mother looked a bit upset. Sheng Wanyan had prepared braised pig trotters, her mother's favorite stir-fried pig intestines, and a soup made with pickled vegetables and pig lungs. She also made a cold cucumber salad, which was already quite a feast. Her parents smelled the delicious food from far away, and when they got home and saw the wonderful meal, their mood improved a lot. Mom and Dad, just in time to wash your hands and eat, she said. After washing their hands, the family sat down at the table to eat. As her mother enjoyed the pig intestines, she let out some of her frustrations. How was your visit to your family today? Grandma Xing looked at the 2 of them, while Grandpa Xing kept his head down and said nothing. Her mother got angry just thinking about her visit. She brought meat back home, but her mother took all the food. At first, her mother was very warm to her, but during lunch, they only had a simple meal. Over the years, she had gotten used to her parents' favoritism. To them, daughters were not valued as much. She went back just to save face and not give anyone a reason to talk. But while eating, having to help her nephew find a job was frustrating. After she refused, her mother started hinting that she should help her niece find a good family to marry into. As they talked, her mother even suggested that she let her daughter's job go to her nephew, saying that having a worker in the family would make her feel proud in the Xing family. She didn't want to help, but her family directly scolded her, saying that she was living well and didn't support her own family. They called her ungrateful. Her brothers and younger siblings looked at her with disappointment, blaming her for not helping their family. For years, they said she hadn't fulfilled her duties as a daughter. Besides bringing some meat during holidays, she never seemed to care about her family. Seeing her relatives act this way made her mother very upset, and they started arguing. How could they blame her for their struggles? Should she be responsible for her nephews' and nieces' futures? Were their parents not alive? Her nephews and nieces were adults. Didn't they understand this? She was just a married daughter, not their mother, and it wasn't her responsibility to support them. It felt like she owed them something. In the end, no matter how much her grandmother scolded her, or even begged her father for help, neither her father nor mother wanted to support them. The meal was very uncomfortable. When her mother returned home, her grandmother gave her a pound of sweet potatoes to take, which was ordered by her grandfather. Otherwise, there would have been none. Her mother-in-law sighed, realizing that her in-laws still didn't see the truth after so many years. Her brothers and younger siblings were useless, and her sisters were completely controlled by their mother, too afraid to go against her. Her mother was rebellious and often clashed with her family because she had married well. But her other sisters were married to local men or men from nearby villages, working hard in the fields and facing difficulties at home and when visiting their family. They couldn't stand up for themselves at all. When her mother was younger, she had helped her family, but her brothers and younger siblings always complained and refused to work. They would send her back when she tried to help, and she had exhausted her goodwill. Her mother-in-law sighed again, realizing that even at this age, her in-laws still didn't see the truth. Now, her grandchildren were also looking to her mother for help. This family seemed hopeless, but thankfully her mother hadn't been affected by their negativity. Otherwise, life would be very hard. No matter what, they are still your parents. You have to maintain some respect during holidays. Just find a way to politely refuse. Don't let them label you as unfilial. Grandma Sheng tried to comfort Mother Sheng, understanding that being a daughter-in-law for so many years has not been easy. With such a demanding family, if Mother Sheng hadn't been strong and unafraid, her life might have been as difficult as her sister's, always under the control of her family. Mother Sheng nodded, knowing what Grandma Sheng meant. She decided not to return home except during holidays, as she didn't want to create trouble for herself. Every time she went back, it only made her upset, so why bother? Sheng Wanyan stayed in the village with her elders until the 6th day of the Lunar New Year. By the 8th, everyone had to return to work in the city. Before leaving, Grandpa Sheng and Grandma Sheng brought 2 pounds of pastries and a pound of cured meat to the village chief's house. The village chief's wife helped clean their house every year, which was hard work. In these times, who would willingly waste their energy doing such tasks? It was better to save that energy for earning work points. That's why Grandpa and Grandma Sheng always brought gifts as a token of appreciation.
Take it back.
The village chief frowned. He had fought alongside Grandpa Sheng against the enemy in their youth, forming a deep bond. Was it really necessary to bring gifts for such a small task every year? It's not for you. There's no reason for your wife to help for free, Grandpa Sheng replied, handing the items to the village chief's wife. She wanted to accept them, knowing they were valuable, and she had put in hard work to clean thoroughly each time. Upon hearing this, the village chief's expression softened, and when his wife noticed, she realized she could accept the gifts. Come, have a glass of water. The village chief's wife warmly served them 2 cups of sweet water. Are you leaving soon? She asked. Yes, the kids will be back to work the day after tomorrow, so we need to pack, they replied. The village chief nodded, understanding that returning to the city after just a few days was not easy. You can take the ox cart to the commune and then catch the bus back to the city. The ox cart will leave at 2 in the afternoon, he instructed. Grandpa and Grandma Sheng quickly went home to pack their things. Although there had been some disagreements during their last meal, Grandpa Sheng's family felt it was important to see off their only brother as he was leaving. They only sent a cart, and Grandpa Sheng still entrusted the house keys to the village chief to help look after the house. Grandpa Sheng and Grandpa Sheng held hands and shared some words. At their age, even if the women in the family and the younger generation had their disagreements, there was still a sense of nostalgia. They both felt emotional, realizing they might not have many more chances to meet. Grandpa Shengda, in particular, was not as strong as Grandpa Sheng and often worked in the fields, feeling quite weak. At 70 years old, thoughts often turned sad. When Grandpa Sheng left, he felt a bit down. Sitting on the cart and watching his older brother's frail figure grow distant, he could only sigh softly. When Sheng Wanyan returned home for the new year, she didn't see Sheng Xiaoying. She heard that after getting married, Sheng Xiuying became pregnant but suffered a miscarriage just before the new year due to her mother-in-law's harsh treatment. Now, she was recovering at her in-laws' home and naturally wouldn't return for the new year. Her mother-in-law didn't want her to leave home during the holiday to go back to her family. There was a lot of work to do at home, and after marrying, she shouldn't be thinking about her family. Sheng Wanyan listened to the gossip as a form of entertainment, recognizing that it was someone else's choice and they had to bear the consequences. She wasn't that kind-hearted either. She still held a grudge about how Sheng Xiuying had tried to deceive the original owner of her identity. She was a bit petty. If someone plotted against her, she wouldn't give them a good attitude. Life was already tough, so why should she make herself uncomfortable to please others? Back in the city, Sheng Wanyan and her mother thoroughly cleaned the house, and after a day of rest, she returned to work. On the first day back after the new year, the factory provided benefits. Everyone received a box of apples during the holiday. While a box of apples sounded like a lot, it only contained about 5 apples, along with a pound of cotton, which was the factory's benefit for the workers. When Sheng Wanyan returned to work, she noticed everyone seemed more energetic and motivated after the new year. "Wanyan, come here, come here." Wu Jiaxiu called her over to see the excitement. It was the first day back, and Director Li was about to motivate everyone again. Sheng Wanyan watched as the leaders stood at the front. Director Li took out a prepared speech and began to read. "Comrades, a new year has arrived, and the factory must face a new beginning. Comrades, please show your greatest enthusiasm in giving back to our country and our factory. Next, let's invite our factory director to say a few words." Clap, clap, clap. Everyone started applauding as the director tidied his clothes and walked up. He raised his hand to quiet everyone down and picked up the microphone to speak. "Comrades, today is the first day of work, so I won't say much. To encourage everyone to have a good start in the new year, the city has prepared a special benefit for you all. Each person can go to the logistics department to collect 6 feet of fabric." The crowd cheered. 6 feet of fabric could make a full outfit. Each year, the government issues fabric coupons, and they are limited. No one expected the city to be so generous with this benefit. In the new year, I hope everyone continues to contribute to our country and repay the trust it has given us.
Great.
Director Li was the first to start clapping, and Sheng Wanyan joined in with everyone else. She had to admit that in this era, the way they inspired people was quite effective. In the future, if you tried to motivate employees like this, wouldn't they just refuse to work? Sheng Wanyan went to the logistics department to collect her 6 feet of fabric. Director Wang hadn't seen her in a while. He noticed she had become even more beautiful, especially her captivating eyes. Sheng Wanyan saw him but chose to ignore him, took her benefit, and returned to her office. Director Wang smiled as he watched her leave. No matter how much she tried to avoid him, he wasn't going to let such a beauty slip away. After work, Sheng Wanyan rode her bicycle home. As she exited the factory, she saw a weary-looking man with a military backpack and a large canvas bag. He was in uniform, with stubble on his face, looking tired, but his gaze was full of longing. Sheng Wanyan felt her heart flutter under his intense stare and looked up. She truly didn't expect Gu Tingxiao to come. He had mentioned in his letter that he would be on a mission and couldn't be with her for the new year. Gu Tingxiao strode up to her, and Sheng Wanyan stood there in surprise. "Yenner." Gu Tingxiao looked at her, and Sheng Wanyan took a moment to take him in.
"You.
"Didn't you say you were on a mission?" "Yeah, I finished the mission and came right over." Sheng Wanyan realized he had applied for leave as soon as his task was done, without even taking a break. Sheng Wanyan felt a bit sour inside. This person really kept her in mind. "Are you crazy? How can your body handle this?" Sheng Wanyan was a bit angry and looked at him disapprovingly. Gu Tingxiao felt that all the exhaustion was worth it because she cared about him. "It's fine, I'm healthy. Where are you staying?" "I'm going to a guest house." This time, he didn't plan to go to Gu Tong's house, as it wasn't polite to disturb his aunt's family every time. "First, let's eat, and then you need to rest well." Gu Tingxiao instinctively wanted to refuse. He had finally met the girl he had been thinking about and didn't want to part ways. No discussion. You must rest properly. Otherwise, don't come looking for me tomorrow. During their correspondence, Sheng Wanyan had figured out his personality. Soft words didn't work. He only listened to firm ones. Okay, I'll do what you say. Gu Tingxiao looked very loyal, making her wonder if she was being too harsh. He found her slightly flustered expression particularly cute, like a little cat showing its claws. Sheng Wanyan was momentarily speechless. He was just too obedient. Gu Tingxiao handed her the cloth bag and let her sit on the back of the bicycle. He only set off after making sure she was settled. They went to a state-run restaurant to eat. Sheng Wanyan worried he wouldn't eat well on the train, so she ordered 3 meat dishes. This time, Sheng Wanyan paid the bill directly, as Gu Tingxiao's money was buried deep in his backpack. His bag mainly contained things for Sheng Wanyan, with only 2 sets of clothes for himself. He didn't have time to dig it out before Sheng Wanyan had already paid. Paying the bill is a man's responsibility. Gu Tingxiao was quite traditional about this. He believed that in a relationship, the man should pay. Even after marriage, a husband should listen to his wife. Everything is decided by her. This is the principle of the Gu family. It's all from the money you sent me. Sheng Wanyan worried he might feel burdened, especially since the restaurant staff looked at Gu Tingxiao with a judgmental gaze. A girl paying for a meal. This young man wasn't doing well. As soon as Sheng Wanyan spoke, the staff's expression towards Gu Tingxiao softened. It turned out she had misunderstood. She thought he was a freeloader, which was quite embarrassing. Gu Tingxiao felt very happy inside when he heard Sheng Wanyan defending his reputation like that. His little girl is really thoughtful, intentionally maintaining his image in front of others. Sheng Wanyan sat down with Gu Tingxiao, who kindly rinsed the chopsticks with water from the kettle before handing them to her. Watching his actions, Sheng Wanyan realized he was quite attentive. He seemed rough around the edges, but he cared a lot about her. That mix of toughness and gentleness was really charming. Gu Tingxiao heard the call from the restaurant staff and showed Sheng Wanyan the dishes before going to serve them. Since Sheng Wanyan ordered a lot, Gu Tingxiao first served her a bowl of rice and placed it in front of her before taking care of himself. Sheng Wanyan picked up a piece of fish, enjoying the soft and fragrant part from the belly. Gu Tingxiao kept an eye on her, noticing she liked that part of the fish, so he avoided it and ate the head and tail instead. Sheng Wanyan felt a bit helpless. He was really stubborn. She could only put a big piece of fish into his bowl, and Gu Tingxiao looked at her with a fiery gaze when he saw it. Sheng Wanyan felt a little uncomfortable under his intense stare. Why did he always look at her like that? His deep eyes made her feel like she might be drawn in. Feeling shy, she turned her head and cleared her throat, giving him a glare. Stop staring at me. Eat your food. Okay. Gu Tingxiao obediently picked up a big chicken leg and started eating properly. Sheng Wanyan felt very comfortable during this meal. He took care of her so well that she just had to focus on eating without worrying about anything else. She realized the perks of being taken care of. It was quite addictive. If Gu Tingxiao took care of her like this for a lifetime, being a little useless wouldn't be so bad. After all, her goal was to live a laid-back life and go with the flow. Once they finished eating, Gu Tingxiao had to listen to Sheng Wanyan and go back to the guest house to rest. However, he was determined to walk her back to the dormitory, wanting to steal a few more glances at the girl he had been thinking about for so long. I'm going upstairs? Sheng Wanyan asked as they stood at the entrance of the dormitory, and Gu Tingxiao nodded in response. I'll come to pick you up after work tomorrow. This package is for you, take it. Gu Tingxiao handed her a cloth bag filled with items I'll come to pick you up after work tomorrow. This package is for you, take it. Gu Tingxiao handed her a cloth bag filled with items he had arranged to buy for her from Kyoto. Sheng Wanyan looked at the large bag in her arms, and its weight made her stumble a bit. Gu Tingxiao immediately supported her arm and quickly took the bag from her. Sheng Wanyan stared at him in confusion, wondering if he had bought her a heavy metal box. Why was it so heavy? When she held it on the bike, she didn't feel its weight. It must weigh at least 20 pounds. Gu Tingxiao had carried it all the way from the army to Rongqing. Despite carrying so much, he still looked calm and relaxed. Did soldiers really have such strength? Are you okay? I'll take it upstairs for you. Gu Tingxiao felt a bit regretful. His little girl was delicate, and he shouldn't have let her carry something so heavy. It seemed he needed to take better care of her from now on, making sure she didn't do any heavy chores that could harm her health. Weakly, Sheng Wanyan said, "I'm fine. I just lost my balance for a moment." She didn't want him to underestimate her. She had just been caught off guard. Now that she knew the weight, she was mentally prepared and determined not to let him see her struggle. "I'll walk you upstairs." Gu Tingxiao dismissed her excuses, thinking she was just trying to be strong. With him around, she didn't need to put on a brave face. When he wasn't there, she had to handle everything on her own, but now that he was with her, she should rely on him. Sheng Wanyan noticed that he didn't hide his feelings at all. His obvious concern warmed her heart. Sometimes, finding someone who cares for you is a rare treasure. She decided not to say much more. Refusing him again would seem overly dramatic. After all, it was perfectly normal for her partner to help her carry things. Feeling reassured, she accepted his help. Gu Tingxiao saw her silence as agreement and immediately took the bag to help her upstairs. As she walked ahead, holding the factory-issued benefits, Gu Tingxiao's tall figure behind her provided a strong sense of security. That invisible sense of safety made her feel at ease. Gu Tingxiao accompanied her to her doorstep, but felt it would be rude to go inside at this hour. He planned to come back in a couple of days after preparing a gift for her family.
Go on in.
Sheng Wanyan nodded, and Gu Tingxiao watched her enter before he turned and left with long strides. Sheng Wanyan returned home, and the family had just finished dinner, sitting in the living room listening to the radio. "Is that Xiao Gu coming?" Seeing the military bag in her arms, Sheng Mu knew it was true, as Sheng Wanzai always brought the same military bag when he came home. Yes. Sheng Mu felt a surge of anger. Why didn't this child invite anyone in to sit? You child, even when Xiao Gu comes, you don't invite her inside to sit. The others in the Sheng family looked at her too, and Sheng Fu stared at Sheng Mu in shock.
Wife. What do you mean by that?
Has his daughter started dating? How did he not know about this?
Daughter.
Are you dating? Whose boy is it? When did this happen? Who quietly took my daughter away? Who did this good deed? Sheng Fu was so angry that he stopped listening to the radio, standing up and continuously asking for details. He kept muttering about who took his daughter and how it happened. If he found out who was involved, he would definitely give them a piece of his mind. Far away in the military district, Sheng Wanzai sneezed several times, and Pan Yu thought he had a cold. "Achu Wanzai, are you sick?" Pan Yu went over to feel his forehead. He didn't have a fever, so why was he sneezing so much?
I'm fine.
Achu. When Sheng Fu learned that Gu Tingxiao had taken his daughter away, he was furious. Just thinking about how his own son brought home a thief made him want to cut ties with him. Other people raise sons to support them in old age and carry on the family line, but his son went off to join the army, not coming home for a year, and now he had ruined his daughter's life. How did he end up with such a child? Sheng Fu looked at his family and realized they all knew, leaving him completely in the dark. "I do not agree with this." Grandpa Sheng glanced at Sheng Fu and bluntly replied, "It's not you who is dating, so your opinion doesn't matter." Hearing this, Sheng Fu felt a mix of frustration and disappointment as he looked at his family. You conspired to keep this from me, as if I don't matter." Sheng Fu sat down heavily, while Grandpa Sheng looked at his son with a confused expression, silently reminding himself that this was his own flesh and blood. "You're just too foolish to see it. Don't continue to show your ignorance." Grandpa Sheng harshly criticized Father Sheng, showing clear disdain on his face. Father Sheng, feeling confused, thought, how did he figure that out? He only saw his daughter going to and from work each day, and she behaved well. She spent her time either wandering between home and the cotton factory, shopping at the supply store, gathering firewood at the foot of the mountain, or cooking meals to keep the elderly company. He had never seen a girl more sensible than his daughter. Every action of hers was noticed, and he couldn't believe she could hide something so significant. Since his daughter got a job, he didn't want her to marry too soon, especially not casually. Although their family wasn't as well off as those in high positions, they were doing fine. They were a family of workers living in harmony. Surely, no one had better conditions than them. If he had to compare with those of higher status, his son held a captain's position, which was still a respectable role. What he dreaded most was his daughter becoming a military wife. His son, a soldier, rarely came home, and if his daughter became a military wife, she would just be waiting at home for her husband to return. He acknowledged that soldiers had good qualities and he respected them deeply. However, his son was already sacrificing for the country, and their family in Rongqing could only miss him. He understood the pain of being a military family and didn't want his other child to face the same situation. Now, his daughter was choosing a career he strongly disapproved of, and she wanted to marry someone far away. He wished to keep her in Rongqing, where there were many good families. There was no need to go to the capital. If something happened to her, or if she faced difficulties at her in-laws' home, how could they support her from so far away? When a girl gets married, her greatest support is her family, and he didn't want his daughter to face the unknown alone.
No.
I don't agree, Father Sheng stated firmly. Mother Sheng glanced at him, understanding his concerns. She had thought about these issues too. As a mother, she understood a woman's situation after marriage, especially in her in-laws' home. I heard from Yenner that Xiaogu's brothers have already married and are just waiting for him to marry so they can split the family. Father Sheng raised his eyebrows but remained silent, still frowning. Also, Xiaogu's position allows for military transfer, so when Yenner is in the army, there won't be any issues with in-law relationships. Mother Sheng told the family about the situation and believed that Xiaogu was quite good. She mainly wanted Father Sheng to relax. He wasn't opposed, but felt uneasy. Sure enough, when Father Sheng heard this, he secretly glanced at Mother Sheng but still didn't express his opinion. However, his ears perked up, waiting for her to continue. Xiaogu is in the same military district as Xiaoze, so when Yenner goes with the military, she'll have her older brother and sister-in-law there. And when we retire and move there, our daughter will be closer to us. It's just a few years apart, and the outcome will be good. Mother Sheng had already planned this. She had 2 children and knew she couldn't be apart from them in her life. She wanted both kids nearby, or at least close enough to help if needed. At first, she was conflicted, but thinking about Xiaogu being in the same military district as her son made her feel very supportive. Your daughter-in-law makes a good point. Grandma Sheng thought the same. The 4 elders would definitely be where the kids were. She worried about her granddaughter marrying in Rongqing. If they went to the military district, wouldn't that leave her granddaughter alone? Short-term companionship leading to long-term separation made her heart ache. It was better to have her granddaughter experience a short separation for long-term companionship. Father Sheng stayed silent, keeping his head down and frowning, but the family knew he was agreeing. As the main character, Sheng Wanyan listened to the family's conversation and wondered why no one asked her when she would get married. They hadn't even married yet, but they were already thinking about the hardships she would face in her life. Yenner, you're 21 this year, and Xiaogu is 27. What are your plans? Grandpa Sheng looked at his granddaughter and could see she wasn't really focused on marriage yet. But Xiaogu was already 27, an older man and a soldier. It didn't make sense for him to wait indefinitely. Besides, his granddaughter was 21. At this age, how many girls were still unmarried? Some things needed to be decided early for everyone's good. Grandpa, we are dating with the intention of marriage, but we haven't spent much time together. Sheng Wanyan expressed her stance. She wasn't a bad person, just needed to know more about Gu Tingxiao. Grandpa Sheng nodded. His granddaughter was right. If they rushed into marriage without knowing each other well, there would be no turning back later. You've been dating for half a year and often exchange letters. You know how you feel inside. Xiaogu's vacation is limited to just a year. Dragging it out won't be good for either of you. I think both families should have a meal together and discuss the engagement. What do you think? Everyone looked at Sheng Wanyan, who thought for a moment and nodded. She understood the unique nature of Gu Tingxiao's profession.